8 seats out of that. BJP is also eyeing to win the 50% that have gone for the first phase of the polls. If we speak of the second phase, that has 11 seats, BJP is eyeing the same. If we speak of the third phase, that is going to be very crucial. But this time, if we speak, Ravinder Raina, though is maintaining a silence, he is saying that he will speak only after casting his vote. Yes, if we speak of the overall security arrangements, I'll request Sarjeevan to show you a 360-degree view, because this place is close to the line of control. Because on the other side, if Sarjeevan can zoom to that side, you will see the Indo-Pakistan line of control, and this area has always been prone to the Pakistani shelling, but the way the people have come out in the large numbers and also the security arrangements that have been made, this shows that the Election Commission has done the preparations well. Now coming to the overall scenario of the elections, this phase, the second phase, is said to be the phase of the chiefs, because it is the, not only the Apni Party chief but also the Congress and the BJP chief, those who are contesting polls this time, those who are in fray this time. And apart from this, this also is going to shift the elections in the Jammu region to the plains from the hills, because first it was the Doda Kishtwar Ramban, now it is Riyasi, Rajouri and the Poonch, and the third phase will be completely focusing on the plains where the BJP stronghold is considered, because last time also BJP won more than 70% of the seats from the plains, and that was the sole reason that they were in a position to form the government with the PDP. This time also BJP is eyeing a 35 plus seats motto that they are taking along with them so that they can reach that place. But for now, it's the BJP chief who has lined up in the queues to cast his vote. He is waiting to cast his vote. In a couple of minutes from now, Ravinder Raina will be casting his vote. If we speak of the 2014 elections, it was the BJP versus PDP candidate, though continues to be same this time, but he is from the National Conference. BJP won this seat by a margin of 10,000 votes, a total of 10,000 votes the BJP won this seat from. And now if we, I'll request Sarjeevan to show you the visuals that the people are casting their votes. They are coming in the large numbers to cast their vote. These visuals that you are seeing from the ground zero, Sarjeevan is showing you these visuals.
रविंदर जी, क्या कहेंगे? पहला सुबह वोट डालने के लिए सुबह पहुंचे हैं।
हमारे लोकतंत्र का ये शानदार पर्व है। जम्मू कश्मीर में विधानसभा चुनावों के लिए मतदान का आज दूसरा चरण है, और सुबह से ही लंबी लंबी कतारें पोलिंग स्टेशंस के बाहर नजर आ रही हैं। नौशहरा विधानसभा क्षेत्र से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के उम्मीदवार के नाते मैं स्वयं मैदान में हूं, और आप देख रहे हैं कि नौशहरा जो कि बॉर्डर का एरिया है, LOC से सटी हुई सारी ये विधानसभा है। सुबह से ही भारी संख्या में मतदाता घरों से बाहर निकले हैं मतदान करने। मुझे विश्वास है जो पिछले 10 वर्षों में हमारे देश के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्रद्धेय नरेंद्र मोदी साहब और हमारे माननीय गृह मंत्री श्रद्धेय अमित शाह साहब ने जिस प्रकार जम्मू कश्मीर में अमन, शांति, खुशहाली, भाईचारा मजबूत किया है, जम्मू कश्मीर में विकास कार्यों में नई बुलंदियां छुई हैं, जम्मू कश्मीर में गरीब कल्याण की योजनाएं, आम जनमानस की भलाई मोदी साहब ने की है, और हम देख रहे हैं ये उसी का नतीजा है कि आज जम्मू कश्मीर का हर मतदाता उत्साहित है। और मुझे भी पूरा विश्वास है कि प्रचंड बहुमत से जम्मू कश्मीर में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जीत होगी, पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर में बीजेपी की जीत होगी, और नौशहरा से भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीतेगी। देखिए, राजनीति में जो ताकत है वो जनता के हाथ में होती है, जनता जनार्दन होती है। जनता का जो भी फैसला होता है उसी से ही सरकारें बनती हैं। और मुझे विश्वास है कि पिछले 10 वर्षों में जिस प्रकार प्रधानमंत्री मोदी साहब और माननीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह साहब ने जम्मू कश्मीर के साथ साथ नौशहरा विधानसभा इस बॉर्डर के एरिया में भी जो डेवलपमेंट के काम हुए हैं, बॉर्डर के ऊपर बंकर्स बने हैं, गांव में सड़कें, स्कूल, हॉस्पिटल, बिजली, पानी, उसकी व्यवस्थाएं ठीक हुई हैं। और सबसे बड़ी बात, जम्मू कश्मीर में अमन, शांति, खुशहाली और भाईचारा मजबूत हुआ है। यकीनन नौशहरा की जनता भारतीय जनता पार्टी को प्रचंड बहुमत से ये सीट विजयी बनाने में अपना आशीर्वाद देगी। जम्मू कश्मीर में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी। जम्मू कश्मीर में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार हो।
पहला हिंदू मुख्यमंत्री होगा क्या? आप
कश्मीर से
हिमायत करते रहे।
कश्मीर में भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जीत होगी। मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा कौन नहीं होगा इसका निर्णय बाद में होगा। अभी हमारी जनता जनार्दन के बीच में ये निवेदन है, प्रार्थना है।
बीजेपी seems to be very confident
की जीत हो।
बीजेपी ने सोचा है।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने दम पर जम्मू कश्मीर में चुनाव लड़ रही है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ जीत होगी। जम्मू कश्मीर की अगली सरकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी की होगी।
का कहना है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी हंग असेंबली चाहती है ताकि यहाँ पर गवर्नर रूल जो है उसको और एक्सटेंड किया जा सके।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी जम्मू कश्मीर में जीत रही है। बीजेपी की बड़ी जीत हो रही है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जम्मू कश्मीर में सरकार बन रही है।
So this is the BJP chief Ravinder Raina saying that the BJP is going to form the government here, and they claim that the BJP will be performing well not only in the Jammu region but also in the Kashmir Valley. These visuals Sarjeevan is showing you are from the Lambedi polling station where the BJP state going to contest the polls. Sir, a simple question, one question. How hopeful BJP is that they will be forming the government on their own?
Definitely, see, today is the day of polling in second phase of elections in Jammu and Kashmir, and since morning there is a huge influx of the voters. Long queues can be seen everywhere all along the border areas. This is Nowshera sector, Nowshera constituency, and since morning people are arriving to cast their votes. I'm quite confident that people will support Modi Saab's mission of peace, development and prosperity, and definitely this time there will be BJP government.
Do you feel there will be no need of any post-poll alliance for the BJP?
I'm quite confident that BJP will sweep the assembly polls and we will form our own government in Jammu.
So BJP claims to sweep the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly polls, though this path is not an easy one for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Now the BJP state chief Ravinder Raina has gone inside to cast his vote. This is going to be a key contest for the BJP because it is not a battle of high stakes for the BJP, but also it's the BJP that wants to add their numbers, and this cannot be done without these key seats. There have been number of the candidates and where the BJP is facing a tough challenge from the National Conference, and this seat is also one of those seats where the NC is posing a serious challenge for the Bharatiya Janata Party. If we speak of the last time in 2014, there was we saw a 10,000 margin was from the BJP, the lead with which BJP won the seat against the Surinder Chaudhary of the People's Democratic Party. If we speak of the other important seats, that continues to be Rajouri seat, where the
Absolutely. Let's go to this breaking up again. PM Modi has just put a post on X, called on voters in Jammu and Kashmir to come out in large numbers for the second phase of the assembly elections. Taking to X, PM Modi urged citizens to actively participate in the democratic process, emphasizing the importance of every vote. He also extended his congratulations to young first-time voters encouraging them to play a crucial role in shaping the future of the Union territory. That is right. PM Modi has just put a post up on X. And we have reporters on the ground getting us all the top updates. And if we have Arawat, let's go to Arawat. Arawat is joining us from Lal Chowk constituency, the heart of Srinagar, a newly formed constituency, a very young one at that. Arawat, take us through who are the key candidates and what is happening there.
Absolutely, Shwangi. We are here at the heart of the Kashmir, which is the Lal Chowk, and you can see here in the visuals all the security arrangements have been done from the yesterday, as we have seen that the security arrangements are in place, and we have seen that everything is being monitored by the CCTV surveillance. In fact, the polling stations as well as the roads which leads to polling stations are being monitored. If we'll talk about this seat, which is the Lal Chowk, and we have seen that there is a competition between the Jammu and Kashmir National Conferences, Ahsan Pardesi, and also we have seen the close competition between the BJP's Ijaz Mir. We have seen that the voting has just begun here, as we have seen that the voters are coming out from their homes. We have seen just that the voting has just begun in the 6 districts of the Kashmir Valley. After that, we have seen the people are coming out from their homes to cast their votes, and we have seen the large queues in the various parts of the Kashmir Valley, including the Pakharpora in the Badgam district, as well as here in the Lal Chowk Srinagar. As we have seen that people are coming out to cast their vote for the development. Earlier, we have seen that this Lal Chowk used to be the hub of the violence and other anti-national activities, but the things have changed on the ground. Now the people here want to develop here, and we have seen that the young voters who earlier used to be the part of the violence, now they have changed their mindsets, and now they want to cast their vote for the betterment of the Kashmir Valley. As we have seen the PM Modi's Naya Kashmir, we have seen various developments in the Kashmir Valley. We have also seen that there used to be the violence in the various parts of the Kashmir, but after the abrogation of Article 370, there is decline in the various incidents. As we have seen that people of Kashmir, including the hot zones and the hotbeds of the terrorism, they have changed their mindset. Now we have also seen that the family members of the terrorists are also coming up to cast their vote, and now this will be the close competition between, if we'll talk about the Lal Chowk seat, we have seen the competition between the Jammu Kashmir National Conference and the BJP candidates. Also, Altaf Bukhari will arrive here after some time to cast their vote at the Lal Chowk polling station. Altaf Bukhari is contesting from the Srinagar Chandpura constituency, and you can see here in the visuals how all the security arrangements are done. As we have seen, this is the heart of the Srinagar city, and we have seen that there is a negative image of this place before the abrogation of Article 370, because this Lal Chowk used to be the hub of the violence, but the things have changed on ground. And my BJ can show you from this very side, there is the polling station, and the people have started coming out from their homes to cast their vote. As we have seen, the polling has just begun in the 6 districts of the Jammu and Kashmir, and you can see here in the visuals how Jammu and Kashmir police and other SSB security guarding outside the polling stations, and it's gonna very close competition for the Lal Chowk seat. Back to you, Shwangi.
Right, we see those visuals coming in, Arawat from Lal Chowk. I just want to go straight back to my other colleague joining us. Gursimran is joining us right now from Nowshera. Gursimran, a short while back, the BJP state chief was right over there, and he was speaking about what the people of Jammu and Kashmir can expect next. You also spoke to him one-on-one earlier. If you could take our viewers through what has been happening before the phase 2 of elections. We have seen a lot of campaigning from all the political parties, and the star campaigner, PM Modi, we saw Amit Shah, we saw big leaders from the BJP campaigning ahead of the phase 2 of polls and even before the phase 1 of elections.
See, yes, the polling is underway and the people are turning out in the large numbers. You'll see that the people have come up since morning. The people are coming. You won't find a huge rush because the polling is going smooth since morning, and the people have their aspirations. If I request Sir Jeevan to show you inside the polling stations, you will see that the people have gone inside to cast their vote. These elections have set a new benchmark. That is the people turning out in the large numbers. The overall voting percentage has surpassed the 61% in the first phase of the polling. And now, since we are going to the second phase of the polling, the people are turning out in the large numbers. And from the ground zero, close to the line of control, we will be continuing with this rolling coverage right after this short break on the second phase of the J&K Assembly polls.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Viewers, good morning. These are the headlines. Stage is set for second phase of polling in Jammu and Kashmir. Omar Abdullah, Ravinder Raina among candidates in fray. Prime Minister Modi leads BJP's poll campaign in Haryana as he is all set to address a mega rally today. Odisha assault victim narrates her ordeal, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and dragged brutally by the cops. Republic takes a lead in Tirupati Laddu controversy. Exclusive documents show how tender conditions were tweaked by Jagan government to favor one company. Israel's extensive strikes on Hezbollah terror dens. Israeli military says Hezbollah's missile and rocket unit top commander killed. And viewers, we'll get you some top international stories we're tracking. At least 2 people have died in a landslide after Hurricane John slammed into Mexico's southern coast, bringing heavy rainfall and triggering warnings of life-threatening floods. Take a look at this report for more.
At least 2 people lost their lives in an intense storm that hit Mexico. The storm triggered a mudslide, crashing into the deceased's house. The intensity of the storm continues to hit in different parts of the country. The storm grew into a major hurricane in a matter of hours. Officials warned that the storm could cause potentially catastrophic floods. Fishermen expressed concern that these floods have affected their earning.
Sabemos ingresos en estas ocasiones para nosotros pues no lo hay, ¿no? Porque no hay trabajo, no podemos salir al mar a navegar hasta que el fenómeno pase, la Capitanía de Puerto nos indique que ya no hay peligro para navegar y hasta entonces tendremos que regresar a nuestras actividades. Por lo pronto pues tenemos que esperar.
But meanwhile, in some regions, the hurricane declined to a tropical storm.
And viewers, the big story coming in is also that Israel has launched a brutal assault on Hezbollah terror group in Lebanon, targeting more than 1,500 terror dens. Israel has vowed to dismantle Hezbollah, saying that Israel will not tolerate the aggression of the terror group. Here's a report.
In the last 24 hours, Israel has attacked over 1,600 terror targets in Lebanon.
In the last 24 hours, Israel has attacked 1,600 terror targets in Lebanon. By phone call, by radio broadcasts, by websites and text messages, the IDF has urged civilians to move out of harm's way. The images prove that Hezbollah are hiding arms caches inside civilian homes. We see secondary explosions of Hezbollah weapon stockpiles, of munitions, of long-range cruise missiles, of drones, rocket launchers, thousands of them.
Israel continues to say that they have always preferred a diplomatic resolution, but that Hezbollah has refused one.
We'll always prefer a diplomatic resolution, but for 11.5 months now, Hezbollah have refused one. The Lebanese government are unfortunately unable to put any pressure whatsoever on Hezbollah, and this Iranian axis of evil that has formed a stranglehold around Israel. It's a ring of armed terror organizations.
Israel and Hezbollah have been trading fire since the Israel-Hamas war began last year in October. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says that the war against Hezbollah will continue.
אנחנו נמשיך להכות בחיזבאללה. ואני אומר לעם בלבנון, המלחמה שלנו לא איתכם, המלחמה שלנו עם חיזבאללה. נסראללה מוביל אתכם לסף התהום. אמרתי לכם אתמול, להתפנות מהבתים שבהם הוא שם לכם טיל בסלון ורקטה בגראז'. מי שיש לו טיל בסלון ורקטה בגראז' לא יהיה לו בית. אבל אני אומר לכם דבר נוסף, הוא גורם לכך שהמדינה שלכם נמצאת בסכנה. תשתחררו מהלפיתה של חיזבאללה.
The recent Israeli strikes have resulted in mass exodus in Lebanon.
يعني لا شك الظروف اليوم جد استثنائية بالعدوان اللي عم نشهده اليوم. صيدا آلاف النازحين عم نشوفهم على الطرقات اليوم بالساحات نايمين. البلدية استنفرت غرفة العمليات من صباح الأمس. فتحنا تقريبا بحدود 14 مركز إيواء. اليوم في عنا بحدود 3000 نازح موجودين بقلبهم. اللي عم نحاول بعد نأمن لهم مراكز إيواء بيوازوا هذا العدد. في عنا حاجات أساسية غير متوفرة، يعني لحديت هلا يمكن عنا maximum 700 فرشة.
The community has now come together to help each other.
عم نجرب نساعد بقد ما فينا كرمال نخفف عن الناس ونقول انه نحن حدكم وشو ما بدكم نحن قاعدين نساعدكم وانه كلنا سوا بهالمرحله وانه ان شاء الله الله رد رح تقطع.
But how long will the common man continue to pay the price?
And viewers, dozens of protesters have carried out demonstrations outside the UN demanding justice for the victims of Iran's regime. Here's a full report to understand what is really happening as we get you the top updates coming in on this development.
The Iranian American community gathered outside the United Nations. They held various placards and images calling out Iran's supreme leader. Effigies of Iran's supreme leader were placed in the protesting area.
Iranian people are paying the price inside of Iran heavily, and we are no different than them, and we are going to be here to the end until this regime is changed.
Protesters say that Iran's regime represents a snake of war and terror in the region.
The message to the world is that stand on the side of the people of Iran who represent the future, who represent the very ideals of the people. Don't stand and don't give platform to the Iran regime because they only represent the head of the snake of war and terror in the region.
Several supporters of the MEK Iranian exile group seek to overthrow Iran's government. The MEK, suspected of attacks against US officials in 1970, initially opposed the rule of Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi and now operates under a variety of names such as the National Council of Resistance of Iran and the People's Mujahideen Organization of Iran.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
China launched a smart Dragon 3 carrier rocket from the waters near the city of Haiyang in the East China Shandong province on placing 8 satellites into planned orbit. The commercial rocket, also known as Zhelong 3, blasted off at 10:31 Beijing time, carrying Tianyi 41 other satellites. The Taiyuan Satellite Launch Center, headquarters inland in North China Shanxi province, carried out this offshore launch. The launch marks the 4th flight mission for the Smart Dragon 3 carrier rocket series. And viewers, while addressing in the United Nations, world leaders including Joe Biden, China, Colombo, Iran and Qatar have expressed their concerns amid the escalating war in the Middle East. Take a look at this report for more details.
Israel has launched a brutal offensive on Lebanon. It claims to have targeted over 1,600 Hezbollah dens. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu said that Israel will continue to target Hezbollah.
אנחנו נמשיך להכות בחיזבאללה. ואני אומר לעם בלבנון, המלחמה שלנו לא איתכם, המלחמה שלנו עם חיזבאללה. נסראללה מוביל אתכם לסף התהום. אמרתי לכם אתמול להתפנות מהבתים שבהם הוא שם לכם טיל בסלון.
The world is concerned. American President Joe Biden said that the world is determined to prevent a wider war.
Since October 7, we've also been determined to prevent a wider war that engulfs the entire region. Hezbollah, unprovoked, joined the October 7 attack, launching rockets into Israel. Almost a year later, too many on each side of the Israeli-Lebanon border remain displaced. A full-scale war is not in anyone's interest. Even if the situation has escalated, a diplomatic solution is still possible.
China is shocked by Israel's actions.
中方高度关注当前利益紧张局势，对有关军事行动造成大量人员伤亡深感震惊。中方反对侵犯黎巴嫩主权和安全的行为，反对和谴责一切伤及无辜平民的行动。
Colombian president said that the death of Gaza and Lebanon will be the death of humanity.
El control de la humanidad sobre la base de la barbarie está en construcción y su demostración es Gaza, el Líbano. Cuando muera Gaza, morirá la humanidad toda.
Joining the world leaders, Iran too condemned Israel's barbarism.
با ابراز نگرانی از گسترش جنگ در منطقه و مخاطرات انسانی و آوارگی مردم جنوب لبنان، دولت جمهوری اسلامی ایران جنایت رژیم صهیونیستی در فلسطین، غزه و لبنان را به شدت محکوم می‌کند و این حملات را مصداق بارز تهدید جدی علیه صلح، امنیت، بشریت و انسانیت می‌داند.
While the Emir of Qatar has called the war a genocide.
إن ما يتعرض له الشعب الفلسطيني في قطاع غزة اليوم من عدوان سافر هو الأشد همجية وبشاعة والأكثر انتهاكا للقيم الإنسانية والمواثيق والأعراف الدولية. ليست هذه حربا بمفهوم الحرب المعروف والمتداول في العلاقات الدولية، بل هي جريمة إبادة بأحدث الأسلحة لشعب محاصر في معسكر اعتقال.
The world has expressed its concerns, but will these leaders do anything to stop the war?
After After the Sri Lankan government has now been formed once again after the presidential poll results, Arnab Goswami has taken charge as PM. He appointed a woman Prime Minister, making her the country's first woman to head the government in 24 years. Take a look at this report for more.
The Sri Lankan presidential polls results were declared on Sunday. Arnab Goswami took charge as president. A day after the presidential swearing-in ceremony, Arnab Goswami appointed a woman Prime Minister. Harini Amarasuriya was sworn in as 16th Prime Minister and the first woman to head a government after 24 years. A distinguished academic and activist, through her activism in many social causes, Harini Amarasuriya entered politics. She joined the National People Power and participated in parliamentary sessions. As Prime Minister, she has replaced Dinesh Gunawardena. The elections come after the economic upheaval and crisis that hit Sri Lanka in 2022. Sri Lankans rejected the old political guard to recover from the crisis that the country is facing.
People have turned out in the large numbers to cast their vote for the second phase of the assembly polls, in which a total of 26 seats are going to polls and 239 candidates are in fray. BJP chief Ravinder Raina has already casted their vote and he's in fray from the Nashera constituency, where he's being given a tough fight by the NC candidate Surinder Chaudhary. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
And viewers, welcome back. We will get you some more updates coming in. A new airline is set to enter the Indian aviation sector. Shankh Air from UP has already got the nod from the Union Aviation Ministry and aims to provide affordable travel opportunities to the consumers. Here is a full report.
A new chapter in Indian aviation is set to unfold as Shankh Air gets a green light from the Union Aviation Ministry. This is the latest airline to emerge from the state of Uttar Pradesh and plans to establish hubs in Lucknow and Noida. It promises to connect major cities across the country with major focus on interstate and intrastate routes. The airline says it will offer affordable air travel options to even underserved regions. While the Union Aviation Ministry has issued a no objection certificate, the airlines is awaiting an approval from the Director General of Civil Aviation. The announcement of Shankh Air comes at a crucial time as India aims to become a global aviation leader by 2030. By 2047, an estimated 3,500 new aircrafts are expected to be added, with over 2,700 of these serving domestic routes. This will connect smaller cities to major hubs, boost local economies, and create more travel options. Shankh Air is not just an airline. It is a step toward realizing India's ambitions in global aviation.
Srinagar has finally ended a decade-long hiatus in assembly polls as the voting here began at around 7 a.m. It's a direct fight of National Conference, the traditional party of Jammu and Kashmir, with PDP, and also now Apni party that was created post-abrogation of Article 370. Today, the big leaders are in fray, from National Conference Vice President Omar Abdullah to Altaf Bukhari and to Congress Chief Tariq Hamid Karra. More on the story, keep watching Republic TV.
Welcome back. India has made history, clinching its first ever gold medal in the 45th Chess Olympiad. In a nail-biting final round, D. Gukesh, Arjun E. and R. Pragananda dominated their matches against Slovenia, propelling India to the top. Speaking exclusively to Republic, Arjun has shared insights into the team's journey to become world champions, highlighting the focus as key factors and how much they have worked hard. In fact, from 3-year-old with little patience to one of the world's top players, Arjun reflects on India's rise as a chess powerhouse on the global stage. Let's listen into this exclusive interview.
India's men's chess team scripted history in Budapest at the Chess Olympiad, the first ever gold in the open category. And one of the champions of the team is joining us on Republic TV. This is Arjun Erigyasi. Thank you so much for joining us here at Republic TV, Arjun, and many congratulations. The entire country is proud of you. Now, the heroes welcome all of you have received the ones who have returned to India. How does it feel to see the celebrations back home? The way all your names have been trending on social media, your reels have been going viral. The popularity of chess has shot up. How does it feel to be part of this historic moment?
Hello, thank you so much. Yeah, I heard from my friends that they're receiving like huge warm receptions at back in India. Unfortunately, I'm coming like much later, so I'll be missing out on that. But I'm also seeing on social media that it's going viral, and I'm very happy with the attention chess is receiving. And I hope chess will continue to grow further and further after this.
And tell us more about these celebrations. Was it planned that you're going to, pull out, pull it up like Rohit Sharma or like Messi, that celebration that went viral when you were approaching the trophy, and also, dancing to Tunak Tunak, like the Bhangra, moves. They're going viral apart from the moves on the chessboard. So was it all decided that you're going to dance on this song, and you're going to, was it choreographed or was it just impromptu?
No, it was just a plan. It was just an idea by team player Vidit Gujrati.
Okay.
And he's, I think, pretty good at this. And yeah, we all decided to go ahead with it.
So you partied hard, it seems, that after the victory, and of course, quite deservingly.
We did, yeah. We didn't even, we slept very late that day.
Okay. And how's the atmosphere in the team? Because it's such a young team. All of you are so young. Many of you are in your teens. Some are just 20, even in the women's team. So how do you really, guys, team up? What is the strength of this team? Because there's a lot of camaraderie that's on display.
Exactly. We know each other for quite a long time now. And we have had the exact same team in the Asian Games last year. So we share a very good bonding, and I think that is one of the key factors that helped us, do so well. Like there are some teams like Armenia who have always done well in the Olympiad despite not having such a strong team, because they share like great team camaraderie. So yeah, I knew this would be a key factor.
Yes, and Arjun, you broke into the top 3 of the world rankings, the FIDE rankings. You were at the live world ranking number 3. So this is something that we've been seeing that India has been doing quite well. But about you, we want to know, how did it really start? How did you discover chess? I think it was quite, from a very young age that you discovered this love for chess. You were introduced to chess. But tell us more about that story.
So it started out in Tirupati when I was a kid, like 3-4 years. My teacher noticed that I'm very good with maths. So she suggested my parents to enroll me in chess. But there it was not possible. And after we moved to Warangal, when I was like 7, 8, that is when my parents enrolled me in chess. But it was not just chess. They enrolled me like in a few different things, like swimming, skating, music, dance, etc. And I liked chess the most. I was spending hours and hours on it. So that's how the journey began.
I was reading in one of the interviews that your mother said that it calmed you down. So were you a naughty child or an angry kid? And did chess really help you with your personality?
Yeah, I was a naughty child with no patience at all. I used to get impatient very quickly. And I think that's one of my biggest learnings in life from chess. That I have learned to be patient now.
And of course, the game of chess demands an enormous amount of patience, concentration, and focus. But what do you really do before any game? How do you really try to focus? What's your secret? What's your mantra?
Apart from the preparation for the game, I don't really have anything specific to say on this. I just focus on the game. Like during the game, I think about nothing else but what's happening on the position. That's pretty much about it.
And what do you think sets this team apart? Because yes, we've been, as I mentioned earlier, we've been doing individually really well, but especially your name. We have seen you performing really well, impressing in the past, but this time, this is a notch above. This is your career best performance. What has really changed this time? What did you do differently?
No, I don't think there's anything different that we did compared to the last few months. We have all been doing quite well, and we just continued to do that well together as a team. So it was 3-4 individual performances, and now individual strong performances, and now all of them are put together as a team. So it was just a massacre.
And there's a lot of talk about the strategy, how the coach, we just spoken to your coach Srinath, and he was talking about the strategy of moving to you aboard number 3. So how did it really feel? How do you handle, such decisions that are made, right there by your coach? What really goes behind the strategy?
That was an interesting decision. Like most teams, they go by rating. So the highest rated player on 1 and so on. But he suggested this because recently I have been facing more of the kind of level that I would face on board 3, while Gukesh was facing more of the level that he would be facing on board 1. So we thought it would just, and we have been doing quite well against the opponents that we were facing. So his point was, why not just let it flow the way it has been flowing? And we thought it makes sense, and it has worked wonders.
And you feel that now India is finally emerging as the powerhouse of chess and taking on China also on world stage and, completely dominating the chess scenario?
Yeah, I think as a nation, we are certainly the strongest chess nation, I can say, because not only did we win, but we won with such dominance. And also Gukesh will be playing the World Championship later this year. And if he gets the title, then we'll get the World Championship title back as well.
So what's the next target, Arjun? Because of course it's celebration time, to relax, to maybe switch off. But what are you going to do next? What's your plan?
I'm taking one tournament at a time, and my next big tournament is the Global Chess League in London. It has many top players playing, like Anand Sir, Magnus Carlsen, the current world number 1. And it's like the IPL of chess. So I want to give my best and perform there.
You feel there's lots more to do in terms of, popularizing the sport in the country, popularizing the game, and that chess reaches more and more people, professionally in the country. You think there are lots more to be done?
I think so. Chess is not as popular as some of the other sports, but I think we're in the right direction. We are getting good attention, and I hope chess continues to grow and become bigger and bigger.
Yes, absolutely it is. And thank you so much, Arjun, for joining us, and many congratulations once again for your exceptional performance, and we wish you all the very best for your future tournaments.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Phase 2 of polling begins in JKPCC. Omar Abdullah, Ravinder Raina among key candidates in the fray. Prime Minister Modi leads a BJP poll campaign in Haryana as he is all set to address a mega rally in Sonipat today. Odisha assault victim narrates her ordeal, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and dragged brutally by the cops. Republic takes the lead in Tirupati Laddu controversy. Explosive documents show how tender conditions were tweaked by Jagan Mohan Reddy government to favour one company. Israel's extensive strikes on Hezbollah terror dens. Israeli military says Hezbollah missile and rocket unit top commander killed.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
A very good morning. Thank you for tuning in to this edition of Live This Morning. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. An interesting lineup today. The voting has begun for 26 seats in phase 2 of polling, which is underway as we speak across 6 districts. Let's quickly run you through the highlights of the key candidates and what's at stake in phase 2 of polling, which is underway as we speak. So very crucial phase 2 voting, which is underway. Let's pull out those graphics to get a better understanding of phase 2 of voting, which is taking place on 26 seats in 6 districts. In fact, note that 239 candidates are in fray, and among the key candidates include the J&K former Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, as well as Ravinder Gupta, the BJP leader, voting on 26 seats. As we told you, most constituencies fall along line of control. So very crucial, given that security has been a prominent factor in ensuring a smooth conduct of polling in these districts, especially in Riyasi, Rajouri and Pooch. In fact, these 3 districts, note, have been worst hit districts when it comes to terror attacks, which have happened since 2021. The latest being in Riyasi, in which bus carrying pilgrims was attacked, of course, in which 9 pilgrims lost their lives. As we told you, Omar Abdullah, Ravinder Raina, who's J&K BJP chief, are in fray. Omar Abdullah contesting on 2 seats, Badgam and Gandarwal. So Gandarwal being the family bastion of the NC, Omar contesting from Gandarwal, as we told you, and Badgam. The J&K BJP chief who's contesting from Naushera. In fact, note that he won the seat in 2015 and until 2014, beg your pardon, and until 2014 it had been a Congress bastion. So of course a tough fight in Naushera, which has seen pre-poll violence as well. In fact, talking about the Apni party chief Altaf Bukhari, who's the richest candidate in phase 2 with assets amounting to more than 168 crore rupees. Also an important highlight of phase 2 being that 20 foreign diplomats will be observing the J&K elections. In fact, they will be visiting Srinagar this morning. And this is going to be the 3rd visit by a foreign delegation to J&K since abrogation of Article 370. So yes, those were the key takeaways, the highlights, so as to say, of phase 2. In fact, before we go across to our reporters on the ground, let's listen into the reactions coming in.
भारतीय लोकतंत्र हमारे इस जमहूरियत के लिए ये बहुत बड़ा दिन है। आज जम्मू के साथ साथ कश्मीर घाटी में और जम्मू संभाग के रजौरी, पुंछ और रियासी जिलों में आज वोटिंग है। बढ़ चढ़कर जम्मू कश्मीर की जनता असेंबली के इलेक्शंस में हिस्सा ले रही है और लोकतंत्र में जनता जनार्दन होती है। जनता के हाथ में ताकत है। जनता जिसे चाहे वो चुनकर अपना प्रतिनिधि बनाती है। इसलिए हमने भी नौशहरा विधानसभा में यहाँ की जो जनता है उनसे निवेदन किया है कि वो दिल खोलकर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी साहब और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को समर्थन करें।
And we have our reporters joining us. We have Gursimran joining us from Nowshera constituency. We have Zeenat from Srinagar and Arawat from Lal Chowk. Let's go across to Gursimran first. He's in the Nowshera constituency where Ravinder Raina is contesting from. Gursimran, it's of course going to be a tough fight given that Ravinder Raina is facing NC, Congress and the PDP. The very fact that Nowshera had been a Congress bastion till 2014. Tell us how crucial is this battle when it comes to BJP winning the Nowshera constituency?
Samiksha, first I take you the visuals of the high voltage drama that is erupting outside the polling station. This is the polling station number 61 in the Nowshera constituency where the NC candidate himself has arrived, Surinder Chaudhary, and now he is alleging that the conduct of the poll conducting body is delaying the polling. I am joined by Surinder Chaudhary. Mr. Chaudhary, ये क्या हो रहा है आप बताइए?
ये देखिए यहाँ पे सिक्योरिटी जो लगी है, इनका इंचार्ज है मिस्टर विकास ढिल्लन के, क्या नाम है, देखना नाम क्या है इनका, है विकास दमन है, ये ऐसा ही है। और इनकी जो एसएसपी का काम थोड़ा है कि यहाँ पे आई कार्ड चेक करना, आई कार्ड तो हमने चेक करना। वो पहली बात है अगर लोगों के पास आई कार्ड नहीं है तो ये कसूर किसका है? बीएलओ का, आपके उसका स्टाफ का है, आरओ की गलती है। लोगों को इन्फॉर्म करना चाहिए था, आपने अवेयर क्यों नहीं किया लोगों को? ये इतनी लगे, देखो लेडीज खड़ी हैं, जेंट्स खड़े हैं, लाइनों में खड़े हैं, गर्मी में खड़े हैं, ना तो टेंट लगाया इनके लिए। टेंट किसने लगाया? इलेक्शन कमीशन लगाया। इतना पैसा आता है किस लिए आता है? ना कोई टेंट लगाया, ना कुछ लगाया। और यहाँ पे आप लोगों को कह रहे हो जी आई कार्ड देखो, वहाँ से मशीनें स्लो हैं। ये तो धांधली, शरेआम धांधली है।
तो आप स्लो पोलिंग की बात कह रहे हैं?
मैं वही तो कह रहा हूँ कि देखिए हर जगह लोगों अंदर लोगों को नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा है, जान के डिले किया जा रहा है। उसके साथ साथ वहाँ पे पोलिंग जो है वो मशीनें जो स्लो की हुई हैं ताकि लोग कम पोलिंग हो। तो ये तो मजाक बन गया।
आपने इलेक्शन कमीशन से बात की?
मैं अभी करता हूँ, लेकिन ये यहाँ पे देखिए ना, ये मेरा खुद का पोलिंग जहाँ मेरा
रिटर्निंग ऑफिसर से आपकी बात?
हाँ, आरओ से मेरी बात हुई है। आरओ को मैंने बोला है, मैंने कहा ये क्या हो रहा है, मजाक बन रहा हुआ है, ये क्यों यहाँ पे लोगों को तंग। और आरओ ने खुद कहा कि कोई आई कार्ड की प्रूफ की जरूरत नहीं है, वहाँ फोटो लगे हुए हैं। आपने फोटो किसने लगाए हुए वोटिंग लिस्ट पे? वोटिंग को मैच करिए, उसके बाद आप आई कार्ड की जरूरत ही नहीं है।
इलेक्शंस की बात करें, सेकंड कैंडिडेट जो है आपके अगेंस्ट वो बीजेपी स्टेट चीफ हैं, कितने होपफुल?
सर बीजेपी अगर वो जीतने वाला होता तो ये हथकंडे ना अपनाते ना। इसका मतलब बीजेपी हारी हुई है नौशहरा के अंदर। अब वो अपने हारे हुए कैंडिडेट को जिताना चाहते हैं। जिस कैंडिडेट ने 10 साल यहाँ शक्ल नहीं दिखाई, लोग उसके खिलाफ हैं, और यहाँ ये एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन पूरी मिलकर, सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस मिलकर उसको जिताना चाहते हैं। ये कौन सी डेमोक्रेसी है? ये कौन से इलेक्शनों की आप बात कर रहे हो? कौन से इलेक्शन फ्री एंड फेयर की बात?
आप होपफुल हैं कि इस बार जीत होगी?
बात की है। पहले आप देखिए ना जो हथकंडे, आप तो मौके पे हैं, आप तो कुदरती यहाँ पे आ गए हैं। आप खुद देखें कि क्या हालात है। सिक्योरिटी वाले कौन होते हैं? बात इनके काम है पोलिंग बूथ की सिक्योरिटी करना। ये थोड़ा आई कार्ड अंदर चेक करना है। लेकिन यहाँ पे एक मजाक बना हुआ है इलेक्शन का। तो लिहाजा आपके चैनल के माध्यम से इलेक्शन कमीशन को मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि आप इस पे कॉग्निजेंस लें। ये जो पूरे इलाके, ये जो 84 नौशहरा कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी के बीच में नहीं हो रहा, जो हमारा 80 नंबर पोलिंग बूथ, हर पोलिंग बूथ पे कहीं मशीनें खराब कर दी हैं, कहीं पोलिंग स्लो है।
आप इलेक्शन कमीशन को लिखने वाले हैं इस पे?
मैं लिखने वाला हूँ, मैं अभी यहाँ से भी मेल करने वाला हूँ। लेकिन ये गलत हो रहा है, इसलिए डेमोक्रेसी को फ्लोरिश होने दीजिए, ना कि डेमोक्रेसी को क्रश करिए। आप हिंदुस्तान के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को क्यों खत्म करने लगे? हिंदुस्तान के आइन के अंदर ये वोटिंग राइट है, और आप कौन सी वोटिंग राइट हमें दे रहे हैं?
NC is alleging that the poll conducting body, they are not happy with that, the conduct of the poll conducting body, and they have said that they will be writing to the election commission soon. Now the people have queued up in the large numbers. What NC is saying that there has been delay in the polling that has led to these long queues, as only 50 votes have been casted in the first 2 hours. But the people have lined up in the large numbers that you see, what shows that the people are turning out in the large numbers to cast their vote. This is going to be a high profile seat because on the one hand is Ravinder Raina, the BJP state chief, who won from this constituency with a margin of 10,000 votes in 2014.
Yes.
On the other hand, it is NC Congress candidate, the alliance candidate, Surinder Chaudhary. Yes.
Yes, Gursimran, stay with us. Let's go across to Arawat and Zeenat as well. But in Nowshera, where the NC alleges that there is a strong anti-incumbency wave against the BJP candidate. Zeenat, coming across to you, important to watch out for would be that visit by the foreign delegates. How crucial will that visit be, given that it is going to be the 3rd visit by foreign delegate after revocation of Article 370?
See, these foreign delegates have been visiting Jammu and Kashmir. This is the third visit, so there is nothing unusual that we see in the visit. They've been coming here, they've been talking to people, they've been talking to political parties, they've been taking the ground feedback. But as far as the foreign delegates coming this time is to see the pulse on ground as far as the J&K polls are concerned, because this is the visit that is coming when the J&K is in the second phase of its polling, and how the polling percentage goes and how the people will react to the poll development, the kind of queues, the percentage, the male-female population that will cast the vote, and what is the political atmosphere on ground. Because we see that as far as the Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, it is breaking this hiatus almost after a decade in Srinagar, when the Srinagar today is witnessing the poll exercise. And this time we see that during the poll rallies, also during the campaigning, also the political parties from all corners, whether it was the traditional or the newborn babies, they have all been promising moon and star to the people of Jammu and Kashmir. The alliance that has been formed between National Conference and the Congress, they've been pitching the idea that the restoration of Article 370 will be there if the alliance partners come into power. Then the BJP questions, how can they restore the Article 370 when they don't have the numbers in the central government? Then alliance partner Congress is not talking in public about the restoration of Article 370, which the National Conference has in its manifesto at the number 1. But the Congress promises restoration of statehood, giving the rights back to the people of Jammu and Kashmir. You see the Apni party, which is a new-born party, they've been talking only about the developmental issue, and during their campaigns, instead of holding the bigger rallies, the Altaf Bukhari prefer doing a door-to-door campaign. How this all will pan out, because we see as far as today's election is concerned, the voter on the ground feels that it is National Conference day. National Conference may take majority of the seats because other parties have very less presence in the Kashmir Valley as far as the second phase of elections are concerned.
Yes, Zeenat, stay with us. Let's go across to Arawat also. He's joining us live from Lal Chowk. Arawat, Lal Chowk has been the center point of BJP's development work in the last few years. Talk to us about how tough is that contest when it comes to the BJP candidate. It's Ejaz Hussain, of course, who's been fielded by the Saffron Party. How tough is a competition in this constituency, and what are those factors that people will keep in mind while they cast their votes?
Absolutely, Samiksha. We are here at the heart of the Lal Chowk, which is here in the Srinagar. And you can see here in the visuals. First, I will take you from this place. This place has remained the hub of the violence. As we have seen, the Lal Chowk has remained the violence of the hub. But things have changed after the abrogation of Article 370. We have seen developmental works here, and we have seen the Lal Chowk here. And also we have seen the various smart city projects here in the development works also. And if we'll talk about the today's contest, which is the BJP's engineer Ejaz, and with the other National Conference's candidate Hassan Pardesi, it's a very close neck-to-neck competition here, as well as we have seen the various changes in the Kashmir Valley after the abrogation of Article 370. There is change visible in the Kashmir Valley. Earlier, this place used to be the violence hub, but now you can see here this place has been turned into a tourist destination. In fact, I have some people with me from the Jammu and Kashmir. Will try to speak with them. आप मुझे बताइए कैसा आपको लग रहा है? अब हालांकि लाल चौक की अगर हम बात करें, पहले इस लाल चौक पर पहुंचना काफी मुश्किल होता था. यहाँ पे वायलेंस का हब हुआ करता था, लेकिन आज हम देख रहे हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पे प्रोजेक्ट वर्क्स हुए हैं, काफी स्मार्ट सिटी के प्रोजेक्ट चल रहे हैं. क्या कहेंगे इस पर?
देखिए, कश्मीर हैज वॉक्ड अ लॉन्ग वे आउट. आज ये पहला चुनाव है जब ऑल पार्टी हुर्रियत कॉन्फ्रेंस का दूर दूर तक कहीं नाम नहीं है. पहले एक इंडिकेशन हुआ करती थी कि किसको ऑल पार्टी हुर्रियत कॉन्फ्रेंस कहती है, उसकी जीतने की प्रोबेबिलिटी बढ़ जाया करती थी. लेकिन आज कोई बाइकआउट नहीं है. आज रात को 12-12 बजे तक लोग यहाँ घूमते हैं. और हमने देखा सुबह सुबह हम भी पोलिंग स्टेशन की तरफ रुख कर रहे हैं. यहाँ पर महिलाएं और सब लोग पोलिंग स्टेशन की तरफ रुख कर रहे हैं. पहली बार जिस तरह से यहाँ पे वोटिंग हुई थी, 61% आपने देखा वोटिंग जो है पहले चुनाव में हुई. और आज भी आप देखेंगे तमाम जगह पर पोलिंग जो है वो होगी। कश्मीर की अगर हम बात करें, खासकर जहाँ हम श्रीनगर में हैं, स्मार्ट सिटी के काफ़ी प्रोजेक्ट्स आपने सही बोला हुए हैं। सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि आज लोगों को बेरोज़गारी सबसे बड़ा यहाँ पर इशू है। स्मार्ट मीटर्स के बड़े बड़े बिल्स आ रहे हैं, वो बहुत बड़ा इशू है। इससे बड़ा इशू जो है वो ये है कि युवा आगे बढ़ना चाहता है, युवा अपना फ्यूचर जो है वो देख रहा है और इसीलिए वोट कास्ट कर रहा है। इंडिपेंडेंट्स इसीलिए कई ज़्यादा जो युवा चेहरे हैं वो सामने आए हैं। आपने देखा होगा दिग्गजों को वो जो है वो एक किस्म से कंटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, बताना चाहते हैं कि केवल जो पुरानी पार्टियां हैं वही नहीं हैं अब यहाँ पर मैदान में, जो नए चेहरे हैं वो भी सामने आ रहे हैं। बड़ी बात ये है कि कश्मीर अब जो है वो पूरे देश के साथ आगे बढ़ने को तैयार है।
आपको लग रहा है जो परिवारवाद की अगर हम बात करें, यहाँ पे अभी ऐसे कैंडिडेट्स खड़े हुए हैं जो परिवारवाद को ख़त्म करना चाहते हैं। काफ़ी टाइम से हम देख रहे हैं अब्दुल्ला एंड मुफ्ती जो हैं जम्मू कश्मीर में अपनी राजनीति चला रहे हैं। अभी आपको लग रहा है वो समय हुआ है, यहाँ के लोग खड़ा हुए हैं वो सब तोड़ने के लिए?
देखिए, परिवारवाद वर्ड तो खैर वो पूरे देश में ही इसी तरह से, लेकिन जो लोग सामने आए हैं वो सीधा सवाल पूछ रहे हैं। वो उमर अब्दुल्ला से सवाल पूछ रहे हैं, वो मुफ्ती से सवाल पूछ रहे हैं कि 70 साल में क्या बनाया आपने कश्मीर का। मैं भी यहाँ पर ये सवाल ज़रूर पूछना चाहूँगा कि क्या बनाया कश्मीर का। कश्मीर में आतंकवाद को लेके कौन जिम्मेवार था, कौन था, वो अब सब पास्ट की बातें हो गई, लेकिन युवाओं के लिए क्या किया आपने। आप आज क्या ज़रूरत पड़ रही है उमर अब्दुल्ला को दो जगह पे अपनी जो कंटेस्टेंट करने की, क्योंकि उन्हें लगता है कि लोकल कैंडिडेट्स के जो है लोकल यूथ उन्हें वहाँ पर एज इंडिपेंडेंट कैंडिडेट चैलेंज कर रहे हैं। कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि एक जगह से गांधरबल से अगर सपोज की कैटेगरी, उन्होंने पहले ही देख लिया किस तरह से इंजीनियर रशीद ने उन्हें जो है वो बारामूला में हरा दिया, और फिर क्या ज़रूरत पड़ गई उमर अब्दुल्ला को अपनी टोपी निकाल के लोगों के आगे रखने की और ये कहने की कि मुझे माफ़ कर दीजिए, मुझे एक बार मेरी इज्जत आपके दाव में है। अगर 70 साल में इन लोगों ने काम किया होता तो आज फिर इनको बाहर निकलने की भी जरूरत नहीं थी।
आखिरी चीज मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा, यहाँ की युवा पीढ़ी जो कि इससे पहले इलेक्शन बायकॉट के रैलीज करते थे, कैंपेन्स करते थे, लेकिन वही युवा अब अपना शिफ्ट जो है चेंज किया हुआ है, वो इलेक्शन की कैंपेन्स करते हैं। देर रात तक हमने देखा किस तरह से इलेक्शन कैंपेन्स कर रहे हैं। और एक चीज मैं पूछना चाहूंगा आपसे, अभी जो हम देख रहे हैं, चाहे अगर हम टेररिस्ट की बात करें, उनकी फैमिली मेंबर्स या स्टूडेंट पेल्टर्स, वो भी अभी नया कश्मीर का नारा लेके अभी बाहर निकले हैं, वो भी अपना वोट कास्ट कर रहे हैं।
निश्चित तौर पर युवा जो है वो समझ चुके हैं कि ये लोग तो अपने बच्चों को बाहर के कंट्रीज में रखते हैं और उन्हें जो है वो गलत नैरेटिव दिया जाता था, वो नैरेटिव अब ख़त्म हो चुका है। यहाँ का युवा, अब आप इस बात से समझ लीजिए, जो डाटा स्टैटिस्टिकल फिगर्स कहते हैं कि बिल्कुल भी मिलिटेंसी में कहीं भी दूर दूर तक अब नहीं जा रहे हैं। कुछ पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जो इन्फिल्ट्रेट करके आतंकवाद आए हुए हैं वो कहीं ना कहीं जम्मू प्रोविंस में कई इंसिडेंट्स कर रहे हैं, लेकिन कश्मीर का युवा अब आतंकवाद की तरफ नहीं जा रहा है। अब पत्थरबाजी पिछले 2-3 सालों में बिल्कुल ख़त्म हो गई है। यहाँ पर उन रैलीज में जाना, अब वो समझ चुके हैं कि अब अगर उन्हें जाना है तो अपने मुस्तकबिल के लिए जाना है, अपने फ्यूचर के लिए जाना है। और सबसे बड़ा, अगर यहाँ पर कोई सुकून की ज़िंदगी बिता रहा है तो मैं आपको बताऊँ, वो लाखों घर में बैठी जो माएँ हैं, जिन्हें पहले ये कभी फिक्र रहती थी, चिंता रहती थी कि उनका बेटा जो है जो बाहर गया है, वो उनका बेटा या भाई या उनका शोहर या उनका खामिद, वो क्या शाम को वापस आएगा। अब वो वक्त बदल चुका है। अब युवा क्या, यहाँ के स्थानीय लोग क्या, कोई भी उस तरफ नहीं जा रहे हैं, नए कश्मीर की तरफ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
Yes, thank you very much for speaking to the Republic. You have seen how the locals are happy with the development and change here in the Kashmir Valley. And back to your studios.
Right. Arawat, that's the Naya Kashmir that everyone is talking of today. In fact, let's now shift our focus to the Nowshera constituency. That's, of course, one of the key constituencies where Ravinder Raina, the BJP JNK chief, is contesting from. But before we tell you more about the constituency where Ravinder Raina is contesting from, seeking his re-election, of course, let's put out this news break. The NC alleging poll-related violence in Nowshera constituency. So yes, this is the same constituency where JNK BJP chief Ravinder Raina is seeking re-election. The National Conference workers are staging a protest against Ravinder Raina, saying that there has been voting has been slow in this constituency, alleging poll violence as well. The visuals on your screens from Nowshera constituency from one of the polling booths. Let's try and see if Gursimran is still with us. Gursimran, take us through the details known so far. NC making that charge that there is poll violence which is taking place in this constituency.
See, it was late last night when the NC made the allegation that BJP has resorted to the poll-linked violence in which the NC workers have got injured. They have said that the BJP workers have established the checkpoints at the various locations and are checking the vehicles. This was the same charge that was made last evening, day before yesterday, by the BJP on the national conference. And yesterday it was the national conference making the charge on the BJP. They are saying that the BJP is trying to use the men and the machinery to win this election because they have the high stakes, as their state chief Ravinder Raina is contesting from this very seat. Even now, as we speak, we are speaking from the Noniar polling station, where a couple of minutes ago we spoke to the National Conference candidate Surinder Chaudhary, who alleged that first, the polling is slow, and second, the conduct of the ECI officials here is not as it should be. He has said that he will be writing very soon to the Election Commission of India regarding the slow polling. He said that only 50 polls have been done in the first 2 hours of the polling. That clearly shows that slow polling is taking place, and they are using the BJP. He has alleged that is using the forces and the machinery to win the elections, as they have lost the ground. And yesterday night also similar thing happened. BJP, the NC alleged that their workers were thrashed by the BJP goons that were there. They have said that the BJP has established the checkpoints at the various locations and they thrashed their workers, after which the workers were admitted to the government hospital in the Nowshera, which have been further referred to for the advanced treatment. But yes, there have been incidents because this seat has an history. In 2014 as well, the BJP candidate Ravinder Raina alleged that he himself was attacked by the National Conference.
Yes, Gursimran, stay with us. Let's go across to Zeenat also. She's in Srinagar. Zeenat, Omar Abdullah is contesting on 2 seats, one from Badgam and the second from Gandarbal, the latter which is said to be Abdullah's bastion. How tough is the competition in these 2 constituencies where Omar Abdullah is contesting from?
See, Omar has recently tasted a defeat during the Lok Sabha polls in Baramulla, and this time it seems the move that Omar doesn't want to take any chance either from the Gandarbal or from the matter. That is why he chose to contest also from Badgam. It is more like hedging his bet on both the seats. At least he will be able to secure one. But will Gandarbal people again give Omar a chance, because Gandarbal has been the bastion of Sheikh family for decades together. And as far as the Badgam is concerned, Omar has contested earlier from the Birwa Badgam, where from he was elected as the MLA when he lost to Apni Party now candidate Ashraf Mir, who earlier was with the PDP, and Omar then lost this from the Sonwar constituency, where from I am reporting, and this polling station has always been known as Abdullah polling station, because most of the family members of the Abdullah's caste, they vote from here. But again, it seems that this time the National Conference, the main important point that the NC had been making in the manifesto is restoration of Article 370. It seems the NC is feeling the pulse of the people on ground, that what exactly the people of Kashmir want. That is why in their manifesto they're giving the preference to Article 370 restoration, and for which they also knocked the doors of Supreme Court. National Conference was the first party to knock the doors of the Supreme Court when the Article 370 and 35A was abrogated. Similarly, when seeing that the same line has also been pitched by the PDP, People's Democratic Party, which though is not much in competition this time, because it is more like the poll pundits. Those, if you read and study the elections of Jammu and Kashmir, and particularly the Srinagar elections, this has always been the National Conference elections as far as the Srinagar seats are concerned. But this time the BJP has given a complete turn in the Srinagar elections, after we see that the 44 independent candidates are in free. Though these candidates are lesser known faces, they won't be able to make it to the victory, but definitely they will play a role where you can see the vote division will
There seems to be a network problem, Zeenat. We'll come back to you in just a bit, but let's go across to Arawat. He's been reporting from Lal Chowk. Already I'm told Arawat is also not there. Gursimran, of course, continues to be with us. He's reporting from Nowshera. Gursimran, once again, take us through the latest that's coming in from the constituency. NC alleging poll violence in some of the polling booths in Nowshera.
Samiksha, I'm showing you the visuals of the Election Commission of India team that has arrived at the polling station after the issue was taken up by the National Conference candidate, in which he has alleged that there has been a slow polling, and now the officials, including the zonal magistrate of the Election Commission of India, has arrived here. He is speaking to the locals that what their grievances are, because what the NC also, you will see the massive deployment of the forces has also been done. It is the Sashastra Seema Bal along with the ITBP and the Jammu and Kashmir police that too has arrived at the spot, because what the local have said that there has been a delay in the polling that is taking place, and they have object to the checking of the documents by the force personals that are not authorized to. This is what the NC candidate has also said, that if the election commission officials that are conducting the polls inside the polling station, if they have no problem, then why some of the officials that are deployed only for the security duty, they are checking the documents. And now you will see the poll officials that have arrived here at the spot, including the zonal magistrate that is carrying out an extensive checks. Yes.
All right, Gursimran, we'll come back to you in just a bit. Arawat is back with us. He's been reporting from the Lal Chowk. Arawat, Lal Chowk represents the Naya Kashmir that the world is talking about. Give us a broad picture of the kind of development works that we've seen in the last few years, specifically after Article 370 revocation in Lal Chowk.
Absolutely, Samiksha. We have seen various development works here in the Srinagar street, including the Smart Street Srinagar. In fact, if we remember, here I am standing, this is the Gantagar area, which is the heart of the Srinagar street, and we have seen used to be the violence hub, but the things have changed on the ground. Now you can see here there are the developmental works here, and we have seen various projects under the Naya Kashmir, and we have seen here the people are here celebrating the democratic rights, and Republic will get you all the details from the various locations across Jammu and Kashmir. Keep watching the Republic TV.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Video ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಎಲ್ಲ video ಮಾಡ ಅಮ್ಮ ಯಾಕೆ ಪೂರ ಸೇರ್ತ ಕ್ಯೂ
The murder mystery of a Nepali woman named as Mahalakshmi has sent shockwaves through the city. Since her mother and elder sister saw her maggot-infested body, which was chopped into 50 pieces and was stuffed inside a refrigerator in her own house. This reminds us of Shraddha Walkar case in Delhi. Shraddha Walkar was a 28-year-old girl who was murdered by her own boyfriend, whose name was Aftab, and her body was cut into 35 pieces. Here, the lady named as Mahalakshmi, it is said that a person who was in friendship with her was murdered her, but the police have not concluded anything. Her estranged husband named as Hemant Das suspects the involvement of a barber who is from Uttarakhand who used to work in Nelamangala. It is said that he suspects that the barber was in an affair with Mahalakshmi. The husband, estranged husband, says, I got to know that she was in an affair with a man who is from Uttarakhand and working in a saloon in Nelamangala. And this Hemant Das also says that he came to know about this affair in April-May. And after that, Hemant Das, who owns a mobile accessory shop, has also lodged a complaint against Mahalakshmi, and he starts staying away from Mahalakshmi. And he also says that Mahalakshmi used to frequently harass him for money, and many incidents of domestic violence has also happened between them. And he also says that Mahalakshmi used to visit him once in a month to see her daughter. their 4-year-old daughter used to live with Hemant Das. And Mahalakshmi used to live separately from Hemant Das in Vayali Kaval. Hemant Das used to.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
State set for second phase of polling in JNK. Omar Abdullah, Ravinder Raina among the key candidates. Prime Minister Modi leads BJP's poll campaign in Haryana as he's all set to address a mega rally today. Odisha assault victim narrates her ordeal, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and brutally assaulted by the cops. Republic takes the lead in Tirupati Laddu controversy. Exclusive documents show how tender conditions were tweaked by Jagan Mohan Reddy government. Israel's extensive strikes on Hezbollah terror dens. Israeli military says Hezbollah's missile and rocket unit top commander killed in strikes. And we begin first up with the latest from the Middle East. Israel has launched a brutal assault on Hezbollah terror group in Lebanon that has targeted more than 1,500 terror dens. In fact, more than 500 lives have been lost in Lebanon as a result of back-to-back airstrikes and blasts.
In the last 24 hours, Israel has attacked over 1,600 terror targets in Lebanon.
In the last 24 hours, Israel has attacked 1,600 terror targets in Lebanon. By phone call, by radio broadcasts, by websites and text messages, the IDF has urged civilians to move out of harm's way. The images prove that Hezbollah are hiding arms caches inside civilian homes. We see secondary explosions of Hezbollah weapon stockpiles, of munitions, of long-range cruise missiles, of drones, rocket launchers, thousands of them.
Israel continues to say that they have always preferred a diplomatic resolution, but that Hezbollah has refused one.
Will always prefer a diplomatic resolution, but for 11.5 months now, Hezbollah have refused one. The Lebanese government are unfortunately unable to put any pressure whatsoever on Hezbollah, and this Iranian axis of evil that has formed a stranglehold around Israel. It's a ring of armed terror organizations.
Israel and Hezbollah have been trading fire since the Israel-Hamas war began last year in October. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says that the war against Hezbollah will continue.
אנחנו נמשיך להכות בחיזבאללה. ואני אומר לעם בלבנון, המלחמה שלנו לא איתכם, המלחמה שלנו עם חיזבאללה. נסראללה מוביל אתכם לסף התהום. אמרתי לכם אתמול להתפנות מהבתים שבהם הוא שם לכם טיל בסלון ורקטה בגראז'. מי שיש לו טיל בסלון ורקטה בגראז' לא יהיה לו בית. אבל אני אומר לכם דבר נוסף, הוא גורם לכך שהמדינה שלכם נמצאת בסכנה. תשתחררו מהלפיתה של חיזבאללה.
The recent Israeli strikes have resulted in mass exodus in Lebanon.
يعني لا شك الظروف اليوم جد استثنائية بالعدوان اللي عم نشهده اليوم. صيدا آلاف النازحين عم نشوفهم على الطرقات اليوم بالساحات نايمين. البلدية استنفرت غرفة العمليات من صباح الأمس. فتحنا تقريبا بحدود 14 مركز إيواء. اليوم في عنا بحدود 3000 نازح موجودين بقلبهم اللي عم نحاول بعد نأمن لهم مراكز إيواء بيوازوا هذا العدد. في عنا حاجات أساسية غير متوفرة يعني لحديت هلا يمكن maximum 700 فرشة.
The community has now come together to help each other.
عم نجرب نساعد بقد ما فينا كرمال نخفف عن الناس ونقول انه نحن حدكم وشو ما بدكم نحن قادرين نساعدكم وانه كلنا سوا بهالمرحله وانه ان شاء الله الله رد رح تقطع.
But how long will the common man continue to pay the price?
And a news break that's coming in. US Intel has issued a warning to former President Donald Trump about a real assassination threat from Iran. This threat, reportedly linked to past tensions with Iran, has further heightened security concerns for Donald Trump. His campaign has stated that the threat remains serious, with US agencies on high alert to prevent any potential attack. So that's a US intel warning saying that there is a deeper plot targeting Donald Trump and that there is a real assassination threat that he faces. Let's go across to our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, joining us. Abhishek, good morning. We've seen, of course, 2 back-to-back assassination attempts on Donald Trump in the last 60 days. That being said, the US intel now saying that there is a real assassination threat from Iran on Donald Trump's life.
Well, yes, Samiksha. So we are getting this information from the Trump campaign itself. The Trump-Vance campaign has released a statement saying that the former president has been briefed by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence and that there is credible intelligence that there is a real threat to President Trump's life from Iran-based operatives or Iran-backed terrorists or assassins. Now, what is important is that it seems that the U.S. intelligence is getting proactive, and after 2 attempts that were made on President Trump's life in the last 2 months, they are proactively protecting the former president. I think, but what is important is that even this could be open to political interpretation, because in the earlier instances, for example, in the latest one, when President Trump was thought to be targeted at his golf course in Florida, the person who made that attempt has had some kind of connection with Ukrainian activism or has indulged in activism on the side of Ukraine, and perhaps he ideologically thought that former President Trump coming back to Washington, D.C. and Capitol would perhaps dilute U.S. backing of Ukraine in the ongoing war in Europe. So I think the Republicans might see in this an attempt to divert attention and to take it towards the Iranian side. But nevertheless, the fact that the topmost levels of intelligence are getting involved and forewarning about the possible attempts at on the life of Trump clearly suggests that he is a high-value target, irrespective of what is the ideological motivation for those trying to get to Trump and to take his life. I think this has had some bearing already on the U.S. presidential election, Samiksha, and the fact that Biden had to pass on the baton to Kamala Harris. It would be interesting how this pans out from here on.
All right, Abhishek, thank you for the moment. So this threat warning coming with just 2 months to go for the US elections. We shift focus to the other global stories that we are tracking. And in news that's coming in, dozens of protesters carried out demonstration outside United Nations building demanding justice for victims of Iran's authoritarian regime. Here's a detailed report.
The Iranian-American community gathered outside the United Nations. They held various placards and images calling out Iran's supreme leader. Effigies of Iran's supreme leader were placed in the protesting area.
Iranian people are paying the price inside of Iran heavily, and we are no different than them, and we are going to be here to the end until this regime is changed.
Protesters say that Iran's regime represents a snake of war and terror in the region.
The message to the world is that stand on the side of the people of Iran who represent the future, who represent the very ideals of the people. Don't stand and don't give platform to the Iran regime, because they only represent the head of the snake of war and terror in the region.
Several supporters of the MEK Iranian exile group seek to overthrow Iran's government. The MEK, suspected of attacks against US officials in 1970, initially opposed the rule of Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi and now operates under a variety of names, such as the National Council of Resistance of Iran and the People's Mujahideen Organization of Iran.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
China has launched a Smart Dragon 3 carrier rocket from the waters near the city of Heiang in East China's Shandong province on placing 8 satellites into planned orbit. The commercial rocket, also known as Zhilong 3, blasted off at
10:31 Beijing time, carrying Tianyi 41 and other satellites. This at the Taiwan Satellite Launch Center, which is headquartered inland in North China's Shanxi province, carried out this offshore launch, which marks 4th flight mission for Smart Dragon 3 carrier rocket series. Now, while addressing in United Nations, world leaders including Joe Biden, China, Colombo, Iran and even Qatar have expressed concerns over the escalation in war in the Middle East, especially after the back-to-back blasts that have hit Lebanon, claiming lives of more than 500 people and leaving at least 2,000 others injured.
Israel has launched a brutal offensive on Lebanon. It claims to have targeted over 1,600 Hezbollah dens. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu said that Israel will continue to target Hezbollah.
אנחנו נמשיך להכות בחיזבאללה. ואני אומר לעם בלבנון, המלחמה שלנו לא איתכם, המלחמה שלנו עם חיזבאללה. נסראללה מוביל אתכם לסף התהום. אמרתי לכם אתמול להתפנות מהבתים שבהם מושם לכם טיל בסלון.
The world is concerned. American President Joe Biden said that the world is determined to prevent a wider war.
Since October 7, we've also been determined to prevent a wider war that engulfs the entire region. Hezbollah, unprovoked, joined the October 7th attack, launching rockets into Israel. Almost a year later, too many on each side of the Israeli-Lebanon border remain displaced. A full-scale war is not in anyone's interest. Even if the situation has escalated, a diplomatic solution is still possible.
China is shocked by Israel's actions.
中方高度关注当前利益紧张局势，对有关军事行动造成大量人员伤亡深感震惊。中方反对侵犯黎巴嫩主权和安全的行为，反对和谴责一切伤及无辜平民的行动。
Colombian president said that the death of Gaza and Lebanon will be the death of humanity.
El control de la humanidad sobre la base de la barbarie está en construcción y su demostración es Gaza, el Líbano. Cuando muera Gaza, morirá la humanidad toda.
Joining the world leaders, Iran too condemned Israel's barbarism.
با ابراز نگرانی از گسترش جنگ در منطقه و مخاطرات انسانی و آوارگی مردم جنوب لبنان، دولت جمهوری اسلامی ایران جنایت رژیم صهیونیستی در فلسطین، غزه و لبنان را به شدت محکوم می‌کند و این حملات را مصداق بارز تهدید جدی علیه صلح، امنیت، بشریت و انسانیت می‌داند.
While the Emir of Qatar has called the war a genocide.
إن ما يتعرض له الشعب الفلسطيني في قطاع غزة اليوم من عدوان سافر هو الأشد همجية وبشاعة والأكثر انتهاكا للقيم الإنسانية والمواثيق والأعراف الدولية. ليست هذه حربا بمفهوم الحرب المعروف والمتداول في العلاقات الدولية، بل هي جريمة إبادة بأحدث الأسلحة لشعب محاصر في معسكر اعتقال.
The world has expressed its concerns, but will these leaders do anything to stop the war?
Now, news that's coming in from Sri Lanka after the country's successful presidential poll results. Anura Kumari has taken charge. He's appointed a woman prime minister, making her the country's first woman to head the government in 24 years.
The Sri Lankan presidential polls results were declared on Sunday. Anura Kumara Dissanayake took charge as president. A day after the presidential swearing-in ceremony, Anura Dissanayake appointed a woman prime minister. Harini Amarasuriya was sworn in as 16th prime minister and the first woman to head a government after 24 years. A distinguished academic and activist, through her activism in many social causes, Harini Amarasuriya entered politics. She joined the National People Power and participated in parliamentary sessions. As Prime Minister, she has replaced Dinesh Gunawardena. The elections come after the economic upheaval and crisis that hit Sri Lanka in 2022. Sri Lankans rejected the old political guard to recover from the crisis that the country is facing.
Now, there have been back-to-back blasts that have rocked Lebanon in the last few days, claiming lives of at least 500 people. Israeli forces remain on the offensive, saying that they will continue with their offensive until Hezbollah is completely eliminated. Stay tuned, as at 9 a.m. we'll get you our ground reports from Beirut.
"13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Now, a new airline is set to enter the Indian aviation sector. Shank Air from Uttar Pradesh has already got the nod from the Union Aviation Ministry and aims to provide affordable travel opportunities to the consumers. Take a look at this report.
A new chapter in Indian aviation is set to unfold as Shank Air gets a green light from the Union Aviation Ministry. This is the latest airline to emerge from the state of Uttar Pradesh and plans to establish hubs in Lucknow and Noida. It promises to connect major cities across the country with major focus on interstate and intrastate routes. The airline says it will offer affordable air travel options to even underserved regions. While the Union Aviation Ministry has issued a no objection certificate, the airline is awaiting an approval from the Director General of Civil Aviation. The announcement of Shank Air comes at a crucial time as India aims to become a global aviation leader by 2030. By 2047, an estimated 3,500 new aircrafts are expected to be added, with over 2,700 of these serving domestic routes. This will connect smaller cities to major hubs, boost local economies, and create more travel options. Shank Air is not just an airline. It is a step toward realizing India's ambitions in global aviation.
Srinagar has finally ended a decade-long hiatus in assembly polls as the voting here began at around 7 a.m. It's a direct fight of National Conference, the traditional party of Jammu and Kashmir, with PDP and also now Apni party that was created post-abrogation of Article 370. Today, the big leaders are in fray, from National Conference Vice President Omar Abdullah to Altaf Bukhari and to Congress Chief Tariq Hamid Karra. More on the story, keep watching Republic TV.
Director, the taste of success.
Welcome back, and in news that we're tracking from the world of sports, India has made history by clinching its first ever gold medal in the 45th Chess Olympiad. It was a nail-biting final round in which D. Gunesh, Arjun Iragasi and Pragananda dominated their matches. We spoke exclusively to them. Take a look at our exclusive conversation.
India's men's chess team scripted history in Budapest at the Chess Olympiad, the first ever gold in the open category. And one of the champions of the team is joining us on Republic TV. This is Arjun Iragasi. Thank you so much for joining us here at Republic TV, Arjun, and many congratulations. The entire country is proud of you. Now, the heroes welcome. All of you have received the ones who have returned to India. How does it feel to see the celebrations back home? The way all your names have been trending on social media. Your reels have been going viral. The popularity of chess has shot up. How does it feel to be part of this historic moment?
Hello, thank you so much. Yeah, I heard from my friends that they're receiving like huge warm receptions back in India. Unfortunately, I'm coming like much later, so I'll be missing out on that. But I'm also seeing on social media that it's going viral, and I'm very happy with the attention chess is receiving, and I hope chess will continue to grow further and further after this.
And tell us more about these celebrations. Was it planned that you're going to, pull out, pull it up like Rohit Sharma or like Messi, that celebration that went viral when you were approaching the trophy, and also, dancing to Tunak Tunak, like the Bhangra, moves, they're going viral apart from the moves on the chessboard. So was it all decided that you're going to dance on this song and, you're going to, was it choreographed or was it just impromptu?
No, it was just a plan. It was just an idea by team player Vidit Gujrati.
Okay.
And he's, I think, pretty good at this. And yeah, we all decided to go ahead with it.
So you partied hard, it seems, that after the victory, and of course, quite deservingly.
We did, yeah. We slept very late that day.
Okay. And how's the atmosphere in the team? Because it's such a young team. All of you are so young. Many of you are in your teens. Some are just 20, even in the women's team. So how do you really, guys, team up? What is the strength of this team? Because there's a lot of camaraderie that's on display.
Exactly. We know each other for quite a long time now. And we have had the exact same team in the Asian Games last year. So we share a very good bonding, and I think that is one of the key factors that helped us, do so well. Like there are some teams like Armenia who have always done well in the Olympiad despite not having such a strong team because they share like great team camaraderie. So yeah, I knew this would be a key factor.
Yes, and Arjun, you broke into the top 3 of the world rankings, the FIDE rankings. You were at the live world ranking number 3. This is something that we've been seeing that India has been doing quite well. But about you, we want to know, how did it really start? How did you discover chess? I think it was quite, from a very young age that you discovered this love for chess. You were introduced to chess. But tell us more about that story.
So it started out in Tirupati when I was a kid, like 3-4 years. My teacher noticed that I'm very good with maths. So she suggested my parents to enroll me in chess. But there it was not possible. And after we moved to Warangal, when I was like 7, 8, that is when my parents enrolled me in chess. But it was not just chess. They enrolled me like in a few different things, swimming, skating, music, dance, etc. And I liked chess the most. I was spending hours and hours on it. So that's how the journey began.
I was reading in one of the interviews that your mother said that it calmed you down. So were you a naughty child or an angry kid? And did chess really help you with your personality?
Yeah, I was a naughty child with no patience at all. I used to get impatient very quickly. And I think that's one of my biggest learnings in life from chess. That I have learned to be patient now.
And of course, the game of chess demands an enormous amount of patience, concentration, and focus. But what do you really do before any game? How do you really try to focus? What's your secret? What's your mantra?
Apart from the preparation for the game, I don't really have anything specific to say on this. I just focus on the game. Like during the game, I think about nothing else but what's happening on the pitch.
Polling has just begun in the parts of the Jammu and Kashmir. 6 districts of the Kashmir Valley are going for the polling today. We have seen from yesterday that all the security arrangements are in place. Republic will get you all the details from various locations of the Jammu and Kashmir. Keep watching the Republic TV.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
We are live and breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. We're getting some reactions coming in from Jammu and Kashmir as polling is underway. Let's go to that first.
So, MEA has invited foreign diplomats to check the elections here.
I don't know why foreigners should be asked to check elections. When foreign governments comment, then Government of India says this is an internal matter for India. Now suddenly they want foreign observers to come and look at our elections. These are an internal matter for us. We don't need their certificate. And also, this participation is not because of Government of India. It's in spite of everything Government of India did. They have humiliated people. They have used all the machinery of the government to detain and harass people. In spite of that, people are coming and participating in elections. So this is not something Government of India should be highlighting. But anyway, that's the way they are.
So today is a very important day for you as you're fighting from both.
All election days are important. It's not about me. It's about the party as a whole. Therefore, first phase was as important. Third phase will be as important. Yes, I've got a personal stake in this, but for the party, all three phases are important.
You are going to participate in 2 constituencies here. How much you are confident you will get a positive results for both constituencies? Yeah.
उम्मीद पे दुनिया कायम है. I'm quietly hopeful. The rest is first in the hands of the Almighty and then in the hands of the voters. So let's see.
Mahbub Mufti, according to her, that bogus voting in Ganderbal area. And she also, Mahideen wrote a letter to Election Commission India to investigate.
Please investigate. I can't help it if their candidates have not been able to sort of make the impact that they had expected. It's not my fault that people have withdrawn from the election campaign in my favor. PDP was very happy to be the recipient of Apni Party's support in Badgam until Mahideen Muntazir Sahab went against his party and announced his support for me personally. After that, PDP got upset and then started attacking us and the Apni Party. PDP has clearly seen the writing on the wall. Forget about Badgam and Ganderbal. They'll be lucky to win even in Bijbihara. So I don't want to say much about it.
Rahul Gandhi is also coming today here.
Badi achhi baat hai na, good. I hope that after Rahul is done campaigning in 1 or 2 seats in Kashmir, he focuses in Jammu. Ultimately, what the Congress does in Kashmir is not that important. What the Congress does in Jammu is important. And unfortunately, Congress hasn't done as much in the plains of Jammu as we would expect them to do. The lion's share of the seats that the alliance gave in Jammu was to the Congress party. Yet the Congress's campaign in Jammu is yet to begin, and there are only 5 days of campaigning. So I hope that after Rahul is done campaigning on this 1 seat in the valley, the Congress focuses all its attention in the plains of Jammu.
What about the overall Jammu and Kashmir political situation? BJP claims that the government is dependent upon the Jammu.
Government is dependent on?
Whosoever will be.
अब अभी government बनी नहीं ना अब. 8 अक्टूबर के बाद government बनने दीजिए फिर बात करेंगे.
Thank you.
Okay. चलो. Okay.
All right, viewers, we heard Omar Abdullah speaking there. One of the key candidates in the phase 2 of the Jammu and Kashmir polls, speaking on the elections. I want to go across to our reporters who are joining us live right now. We have Gursimran, we have Zeenat and Arava joining us live. Let's go straight across to my colleague Gursimran first. Gursimran, this has been a very important phase because there are a lot of key candidates. We just saw a short while back that Omar Abdullah was speaking. If you could take our viewers through what the key candidates are saying. We are also seeing many allegations come out in the front. We saw there was some kind of drama which happened in Nowshera a short while back. Please take us through the latest details.
See, right now we are in the Langar area of the Nowshera where the polling is underway and the smooth polling is underway. Though there have been allegations by the National Conference candidate that at the two polling stations there have been slow polling that is taking place. But now the people have turned out in the large numbers, and as we continue to show you the visuals, the adequate security arrangements have been put in place. We have seen time and again that the people, they are turning out in the large numbers to cast their votes. Here also in the border area of the Nowshera, the women are also turning up since early morning, and we will try to speak to the youth as well, what they have to say, what are their issues that they are going to vote for. मुझे ये बात सर आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, किन इश्यूज को लेकर आप वोट करें? पार्टी का नाम नहीं, इश्यूज क्या है?
इश्यूज है यही है कि मतलब रोजगार मिलना चाहिए लोगों को, जो महंगाई में कंट्रोल होना चाहिए, हर चीज में मतलब हर एक चीज मतलब जो है पेंडिंग है, जो नहीं हो पा रही है।
बेसिक इश्यूज पे वोट करेंगे?
बेसिक यही है, बेरोजगारी ये होना चाहिए, जो नए युवा उनको नौकरी वगैरह सब कुछ मिले।
अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट एंड राइजिंग इन्फ्लेशन कंटिन्यूज टू बी इशू। सर आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, युवाओं के लिए क्या इश्यूज हैं?
सर देखिए, यहाँ पे हमारी पंचायत के इशू हैं वो सॉल्व होने चाहिए, और हमारे जो बेरोजगारी है उस मुद्दे पे बात होनी चाहिए। हमारे जो डेवलपमेंट के काम जो नहीं हो पा रहे हैं उस पे बात होनी चाहिए।
So see, it's the development and also the inflation along with the local issues, that is the panchayat level issues that are prevailing during the polls, and the people, they have lined up since early morning to cast their vote. Even as we speak, you will see that the security deployment has been done to a large level, because this area is a border area and this is very close to the Indo-Pakistan line of control, and that's why you will find the massive deployment of the Sashastra Seema Bal along with the Jammu and Kashmir police in every nook and corner of this place, so that any threat that is being posed by the adversary or any such plot by the adversary, that can be foiled well within the time. If we speak of this seat, this is the hot seat in Jammu and Kashmir, because here none other than the BJP state president, BJP, which claims to that they will be forming the government on their own, their state president is contesting from this very seat, Ravinder Raina, who won this seat in 2014 when the last time the assembly elections were held in Jammu and Kashmir. That tenure was for 6 years, and now as we speak, once again the voting is underway, and his arch rival Surinder Chaudhary is this time, who was earlier from the People's Democratic Party in 2014, has switched the sides, went to BJP in between, now is in the National Conference and is posing a strict challenge to the BJP state chief. Yes.
Yes, Gursimran. Absolutely. We have reporters on the ground. We have Gursimran, we have Arawat, and we have Zeenat, all of them joining us from the ground, getting us a mood. And I just want to go and play this reaction coming in, and then I'll go back to reporters who are in prime locations getting us the top updates.
एक त्यौहार के रूप में पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर में मनाया जा रहा है, और जिस तरीके से लोगों का भरोसा आज डेमोक्रेटिक सेटअप में आ गया है, मैं मानता हूँ ये बहुत ही अच्छी एक पहल है। और आज जब लोग जाएंगे और वोट करेंगे, मुझे उम्मीद है इस बार डेवलपमेंट को वोट देंगे, ना कि किसी सेंटिमेंट को, क्योंकि लोगों को यहाँ डेवलपमेंट चाहिए। इन सेंटिमेंट की वजह से यहाँ इतने हालात ख़राब हुए, और आज जिस तरीके से वोटिंग लोग जोग दर जोग जा रहे हैं, मुझे उम्मीद है इस बार तमाम रिकॉर्ड्स इस बार टूट जाएंगे और डेमोक्रेसी की विजय होगी, और अच्छे लोग जीत के आएंगे और नए लोग जीत के आएंगे।
All right, let's go back to my colleagues joining us. We have Zeenat and we have Arawat. Let's go to Zeenat. Zeenat, if you can hear me, I'm coming to you right now, and you're in Srinagar. If you could take our viewers through what is happening around you. We know that when many central areas are going to polls, it's going to be very important given the fact that Srinagar has been a huge point of activity. In fact, let's go to Lal Chowk first. Let's go to Lal Chowk in the heart of Srinagar. Arawat, if you can hear me, Lal Chowk, you know, a very important place, a new constituency, a young constituency. Take us through what is happening where you are.
Yeah, absolutely. We are here at the Lal Chowk. This is the heart of the Srinagar city, and you can see here, which was my VG is showing you, there are the security personnel standing here. And we have seen from yesterday all the officers from the Jammu and Kashmir police and other sister concerned security agencies are on alert, and you have seen the arrangements are all are done. And after some time, we have been told by the Apni party leaders that the Sayyid Mahmood Altaf Bukhari will arrive here at this location to cast his vote. If we'll go through this constituency, which is here we are standing at the heart of the Srinagar, which is the Lal Chowk. We have seen the candidates from BJP, Engineer Ejaz, and along with the Jammu Kashmir National Conference's candidate, that the Ahsan Pardesi is in neck-to-neck competition here, as we have seen that all the security arrangements have also been done and everything is being monitored. All the locations, all the streets which leads to election booths are being monitored by the CCTV surveillance. From yesterday, we have seen that around the clock, we have seen the Jammu and Kashmir police officials and other district administration officials are monitoring the things on ground very closely, as we have seen from the various locations. This Lal Chowk has remained the hub of the violence and the other anti-national activities, but things have changed on the ground. We have seen that the people who used to be the part of the violence have now changed their shift focus to development of the Kashmir, as we have seen that the Prime Minister's Naya Kashmir. We have seen various projects here after the abrogation of Article 370, various projects under the Smart Street Srinagar, and we have seen it indicates that the people of Kashmir have chosen now ballot box earlier, who will choose the guns and the violence stones, but we have seen now the people of Kashmir are coming up to cast their vote for the betterment and the development of the Naya Kashmir. Yeah, back to your studios.
All right. Yes, Arnab. Let's go to Zeenat now. In fact, before we go to Zeenat, we have some reactions coming in. Let's go to those reactions coming in from the ground as key candidates are contesting, and then we'll go back to our colleague Zeenat in Srinagar.
ये क्या हो रहा है आप बताइए।
ये देखिए यहाँ पे सिक्योरिटी जो लगी है, इनका इंचार्ज है मिस्टर विकास ढिल्लन के, क्या नाम है, देखना नाम क्या है इसका, है विकास दमन है, ये ऐसा ही है। और इनकी जो एसएसपी का काम थोड़ा है कि यहाँ पे आई कार्ड चेक करना, आई कार्ड तो हमने चेक करना। वो पहली बात है, अगर लोगों के पास आई कार्ड नहीं है तो ये कसूर किसका है? बीएलओ का, आपके उसका स्टाफ का, आरओ की गलती है। लोगों को इन्फॉर्म करना चाहिए था, आपने अवेयर क्यों नहीं किया लोगों को? ये इतने लगे थे, लेडीज खड़ी हैं, जेंट्स खड़े हैं, लाइनों में खड़े हैं, गर्मी में खड़े हैं, ना तो टेंट लगाया इनके लिए। टेंट किसने लगाया? इलेक्शन कमीशन लगाया। इतना पैसा आता है, किस लिए आता है? ना कोई टेंट लगाया, ना कुछ लगाया। और यहाँ पे आप लोगों को कह रहे हो जी आई कार्ड देखो, वहाँ से मशीनें स्लो हैं। ये तो धांधली, शरेआम धांधली है।
तो आप स्लो पोलिंग की बात कह रहे हैं?
मैं वही तो कह रहा हूँ कि देखिए हर जगह लोगों अंदर लोगों को नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा है, जान के डिले किया जा रहा है। उसके साथ साथ वहाँ पे पोलिंग जो है वो मशीनें जो स्लो की हुई हैं ताकि लोग कम पोलिंग हो। तो ये तो मजाक बन गया।
आपने इलेक्शन कमीशन से बात की?
मैं अभी करता हूँ, लेकिन ये यहाँ पे देखिए, ये मेरा खुद का पोलिंग जहाँ मेरा
रिटर्निंग ऑफिसर से आपकी बात?
हाँ, आरओ से मेरी बात हुई है। आरओ को मैंने बोला है, मैंने कहा ये क्या हो रहा है, मजाक बन रहा हुआ है, ये क्यों यहाँ पे लोगों को तंग। और आरओ ने खुद कहा कि कोई आई कार्ड की प्रूफ की जरूरत नहीं है, वहाँ फोटो लगे हुए हैं। आपने फोटो किसने लगाए हुए वोटिंग लिस्ट पे? वोटिंग को मैच करिए, उसके बाद आप आई कार्ड की जरूरत ही नहीं है।
इलेक्शंस की बात करें, सेकंड कैंडिडेट जो है आपके अगेंस्ट, वो बीजेपी स्टेट चीफ हैं, कितने होपफुल हैं?
सर बीजेपी अगर वो जीतने वाला होता तो ये हथकंडे ना अपनाते ना। इसका मतलब बीजेपी हारी हुई है निशारा के अंदर। अब वो अपने हारे हुए कैंडिडेट को जिताना चाहते हैं। जिस कैंडिडेट ने 10 साल यहाँ शक्ल नहीं दिखाई, लोग उसके खिलाफ हैं, और यहाँ ये एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन पूरी मिलके, सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस मिलके उसको जिताना चाहते हैं। ये कौन सी डेमोक्रेसी है? ये कौन से इलेक्शनों की आप बात कर रहे हो?
All right, let's go to Zeenat now from Srinagar. Zeenat, I'm coming across to you right now. What is happening where you are? 61% turnout in the first phase of elections. What are the numbers looking like as voters are lining up to cast their ballot?
See, right now we are reporting from the polling station where Omar Abdullah along with the family members will be arriving to cast his vote. We are reporting from the Sonwar constituency, and the polling here began at 7 in the morning, and we are seeing the voters making their move towards the polling stations. This election is going to be very interesting and very important for all the political parties, traditional parties in Jammu and Kashmir, who have been a targeting center for a long time, that they have been disempowered. The people have been disempowered. The government is not of their local government is not there. The people from Delhi, as recently the Rahul Gandhi or even the Farooq Abdullah, Mehbooba Mufti have been telling in their speeches targeting central that the Jammu and Kashmir is ruled by the Viceroy. But this election will tell that whether the government will be of the alliance partners or people will prefer giving chance to the others. This is interesting. Then we see the national conference leader, vice president himself, checking his luck and trying to contest from both the seats how these elections will turn in Omar Abdullah's favor. That time will turn. We are seeing the PDP also training all the guns towards the national conference to woo voters, to help the PDP to form the government. They pitched that it was PDP rule that helped the people to ease the situation on ground. They removed many quota and other things. They withdrawn some 12,000 FIRs when they were in government. Then we see Altaf Bukhari making the claims that there is the need of development on the ground, for which he is working. He will provide the free electricity, which is again an issue this time for the population in Jammu and Kashmir. And now we are inching towards the winters when the electric crisis will be more. All these tall promises are being made, all the political parties in the Jammu and Kashmir while campaigning all this month to woo the voters. Today is a D-Day for all those candidates who are in fray. As we know that there are some 93 candidates, and out of which 44 are independent candidates. More of the number of the independent candidates on ground is to divide the vote on ground, because it won't be easy for all those leaders who have been maintaining their constituencies for the last two to three term MLAs, because this time we see in the same constituency like Khaniyar, which has been the bastion of Ali Muhammad Sagar, who has been contesting from the constituency since 1987 and is known a veteran leader of national conference. There you see some 6 to 7 independent candidates in fray. From Omar Abdullah, where he is contesting, again 5 to 6 from the Badgam. So it's a day of national conference, as the political pundits have already predicted. Now needs to see how much vote share they will gain in this phase of elections.
Right. Okay. Zeenat, I'll come back to you in a moment. I just want to go across to my other colleague who's joining us, Gursimran from Nowshera. And Gursimran, a very important place where you are, where BJP state chief Ravinder Raina is contesting, taking on the PDP, the NC, and he was right there where you are. Take us through what he has said and how the BJP's campaign has been before the phase 2 of polls. PM Modi was a star campaigner for the BJP, along with Amit Shah, who had conducted many rallies.
See, when it comes to the BJP's national leadership campaigns, it is, when it compares to any other political party, it was beyond comparison, because the BJP has gone full throttle. But when it comes to the Ravinder Raina himself, Ravinder Raina was the face that the BJP was completely relying upon in 2014, that his aura that he carries along with him, that will be sufficient enough to win him a seat. But this time it is altogether different. His unavailability for the people of the Nowshera, he being in Jammu as the state chief of the BJP, this has haunted the BJP a lot. And this is the sole reason that today this seat from where the BJP state president is contesting is witnessing a tough contest. The NC has fielded Surinder Chaudhary. Surinder Chaudhary was the candidate in 2014 as well against Ravinder Raina, but then he was in the People's Democratic Party. From PDP he resigned, he joined the Bharatiya Janata Party. When he saw that he was not being given ticket in the assembly polls, he switched the sides a couple of years ago and joined the National Conference. Now the National Conference gave him a ticket and he is contesting from this constituency. If we speak of the overall scenario of this very constituency, there is a neck-to-neck, complete neck-to-neck fight. While the Ravinder Raina is relying upon the Brahmin votes, Surinder Chaudhary is mostly relying upon the Jat votes. And the other votes here that is very important is the Sikh votes that are here, that are going to be a deciding factor for this constituency. Now, if we speak of the today's voting, the voting percentage is yet to come out for the first phase. If we speak, it will be in the next 12 to 15 minutes. There will be the elections that there will be the first polling percentage that will be coming, and then we will be looking into it, that how things will move out.
Right. All right, let's go to Arawat. Gursimran, Arawat, coming across to you. Arawat in Lal Chowk. Arawat, very special. Lal Chowk is very special. I told our viewers it's one of the young constituencies, but the BJP has redeveloped the major area around the clock tower, the markets, via the Smart City project. Very important place where you are. Have voters turned up? If you could talk to them and let us know what they feel as phase 2 of polling has begun a short while back.
Yeah, absolutely. We are here at the Lal Chowk polling station, and you can see here in the visuals the voters are going inside the polling station. And if my VG can pan camera to this side, you can see here the visuals in which you can here able to see the voters are going inside the polling station. As we have seen, this is the important seat, which is the Lal Chowk. As we have seen, this Lal Chowk has remained the previous history with the violence, but the things have changed on the ground. Now we have seen various smart city projects here in the Srinagar's Lal Chowk and other adjoining areas, and we have seen the people are coming out from their homes. Earlier it was not that much of the people who were coming out from the homes, but the things have changed now. The people how now coming out from their homes to cast their vote, and we have been told by the party leaders of the Apni party that the Sayyid Muhammad Altaf Bukhari, the richest candidate in the Jammu and Kashmir, it will come here after some time, anytime from now, and the things have been made functional here, and you can see the arrangements, how the security persons are standing here, and everything is being monitored by the CCTV surveillance, and we have seen the flying squads are also working on the ground from the various locations in the Srinagar city as well as from the other adjoining areas. We have seen from yesterday that the polling staff have been arrived at the various locations, including the 6 districts of the Jammu and Kashmir. We have seen that the polling have begun from the 7 a.m. and we have seen that the voters are coming out from in the number. We have seen good numbers in the first phase. Now the second phase have started this morning, and we have seen the people are continuously coming out from their home to cast their vote for the development of their Naya Kashmir. Back to your studios.
All right. Hold on there, Arnab. We're getting some big breaking updates coming in right now, where Omar Abdullah had spoken a short while back, and he has launched a critique, I repeat, a big critique against the Congress, claiming that the party has failed to deliver on its promises for Jammu. Abdullah argues that Congress has not made the expected progress in the region. This is a very big update coming in right now, Republic TV viewers, where we are learning that Omar Abdullah has launched a critique against the Congress. And this is the reason this is very important is because remember that NCA and Congress do have an alliance there for this election. I just want to tell our viewers that this is coming in as Omar Abdullah has spoken just a short while back. We showed you that entire reaction of Omar Abdullah, where he was speaking on different issues and surprisingly has critiqued the Congress. Let's go ahead and play out the exact statement of Omar Abdullah.
बड़ी अच्छी बात है ना, good. I hope that after Rahul is done campaigning in 1 or 2 seats in Kashmir, he focuses in Jammu. Ultimately, what the Congress does in Kashmir is not that important. What the Congress does in Jammu is important. And unfortunately, Congress hasn't done as much in the plains of Jammu as we would expect them to do. The lion's share of the seats that the alliance gave in Jammu was to the Congress party. Yet the Congress's campaign in Jammu is yet to begin, and there are only 5 days of campaigning. So I hope that after Rahul is done campaigning on this 1 seat in the valley, the Congress focuses all its attention in the plains of Jammu.
All right, let's go back to my colleague Zeenat joining us live from Srinagar. Zeenat, of course, it's a very important election for Omar Abdullah. It's a big litmus test for him, but why is he critiquing the Congress? Why is he criticizing the Congress, given the fact that NC and Congress are in an alliance for this election?
Before I answer the question, I'll take you to the BJP leader Khalid Jahangir, who has been a part of PDP government in 2014 when the government was formed. Khalid, now that the Omar Abdullah has made a scathing attack, asking the Congress that they should focus more in Jammu, because what Congress does in Kashmir is not that important, because the majority of the alliance share would come from Jammu. And Omar has said now that since the Rahul is coming today to Sopore to address the crowd, then he should go back and focus more in the Jammu plains, because where from the alliance will give the share. And only the 5 day of campaigning is left for the last phase of poll. How do you see this?
Well, I think that's their internal assessments between the Congress and National Conference. I don't have much to say about it because Jammu Congress is not too much visible in Kashmir Valley. I think it is the Omar Abdullah's prerogative that how they see their alliance with the Congress. But as far as party is concerned, I think we have a good, strong and historical vote bank in Jammu. I think in Jammu the BJP will get majority of the seats, and so that they can form a stable pro-people government in the UT of J&K.
But how will the BJP form the government when you have not have the candidates at the majority of the seats from the Kashmir Valley?
Well, it doesn't matter. We have seen in the last time also that whenever there's a coalition government, Kashmiri leaders always support the pro-people agenda. So I don't want to make any statements before the results. But as far I have seen on the ground level, as whether it's any regional party in Kashmir, I think they also to the people's line where we cannot stay away with the national party who's ruling in New Delhi. And for the sake of the people, it is necessary that we don't waste our right for development in our country.
This time we are seeing that the more number of the independent candidates are in fray, which is seen as a game changer by the political parties. Is BJP lying its back on those independent candidates?
Well, I don't think we should see independent candidates as untouchables. I have casted my vote 10 years back when the state was full state and we had a full chief minister. I have seen how people used to shout with us that why are you casting vote? You are subjugating an Indian occupation in the state. You are an Indian agent. I think the credit goes to Prime Minister Modi and the Government of India, and especially the UT administration, how the youngsters are coming to vote, that untouchability is gone. And when then untouchability is gone, it favors all mainstream leaders in Kashmir, whether it's me, whether it's National Conference, whether it's PDP. And nevertheless, we should appreciate that because of the Government of India's policies from last 10 years, even though we don't have assembly elections, but we see young politicians coming in the elections now, whether it's a PDP, we have a young boy fighting election, then National Conference in my area, he is a young man with a great idea. So that change has come, and that change has come within the society. And it's all because the Government of India's policies from last 10 years.
One last question, Khalid, before I let you go. You tell me that we have always seen the Srinagar belt and outside even, we have seen a very less percentage and people would get elected in the previous past. Do you see that number will repeat or the polling percentage will go up?
No, I think the polling percentage will go up. As I said, that firstly, the mainstream leaders, people like us, irrespective of which party you belong to, whether National Congress, PDP or BJP, we were untouchables in the society. Nobody used to greet us. We are seen as agents of the Indian occupation. At that time,
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
we are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. We have a team of reporters on the ground covering the Jammu and Kashmir polls, historic polls in Jammu and Kashmir, first polls after the abrogation of Article 370 and first major elections in 10 years. We'll get to all that you need to know and what's happening on ground. But as usual, the headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
After a roaring 61% voter turnout in Phase 1, Jammu and Kashmir votes again today. 20 Sikhs go to the polls. From Ravinder Raina to Omar Abdullah, heavyweights in the fray. Fate of 239 candidates to be sealed. With less than a week to go, Prime Minister will lead the BJP charge in Haryana mega rally in Sonipat today. Republic accesses a clincher, documents that expose how tender conditions were tweaked by Jagan government. Odisha assault survivor narrates horror, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and assaulted by the cops. And with Israel intensifying operations against Hezbollah, situation escalates in the Middle East.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Viewers, Jammu and Kashmir is voting today in the second phase of its assembly elections with 26 seats in 6 districts up for grabs. Of these, 15 are located in the Kashmir Valley, while the remaining 11 are in the Jammu division. Voting has begun already around 7 a.m. It's kick-started with heightened security across the region. We're getting many reactions coming in. Let's play them out.
एक त्यौहार के रूप में पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर में मनाया जा रहा है और जिस तरीके से लोगों का भरोसा आज डेमोक्रेटिक सेटअप में आ गया है, मैं मानता हूँ ये बहुत ही अच्छी एक पहल है। और आज जब लोग जाएंगे और वोट करेंगे, मुझे उम्मीद है इस बार डेवलपमेंट को वोट देंगे, ना कि किसी सेंटिमेंट को, क्योंकि लोगों को यहाँ डेवलपमेंट चाहिए। इन सेंटिमेंट की वजह से यहाँ इतने हालात ख़राब हुए और आज जिस तरीके से वोटिंग लोग जोग दर जोग जा रहे हैं, मुझे उम्मीद है इस बार तमाम रिकॉर्ड्स इस बार टूट जाएंगे और डेमोक्रेसी की विजय होगी और अच्छे लोग जीत के आएंगे और नए लोग जीत के आ जाएंगे।
भारतीय लोकतंत्र हमारे इस जमहूरियत के लिए ये बहुत बड़ा दिन है। आज जम्मू के साथ साथ कश्मीर घाटी में और जम्मू संभाग के रजौरी, पुंछ, रियासी जिलों में आज वोटिंग है। बढ़ चढ़कर जम्मू कश्मीर की जनता असेंबली के इलेक्शंस में हिस्सा ले रही है और लोकतंत्र में जनता जनार्दन होती है। जनता के हाथ में ताकत है। जनता जिसे चाहे वो चुनकर अपना प्रतिनिधि बनाती है। इसलिए हमने भी नौशहरा विधानसभा में यहाँ की जो जनता है उनसे निवेदन किया है कि वो दिल खोलकर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी साहब और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को समर्थन करें।
All right. Let's go straight across to our reporters who are joining us live right now. And Gursimran is joining us live. Gursimran, I'm coming across to you right now. And you know where you are right now, which is Nowshera. We are seeing a line of voters waiting to cast their vote. If you could talk to some of them and find out what are they feeling today as they vote in these historic elections.
Yeah, Shivangi, if we speak of the latest development, that is that the first poll percentage is out and it is 10.22%. That has been the voting percentage recorded across the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, with the Surankot and the Poonch Haveli being the top runners with 14.56% and the 14.57% respectively. It is the seat of the Eidgah and the Chandpura where the less number of voting has been recorded. The Nowshera, right now where I am reporting from, has recorded 12.5% of the voting. So if we compare the voting percentage to that of the first phase, the voting percentage is comparatively good, is almost on the same numbers, 0.5% difference that has taken place. Otherwise, the people are turning out in the large numbers. We are in the Nowshera and this is one of the forward areas. This is the Langar area close to the line of control, and here also you will see that you will find 10 to 15 people in the queues. That means people are coming, they are casting their vote, the polling is going on smoothly, because from here the Pakistan is not that far. I'll request if Sarjeevan can zoom out and move to the left side. You will be able to see the line of control. Those heights that you see on the left side, these are the heights that we see of the line of control where the Pakistan and the India shares the line of control. On the other side is the Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir, and very close to the line of control there lies a threat of the Pakistani cross-border firing on the ceasefire violation as well. But the security forces are on the highest of the alertness. The deployment has been done by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the Indian Army, so that if there is any untoward incident, that can also be thwarted well within the time. Yes, and one thing that is making it very sure that the belief of the people is strengthening in the democracy is the queues and the voting percentage that has come out till 9 in the morning. The first 2 hours, 10.5% voting has been recorded in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and the people are coming out in the large numbers. First phase it was 61.13%, and today the Election Commission hopes that the first phase records will also be broken by the people coming out with the large number of their family members to cast their votes.
Right, Goswami, getting us top updates coming in right now. And Goswami, coming back to you, and we also have other reporters. We have Zeenat and Arawat. I'm coming across to both of you, but we're getting some breaking updates coming in. Let's go some breaking updates. The BJP has countered Omar Abdullah's remarks about the Congress, accusing the Congress-NC alliance of confusion and lack of focus. They criticize Abdullah for saying that Rahul Gandhi should pay more attention to Jammu, claiming that Gandhi has yet to start an effective campaign. The BJP attacks Congress-NC alliance, and this is coming in as a short while back. A short while back, we just saw that Omar Abdullah had attacked his own alliance partner, the Congress. I want to go across to Shehzad Poonawala, the BJP spokesperson. Reaction coming in.
कांग्रेस पार्टी और उसके युवराज राहुल गांधी कश्मीर आए, अच्छी बात है, करे कैंपेनिंग, पर उनको ज्यादा फोकस जम्मू में करना चाहिए। लायंस शेयर ऑफ टिकट्स उनको जम्मू में मिले हैं, पर अभी तक उनका कैंपेन ही शुरू नहीं हो पा रहा है, और वो बता रहे हैं कि किस प्रकार से अब 5 दिन बाकी है परंतु जम्मू में कांग्रेस कुछ कर नहीं पाई है। इसका मतलब साफ है, गठबंधन में निकाह से पहले ही 3 तलाक शुरू हो चुका है, और ये इसलिए हो रहा है क्योंकि ये दोनों पार्टी पीपीपी के प्रिंसिपल पर चलती है, पाकिस्तान परस्ती, पत्थरबाजी और परिवारवाद, और 370 से हटने के बाद आज जम्मू कश्मीर के अवाम के पास स्पेशल स्टेटस है। इन 3 परिवारों का स्पेशल स्टेटस खत्म हो चुका है, और इसीलिए किसी को 2 सीट से लड़ना पड़ रहा है, कोई जम्मू में अपनी जमीन तलाश रहा है, और इनके पैरों तले जमीन नहीं बची है, और इसीलिए एक दूसरे पर आरोप प्रत्यारोप का दौर शुरू हो चुका है। इंडिया अलायंस, कांग्रेस एनसी अलायंस, नो मिशन नो विजन, ओनली कंफ्यूजन, ओनली फैमिली का एम्बिशन एंड ओनली अपना करप्शन।
And viewers, let's go ahead and play out this reaction coming in from Omar Abdullah, where he spoke a short while back and attacked the Congress.
Good. I hope that after Rahul is done campaigning in 1 or 2 seats in Kashmir, he focuses in Jammu. Ultimately, what the Congress does in Kashmir is not that important. What the Congress does in Jammu is important. And unfortunately, Congress hasn't done as much in the plains of Jammu as we would expect them to do. The lion's share of the seats that the alliance gave in Jammu was to the Congress party. Yet the Congress's campaign in Jammu is yet to begin, and there are only 5 days of campaigning. So I hope that after Rahul is done campaigning on this one seat in the valley, the Congress focuses all its attention in the plains of Jammu.
All right, so we heard Omar Abdullah speaking there. And if we could go to Zeenat right now. Zeenat is joining us live. Zeenat, we just heard Omar Abdullah attacking the Congress, and then we saw the BJP attacking Omar Abdullah, because obviously Omar Abdullah is attacking his own alliance partner, when just a few weeks ago he had said that and justified the alliance with Congress, saying that we need to stop the BJP. This is what's happening right now, back-to-back political words on election day.
It's election season, so we can expect anything until the time we get the results on ground as far as these three-phase election in Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. Coming to the statement made by Omar Abdullah, saying that the Congress has to do better in the plains of Jammu, because that is from where the lion's share will come. Because if National Conference knows well that it is that they can dominate in Kashmir, but they don't have much space or the presence in the Jammu, for which they are dependent on the Congress, since the Congress has not been campaigning rigorously in Jammu. In Kashmir, they have been, Rahul Gandhi has visited twice, and this is his third visit after Anantnag and the Shalting. Now he is going to Sopore, but the National Conference wants that if they are getting a chance to form any government, then the Congress has to work very hard, because it's only the 5-day time that has been left to the both alliance partners to truly prove their worth on ground. It is the BJP trying all their horses that they are trying on ground to keep the dynasty politics out from Jammu and Kashmir, and vice versa. The dynasty politics are trying every inch, every corner, and whatever possibility on ground to keep the BJP away, because they have been selling the narrative that whatever has happened in Kashmir Valley in the last 10 years, entirely BJP is responsible. Though let's see what comes out when the Pandora box will open on 8th of October. Till now, we have seen very low polls in the Eidgah constituency, where from earlier the National Conference has won by MLA Mubarak Gul. This time he is in direct fight with PDP's PDP leader and a veteran leader Khurshid Alam. Will National Conference be able to take the Eidgah seat that has seen the lowest post percentage? Then Omar himself is trying the luck from 2 seats. That only the time will tell, but very interesting elections in Jammu and Kashmir, though the lowest percentage has come from the Eidgah constituency, where National Conference was holding the fort till now.
Right. Okay, we're getting the voter turnout numbers for our viewers, Zeenat, Arawat and Gursimran. If I can go to Arawat right now. Arawat, I'm looking at the voter turnout numbers. Srinagar 4.70%, Riyasi 13.37%, Rajouri 12.7%, Pooch 14.41%, Bargaon 10.91%. You're in Lal Chowk. That's in the heart of Srinagar. What is the voter turnout looking like there? It's right now around 4.70% in Srinagar.
Yeah, absolutely. If we'll talk about this polling station, if my VJ can pan camera to this side, this is the Lal Chowk, where this is the main heart of the Srinagar city, where the polling is going on. The polling began at the 7 a.m. If we'll talk about this polling station, just nearly 5% polling have done at this polling station. And you can see here in the visual, the voters are coming out in the large number. We have seen the parts of, we'll talk about the Srinagar city's various parts. Earlier, we have seen the villages like other outskirts of the Srinagar who used to boycott elections in the downtown area and other adjoining areas, who used to be the violence hub, but they have changed their trend now. Now they are coming out to cast their vote for the development of the Kashmir. And we have seen the various projects for the Smart Street Srinagar also. And we have seen from the, if we'll talk about this constituency, where the elections is going on, and we are standing here. This is the competition between the National Conference and the BJP's Engineer Rashid. And also, if we will go through this location, and you can see here how everything is being monitored by the CCTV surveillance continuously, as we have seen from yesterday, the various officials from the district administration as well as from the other security agencies, they are monitoring everything from the ground zero from the yesterday night. We have earlier seen Lal Chowk has remained the negative image because of the violence, but the things have changed on ground, and we have been told by the Apni party leaders that the richest candidate in the Jammu and Kashmir, who is the Altaf Bukhari, is coming anytime from now here to cast their vote for the development of the Kashmir, as we have seen that the youngsters who earlier used to boycott elections and to remain part of the violence, but we have also spoke in the various reports at the various locations in the parts of the Kashmir Valley. Now they have chosen ballot box instead of the guns and the stones. If we go through this place, and you can see the voters are coming out from their homes to cast their vote for the betterment of the Naya Kashmir. And you can see, if my camera person show you from the 360 degree, that you can see here in the visuals, Jammu and Kashmir police officials are monitoring the situation completely on the ground, and you can see in the visuals, these are the visuals from the Lal Chowk, which is the heart of the Srinagar city, and everything is being checked by all the routes which leads to the polling stations are being monitored by the Jammu and Kashmir police officials along with the other sister and concerned security agencies to monitor every situation on the ground, because we have seen Lal Chowk has remained the hub of the violence in the past before the abrogation of Article 370, but we have changed, on the ground that the many things have been changed on the ground from after the abrogation of Article 370. We have seen the various smart city projects in the Srinagar city and the outskirts of the Srinagar. It indicates that the people of Kashmir have rejected the propaganda of the Pakistan-based sponsored terrorism. Now the youth of Kashmir is ready to cast their vote for the betterment of their Naya Kashmir. Back to you, studios.
Right, Rawat getting the top of blitz coming in from Lal Chowk in Srinagar. A very important area, a very young constituency, an area which has been developed through the Smart City program of the BJP. The entire area has been redeveloped. The markets have come up. I just want to go back to my colleague Gursimran, who's in Nowshera. Gursimran, if you could just quickly take our viewers through, what is a voter turnout looking like? Now, compared to Lal Chowk and Srinagar, definitely we are seeing in Nowshera, there's a line of voters. Plus, take us through the key candidates contesting from that area.
On here.
Exceptionally well in the Jammu region, because in the first phase also we have seen some of the constituencies like Inderwal, Kishtwar, and also in the Patan Nagsani, where the voting percentage was beyond 75%. That means they were setting their own records. Though in the Kashmir Valley the voting percentage is less, but it is way more than almost 10 times than it could have been in 2018. It was in 2019 polls or in 2014 polls, because the people have taken the voting percentage in the Kashmir Valley from the 4% to the 14%, from the 5 to 10% to 55%. That is what the change has happened. In the Jammu region also there has been a significant rise in the voting percentage, because overall voting percentage, if we speak of the Jammu region, it was close to 70%, which is considered as the best that the people have come out in the large numbers. Today, if we speak of the voting percentage, if we speak of the Surankot, Poonch, Haveli, the Poonch, out of the 3 seats in the Poonch, 2 have been the top performer when it comes to the voting percentage, because both have nearly close to 14.5%. If we speak of the Nowshera is 12.5%. If we speak of 6 constituencies in the Jammu region, they are beyond 12%. So this shows that the people are turning out in the large numbers in the early morning hours, and by the end of the day, the Election Commission expects that the voting percentage in the Jammu region will surpass what it has done in the first phase of the elections. Now coming to this very constituency, this constituency is one of the hot seats. Reason being that the Ravinder Raina, the BJP state chief, is contesting from this seat, and he has a tough contest from the National Conference, Surinder Chaudhary. We will be continuing with this rolling coverage right from the ground zero in the Nowshera right after this short break.
character, the taste of success.
Video master, yalla video mara. Ama ke pura shehar ta kyun?
The murder mystery of a Nepali woman named as Mahalakshmi has sent shockwaves through the city. Since her mother and elder sister saw her maggot-infested body, which was chopped into 50 pieces and was stuffed inside a refrigerator in her own house. This reminds us of Shraddha Walkar case in Delhi. Shraddha Walkar was a 28-year-old girl who was murdered by her own boyfriend, whose name was Aftab, and her body was cut into 35 pieces. Here, the lady named as Mahalakshmi, it is said that a person who was in friendship with her was murdered her. But the police have not concluded anything. Her estranged husband, named as Hemant Das, suspects the involvement of a barber who is from Uttarakhand who used to work in Nelamangala.
Viewers, we're live and breaking and we go back to our top story coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. Phase 2 of elections. One phase done, second phase votes today, and one more phase to go. That is right, 26 seats, 239 candidates. Key candidates today. The fate will be decided. I want to go back to our colleagues who are joining us live, getting us a sense from ground. Gursimran joins us from Naushera. Then we have Arawat from Lal Chowk and Zina. They will be joining us live, viewers, but let's take our viewers through what exactly is happening right now as we speak. Jammu and Kashmir is voting, viewers, and this is the second phase of elections. This is very important because after 10 whole years, a major election is being held. First election since the abrogation of Article 370. The voter turnout numbers are out. Those are the numbers on your screen. The voting began today at 7 a.m. for the second phase of the polls.
जो हम है वो हम लोगों को देंगे।
सर आखिर सवाल गठबंधन क्या है आपकी पार्टी में कांग्रेस पार्टी और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस का गठबंधन है?
Yes, so like we are telling you viewers, we're trying to get some reactions on the ground as well. 2.5 million voters will decide.
Sure, I think we're from 15 countries. Yes.
How do you see, what is the expectation and how do you see this?
Now, it's a pleasure. It's my first time that I'm visiting Kashmir, Jammu Kashmir. So it's really a privilege to be invited by the Ministry of External Affairs to come and visit firsthand today's polling stations being open.
How's your experience? Just tell me about it.
I've just arrived from Delhi, so I'm busy experiencing.
And what's your name, ma'am? And
I'm from South Africa. My name is Laura Swart.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Those are some reactions coming in from ground. It looks like some foreigners are there. Remember that we're getting top updates coming in on Republic on what is happening on the ground. And speaking of the top updates on Republic TV, it's a very the first, in fact, foreign diplomats are visiting Jammu and Kashmir as election observers for second phase of polling. I want to go back to my colleague joining us right now. Zinat, speaking of what's happening in Jammu and Kashmir, foreign diplomats are in Jammu and Kashmir as observers for second phase of polling. And this is the first 20 foreign diplomats are in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, we just saw a short while back that Omar Abdullah was not very happy with that development. Zinat, if you could take our viewers through what Omar Abdullah has said. On this also, he has commented saying that via foreign diplomats in Jammu and Kashmir as election observers.
See, this is a statement that has made by the National Conference Vice President Omar Abdullah talking about the delegates that are here, and simultaneously he has termed them as election observers because the visit is coming at a time when the Jammu and Kashmir is witnessing the second phase of assembly polls. Meanwhile, he has also targeted its alliance partner Congress that they should do more better in the plains of Jammu because the impact of Congress Congress is not much in the Kashmir Valley. Now that the elections in the two-phase elections will be concluded today, and the focus is now more that whether the alliance partner would be able to get the major seats from the Jammu, as the National Conference is doing much better in Kashmir than Jammu. And to know more about it, I am joined by the National Conference candidate who is contesting from the Lal Chowk constituency here. He is in direct fight with PDP and BJP. Ahsan Sahab, you are trying your luck today. How do you see the voter turnout, and will the luck favor you?
I hope the luck favors me. I have worked very hard for this. I've been campaigning extensively in Lal Chowk constituency. I expect voter turnout to be around 40-45%, maybe more also. And I'm quite confident that the people will bestow me with their love and support. So, and I see National Conference in Lal Chowk comfortably placed, and we will win the seat easily, inshallah.
National Conference.
And we're tracking all the developments coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. Now, the NC candidate has alleged that polling is moving at a very slow pace in Nowshera. So we saw a little bit of drama play out in the Nowshera constituency. Let's have a look at the reaction coming in from the NC.
सुरेंद्र चौधरी, मिस्टर चौधरी, ये क्या हो रहा है, आप बताइए।
ये देखिए, यहाँ पे सिक्योरिटी जो लगी है, इनका इंचार्ज है मिस्टर विकास जिलन के, क्या नाम है, देखना नाम क्या है इसका, है विकास दमन है, ये ऐसा ही है। और इनकी जो एसएसपी का काम थोड़ा है कि यहाँ पे आई कार्ड चेक करना, आई कार्ड तो हमने चेक करना। वो पहली बात है, अगर लोगों के पास आई कार्ड नहीं है तो ये कसूर किसका है? बीएलओ का है, आपके उसका स्टाफ का है, आरओ की गलती है। लोगों को इन्फॉर्म करना चाहिए था, आपने अवेयर क्यों नहीं किया लोगों को? ये इतनी लगे थे, लेडीज खड़ी हैं, जेंट्स खड़े हैं, लाइनों में खड़े हैं, गर्मी में खड़े हैं, ना तो टेंट लगाया इनके लिए। टेंट किसने लगाया? इलेक्शन कमीशन लगाया। इतना पैसा आता है, किस लिए आता है? ना कोई टेंट लगाया, ना कुछ लगाया। और यहाँ पे आप लोगों को कह रहे हो जी आई कार्ड देखो, वहाँ से मशीनें स्लो हैं। ये तो धांधली, शरेआम धांधली है।
तो आप स्लो पोलिंग की बात कह रहे हैं?
मैं वही तो कह रहा हूँ कि देखिए, हर जगह लोगों अंदर लोगों को नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा है, जान के डिले किया जा रहा है। उसके साथ साथ वहाँ पे पोलिंग जो है वो मशीनें जो स्लो की हुई हैं ताकि लोग में कम पोलिंग हो। तो ये तो मजाक बन गया।
आपने इलेक्शन कमीशन से बात की?
मैं अभी करता हूँ, लेकिन ये यहाँ पे देखिए ना, ये मेरा खुद का पोलिंग जहाँ मेरा
रिटर्निंग ऑफिसर से आपकी बात?
हाँ, आरओ से मेरी बात हुई है। आरओ को मैंने बोला है, मैंने कहा ये क्या हो रहा है, मजाक बन रहा हुआ है, ये क्यों यहाँ पे लोगों को तंग। और आरओ ने खुद कहा कि कोई आई कार्ड की प्रूफ की जरूरत नहीं है, वहाँ फोटो लगे हुए हैं।
Now, while the NC and the Congress have staged an alliance in J&K, it's an all-out attack that's been launched by Omar Abdullah targeting the Congress party. He says that the Congress is yet to begin campaigning in Jammu. We'll get you that statement of Omar Abdullah after this very short break on Live and Breaking.
from Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning. A voter turnout of over 10% that's been recorded till 10 a.m. In J&K. In fact, the big charge that we are tracking this hour is one that's coming in from Omar Abdullah, who's attacked ally Congress, saying that it's been a lackluster campaigning by Rahul Gandhi and the Congress as a whole. In Jammu, we'll get you the statement and the reactions coming on that. Let's begin first up with the headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
In a massive setback for Siddaramaiah, Karnataka High Court upholds governor's prosecution order. Speculation over drive for rise as Omar targets Congress, asks why Rahul has not campaigned in Jammu.
खुद का वोट डाला है और वहाँ 2 घंटे में 54 वोट पड़े हैं। अब यहाँ से आप अंदाजा लगा लो कि 2 घंटे अगर 54 वोट पड़े हैं तो इसका मतलब क्या है कि जानबूझ के कहीं ना कहीं डेलिबरेटरी मशीनों की सेटिंग ऐसे की गई है कि पोलिंग कम हो।
Polling day controversy at Nowshera booth. National Conference alleges slow voting by EC officials. With less than a week to go, Prime Minister to lead the BJP charge mega rally in Sonipat today. Odisha assault survivor narrates horror, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and assaulted by the cops. And with Israel intensifying operations against Hezbollah, situation escalates in the Middle East region.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Now, Omar Abdullah, the former J&K Chief Minister, has launched an all-out attack on the Congress party. Note that the Congress and NC have staged an alliance for the J&K polls. Omar Abdullah, the former J&K Chief Minister, who says that there's been a lackluster campaigning by the Congress in Jammu. And with just 5 days left, it's high time that the Congress smells the coffee and begins its campaigning in Jammu region specifically. In fact, we'll play out that statement that's coming from Omar Abdullah, but let's take you through the voter turnout figures that are now out. As of 9 a.m., the voter turnout is a little over 10% in Jammu and Kashmir. So with voting underway for the 26 seats across the valley, the voter turnout as we speak is a little above 10%. In fact, in Gandarbal, it's a little over 12%. In fact, Gulbarg, which these are the regions where the voter turnout has been seen a little over 10%. Let's go across to our reporters on the ground. We have Gursimran, Zeenat and Arawat joining us. Gursimran has been reporting from Nowshera, Zeenat from Srinagar and Arawat from Lal Chowk. Let's go across first up to Zeenat. Zeenat, it is a tough contest for the NC leader Omar Abdullah, the former J&K Chief Minister. He's contesting on 2 seats. Talk to us, how tough is this contest, given that there is a strong competition from not just the PDP but even from the Congress?
See, Umar is contesting from two seats. One is Budgam and the another is Ganderbal, because Umar has recently tasted a defeat in Baramulla during the Lok Sabha polls, and that is keeping him nervous. So he has decided to try his luck from Ganderbal, which is considered as a bastion of Abdullah family, where from his grandfather, father, and Umar has also contested in previous past. Then he is also trying his luck now from the Budgam. And right now, as my Vijay Mubashir is showing you the visuals from the ground, where you see not only the voters, the civilians, the voters are coming to cast their vote, but we are expecting Omar Abdullah, the National Conference Vice President, who is contesting this election from Budgam. He is being accompanied by his father, Farooq Abdullah, and also his son, Zamir and Zaid. So Omar Abdullah is here to cast his vote. One can see in the visuals that we are beaming on screen, Omar Abdullah contesting this time from Budgam and also Central Kashmir. But this polling is the station where Omar family is usually they cast their vote. So he's being accompanied by his father, Farooq Abdullah, senior leader, and also the president of the National Conference. Omar is being accompanied by his sons, Zamir and Zaid. So they are having a lot of hopes as far as this election is concerned, because for Omar, this is one of the toughest battles that one can say, contesting from Budgam and from the Central Kashmir. They've just gone inside the polling station, because still now we are seeing some 10.22% voter turnout has been recorded till 9 a.m. across the 26 assembly constituencies, across 6 districts that are voting today, and the assembly constituencies where polls are being held in the second phase are spread over 6 districts. There in Srinagar also we have been seeing the polling takes, but the lowest turnout has come from the Eidgah constituency, which earlier has been the voter bank of the National Conference, has been holding the fort, and now we are seeing that Omar Abdullah has gone inside the polling station to cast his vote, but he's being accompanied, apart from the family members, the supporters of National Conference. Omar Abdullah's too are here. Any time from now, the Omar Abdullah will come out, and he and his father is likely to talk to the media. So one of the toughest battle for the Omar, who has tasted a defeat in Baramulla, where he was pitched against the engineer Rashid of AIP, and AIP managed to take the leads in the Baramulla and managed to get the seats. So it is definitely a bigger challenge for Omar Abdullah, because we have been seeing in the campaigning also the Omar removed his skull cap and requested
you to stay with us.
Take care of his honor. And
right, I will just come back to you, but let's put out the news break that's coming in this hour. In fact, this is about the foreign delegation that's visiting, that will be visiting Srinagar today. That's something that we told you about in the morning as well. Senior diplomats will be traveling to Kashmir. These are delegates from the US, Mexico, South Korea, Somalia, Panama, Singapore as well. Most embassies are represented by the deputy chiefs of mission, with others sending political officers for this visit to Kashmir. In fact, these are the first visuals on your screens as well. Senior diplomats who are in Kashmir. And also to add here that this is the third delegation visit of foreign diplomats in J&K since the abrogation of Article 370. A very strong message that is also being sent out, that the process of conducting polls in the valley has so far been peaceful. Let's go across to Gursimran as well. Gursimran, once again, if you can take us through the details, foreign delegation having arrived in Kashmir, how significant is this visit, given that there is a strong message also that's being sent out that largely the polls in J&K have been peaceful?
See, very clear messages being sent to the world, that the world is itself witnessing what is happening in Jammu and Kashmir. The fake narratives being peddled by the Pakistan, the fake narrative being peddled by the proxies of Pakistan, that all is not well in Jammu and Kashmir. But now the world is itself watching what is happening in Jammu and Kashmir. The long queues that they see outside the voting stations in the Kashmir Valley. In the Jammu also, the similar visuals appear, where the people have lined up in the large numbers to cast their vote. And what the people want, they want the development development. They want their basic works to be done, because those days are gone when the people used to now go on the issues that they will find something that is stars being brought to the earth by a political party. Right now we are outside a polling station in the Nowshera. We'll try to speak to some of the voters that what their basic demands are. Sir, आपसे जानना चाहूँगा किन इश्यूज को लेकर वोट करें? पार्टी नहीं बतानी है, मसले क्या हैं?
हाँ जी,
आपके मसले क्या हैं जिनको लेके वोट कर रहे हैं?
अपना चुनाव लीडर चुनते हैं।
तो क्या बेसिक
हाँ
सर, आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, आप भी बता दीजिए। क्या
पानी की दिक्कत, बिजली की दिक्कत, रोडों की दिक्कत, हर जगह दिक्कत ही दिक्कत है। यहाँ पे कोई काम नहीं हुआ यहाँ पे।
ये काम करवाएगा उसे चुनेंगे?
हाँ, जो काम कराएगा उसको अच्छे से चुनेंगे हम, उसी का साथ दे रहे हैं।
Gursimran, stay with us. You can keep speaking to those voters. We will come back to you. But let's go across to Arawat. He's been reporting from Lal Chowk. Arawat, Lal Chowk is representative of, the Naya Kashmir that the world talks about today. Talk to us about those issues that people will be keeping in mind while they cast their votes this morning.
Yeah. Absolutely, as we have seen, the people have changed their mindsets. Now they want to cast their vote, and you can see here in the visuals, Firdaus is showing you the visuals from the Lal Chowk polling station, where we have seen the richest candidate, who is the Alta Bukhari, is arrived here at the polling station to cast their vote. As you have questioned about the youth and what people of Kashmir want, the youth have changed their mindset from the violence to other things. We have seen the people are coming out from their homes to cast their votes. As we have seen in the morning that the numbers have come from the various locations, as well as you can see here, these are the visuals. Alta Bukhari is going inside the polling station at the Lal Chowk, Srinagar, to cast his vote. And you can see here the visuals from the Lal Chowk, and we have seen the competition between the National Conference and the BJP candidate here at Srinagar, and he is going inside the polling station at Srinagar. As far as concerned, we have seen the various projects in the Srinagar Smart City. If we'll talk about the Srinagar Smart City, we have seen the various projects earlier. We have seen Lal Chowk has remained the negative image, as we have seen there was the Lal Chowk has remained the hub of the violence before the abrogation of Article 370, but we have seen that the things on ground has changed. Now the people of Kashmir has come up to cast their vote for the betterment. And we have seen from the various large gatherings are coming out from the various places that we have seen the visuals from the various locations. And once Alta Bukhari will come out after casting his vote, and we will try to speak with him.
All right, Arawat, stay with us. Let's go across to Zeenat also. She's been reporting from Srinagar. Zeenat, Omar Abdullah has just cast his vote. In fact, just a while ago, he launched that attack on the Congress party. It seems from what it appears that all is not well in the NC Congress alliance that's been stitched in the valley.
आज आप लोग अगर आपस में लड़ना बंद करेंगे तो हम 2 मिनट आपसे बात करें। आज दूसरे फेज की पोलिंग जो है सुबह से शुरू हुई है। फिलहाल जो रिपोर्ट्स हैं, अच्छी तादाद में वोटर जो है अपने वोट का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं। अब मुझसे बार बार पूछा जाता है कि हमारी क्या उम्मीदें हैं, हमारी क्या एक्सपेक्टेशंस हैं। कोई भी पार्टी, कोई भी उम्मीदवार हारने के लिए इलेक्शन नहीं लड़ता। तो हमारे एक्सपेक्टेशंस यही हैं कि आज ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा वोट जो हैं नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के उम्मीदवारों को पड़ेंगे। जहां नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के उम्मीदवार नहीं हैं, वहां कांग्रेस के साथ हमारे अलायंस के तहत कांग्रेस के उम्मीदवार को जो है वोट मिलने चाहिए। और उम्मीद ये की जा रही है कि 8 अक्टूबर के बाद अक्सरियत हमारी होगी और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस कांग्रेस की यहाँ पे अलायंस गवर्नमेंट जो है काम करेगी। यही हमारी उम्मीद है। ये डेलीगेशन के हवाले से समझ में नहीं आता। यही लोग जब जम्मू कश्मीर के बारे में कमेंट करते हैं तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की तरफ से बयान आता है कि जम्मू कश्मीर जो है वो हमारा अंदरूनी मामला है, इस पे दूसरों की दखल नहीं होनी चाहिए। अगर दखल नहीं होनी चाहिए, अगर इनके कमेंट्स आपको नहीं चाहिए तो इनको यहाँ लाया क्यों जा रहा है? और वैसे भी यहाँ लोग वोट अपना इस्तेमाल या इलेक्शन में हिस्सा इसलिए नहीं ले रहे हैं कि वो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से बहुत खुश हैं। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की तमाम कोशिशों के बावजूद लोग यहाँ इलेक्शन में हिस्सा ले रहे हैं, नहीं तो यहाँ लोगों को तंग करने में, सताने में, परेशान करने में पिछले 6-7 साल से हुकूमत ने कोई कसर बाकी नहीं रखी है। इसके बावजूद लोग अगर इस इलेक्शन में हिस्सा ले रहे हैं तो ये लोगों की, मैं कहता हूँ इसका श्रेय लोगों को जाना चाहिए, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया कोशिश कर रही है कि इसका सारा क्रेडिट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को मिले, जो कि
we will play out that full statement of Omar Abdullah in just some time, but let's go across to Gursimran. He's been reporting from Nowshera. Gursimran, there was violence that was reported in one of the polling stations. Take us to exactly what's happening at that polling station where you're reporting from.
तो चलेगी लेकिन बहस करेंगे तो ऐसी होती है। हमने बोला इनको एजेंडा को चेंज करो, उस टाइम ने बोल दिया यार कि हम बार-बार
All right, not sure if Gursimran is still with us, but note Nowshera is a constituency where J&K BJP chief Ravinder Raina is seeking re-election from, and this while Nowshera has largely been a Congress bastion until 2014 when Ravinder Raina won the election, and after which first assembly elections happening in J&K. Visuals on your screens are from the same constituency, in fact from one of the polling stations in Nowshera where there's ruckus at a polling booth after NC had alleged that there was slow voting that was happening in one of the polling booths in Nowshera. Let's try and see if Gursimran is still with us. Gursimran, if you can hear us, take us through exactly what's happening. NC making that big charge that the polling has been slow since morning in one of the polling booths in Nowshera. In fact, ECI officials, as we understand, have also arrived to take stock of the situation. Also to add here that there was pre-violence, pre-poll violence that was reported in the same constituency just 2 days ago. So the visuals on your screens are live from Nowshera polling station where ECI officials have arrived. Gursimran, if you are still with us, take us through exactly what's happening at the Nowshera polling booth.
Yeah, can you please repeat the question?
Yes, Gursimran, take us through exactly what's happening in this polling booth where there was ruckus which was reported just a few minutes ago.
See, Samiksha, right now we are at the Langar polling station. Here the ruckus is between the polling agents of the BJP, NC and also the security forces. We'll try to speak. आप BJP से हैं?
जी सर, BJP हो रहा है। सर एक कहते हैं ये इसको दिखता नहीं, जिसको दिखता नहीं उसका ऑप्शन ये है कि होम वोटिंग हुई है। होम वोटिंग में लोग वोट डाल सकते, वोट कास्ट कर सकते थे। इधर गुंडागर्दी मचा रहे हैं, एक बंदे के साथ 3 बंदे वोटिंग मशीन में वोट डालने जा रहे हैं। ये कौन सी गुंडी? और उसके बाद स्टाफ जो है वो नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस से मिला हुआ है, पूरी गुंडागर्दी हो रही है।
We'll try to speak to the other agents as well.
ये सब झूठ है। हम बोल रहे हैं जो मुलाजिम आए हैं बहुत अच्छे हैं, गाइडलाइन से चलेंगे, हमारे तरीके से नहीं चले। हम कौन है? जो गाइडलाइन है, गाइडलाइन ये बोलती है कि बुजुर्ग को जिसको नजर नहीं आता वो बैलेट पेपर पे डालेगा।
बीजेपी कह रही है कि एनसी के लोग जो हैं 3 लोग जा रहे हैं।
सर मैं एनसी का एजेंट हूँ। सुबह से सुनिए सर सुनिए आप, सर सुनिए, अगर यहाँ पे धांधली हो रही है, अगर स्टाफ को आप हम गलत बोल रहे हैं तो ये डीसी साहब कैमरे ये इधर नहीं देख रहे। एक मिनट रुकिए यार, ये कैमरे डीसी साहब देख रहे हैं। अगर उनको धांधली लग रही है तो उसकी पोलिंग के लिए उस पीओ सर को फोन आएगा कि पोलिंग बंद करो। वो डीसी साहब ने देखा है क्या करना है। एक मिनट सर, ये बोलेगा, ये बोल रहा है बीच, एक मिनट सुनो सर, क्या मुद्दा क्या है? इसके बाद क्या हो रहा है? ये बंदा ये बोल रहा है कि जिस बुजुर्ग को पता नहीं चलता, जा भाई कोई भी बटन दबा दे। यार उसका हक 10 साल बाद उसको मिला, क्यों दबाएगा? वो 10 साल के बाद उसको अपना राइट मिला है, वो क्यों ऐसे दबाएगा? वो अपने राइट के लिए लड़ रहा है और लड़ेगा। और सुनिए सर, ये बीजेपी की गुंडागर्दी हम नहीं चलने देंगे।
So the counter allegations and the allegations by both NC and the Congress party, the National Conference is saying that the elder voters are not being allowed with their family members, while the BJP is saying that all the candidates of of the National Conference, you will see once again the ruckus being created inside the polling center. Though the polling staff and the Sashastra Seema Bal that has been deployed here, they are trying to pacify the situation, but the situation is grim as the agents of both the key political parties, that is the BJP and the National Conference, they are objecting to the conduct. They are saying that why the voters are being allowed with any of the assistance, be it from their family members or someone else. This has been happening since morning. We have seen that when the NC candidate Surinder Chaudhary went on to cast his vote, he alleged that there is a slow polling going on. Then we saw that in the other polling station, he alleged that he's not being allowed to enter the polling station. He's not being allowed to take the photos which he is authorized to. He also demanded that the forces should be suspended with immediate effect. And now, once again, as we speak, the ruckus being created inside the polling station here in the Langar area of Nowshera, where the polling is underway for the second phase of the polling. And what we are picking up from the ground, that there is both the parties, that is the National Conference and the BJP, they are unhappy with what's happening. They are saying that the other party, one party is alleging that the other party is being given the undue favor, and same is the case with the National Conference, which is saying that the BJP candidate is obstructing to even the ECI norms that have been put in place. So these are the visuals that Sarjeevan is showing you from the ground zero, where the polling is underway for the second phase of the election. This is the Nowshera constituency, a high-stake constituency where it has taken place. And here the BJP state president Ravinder Raina is the candidate, while on the other hand it is the Surinder Chaudhary of the National Conference. And Sarjeevan is showing you the visuals from the ground zero where this polling is taking place. But a ruckus has been created as many of the candidates from the National Conference have alleged that the norms of the ECI are being violated. And the visuals that you are saying, that the polling has stopped for a while. It's been a couple of minutes that the polling has been halted. Reason being that the agents from both the sides, they are objecting to it. They are saying that there needs to be a proper conduct that needs to be followed by the Election Commission of India and also the law enforcement.
Yes, Gursimran, stay with us. Let's take a word from Arawat also. He's been reporting from Lal Chowk. Arawat, Lal Chowk has been, the epicenter of BJP's growth agenda in the valley. Talk to us about the issues that people will have in their minds when they cast their vote. Talk to us also about the presence of the NC and PDP in the Lal Chowk region.
Yeah, absolutely. We have seen the completely folks have been changed here for the Lal Chowk. If we'll talk about where we are, Lal Chowk is the heart of the Kashmir, and we have seen that the shift has changed from the violence to normalcy. As you can see here in the visuals, Altaf Bukhari is here and he is speaking to the media. And in fact, we will also try to speak with Altaf Bukhari, as we have seen here right now. He just cast his vote, as we have seen a good voter turnout has coming out. Altaf is speaking to the media.
ठीक होगा, शाम तक ठीक होगा, इंशाल्लाह ठीक होगा शाम तक। मुबारकबादी की बात है, लेकिन जो लीडरशिप आएगी, जो भी जिस पार्टी की भी लीडरशिप सामने आएगी, उनको ख्याल रखना पड़ेगा, ये प्रायोरिटी बनानी पड़ेगी। देखो मेरे भैया, हम किसी के साथ नहीं हैं, न एनसी के साथ हैं, न पीडीपी के साथ हैं, न बीजेपी के साथ हैं, न कांग्रेस के साथ हैं। ये सब चट्टे पट्टे एक ही चीज़ के हैं। बहुत इन्होंने नुकसान जम्मू कश्मीर को किया है पिछले 74 साल में। हम किसी के साथ भी नहीं। मैंने कहा फल करम, वही मैंने कहा फल करम। Simple jawab.
As you have seen, Altaf Bukhari is leaving from this place. In fact, we will try to speak with the candidates here also. As we have seen, my VG is showing the visuals from the Lal Chowk election booth. As you can see here in the visuals, the people are coming out from their homes to cast their vote for the development of the Naya Kashmir. Earlier, we have seen there used to be the violence for the here, and Lal Chowk has remained the hub of the violence, and it was not possible for here to do voting. But now the things on ground have changed completely, and we have seen that the people are coming out to cast their vote for the development of the Naya Kashmir. Republic will get you all the details from the various locations across the Jammu and Kashmir. Keep watching the Republic TV.
character, the taste of success.
A very good morning. It's 10:30. I'm Samiksha Srivastava tracking all election updates from J&K where phase 2 voting is underway. In fact, the voter turnout is a little above 10%. We'll get you all election updates in this edition. Let's begin first up with the headlines. Phase 2 of J&K election gets underway. 10.2% voter turnout till 9 a.m.
Congress does in Kashmir is not that important. What the Congress does in Jammu is important. And unfortunately, Congress hasn't done as much in the plains of Jammu as we would expect them to do.
Speculation over rift rise as Omar targets Congress, asks why Rahul Gandhi has not campaigned in Jammu yet.
वहाँ पे मैंने अपना खुद का वोट डाला है और वहाँ 2 घंटे में 54 वोट पड़े। अब यहाँ से आप अंदाजा लगा लो कि 2 घंटे अगर 54 वोट पड़े हैं तो इसका मतलब क्या है? फिर जानबूझ के कहीं ना कहीं डेलिबरेटरी मशीनों की सेटिंग ऐसे की गई है कि पोलिंग कम हो।
Polling day controversy at Nowshera booth. National Conference alleges slow voting by EC officials. With less than a week to go, Prime Minister Modi to lead the BJP charge mega rally in Sonipat today. Odisha assault survivor narrates ordeal, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and assaulted by the cops. And with Israel intensifying operations against Hezbollah, situation escalates in the Middle East. And we begin first up with that big statement that's coming from J&K former Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, in which he's attacked ally Congress, saying that Congress has not campaigned in Jammu region. In fact, in an all-out attack by Omar Abdullah, he said that with just 5 days left for campaigning, it's been rather lackluster campaigning by the Congress in Jammu.
गेट से भी मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं यहाँ की वोटिंग को। अभी वो बडगाम में,
अगर वो ट्रंप और हैरिस के इलेक्शन को ही मॉनिटर करें, कम से कम हम तो गोलियां नहीं चलाते हैं एक दूसरे पे, वो तो गोलियों से फैसला वहां करते हैं।
इंजीनियर रशीद की रिलीज को कैसे आप देखते हैं? हालांकि उसकी कैंपेन्स भी देखी हमने।
ठीक है, अच्छा है, एक कश्मीरी रहा हुआ अच्छा है, और जिस दिन सब कश्मीरी रहा होंगे उस दिन मेरी सियासत मुकम्मल हो जाएगी।
उसकी कैंपेन से कोई खतरा है? सेपरेटिस्ट आइडियोलॉजी को फिर से?
किसी से नहीं है, यहाँ जमहूरियत का बोलबाला है।
थैंक यू वेरी मच हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए। था अल्ताफ बुखारी जिन्होंने बात की ओवरऑल किस तरह से यहाँ पे वो कैंपेन्स किए डोर टू डोर। हालांकि इनका साफ तौर से कहना है किस तरह से यहाँ का कश्मीर का जो शिफ्ट है वो कम्प्लीटली चेंज हुआ है। इससे पहले अगर हम देखें किस तरह से यहाँ पर कश्मीरी युवा जो है वायलेंस का शिकार हुआ करते थे, लेकिन अब जो शिफ्ट है कम्प्लीटली चेंज हुआ है। कैमरा पर्सन फिरदौस के साथ रावत महराज, श्रीनगर।
All right, so Altaf Bukhari, the Apni Party chief, speaking to Republic. In fact, important to highlight here that Altaf Bukhari is one of the wealthiest candidates who's contesting the polls. Let's go across to Gursimran. He's been reporting from Naushera. We even have Zeenat. She's live from Srinagar. Gursimran, to you first. Ravinder Raina is seeking his re-election from the Naushera constituency. Talk to us about how crucial this battle is for him, given that the Naushera constituency has largely been a Congress bastion until he won the constituency in 2014.
Yes, that's very true. But when it comes to the present situation, there is a high-stake battle for the BJP because it's none other than their state chief who's seeking his re-election from the Naushera Assembly constituency. Right now, we are at the Langar polling station, which is one of the polling stations. Since this is one of the high-stake constituency, both the parties, they are running high on temper. And we have seen major ruckus taking place inside almost all the polling stations that we have gone since morning. And here the people have queued up in large numbers, but there has been ruckus that is being created by the agents of both the political parties. There have been allegations and the counter allegations that are there. The SSP is trying to pacify the situation. The sector magistrate, that is the senior-most team of the Election Commission of India for the conduct of the polls in the area, they have already arrived. And also you will see here that the deployment of the paramilitary forces, that includes the CRPF, has also been done, and the police officials have also been called in so as to ensure that the law and order is maintained. Because time and again what we are witnessing that the agents of both the political parties, that the BJP and the National Conference, they are making the allegations and the counter allegations on each other, and now the voters and the supporters of the National Conference, they are also being moved out from this place so that there is no ruckus. Because since morning there has been more than a couple of times where the polling was to halt for a brief period when we saw that there is a ruckus between the agents of both the political parties. Now you will see that the agents as well as the sector magistrate of the Election Commission of India, they have also arrived here, and now the BJP is asking that no one should be allowed along with the candidate, no matter how elder the candidate is, while the NC and the BSP is saying that only those should be allowed, those who have the elders with them as per the ECI guidelines. This is the point of contention between both the political parties, and that has led to the ruckus time and again. But if we speak the voting percentage, except at the few polling stations, the overall voting percentage is good, because in the first 2 hours only it has already surpassed the 12% mark of the voting, and it is expected that in the next detail that will be shared at 11:30 it will surpass the 20% mark. Back to studios.
Yes, Gursimran, stay with us. We even have Zeenat who's in Srinagar and Rawat from Lal Chowk. Zeenat, coming across to you, Omar Abdullah it's a prestige battle for Omar Abdullah. He's contesting, of course, from 2 seats, Ganderbal and Budgam. Talk to us about how crucial this fight is for the former JNK Chief Minister, given that he lost the 2024 Lok Sabha seat, Baramulla seat, and the very fact that he's now contesting on 2 seats in the valley.
The bigger question here is, will the voters of Ganderbal and Budgam trust Omar Abdullah again? Because in previous past, Omar was elected from Ganderbal and also from Budgam. He has been an MLA. Will the voters repeat the history? Will they trust Omar Abdullah? Will they trust his statements? Will they repose trust that he will lead them as the leader? That the time will tell. But it's a crucial elections for the Omar Abdullah, because he has tasted the defeat in 2024 elections of the Lok Sabha against Engineer Rashid in Baramulla. That time Omar chose not to contest from the Srinagar Parliament seat, but he preferred going to North Kashmir, and North Kashmir people rejected Omar Abdullah on ground and chose the local leader, Engineer Rashid, who has been, he was in the jail for his terror charges, though he's at present on the interim bail that was granted to him by the Supreme Court. He will be going back to the barracks by 2nd of October once the three-phase poll concludes in Jammu and Kashmir. Umar has been trying his luck. He has been appealing to the voters to secure his honor, appealing his voters to save his honor this time and trust him, give him chance. Whatever possible is for the Omar Abdullah, he has been doing, from going to pillar and post, appealing the voters to trust Omar Abdullah and his leadership, because it's only the national conference that can take the people of Jammu and Kashmir out from the kind of conflict, from the kind of situation that Jammu and Kashmir has been going for the last decade. Though BJP has been claiming that this is the best phase for the people of Jammu and Kashmir, where they witnessed peace and prosperity, the schemes that had come from the central government, and it was central government that gave the rights to the people of Jammu and Kashmir, which earlier was taken by these dynasty politics. So today the second phase of elections, though it revolves around Srinagar, Budgam and Ganderbal, the three main districts of the Kashmir Valley, where in past we have seen majority of the seats were ruled by the National Conference and its veteran leaders. National Conference this time also gave the mandate to the known faces of the Kashmir Valley, but we are seeing the independent candidates also in fray. They may they try to divide the vote on the ground. So there are multiple things that we see in the second phase of election. Meanwhile, I'm joined by one of the voters who she has just casted her vote. Ma'am, अपना नाम बताइए.
सुमन कठोर.
मैम, क्या मुद्दा है, कौन बेसिस पे आज वोट हुआ?
वोट होना चाहिए, कोई न कोई बनना चाहिए. ऐसे गवर्नर राज था, किसी को बताने वाले थे, कोई बनेगा फिर उसको हम बता भी सके कुछ न कोई. सबसे पहले तो बेरोजगारी ज़्यादा है, बच्चे बेकार है, पढ़े लिखा कर नौकरी नहीं है, बिजनेस नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है, ऐसा नहीं. सबसे पहले नौकरी बननी चाहिए बच्चों को. हाँ सर. आप
कह रहे हैं कि गवर्नर राज के खिलाफ वोट हुआ,
तो गवर्नर राज में किसको बताते, मतलब हम बोलते भी थे, किसको बताते. अब अगर कोई बनेगा भी तो उसको हम चार बातें बोल सके कि ऐसे ऐसी प्रॉब्लम ये आई है.
तो आप कश्मीरी पंडित कभी यहाँ से गए नहीं?
ना मैं नहीं, हम नहीं गए, हम यहाँ पर है, उठ रहे यहाँ पर.
इसका मतलब है आपको कभी कश्मीर में कोई किसी चीज़ का
नहीं 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 नहीं, मुझे कश्मीरी प्यार इतना करते, अगर कभी देखेंगे नहीं तो वो पूछेंगे कहाँ थे, क्या हुआ, कुछ ठीक नहीं, जरूरत नहीं है, कुछ झूठ दिए, झूठ है सब कुछ.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
So a Kashmiri voter, Pandit voter, she just casted her vote here from the Sonwar polling booth, where just a while back Abdullah family has also casted her vote. The people on the ground are coming out to cast the vote, but will this increase the percentage that we have seen in last time? As Omar also just said, that Srinagar here people don't come out. They have forgot the trend or the practice of casting the vote. But will this time the people of Kashmir, will people of Srinagar come out and cast their vote in favor of the leader? We will see that in the evening once the poll trends are disclosed.
Right, Zeenat, of course, stay with us. So, prestige battle, of course, for Omar Abdullah, who lost the Lok Sabha seat. Let's take a word from Arawat as well. Arawat, we just heard your conversation with the Apni Party chief, Altaf Bukhari. He exuded confidence, but talk to us about his stronghold in this constituency. It's even said that he's one of the wealthiest candidates, given that he has assets amounting to as much as 168 crore rupees.
Yeah, absolutely. As we have seen, we spoke to the Altaf Bukhari, and he is the richest candidate from the Jammu and Kashmir, and we have seen he is having the close competition with the National Conference and other party leaders. And we have seen also, right now we are standing here at the Lal Chowk, there is the competition between the Jammu Kashmir National Conference and the BJP candidate. In fact, I have a voter with me. I will try to speak with him. आप मुझे बताइए, क्या आपको लग रहा है किस चीज़ के लिए आपने वोट जो है अपना कास्ट किया है?
हमने अपनी एम्प्लॉयमेंट के लिए कास्ट किया है वोट.
इससे पहले अगर हम बात करें, यहाँ पे इलेक्शन बायकॉट्स वाले ट्रेंड हुआ करते थे, लेकिन अभी कश्मीर जो है कम्प्लीटली चेंज हुआ है एंड युवा जो है सामने आ रहे हैं वोट कास्ट करने के लिए.
जी, युवा आ रहे हैं, उनको लग रहा है कि ये सही मौका है हमें अपने वोट कास्ट करने के लिए, क्योंकि जो पिछले 10 साल से यहाँ इलेक्शन नहीं हो रहे, उससे आम लोगों में बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम हो गई. बिजली, पानी, यही वजह है. इस वजह से हमने वोट डाला।
क्या आप उनके फेवर में हैं? अगर हम डायनास्टी पॉलिटिक्स की बात करें, अब्दुल्लास की बात करें या मुफ्तीज की बात करें, हालांकि काफ़ी युवा हमने देखा जो कि उनके अगेंस्ट अभी खड़ा उठा है और उनके खिलाफ वोट दे रहा है, आप बताइए।
जी 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 उनके खिलाफ ही हम उठे हैं। हमारा कैंडिडेट जो हमारा प्रेसिडेंट है अल्ताफ बुखारी साहब है, वो सबसे ज़्यादा युवाओं के बारे में सोच रहे हैं इस टाइम। इसी वजह से ज़्यादा यूथ अल्ताफ बुखारी साहब के साथ ही जुड़े हैं इस टाइम। वो हमेशा जब वो पीडीपी में भी थे तब भी उन्होंने युवाओं के बारे में सोचा, और आज भी 2019 से जब उन्होंने अपनी पार्टी बनाई तो तब से भी उन्होंने युवाओं के बारे में सोचा है।
ओवरऑल अगर हम बात करें, हम देख रहे हैं किस तरह से जमात इस्लामी, हालांकि इससे पहले अगर हम जमात इस्लामी की बात करें वो इलेक्शन बाइकआउट की कॉल्स दिया करते थे, लेकिन अभी जमात इस्लामी के जो मेंबर्स हैं वो भी इलेक्शन प्रोसेस में आ गए हैं।
चलिए, उनको देर आए दुरुस्त आए, उनको लगा कि हम इसी के थ्रू कुछ काम कर सके तो उन्होंने खुद अच्छा डिसीजन लिया कि इलेक्शन उतरने में।
क्या बताना चाहेंगे कुछ ऐसे वोटर्स हैं जो अभी भी अपने घरों में हैं, जो घरों से बाहर नहीं आए हुए हैं, क्या बताएं?
अपील करना चाहते हैं कि वो अपने घरों से निकले, वोट कास्ट करे अपने बेस्ट कैंडिडेट को जो उनका भविष्य में सोचे, उसके लिए वोट करें।
इस बार हम देख रहे हैं फीमेल कैंडिडेट्स भी सामने आए हुए हैं, हालांकि वोट कास्ट करने के लिए भी। इससे पहले हमने देखा कि फीमेल कैंडिडेट्स बाहर नहीं आते थे वोट कास्ट करने के लिए या इलेक्शन कंटेस्ट करने के लिए, लेकिन अभी वो भी सामने आ रहे हैं।
जी जी, उनको भी अपनी समस्या है, बहुत सारी फीमेल्स को भी समस्या है। उनको लग रहा है कि ये सही वक्त है हमें वोट कास्ट करके अपना हक मांगने के लिए।
Thank you very much for speaking to the Republic. He was a voter at the Lal Chowk polling station, and he is saying that they have chosen the ballot box instead of the violence because the youngsters of the Kashmir, in fact in the Jammu, they want the peaceful lives, and also as well they want to the development. As we have seen in the past, their Lal Chowk used to be the hotbed of the violence, but the things have changed on ground. As we spoke to the Altaf Bukhari here has said that the Jamaat Islami too and the separatists too are contesting election. These are the positive scenes of the Naya Kashmir. Back to the studios.
Rawat, yes, we will come back to you again. Let's go across to Zeenat also. Zeenat, we heard that soundbite of Omar Abdullah in which he's attacked the Gandhi sign, Congress as a whole. He says that there's been lackluster campaigning by the Congress in the Jammu region. Is there more than what meets the eye? Is there more, differences brewing within the Congress-NC alliance in the valley?
See, Samiksha, if you will read this statement, and in between the lines, Omar Abdullah is telling the Congress party that better focus on Jammu because you don't have ground in Kashmir. That is the exact line, that is the main pointer, the bullet point that is coming, that despite an alliance with the Congress party, National Conference is directly telling them that you don't have ground in Kashmir, you have ground, strong ground in Jammu, focus there because Kashmir is the fort or the fortress the National Conference has been holding for a long time. Though in 2014 elections, those elections that completely swept in the way of PDP, that is why PDP was able to form the government with the BJP during the 2014 BJP alliance, because then BJP was able to manage, PDP was able to manage some 25 seats from the Kashmir Valley.
And with that, we head into a very short break. Our rolling coverage from Srinagar to continue. Woman stripped in full public glare, put her in rice sack, assault her mercilessly in Bengal's Purba Medinapur. Amit Shah chairs key Mahayuti meeting as stage is set for Maharashtra elections. Shinde, Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar present in the meet. Out of options, Siddaramaiah now appeals to Division Bench of High Court. Meanwhile, hearing in Special Court slated for today.
But once we deal with the disengagement, there is the larger issue, which is both of us have brought very large number of troops up to the border. So there is what we call the de-escalation issue.
External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar makes a big statement, says China violated disengagement agreement. After 2 assassination attempts, US intel warns Trump of real assassination threat from Iran. And let's now switch our focus to international stories that we are tracking. The situation remains tense in the Middle East region after back-to-back blasts have been carried out in Lebanon, which has already claimed more than 500 lives and has left more than 2,000 others injured. Republic has been reporting from the front lines. Take a look at this ground report from Beirut, which has been the epicenter of attacks by the Israeli forces.
On Monday, the 23rd of September, Israel began its latest chapter in its ongoing aggression against Lebanon. Its intensive air raid campaign has killed over 550 Lebanese civilians and injured over 1,500, according to the latest tally.
The streets of Beirut, known for their busy nature during the night as well as the day, have been emptied of its usual visitors. The reason? The new escalation in Israeli aggression against the people of the south and the people of Beirut. Despite most of the Israeli attacks being focused on the south of Lebanon, during 1 week, Israel managed to attack Beirut 5 times. Once during the pager attack, once during the walkie-talkie telecommunication attack, once on Friday, once on Monday, and now on Tuesday. The AUBMC, the American University Beirut Medical Center, was one of the main hospitals that received a large number of civilians and injured people during the pager attack. An attack that was called one of the largest war crimes that targeted civilians in the history of modern technological warfare. Nevertheless, now as we can see, the AUB has been almost emptied of any visitor as people await the unfolding of the new chapter in the combats.
The street behind me, usually bustling with life, is now mostly empty, with most of the shops closed and the people generally nowhere to be found. This radical change in Beirut is the result of the latest Israeli aggression, which has shocked this nation with its savagery and the toll of the victims that it has left behind. Yet now, as the combats rage between the militant group Hezbollah defending not only Lebanon, but what it says is the dignity and the future of Palestine and Gaza in the midst of a genocide, will this aggression be able to continue, or will it simply be a chapter marking the history of a nation in turmoil such as Lebanon? Ali Hamouche, Republic TV, Beirut.
And a quick check of other stories that are making news from across the globe. Chief Advisor of Bangladesh's interim government, Muhammad Yunus, attended the 79th UNGA session. The meeting focused mainly on Rohingya crisis. Upon his arrival, the Chief Advisor of Bangladesh interim government faced protest outside his hotel in New York, with demonstrators who chanted "Go back" against Yunus. Following the meeting, President Joe Biden expressed that US government is fully supportive of Bangladesh's interim government and that his government of the interim government during the discussion on the margins of the UNGA. French President Emmanuel Macron arrived at the United Nations to participate in this year's General Assembly. United Nations chief warned the gathered leaders that impunity, inequality and uncertainties are driving modern civilization towards a power keg that risks engulfing the world. The 79th UNGA session will particularly focus on how to generate trillions of dollars needed to help the poorer section. Chile President Gabriel Boric criticized the war being waged between Israel and Hamas during a speech in the United Nations General Assembly session. Calling for an immediate ceasefire, he also advocated for the establishment of an independent Palestinian state and referred to the contested presidential election in Venezuela, recognizing the opposition as the winners. News from Ecuador, where a fire broke out on the outskirts of Ecuadorian capital, forcing authorities to make road closures as flames spread rapidly through the hills. Man-made fires have been spreading in the nearby area of the region in recent weeks, and authorities have not yet found the origin of the fire as the flames engulfed nearby vegetation. Highways were partially closed due to traffic snags. US President Joe Biden is touting his economic and climate success achieved during his nearly 4 years in office. World leaders are focusing on emerging threats to Earth's climate on the battlefield and in cyberspace. Most of Earth's systems are out of whack concerning climate change, and nations differ on who should pay to help poorer countries deal with the impact and transition to cleaner energy.
More acreage burned on the ground, to the ground, than the entire state of Maryland in terms of area. Just wildfires. I've toured the community, ravaged by tornadoes and floods. More that costs lives and livelihoods. It costs taxpayers billions of dollars in damage. But when Kamala and I came to office, there was no real plan in place to do anything about it.
EU Foreign Policy Chief addressed the United Nations Security Council during a high-level meeting on Ukraine. Borrell stressed that Ukraine wants peace in the quickest possible way, but cautioned that it matters how this war is going to end, noting that support provided to Ukraine has not ended the war but has allowed Ukraine to defend itself. Ukrainian President and US Secretary of State Antony Blinken were also expected to speak in the meeting of the United Nations GA.
Some has declared here today that they love peace. Oh yes, they love peace. No one loves peace more than the Ukrainians. And they want peace quickly, the quickest possible way. But they haven't mentioned that the quickest possible way is Russia withdrawing their troops from Ukraine. This would be the quickest possible way. Yes, there is another way, Ukrainian surrender. But we don't want this kind of ending the war.
He started thumping and just kicking my chest. And thereafter I was then just begging again, sir, what have I even done? Just please leave me. आप लोग हो जो यहाँ पे गलत कर रहे हो और क्यों कर रहे हो? Then he kicked me even more.
Odisha assault survivor narrates horror, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and assaulted by cops. And with less than a week to go, Prime Minister to lead the BJP charge in Haryana, mega rally in Sonipat today.
Video ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯ ಎಲ್ಲ video ಮಾಡ ಅಮ್ಮ ಯಾಕೆ ಪೂರ ಸೇರ್ತ ಕ್ಯೂ
The murder mystery of a Nepali woman named as Mahalakshmi has sent shockwaves through the city. Since her mother and elder sister saw her maggot-infested body, which was chopped into 50 pieces and was stuffed inside a refrigerator in her own house. This reminds us of Shraddha Walkar case in Delhi, Shraddha Walkar was a 28-year-old girl who was murdered by her own boyfriend, whose name was Aftab, and her body was cut into 35 pieces. Here, the lady named as Mahalakshmi, it is said that a person who was in friendship with her was murdered her, but the police have not concluded anything. Her estranged husband named as Hemant Das suspects the involvement of a barber who is from Uttarakhand who used to work in Nelamangala. It is said that he suspects that the barber was in an affair with Mahalakshmi. The husband, estranged husband, says, I got to know that she was in an affair with a man.
And this is the news break that's coming in relation to the Odisha assault case. Crime branch team has arrived at the Bharatpur police station in Bhubaneswar and is conducting on-spot investigation. The team is engaged in recreating the crime scene to gather more evidence. Let's go across to Riyanka. She has more details on that. Riyanka, the crime branch is currently engaged in recreating the crime scene. Take us to the breaking news details. Alright, we have lost that connection, but that's the news break this hour. After an army officer and his fiancée were assaulted, harassed at the police station, Bharatpur police station in Bhubaneswar. Investigation that is being expedited. The crime branch is currently engaged in recreating the crime scene to gather further evidence and clarify details of the assault. Let's go across to Riyanka. Riyanka, take us to the details.
Samiksha, requesting you to repeat the question, please.
Riyanka, we are given to understand that the crime branch is currently recreating the crime scene at the Bharatpur police station after the assault of the army officer and his fiancée. Take us through the details.
That's right. Today morning, the crime branch team, along with the victim and others, have reached the Bharatpur police station in Odisha. And they have been, since then, recreating the scene. And the entire process is being videographed. Both the victim and her fiancé, who is the army person, they are present at the Bharatpur police station along with the team of the crime branch who is now investigating the case. We have also seen that the entire process, the entire scene creation is taking place at the moment. And this is the investigation that has been, been given, ordered by the crime branch at this point in time. They are, in fact, conducting this very investigation, starting from recreating the scene, and the entire process, like I mentioned, is being videographed. The victim is, in fact, present there, and she's explaining the entire scenario that had happened that night.
All right, Riyanka, we will come back to you after this very short break. But that's the news break this hour. Crime branch recreating this crime scene at Bharatpur police station.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning. It's 11 a.m. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. An army officer and his fiancée were tortured, assaulted and harassed at Bharatpur police station on 15th of September. And it's only now that an investigation has begun after the testimonies have also come out of the victim and the army officer. We'll get you the probe so far. Let's begin first up with the headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Phase 2 of Jammu and Kashmir election gets underway. 10.2% voter turnout till 9 a.m.
What the Congress does in Kashmir is not that important. What the Congress does in Jammu is important. And unfortunately, Congress hasn't done as much in the plains of Jammu as we would expect them to do.
Speculation over rift rise as Omar targets Congress, asks why Rahul has not campaigned in Jammu yet.
वहाँ पे मैंने अपना खुद का वोट डाला है और वहाँ 2 घंटे में 54 वोट पड़े हैं। अब यहाँ से आप अंदाजा लगा लो कि 2 घंटे अगर 54 वोट पड़े हैं तो इसका मतलब क्या है कि जानबूझ के कहीं ना कहीं डेलिबरेटरी मशीनों की सेटिंग ऐसे की गई है कि पोलिंग कम हो।
Polling day controversy at Naushera booth. National Conference alleges slow voting by EC officials. With less than a week to go, Prime Minister Modi to lead the BJP charge mega rally in Sonipat today.
He started thumping and just kicking my chest. And thereafter I was then just begging again, sir, what have I even done? Just please leave me. आप लोग हो जो यहाँ पे गलत कर रहे हो और क्यों कर रहे हो? Then he kicked me even more.
Odisha assault survivor narrates horror, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and assaulted by the cops. And with Israel intensifying operations against Hezbollah group, situation escalates in the Middle East region.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Well, our focus this hour is on the Odisha assault case, which happened at the Bharatpur police station on 15th of September, when an army officer and his fiancée were tortured to no end. In fact, before we get you more details of this case, let's put out more newsplay coming in. This is the news that's coming in from Karnataka, where protests are taking place outside Chief Minister Siddaramaya's residence. So as you see, this is the protest outside, even as security has been enhanced, heightened following the ruling by the Karnataka High Court, in which it gave a go-ahead to the prosecution nod by the governor against the chief minister in the Muda scam. So from what it appears, these are anti-Siddaramaya protests which are taking place outside his residence. And this a day after Karnataka High Court gave a go-ahead to the prosecution nod that was sanctioned by the governor against Chief Minister Siddaramaya in the Muda case. So several of these protesters who are currently being detained, live action outside the Chief Minister's residence. So as you see, these are protests taking place outside Chief Minister Siddaramaya's residence, with several of these protesters who are being detained by the cops. And these are protests taking place in the backdrop of the mounting pressure on Chief Minister Siddaramaya to step down from his post. In fact, the BJP has been adamant, demanding that resignation from the Chief Minister and also calling for a CBI investigation into the charges that have been levelled against Chief Minister Siddaramaya in the Muda scam. All right, we will go across to our reporters as well and to our Kannada newsroom to get us the details of these protests. But once again, note that it was Karnataka High Court that gave its nod to that prosecution order that was given by the governor. In fact, special division bench that will be taking up this case today. And all of this while Chief Minister Siddaramaya has been holding several meetings to decide the next course of action. The Karnataka Congress maintains that Chief Minister Siddaramaya will not step down from his post. And this while BJP has been calling for a fair and impartial inquiry into the Muda allegation, the Muda case, saying that it is the need of the hour for the Congress to decide, to rather take that decision that Chief Minister Siddaramaya must step down to ensure that the probe is transparent and fair. Also calling for a CBI investigation into the charges levelled against Chief Minister Siddaramaya. Alright, let's now shift our focus back to the big news that we've been tracking from Odisha, in fact from Bhubaneswar. This is in relation to the assault of the army officer and his fiancée, which happened on 15th of September. Now, the army officer and his fiancée have essentially alleged that his fiancée and he was tortured to no end by the cops. And all of that while they had gone to this police station to get an FI registered. The visuals on your screens are from that police station where the police is currently trying to recreate the crime scene. The army officer and the fiancée have made those charges that they were tortured, assaulted, harassed by these police officers. In fact, detailed statement that's come in from the army officer's fiancée as well, who said that she was kicked on her chest, she was dragged by her hair by the police officers, and that the army officer was illegally detained for over 3 hours. As we speak, the news break this hour is the crime scene being recreated at the police station. The crime branch has sought polygraph test of the SHO. So polygraph test permission that's been sought, and court yet to decide on the date for the same. In fact, let's quickly run you through the details of this case. It was on 15th of September. It was on 15th of September that the army officer and his fiancée were assaulted, harassed by the police officers. In fact, they'd gone to this police station to get an FI registered. We even spoke with the army officer's fiancée, who's detailed the extent of the torture that she was subjected to. Listen into that testament.
Just for the sake of our viewers and for our fight along with you, just give us a small snippet of what exactly happened that day.
Ma'am, on the night of 14-15 at around 1:32, I was returning back along with my fiance from Patia to my home, and on the road we were chased and then stopped by three four-wheelers, out of which some 10 or 12 people came out, only men, and they started hooting and bashing on the car, perpetrating my fiance to get out of the car, which he did. And I was sitting there inside the car at that time, and watching him being pushed around. I came out of the vehicle thinking that me being a lady will assuage the situation and they will probably move away, but they didn't. And their blatancy came on to me as well, of abuse and even pushing around. But knowing their strength, that they were a lot, my fiance and I just got into the vehicle looking at the time that we had the window, and we drove away from there. From this place of incidents, my home is not very far, maybe 10 to 15 minutes. However, my fiance suggested that we should go ahead to Bharatpur police station, which is not very far away from my place, another 400 meters I believe. So to write this FIR, because my road ahead to my home is very dark and secluded. So we were threatened, because that was anyway very threatening and off to dismay that what just happened. So we, with that intention and motive only, entered the police station and just to simply write an FIR. On entering over there, there was one male officer, constable I believe, sitting at the reception, and when he was told about whatever was the incident and we want to write FIR, he ignored and he said that you please wait and sit. We sat, we waited at the reception. Then a lady officer came in her nightie, so I asked her if she was the person on duty. She said yes, she was. Then I said, ma'am, can you please take an FIR, because we've already mentioned it to him and he's not, so aap please likh lijiye. Since she was a lady, I was having a talk with her. She was also not really listening or paying any attention or even giving any interest. That is when I did take out my camera and started to record her, because I did need evidence. If later I wanted to put in a complaint or whatsoever, that did not take action, even though I was there at an odd hour. And my requirement of going to the police station at an odd hour has to be viable. It has to be with a reason. So obviously I was there just to write a complaint. Thereafter, when I did take out my phone, I could make out she was irritated and enraged with me. So she didn't. She said, "Aap wo bade sahab aayenge, likhenge." After about 30 to 40 minutes, the vehicle did come, and more female officers and male officers did get down off that vehicle and they entered the police station. By then, my fiance was the one who was explaining and started doing the talking, because there were enough males then he was talking to them that हमारे साथ ऐसा ऐसा हुआ है, हम यहाँ पे ऑलरेडी 1-आधे घंटे से वेट कर चुके हैं और भी बहुत ज़्यादा लेट हो गया है, अब प्लीज़ कंप्लेंट एक लिख दीजिए, मुझे एक पेपर पेन दे दीजिए, आई विल जस्ट राइट माई कंप्लेंट एंड आई एम गुड टू गो. वहाँ पे भी there was hesitant, there were resistance, but still I think maybe in 5 odd minutes he did receive a paper pen and उनको लिखने का मौका दिया and he started to write. But I don't know what went down, that while he was writing, suddenly his arms were flung and he was stripped down, and all his belongings, car keys, his wallet, his military ID card and his phone was taken up by the police, and he was being dragged to the cell. And that is when I was just wondering, what is this happening? We came here for a complaint. Why is he being taken to the cell? To which I started to tell the officer, the SI who was pulling him, that sir, kya ho gaya hai? What is the matter? Why are you taking him? There was no reply from him. He was not entertaining me. He put him in the cell. Then secondly, now him being behind the cell, we were just getting impatient. What is happening now? Like, what is next? So he was telling me, please call the SI, I will speak with him. He was not answering, he was not opening the door, and I kept on persistently knocking the door. That is when a woman came, a female officer. She dragged me by my hair, pinned me down, and there were two more ladies. Now there were total of 3 ladies on me, pulling my hair, dragging me across the entire that corridor, and they were beating me, punching me. While she beat me, one of my tooth also fell out. And watching that and watching the floor covered in blood, with my blood, my nose was bleeding and my mouth was bleeding. I told her, ma'am, मेरा खून आ रहा है, आप यू हैव क्रॉस्ड अ लॉट ऑफ लिमिट्स राइट नाउ मैम, अब बस करो, मुझे साइड में रखो, आपको मेरे से बात नहीं करना. फ्रॉम डिमांड आई हैड नाउ कम ऑन टू प्लीडिंग एंड बेगिंग फॉर माई लाइफ दैट प्लीज़ मैम, प्लीज़ लेट मी गो, लेट मी सेट, आपको मेरे से बात नहीं करना, मत करो, आप प्लीज़ मेरे को छोड़ दो, जस्ट लेट मी गो. एंड दे कंटिन्यूड अब्यूजिंग मी, कॉलिंग मी नेम्स, abuses that I don't want to actually say right now. And they kept on continuously beating me, and then one of the lady came at my neck to choke me. That is when I have bitten her hand, and then she let me go. Then they insinuated and told me she's on powder, देखो कितना strength है इसमें, and they just kept on saying all of these things. Thereafter, one of the ladies who was wearing a scarf, that scarf was used to tie my leg. My own jacket was taken off. I was just then wearing my sports bra, and that jacket itself was used to tie my hands behind. And then I was dragged. I was lying down on the floor, and I was dragged inside a room. And in that room I was further beaten by their legs, and 2 more constables, male constables, were called to put me under control, because I could hear them again and again say that she's giving a lot of fight, she's screaming a lot, somebody come and help us pin her down. And those 2 constables stood on my hand, pressed it, punched my face, kicked my face. Till then the SI, the one who had put my fiance behind the cell, he entered. And when he entered, he also screamed, yelled and abused me. And one of the females then put up my bra, exposed me, and then he started thumping and just kicking my chest. And thereafter I was then just begging again, sir, what have I even done, just please leave me, आप लोग हो जो यहाँ पे गलत कर रहे हो और क्यों कर रहे हो. Then he kicked me even more. Then they left me over there for good 30 odd minutes. I was locked in there just crying, and I was continuously screaming. Still hear those screams, I was just continuously screaming. And then in the meanwhile I was waiting over there. The door opened after a few while, and then I saw a new face over there, and to my head I thought probably this is the Bade Saab that they have been talking about, that who will come and listen. So watching a fresh face, then I told him everything again, that sir, so and so situation has happened. He asked me to shut up. He said, you have been the one who has created a ruckus over here, who do you think you are? I told them, sir, I have done nothing, absolutely just came in for FIR. By the time I'm saying this, one of the lady pulled down my pants, and simultaneously he pulled out his shirt, pulled down his pants, took out his private parts, came up, stood up onto my face. I was lying down, and then he told me that how many times would you take it to just shut up. Watching that, I knew that what could possibly come next. So I had just pushed my face down on the floor. I can't live that thing again, what I was feeling, but I was really feeling disgraced and pathetic.
Do you think that only suspension is enough, and 60 days time for the report to be coming in? So it's a long wait of 2 months now, and just suspension being there. What else do you require? How do you think you will be going on for the next 60 days before the actual truth comes out?
Ma'am, whatever I required, such as judicial inquiry, that has already been given. So ma'am, the truth and the course of law always finds its way. So even if for now they are suspended, whatever the higher authorities, government officials are doing, they are doing their best. I have my faith in them. So I am no one to command, ye hona chahiye, wo hona chahiye, because the book of command, IPC or even the constitution, everything is already there. So I am just a meager citizen who just raised her voice, knowing all these facts and having that knowledge. So my demand, whatever it was, has been already heard by Honorable Chief Minister, and the judicial inquiry is already going to be on its go.
So disheartening, as you heard the victim narrating the extent of torture that she was subjected to at the Bharatpur police station. In fact, more newsbreak details that are now coming in. The crime branch, the Odisha crime branch, has now demanded that there should be a polygraph test of not just the accused but even the victims in this case. So while you just heard the victim narrating the extent of torture that she had to go through at the Bharatpur police station, the crime branch having requested for a polygraph test on not just the accused but even the victim in this case. And while you heard the victim calling for judicial probe into this incident. So that's the Odisha Crime Branch that has sought a polygraph test on the accused and the victim. This while you heard the victim narrating her ordeal, the extent of torture that she was subjected to. She's spoken about how her hands and legs were tied, how she was flashed at, and how the cops pulled her by her hair and kicked her on her chest. Riyanka, once again, before we get to the probe details, once again, if you can run us through those heartbreaking details that the victim has spoken about the extent of torture that she had to go through by these police officials.
We have exclusively spoken to the victim, and she narrated the entire ordeal that she had to go through along with her fiancé that night. From being abused, assaulted by these policemen, also the most shocking part coming in that there were 3 women police officers also who were allegedly, involved in this assault of this woman. And she says that she was flashed at, she was hit, she was brutally assaulted. The policemen had called her names. The only thing that she wanted to do was to file FIR against the miscreants, and there was reluctance from the police officials. And also on the other fact that the victim currently has said that her demands have been heard by the Chief Minister, and that she is hoping that justice will be served. Also, it is quite appalling to see that there is a cover-up that is being, allegedly being done, which can be seen. Also, it had taken the police officials almost a week to come up with, installing the CCTVs in the Bharatpur police station after the intervention of the court. So, yes, several questions have been raised as to what exactly happened that night, whether the police is speaking the truth, or whether the victims' accounts are the ones that will be, in fact, gaining all the eyebrows there. We'll have to be waiting for the next 60 days when the judicial report comes out.
All right, Priyanka, thank you for the moment. So while the victim has been calling for help, you see how the police, the crime branch, instead of doing justice now, has called for polygraph test on the victim. Let's now shift focus to those the strong statements that came in from External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, who spoke about how China has violated agreements in the past and that there has been some sort of disengagement which has happened. In fact, he says that 75% of disengagement is already done along the LAC. Listen in to those remarks by the External Affairs Minister.
We saw that the Chinese, we were all in the middle of COVID at that time, if you remember, moved large number of forces in violation of these agreements to the line of actual control. And once troops, and we responded in kind, and once troops were deployed very close up, which is very dangerous, it was likely a mishap would happen, and it did happen. So there was a clash, and a number of troops died on either side. And that has since, in a sense, overshadowed the relationship. So what has been the focus for the last 4 years is to, in the first instance, at least disengage the troops, which means that they go back to the to the military bases from which they traditionally operate, because right now both sides have troops who are deployed forward. And when I said 75% of it has been sorted out, I was asked in a way to quantify it, to give a sense. It's only of the disengagement. So that's one part of the problem. And the main issue right now is the patrolling. How do we, both of us, I would say, patrol up to the line of actual control. And right now the patrolling arrangements after 2020 have been disturbed. So we've been able to sort out much of the disengagement, the friction points, but some of the patrolling issues need to be resolved. But once we deal with the disengagement, there is the larger issue, which is both of us have brought very large number of troops up to the border. So there is what we call the de-escalation issue.
Much more coming up, viewers. Ajikor rape and murder investigation continues. CBI recovers deleted messages from Sandeep Ghosh's phone. Stay tuned.
Director, the taste of success. Phase 2 of Jammu and Kashmir elections gets underway. 10.22% voter turnout till 9 a.m.
What the Congress does in Kashmir is not that important. What the Congress does in Jammu is important. And unfortunately, Congress hasn't done as much in the plains of Jammu as we would expect them to do.
Speculation over rift rise and Omar targets Congress, asks why Rahul has not campaigned in Jammu.
वहाँ पे मैंने अपना खुद का वोट डाला है और वहाँ 2 घंटे में 54 वोट पड़े। अब यहाँ से आप अंदाजा लगा लो कि 2 घंटे अगर 54 वोट पड़े तो इसका मतलब क्या है कि जानबूझ के कहीं ना कहीं डेलिबरेटरी मशीनों की सेटिंग ऐसे की गई है कि पोलिंग कम हो।
Polling day controversy and now share a booth. National Conference alleges slow voting by EC officials. With less than a week to go, Prime Minister to lead the BJP charge mega rally in Sonipat today.
He started thumping and just kicking my chest, and thereafter I was then just begging again, sir, what have I even done, just please leave me. आप लोग हो जो यहाँ पे गलत कर रहे हो और क्यों कर रहे हो. Then he kicked me even more.
A Disha assault survivor narrates horror, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and assaulted by cops. And with Israel intensifying operation against Hezbollah, situation escalates in the Middle East.
Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Let's go to the top story we're tracking right now in the RG Kaur rape and murder case. We're coming to know that as the CBI continues its investigation, the CBI is currently investigating messages recovered from Sandeep Ghosh's phone as part of an ongoing probe. According to sources, several deleted messages have been retrieved, including one where Sandeep allegedly claimed that the girl is exaggerating. That is right. The question now is, who was Sandeep Ghosh sending those messages to? And who did he consult to quote-unquote punish Abhaya? That is right. Big update coming in on Republic TV. Explosive texts recovered from Sandeep Ghosh's phone. Now, Sandeep Ghosh had deleted those messages and the CBI has recovered some of those messages. This is coming in as Sandeep Ghosh is under the scanner. CBI is interrogating Sandeep Ghosh, the former principal of RG Kaur Hospital, and along with many others. So this is the big update coming in on Republic TV. The question is that was there an attempt to cover up the brutal rape and murder of Abhaya? Let's go to Kishore joining us right now on Republic TV. Kishore, you know, the CBI is probing all the angles in this case. And this time, the CBI has recovered deleted messages on Sandeep Ghosh's phone. And the messages show a murky picture. Kishore, if you could take our viewers through the investigating agency's update so far.
Well, Shivangi, the messages are threatening, quite explosive, and in a way it clears up that what was going on behind the curtains. Now, the exact translation of the message that was recovered according to sources is the girl is crossing her limits. That is what Sandeep Ghosh said, that is what Sandeep Ghosh sent from his phone. The messages were later deleted. According to sources, the CBI is taking the help of technology to understand these messages, retrieve these messages and understand them. To whom they were sent, in what context, and which girl in this particular case is being talked about. Now, it's very clear that Abhaya, after she was killed, raped and murdered, there were many important clues that came up, including the fact that she might have known about certain facts which was going on inside the hospital, and that might have been a reason for this whole heinous crime that followed. Now, whether Sandeep Ghosh himself was involved in staging the whole incident that happened, the heinous crime that happened, is a matter of investigation. CBI is investigating. But these messages from his phone, which were sent from his phone, expose in a way, according to sources, the motive behind such crime, and there is a possibility that the girl, quote unquote, which has been mentioned here, is Abhaya in fact. It was said the girl is crossing her limit. The most exact translation would be this. In Bengali it was said, Meta Badabadi Korche, which means the girl is crossing her limits. So what limits was this girl crossing? Who is this girl? And after she crossed her limit, what was the consequence? All these are questions that the CBI is investigating. But clearly everything points out to the fact that Abhaya was murdered. She might have known a lot of facts, and these messages might just be indicating towards that. Shivangi.
Right. All right. So I just want to go through those messages once more. You're telling us exactly what has happened. So the messages say Abhaya finds out that Sandeep is involved in corruption. Sandeep Ghosh threatens Abhaya after the complaint. These are some of the messages I'm reading out. If you could take our viewers, Kishore, once more to these fresh updates coming in right now, and especially the allegation that the word allegation of corruption. Now, remember that already Sandeep Ghosh is being investigated for corruption. So this is not coming as a surprise, Kishore.
Well, exactly. The first case in which Sandeep Ghosh was arrested was in fact the corruption and financial scam case within RG Kaur, and we know that even dead bodies were smuggled out, organs were smuggled out. Now, I'll read out some of the source-based news that we got Abhaya discovered, in a way, this is what our sources are telling us, that Sandeep Ghosh was involved in multiple corrupt practices within Arjikor Hospital. So she started complaining. And I'll just remind our viewers that some of the complaints against Sandeep Ghosh, those documents was found in his house by the ED and CBI after his house was raided. We were shocked to know that all the complaints against Sandeep Ghosh, which should have been in the Sasto Bhavan, in the health department, was found from his house. So all these complaints were there. And according to sources, what I was quoting right now, reading out right now, that Abhaya's discovered Sandeep Ghosh was involved in malpractices. She started complaining and received no response from the authorities. Then she was punished. The 36 consecutive hours of duty was given to her. And when she did not stop, what was the consequence? She was later on killed and murdered. Whether this was the reason or not, CBI is going to find out, would be proved in the court. But all the proofs, evidences and sequences of events and source-based information that we are getting point out to the fact that Sandeep Ghosh and his company might have been engaged in all kind of corrupt practices, which Abhaya might have come to know. And then we saw what happened.
Right, hold on, Kishale, hold on, because we're getting some more breaking updates on this story. Like we told you, Kishale, we're coming to know that Abhaya complained about poor quality medicines and corruption. This is a big update, viewers. And like Kishale is telling us, Abhaya discovered Sandeep Ghosh's involvement in multiple corrupt practices, initially complained about poor quality medicines to Sandeep and received no response. After escalating the complaint to higher authorities, Sandeep allegedly began threatening Abhaya, assigning 36 consecutive, I repeat, 36 consecutive hours of duty as punishment. That is right. You know, and we were speaking about this earlier as well, Kishore, that how Abhaya used to go beyond her hours, working hard at the hospital, doing long shifts. But what we are learning right now, 36 consecutive hours was a punishment because Abhaya raised a couple of questions and asked why is there corruption and why are poor quality medicines being administered?
Exactly. Well, Shivangi, we have been talking to ex-employees and present employees of Arjikor as well, and including Akhtar Ali, who was the ex-super, non-medical super, who came out with these allegations. They have told us clearly that there used to be consignment of government medicines that was taken out from Arjikor without any permission. Trucks used to come, all these government original medicines used to be stacked in and taken out. No one knows where. Then other trucks would come in with medicines and no one knows from where, whether these were original medicines or fake ones, and these were brought inside the hospital from the back door. These are the allegations. Abhaya came to know about these practices and then she started complaining about the poor quality medicines. That is what the sources are telling us. These are the possibilities we are talking about. And then when this practice was slowly, there was a threat that Abhaya would expose these practices in front of the whole world. Then she was first of all threatened, then punished, and might have been killed later on after being raped. So these are the sequence of events which would have possibly taken place if these source-based informations are correct, and CBI sources are looking into these facts, whether Abhaya was completely trying to expose what was going on inside Arjikor, and as a consequence, what happened to her happened. And Sandeep Ghosh's messages saying this girl is crossing limits clearly points out to severe consequences. Shivangi.
All right, thank you so much, Abhay. In fact, Kishore, for getting us top updates as Justice for Abhaya campaign continues. We will be getting our viewers all the top updates as Arjikor rape and murder case is being investigated. Now we move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking in our next segment, Bharat in 5 minutes. Let's get started with that. Union Minister of Finance Nirmala Sitharaman met with the Minister of Investments of the Republic of Uzbekistan ahead of the annual meeting of the Board of Governors of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. Both ministers discussed issues of mutual interest related to bilateral trade, especially in the areas of renewable energy, fertilizers and pharma sector. Former US Ambassador to India, Kenneth Juster, stated that the Prime Minister's visit to India is very positive. And his comments comes after demonstrators highlighted the depth and breadth of US-India relations with continued new initiatives. Following the meeting, India has also decided to open new consulates in Boston and Los Angeles.
I thought it was a very positive visit. The statement that came out afterwards demonstrates the depth and breadth of the U.S.-India relationship with continued new initiatives, especially in areas such as critical and emerging technologies, clean energy, healthcare, defense. And so this is just another very important step in the building of the strength of the U.S.-India relationship.
7 people lost their lives and 1 was critically injured when a speeding car collided with a trailer truck in Gujarat. Now, the car was en route to Ahmedabad, struck the trailer from behind on a national highway. Superintendent of Police Vijay Patel said that all 7 passengers in the car were killed in the crash.
गुजरात के साबरकांठा डिस्ट्रिक्ट में शामराजी से हिम्मतनगर हाईवे पे आज सुबह एक अकस्मात हुआ है जिसमें इनोवा कार में जो सवार थे वो 7 व्यक्ति की मौत हो चुकी है और एक जो सवार था उसको इंजरी हुई है, उसको हॉस्पिटल में ले जाया गया है। ये सभी अहमदाबाद के रहने वाले थे और शामराजी से अहमदाबाद तरफ जा रहे थे।
The Special Court for Public Representatives is set to hear the Mood scam today with the petition filed by Sneha Mai Krishna scheduled to be presented. Krishna's lawyers will submit the High Court's order dismissing Chief Minister Siddaramaia's writ petition. Meanwhile, CM Siddaramaia's legal team is preparing to challenge the Karnataka High Court's single bench order by filing an appeal with the division bench today.
While respecting the judiciary, we are not happy about the judgment, because when there is no involvement directly by the Honorable Chief Minister, there is no order done by the Chief Minister, there is no signature on any documentation.
Smoke caused panic on a flight from Chennai to Dubai with 320 passengers on board. The smoke dissipated with approximately 10 minutes. Officials said fire tenders were dispatched to the scene as a precautionary measure. The incident occurred due to the overfilling of the engine. Animal smuggler Niaz, alias Motu, resident of Khanka police station, was in Bilariaganj, was injured in an encounter with the police. Now he was shot in his right leg. One of the animal smugglers' associates has been arrested. A pistol, cartridges and a motorcycle were recovered from them. 2 days ago, both were selling meat after slaughtering a prohibited animal. The accused, who fled after slaughtering a prohibited animal and leaving behind 70 kilograms of meat, was injured in a police encounter.
अपराधियों के खिलाफ चलाए जा रहे अभियान के अंतर्गत थाना कंदरापुर की पुलिस द्वारा 24 सितंबर की प्रातःकाल में एक अभियुक्त नियाजुद्दीन उर्फ मोटू को प्रतिबंधित जानवरों का मांस बेचने के आरोप में गिरफ्तार करने का प्रयास किया गया। तो नियाजुद्दीन उर्फ मोटू अभियुक्त ने पुलिस पर फायरिंग की। जवाब में पुलिस द्वारा आत्मरक्षार्थ फायरिंग की गई, जिसमें अपराधी को पैर में गोली लगने से घायल हुए।
And viewers, getting some more breaking updates coming in right now, where the autopsy report of Akshay Shinde, who died in the Badlapur assault case, reveals that he succumbed, I repeat, that he succumbed to excessive bleeding from a gunshot wound to the head. The post-mortem conducted by a panel of 5 doctors from Mumbai's JJ hospital lasted approximately 7 hours and was fully videographed. The prelim report has been handed over to the police for further investigation. That is what we're learning of right now, viewers, on Republic TV, where top updates are coming in. This is the assault case. Akshay Shinde, who died in the Badlapur assault case, The autopsy report is out. I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. Let's go to Sandeep. Sandeep, now let's go ahead to what is happening. We see that Akshay Shinde, who died on the Badlapur assault case, the autopsy report is out. If you could take our viewers through, what has happened. Akshay Shinde, let's tell our viewers, was accused of sexually assaulting 2 minor girls at a school in Badlapur town of Thane district. Please take us through what the autopsy report of Akshay Shinde has revealed. All right, we will be going to Sandeep in a moment, but this is a big update coming in. The autopsy report of Akshay Shinde, 24 years of age, who was accused of sexually assaulting 2 minor girls in Badlapur town of Thane district. Remember that after that case had come out, we saw so many parents protesting. The autopsy report of Akshay Shinde is out. We will have to move ahead right now to some of the other breaking updates coming in right now. All right, the other breaking update is that we continue getting you more updates on the Badlapur assault case. And what we are learning, viewers, is that state CID has launched its investigation into the Badlapur encounter, set to record statements from API, Nilesh More, PI Sanjay Shinde, Constables Harish Tavade and Abhijit More. The probe aims to clarify details surrounding the controversial encounter. That is right, viewers. Big update coming in on Republic TV, and this is what we're learning of right now on Republic TV. I just want to go straight back to my colleague. CID, state CID, to investigate killing of accused Akshay Shinde. Okay, we will be connecting back now. This is Maharashtra's CID. Will investigate the death of Akshay Shinde, the accused in the Badlapur sexual assault case. We're also seeing that a team of forensic science experts have examined the area as well. Okay, we will be tracking the story very closely. For now, let's move ahead to some of the other stories that we are keeping a very close eye on. And viewers, coming up, Odisha assault survivor narrates horror, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and assaulted by the cops.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Viewers, top headlines. Woman stripped in full public glare, put in rice sack, assaulted in Bengal's Purba Midnapur. Shah chairs ki Mahayuti meeting as stage is set for Maharashtra polls. Shinde, Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar present at that meeting. Out of options, the Ramayya now appeals to Division Bench of High Court. Meanwhile, hearing in special court today. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar makes a big statement, says China violated disengagement agreements. After 2 assassination attempts, US intel warns Trump of real assassination threat from Iran. Let's go ahead right down to the other story we're tracking. The situation in the Middle East remains volatile. Republic TV brings you an exclusive report from Beirut. Our coverage provides an in-depth look at the ongoing conflict and its impact on the region.
On Monday, the 23rd of September, Israel began its latest chapter in its ongoing aggression against Lebanon. Its intensive air raid campaign has killed over 550 Lebanese civilians and injured over 1,500 according to the latest tally.
The streets of Beirut, known for their busy nature during the night as well as the day, have been emptied of its usual visitors. The reason? The new escalation in Israeli aggression against the people of the south and the people of Beirut. Despite most of the Israeli attacks being focused on the south of Lebanon, during 1 week, Israel managed to attack Beirut 5 times, once during the pager attack, once during the walkie-talkie telecommunication attack, once on Friday, once on Monday, and now on Tuesday. The AUBMC, the American University Beirut Medical Center, was one of the main hospitals that received a large number of civilians and injured people during the pager attack, an attack that was called one of the largest war crimes that targeted civilians in the history of modern technological warfare. Nevertheless, now, as we can see, the AUB has been almost emptied of any visitor as people await the unfolding of the new chapter in the combats.
The street behind me, usually bustling with life, is now mostly empty, with most of the shops closed and the people generally nowhere to be found. This radical change in Beirut is the result of the latest Israeli aggression, which has shocked this nation with its savagery and the toll of the victims that it has left behind. Yet now, as the combats rage between the militant group Hezbollah defending not only Lebanon, but what it says is the dignity and the future of Palestine and Gaza in the midst of a genocide, will this aggression be able to continue, or will it simply be a chapter marking the history of a nation in turmoil such as Lebanon? Ali Hamouche, Republic TV, Beirut.
And viewers, much more coming up. Keep an eye on the Jammu and Kashmir polls. Speculation over rift rises. Omar targets Congress. Asked why has Rahul not campaigned in Jammu? And with less than a week to go, Prime Minister to lead the BJP's charge in Haryana mega rally in Sonipat today. Stay tuned. updates. Virat Kohli has been added to Delhi's probable squad for the Ranji Trophy for the first time since 2018 to 2019. Rishabh Pant, Navdeep Saini have also been included, while Ishant Sharma missed out. With the government officials sounding the warning, less than half the capacity of balcony C stand will be up for sale. While the stand's capacity is 4,800, only 1,700 tickets will be sold, the UPCA informed. Fast bowler Shaheen Shah Afridi was on Tuesday called as the Pakistan selectors named a 15-member squad for the first test against England beginning on October 7th. And viewers, much more coming up. Odisha assault survivor narrates horror, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and assaulted by the cops. And with Israel intensifying operation against Hezbollah, situation escalates in the Middle East. Stay tuned.
Video master, yalla video mara. Ama ya ke puro certo que Yay!
The murder mystery of a Nepali woman named as Mahalakshmi has sent shockwaves through the city. Since her mother and elder sister saw her maggot-infested body, which was chopped into 50 pieces and was stuffed inside a refrigerator in her own house. This reminds us of Shraddha Walkar case in Delhi. Shraddha Walkar was a 28-year-old girl who was murdered by her own boyfriend, whose name was Aftab, and her body was cut into 35 pieces. Here, the lady named as Mahalakshmi, it is said that a person who was in friendship with her was murdered her. But the police have not concluded anything. Her estranged husband, named as Hemant Das, suspects the involvement of a barber who is from Uttarakhand who used to work in Nelamangala. It is said that he suspects that the barber was in an affair with Mahalakshmi. The husband, estranged husband, says, I got to know that she was in an affair with a man who is from Uttarakhand and working in a saloon in Nelamangala. And this Hemant Das also says that he came to know about this affair in April-May. And after that, Hemant Das, who owns a mobile accessory shop, has also lodged a complaint against Mahalakshmi, and he starts staying away from Mahalakshmi. And he also says that Mahalakshmi...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch pano.
Phase 2 of J&K election gets underway. 24.1% voter turnout till 11 a.m.
What the Congress does in Kashmir is not that important. What the Congress does in Jammu is important. And unfortunately, Congress hasn't done as much in the plains of Jammu as we would expect them to do.
Speculation over rift rise as Omar targets Congress, asks why the Gandhi sign has not campaigned in Jammu yet. Polling day controversy at Naushera booth. National Conference alleges slow voting by the EC officials. With less than a week to go, Prime Minister Modi to lead the BJP charge mega rally in Sonipat today.
And just kicking my chest. And thereafter I was then just begging again, sir, what have I even done? Just please leave me. आप लोग हो जो यहाँ पे गलत कर रहे हो और क्यों कर रहे हो? Then he kicked me even more.
Odisha assault survivor narrates horror, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and assaulted by the cops. And with Israel intensifying operations against Hezbollah, situation escalates in the Middle East region.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch pano.
A very good afternoon. It's 12 p.m. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. The voter turnout as of 12 a.m. has come in at 24%. This is the phase 2 of polling that is underway, with fate of 239 candidates that hangs in the balance as we speak. In fact, among the key contenders are Ravinder Raina, the J&K BJP chief, Omar Abdullah, the former J&K chief minister, as well as the Apni party chief. Let's quickly run you through these graphics to get a better understanding of phase 2 of polling, which is crucial in many ways. The voting, of course, on 26 seats in 6 districts. So yes, 239 candidates that are in the fray for those 26 constituencies. Most constituencies fall along LOC. So very important, given that most of these constituencies fall along line of control, which is why security is paramount in these regions, particularly in Riyasi, Rajouri and Pooch, which have been worst affected when it comes to terror attacks, which have happened in the last 3 years. The latest, of course, being in Riyasi, where a bus carrying pilgrims was targeted, in which 9 pilgrims lost their lives. In fact, talking about the key candidates here, Omar Abdullah, Ravinder Raina and Apna party chief Altaf Bukhari being some of those key candidates. Omar Abdullah, note, is contesting on 2 seats. In fact, important to add here that Omar Abdullah had lost the Lok Sabha seat, the Baramulla seat, in the Lok Sabha elections. He's contesting on Gandarbal and Badgam. In fact, Gandarbal, which is said to be a family bastion of the Abdullahs, which is why it is a prestige battle for Omar Abdullah. In fact, talking about Ravinder Raina, the J&K BJP chief, who's contesting from Nowshera. Now, he's seeking a re-election from Nowshera. He'd won it in 2014. However, Nowshera remains a Congress bastion. It was a Congress bastion until 2014, until the Congress lost it to the J&K BJP chief. The other important candidate here also being Altaf Bukhari, who's the richest candidate in phase 2. The Apna party chief, he is said to have assets amounting to more than 160 crore rupees. So the richest candidate who is in the poll fray. In fact, another highlight here also being that 16 foreign diplomats will observe the J&K elections. We'd put out visuals earlier of those foreign delegates arriving, a very crucial visit to send out that strong message that the polls in the valley have largely been successful in all districts of the valley. In fact, before we go across to our reporters on the ground, let's listen in to the reactions coming in of the political leaders from the valley. In fact, before we go across to our reporters on the ground, let's once again tell you that the voter turnout percentage is a little above 24%. We have Zina joining us live from Srinagar. We have Gursimran from Nowshera, and Arawat is joining us from the Lal Chowk. Let's go across to Zeenat first. Zeenat, the voter turnout as of now is a little above 24%. Once again, before we talk about the key candidates, talk to us about that big statement that came in from Omar Abdullah, in which he's hinted that there is rift between the Congress and the NC alliance, given that it's been a lackluster campaign by the Congress in the Jammu region.
Samiksha, before I answer your question, right now we are reporting from the Badgam, Central Kashmir, and this is Soibok. Soibok, which has been the hometown of Hizbul Mujahideen Chief Saeed Salahuddin, who now is presently living in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and this is also the constituency where from Omar Abdullah and the other people are contesting. My VJ Mubashir is showing you the list of the candidates who are testing their luck from Aga Saeed Muntazar, who comes from PDP, then Omar Abdullah from the National Conference, you see Aga Saeed Moswi from the Awami National Conference, then Samajwadi Party candidate, and then 3 independent candidates are in free. From Badgam, you have 9 candidates, 9 people are contesting, they are trying their luck. The bigger game will be between Omar Abdullah and also between the PDP, who will take the game. In fact, as far as this Soibuk belt is concerned, you see the chronology of the elections that have been that Jammu and Kashmir has witnessed. This Soibuk had always have the lowest voter turnout, and Badgam has always has not gone to that great extent where you say the polling was done in a good with a good percentage. But this time till 11, we are recording somewhere around 25% votes have been recorded so far. This tells you that the people are not coming out with that fair. Rather, you see the voters that are going inside. Their faces are not covered. They're flaunting their voter slips and other things. So that tells you the situation on ground. And particularly when it comes earlier, the same constituency, the same belt, this area used to be considered the stronghold of Hizb chief Said Salahuddin. Now the same constituency, same area is telling you and narrating you the another story that has emerged in the last couple of years, where people are not hiding their faces, they are openly coming and showing or displaying their fingers, that is with the ink, and also or not hiding their voter slips. So that tells you the atmosphere on ground. It's a peaceful situation on ground. The polls are being held in the peaceful situation, and till now there has not been any untoward incident that has been reported from the Kashmir, because 3 districts in the Kashmir Valley are undergoing the polls at present.
Yes, Zeenat, stay with us. We also have Arawat, who is live with us from Lal Chowk, and Gursimran, who is joining us from Naushera. In fact, before we go across to Gursimran and Arawat, let's listen into that exclusive conversation with the NC candidate in Naushera, who's alleged that there's been slow voting in Naushera polling booths. Listen into that conversation, then we go across to Gursimran.
I'm joined by Surinder Chaudhary. Mr. Chaudhary, ये क्या हो रहा है आप बताइए?
ये देखिए, यहाँ पे सिक्योरिटी जो लगी है, इनका इंचार्ज है मिस्टर विकास ढिल्लन के, क्या नाम है, देखना नाम क्या है इनका? विकास दमन है। ये ऐसा ही है। और इनकी जो एसएसपी का काम थोड़ा है कि यहाँ पे आई कार्ड चेक करना, आई कार्ड तो हमने चेक करना। वो पहली बात है, अगर लोगों के पास आई कार्ड नहीं है तो ये कसूर किसका है? बीएलओ का है? आपके उसका स्टाफ का है? आरओ की गलती है? लोगों को इन्फॉर्म करना चाहिए था।
State. It is happening. It happened in every state. It happened in LWE areas in the general election. It happened in entire northeast. It happened everywhere. Wherever there were the fissures, wherever there were the possibilities of conflict. People are now, since the 2024 election, or even before, when the Chhattisgarh election took place, assembly elections, people are now making a statement that it is not through the ballot, it is through the bullet that they believe in. They believe in writing their own history, their own destiny they want to write themselves. They want to be participative in that. And this is what is an environment. These are what are the visuals to be seen, to be believed, and to be celebrated as a festival of democracy world over. They are creating, see the crowd, so peaceful, and the shine in their eyes, as if they are waiting for their own history to be written by themselves. So this is what it is. We showed you, we gave a glimpse of what we do whole day here during the election day. We have started this practice very recently. We called you during counting times in counting day in the 2024 election, and this is what we are showing you live today. That's all we have to say.
Rajiv sir, what do you want to respond? Because in UNGA, President Biden also applauded the election process and the way Election Commission is conducting the elections here in India. How would you like to respond? Because when other political leaders go to UN, they criticize our country. On the one side, President Biden is himself applauding the election process.
See, in the elections, Indian elections, we are very precisely, we only do 3 things. What we do? We make the electoral roll free and fair. That is one job we have. Second job we have is to
provide a level playing field during the campaigning, make it far less cluttered, inducement free, and thirdly, we make it comfortable when the people come to vote. This is what it is. And what does it create? It creates only trust in the election commission. That's all. So we are in the business of creating trust and not defeating the trust at any point of time. In 2024 general elections, in various other state elections in last 2-3 years, and always, and more particularly in areas, as I mentioned, where there were conflicts, all is getting resolved through democratic process, and this is creating democratic surpluses for the world as a whole, for the democratic countries as a whole. Wherever there are democratic kind of a recession or a democratic kind of a not that strong a functioning because of a variety of reasons, we are proving in this country through the election commission and ultimately through the voters who have the trust in election commission. Our voter is really the king. He decides. Nobody else decides, and this is the trust, and we are creating democratic surpluses for it.
नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के नेता हैं उमर अब्दुल्ला, उनसे पूछा गया कि यूएन के लोग आए हैं, प्रतिनिधि आए हैं, वो देख रहे हैं, तो उन्होंने कहा कि गाइडेड टूर कराया जा रहा है, लेकिन जो फॉरेन जर्नलिस्ट थे उनको कवरेज के लिए पासेज इस बार नहीं दिए गए और जनता अपने आप से चुनाव लड़ रही है, इसको क्रेडिट लेने की किसी को जरूरत नहीं है, इस तरह की बातें वो कर रहे हैं चुनाव। अच्छी बात है, जनता लड़े, यही मैंने पहले कहा कि ये जनता का चुनाव है। मैं कई बार बोल चुका हूँ कि ये सिक्योरिटी वर्सेस का चुनाव ही नहीं है, ये सिर्फ भागीदारी का चुनाव है, जमहूरियत का चुनाव है, और हमें आउटकम से मतलब होना चाहिए। अगर जनता अपने से वोट देने आगे आ रही है और वोट दे रही है तो इससे अच्छी खुशी की कोई बात हो ही नहीं सकती। दिस इज द अल्टीमेट ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ एनी इलेक्शन। आउटकम इज व्हाट मेजर्स। जैसे मैं बोलता हूँ अक्सर कि परिणाम में ही प्रमाण है। अगर लोग वोट देने आ रहे हैं, लाइन में खड़े हैं, पीसफुली दे रहे हैं, बस ठीक है, हमारा इलेक्शन बढ़िया है।
सर, जितनी तेजी के साथ चुनाव में मतदान हो रहा है, जितनी तेजी के साथ चुनाव में मतदान हुआ है, पहले भी चुनाव में देखा और इससे पहले हम जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर चुनाव देखते रहे हैं, लेकिन इतनी तेजी के साथ मतदान नहीं हुआ। आपको लग रहा है कि लोग अपना गुस्सा मतदान के जरिए, जिस तरह से वहाँ की पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज कह रही हैं कि मतदान के जरिए वहाँ के लोग अपना गुस्सा जाहिर कर रहे हैं सरकार के प्रति,
इसको पॉजिटिवली देखने की कोशिश करनी चाहिए। अपनी उम्मीदें जाहिर कर रहे हैं, अपनी आशाएं जाहिर कर रहे हैं, अपनी तदबीर ताकीद खुद से खुद लिखना चाहते हैं, ये डिसाइड कर रहे हैं। देयर एस्पिरेशंस, देयर होप्स, देयर एंथुजियाज्म, दैट इज व्हाट दे वांट टू रिफ्लेक्ट थ्रू दिस। व्हाटएवर इट इज कंपोज्ड ऑफ, दे सेइंग वी विल टेक कमांड, वी विल डिसाइड, वी विल वोट फॉर द गवर्नमेंट वी वोट।
आपको भरोसा था चुनाव से पहले, जिस तरह से तैयारी, जितना लंबा समय लगा चुनाव कराने में, इस तरह से इतना पीसफुल चुनाव हो पाएगा, इसका भरोसा था, और इस लेवल पे पोलिंग परसेंटेज आएगा, इसका भरोसा था?
देखिए, आपने ऐसा प्रश्न पूछा है, इसका जवाब मैं थोड़ा ज़्यादा भी दे सकता हूँ, लेकिन छोटा में देता हूँ। हमने एक नया नॉर्म सेट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, जिससे हमारी विश्वसनीयता पीक पे पहुँचे। हम चुनाव के डिक्लेरेशन के समय में अपनी इंटेंट डिक्लेयर कर रहे हैं। 2024 के 16 मार्च के आप प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस को देखिए, मैंने क्या 5 चीज़ें कही थी। चुनाव प्रलोभन मुक्त होंगे, 10,000 करोड़ की रिकवरी हुई। चुनाव में रीपोल की संख्या घटेगी, ऑलमोस्ट नेग्लिजिबल रीपोल हुई। चुनाव में हिंसा नहीं होगी, आपने देखे जिन प्रदेशों में हिंसा होती थी वहाँ भी हिंसा नहीं होगी। रिकॉर्ड मतदान होंगे, हमारा वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड बना। अब इस समय की आप अगर प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस देखेंगे, जम्मू कश्मीर का जब अनाउंस किया था, एक बार खोल के देखिए हमने क्या कहा था। मैंने तो उसको शेयर के माध्यम से भी कहा था, दुनिया देखेगी नापाक इरादों की शिकस्त की कहानी। इससे बड़ा शिकस्त क्या हो सकती है? पहले आप फ्रंट स्टेटमेंट दे रहे हैं, और ये आप फ्रंट स्टेटमेंट देने के पीछे कारण क्या है? इसके पीछे एक विश्वास है अपने अंदर, और इसके पीछे हमारी तैयारियों का एक स्टेटमेंट है। ये मैंने जो स्टेटमेंट दिए थे, अगर आज ये ना हुआ होता तो आप पकड़ लेते। अभी आपका प्रश्न की ताकीद बिल्कुल डिफरेंट, तासीर बिल्कुल डिफरेंट किस्म की होती है। आप बोलते आप तो ये कह रहे थे, हुआ नहीं। एंड अभी हम झारखंड में बोल के आए, जो पहले बिकॉज एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को इतना फाइन ट्यून किया गया है, प्रोसेसेस को इतना फाइन ट्यून किया गया है। ये कॉन्फिडेंस है जो मैं आपको लाइव दिखा रहा हूँ। ये कॉन्फिडेंस कहीं से आ सकता है क्या? सीसीटीवी कैमरे में जो लाइव चल रहा है अक्रॉस द बूथ्स, ऑल बूथ्स ऑफ दी, आप एक बूथ का नाम लीजिए, उसी बूथ को हम दिखा देंगे। अभी एट रैंडम नाम लीजिए, रेफरेंडम असेंबली इलेक्शन जहाँ भी हो रहा है JNK में इस समय, उसमें से किसी भी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के किसी बूथ का नाम लीजिए, 100% राजौरी में जाइए भाई, जो नाम इन्होंने बताया, देखिए इससे अच्छा
सबसे ज्यादा आतंकवादी
ये हमारा टेस्ट है। देखिए आप अचानक से हमारा
All right, let's go across to Arawat and Gursimran. Arawat has been reporting from the Lal Chowk and Gursimran from Naushera. Arawat, the Election Commission was also speaking about the kind of changes we've seen post Article 370 abrogation. You've been on the ground getting us that ground pulse. Talk to us about the changes you see. They are in stark contrast to what the situation was back until 2014 and what we are seeing now, with elections now happening for the first time since Article 370 abrogation.
Absolutely, Samiksha. As we have seen that there was the trend from the 90s in the Kashmir that election boycott campaigns were remain in the parts of the Kashmir, but that thing has completely changed as Election Commission of India was briefing the media about the change and the celebrations in the Kashmir Valley. And you can see here in the visuals how the people are coming out from their homes to cast their vote. In fact, you can see this is the here in the Srinagar city where you can see these voters are coming out from their home to cast their vote. And we have seen developmental project works in the Srinagar Smart City and the other parts of the Kashmir Valley. But you can see here in the visuals, youngsters are coming out from the polling stations, and you can see the deployed forces here. We have seen the various security agencies and other paramilitary forces are alert outside the polling stations. And you can see here in the visuals, we have seen the old citizens and the youngsters are taking part in the voting process. Earlier, we have seen that there used to be the trend in the Kashmir Valley that youngsters as well as other in the various parts of the Kashmir Valley used to do boycotts, but that thing has been changed in the completely. And you can see here in the visuals, if my Vijay can pan camera to this side, and you are able to see these visuals from the Srinagar. You can see these are the queues outside the polling station and Srinagar city. And we have seen earlier that there used to be the boycott, but now the things have been changed in the Kashmir Valley, and you can see everything is being monitored by the CCTV surveillance. As we have also seen, there was the various hotbed areas in the Kashmir Valley, and you can see here in the visuals, my VG Firdos is showing you the visuals. The old citizen is posing with the finger. He just casted his vote, and you can see the visuals how he is posing for the visuals. And you can see here in the visuals, these are the visuals and the healthy visuals from the Srinagar, and we can see, in fact, we will try to speak with him. आप मुझे बताइए, कब से आपने आज वोट डाला है?
अभी
इससे पहले आपने लास्ट टाइम कब वोट कास्ट किया था?
लास्ट टाइम इसी में फर्क हो लास्ट टाइम वाले टाइम हुआ वो तो 5-6 महीने आई ही नहीं वोट कर डालना इसने किसी घूम है घूम.
Thank you very much for speaking. He is speaking in the Kashmiri language. In fact, he is saying that from the last very time we have not casted any vote, but we have seen and coming here for the cast vote for the developmental works. In fact, you can see here in the visuals that the voters are still going inside and coming out from the polling stations after casting vote. In fact, we will try to speak with other people also. आप मुझे बताइए किन चीजों को लेके आपने अपना वोट जो है आज अपना कास्ट किया?
वोट डाला हमने, काम अच्छा होना चाहिए और क्या.
किस चीज का बदलाव आप चाहते हैं जो आज तक हुआ नहीं है?
सड़क, नल का पानी, पावर, हर एक चीज करना है और क्या करना है और कुछ.
Thank you very much. In fact, the old citizens who have reached the polling stations for the vote cast, and they are saying that they want a development for the various projects. Yes, Samiksha.
Yes, Arawat and Gursimran, we will come back to you again. But for now, let's take a look at election updates that we're tracking this hour. Ruckus was reported at Naushera polling stations as the National Conference alleged that their candidate was being denied permission to photograph the EVM, which had ink on the BJP symbol. Additionally, the National Conference even claimed slow polling in the Naushera constituency, leading to high voltage drama as the NC raised objections to the ECI's conduct. NC candidate Surendra Chaudhary voiced strong accusations against The BJP JNK chief Ravinder Raina asserting misconduct by those deployed at the polling station. National Conference candidate from Mindhar, Javed Rana, cast his vote in Poonch, where BJP's Murtaza Ahmad Khan and PDP's Nadeem Ahmad Khan are also in the race.
वोट पोल किया है आके, और ये मैं कहूँगा कि ये डेमोक्रेसी यहाँ बड़े अरसे के बाद बहाल हो रही है जम्मू कश्मीर में। यहाँ पिछले 10 साल से असेंबली के इलेक्शन नहीं हुए थे, और मैं समझता हूँ कि जो जम्मू कश्मीर में जो 5 अगस्त 2019 को जो जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों का इस्तेसाल हुआ, यहाँ हमारे साथ इलीगली और अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनली हमारे साथ यहाँ बड़ी नाइंसाफ़ी हुई। ये मैं समझूंगा कि इस वोट के ज़रिए हमने वो बदला लेना है।
In Rajouri Assembly constituency, voters queued to cast their ballots, with BJP fielding Vibhodh Gupta and Congress backing Iftikhar Ahmed. Iftikhar stated that this is the biggest festival of democracy where people are casting vote after 10 years.
आज लोकतंत्र का सबसे बड़ा पर्व, सबसे बड़ा फेस्टिवल, जिसमें लोग 10 साल के बाद अपने मतदान का उपयोग कर रहे हैं। मैंने पोलिंग स्टेशन चेक किए, अभी हाई सेकेंडरी स्कूल में पिंक पोलिंग स्टेशन है, और बड़ा अच्छा लोगों में जज्बा है और लोग वोट डाल रहे हैं। मैं लोगों से अपील करता हूं कि लोग ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा तादाद में मतदान करें, अपने मतदान का सही उपयोग करें।
The first 3 voters at a polling station in Bagu Rampora, Ganderbal constituency planted saplings after voting. JKNC Vice President Omar Abdullah is contesting against PDP's Bashir Ahmed Mir from Ganderbal.
बहुत अच्छी सरकार बननी चाहिए, बच्चे जो है वो भी मुलाजिम लगने चाहिए, कारोबार लगना चाहिए, कुछ ना कुछ अच्छी गवर्नमेंट है, किसी की आए पर लेकिन अच्छी गवर्नमेंट है। हम चाहते हैं कि बड़ी बेकार दुनिया बैठी है इस वक्त तक, 10 साल हो गए हैं कश्मीर में बैठे हुए, तो इसलिए हम कहते हैं कि अच्छी गवर्नमेंट है, जो कारोबार बच्चों को भी लगे और अच्छी गवर्नमेंट चले।
These are visuals from Ganderbal, where first 3 voters at a polling station planted saplings after voting. Omar Abdullah note is contesting from Ganderbal against PDP's Bashir Ahmed.
यहाँ के मसाइल बहुत हैं, मैंने वोट डाला है, यहाँ के मसाइल हल होने चाहिए, जो भी मसला है यहाँ का हल होना चाहिए। हम इसमें खुश हैं। इलेक्शन 10 साल के बाद हुए, ये पहले होने चाहिए, मगर 10 साल के बाद हुए तो भी ठीक है।
All right, let's take a quick word from Gursimran. He's joining us from Naushera. Gursimran, Ravinder Raina, of course, seeking his re-election. But given that this constituency has largely been a Congress bastion until 2014, when Ravinder Raina won from this constituency, how tough is the competition, the contest looking this time around?
See, this time it is a tough contest. This is not going to be a cakewalk or the Prime Minister that Ravinder Raina is going to win on the PM's wave, because this time what is that the local issues have prevailed, and that is why NC is having an edge as they are in alliance with the Congress party. The people have lined up in the large numbers. The polling percentage have already surpassed the 25% mark, which shows that the people are coming in the large numbers to cast their vote. Even as we speak, the people have lined up in the large numbers. The large number of women voters, they have also come up to cast their votes, and also the male voters, they have also turned up in the large numbers. We'll try to speak to some of the women also that what are their issues. Madam, क्या issues हैं जिनको लेकर वोट करेंगे, मतलब क्या-क्या issues?
हाँ, जैसे देखो ना, आजकल अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट कितना है, ठीक है, किस तरह से है, और हमारे ये रोड के रिलेटेड इश्यूज हैं हमारे कितने बने हुए हैं। तो जॉब के रिलेटेड तो आजकल इतना लोग एजुकेटेड हैं, बच्चे यूथ एजुकेटेड है, लेकिन उनको जॉब के प्रोवाइड ही नहीं है, ठीक है, और भी बहुत सारे इश्यूज हैं जो हम मतलब वोट कास्ट करके आपने।
So you see that the employment remains to be the key issue. They are saying that it is one of those issues, and also the daily facilities that they need, that are the issues. We'll try to speak to some more people. Sir, आपसे जानना चाहूँगा क्या issues हैं लोगों के जो वोट डालने जा रहे हैं?
सर, मेन इशू अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का ही है। अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट बहुत ज़्यादा है, तो उसी के रिलेटेड है।
So unemployment and also the local infrastructure development, be it the roads, be it the local sanitization issues, that continues to prevail in the elections in Jammu and Kashmir. This is going to be a really tough contest for the BJP state chief Ravinder Raina, who is contesting for the second time from this very seat. But this time the dynamics have changed. This time the PDP is no more against him, though the PDP has fielded their candidate. But this time the main candidate is from the National Conference and the Congress Alliance, that is Surinder Chaudhary, who is contesting, and he's the same one who was against Ravinder Raina in 2014 as well, when Ravinder Raina defeated him with a margin of 10,000 votes. But now, this time with the changed dynamics, Ravinder Raina, because there is a delimitation that has taken place, and some of the parts of the constituencies that has been cut from this side, that was actually the core voter of the BJP, which the BJP feels is going to dent them. But they are very hopeful that relying upon what has happened in the past 10 years in Jammu and Kashmir, the people are going to vote them in the large numbers.
A woman in Bengal gets a kangaroo-style punishment for theft. All this and much more coming up. Do not go anywhere.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Phase 2 of Jammu and Kashmir elections get underway. 24.10% voting recorded till 11 a.m.
What the Congress does in Kashmir is not that important. What the Congress does in Jammu is important. And unfortunately, Congress hasn't done as much in the plains of Jammu as we would expect them to do.
Speculation over rift rises as Omar targets Congress, asks why Rahul has not campaigned in Jammu. Polling day controversy at Nashira. Both National Conference alleges slow voting by EC officials. With less than a week to go, Prime Minister to lead the BJP charge. Mega rally in Sonipat today.
He started thumping and just kicking my chest, and thereafter I was then just begging again, sir, what have I even done? Just please leave me. आप लोग हो जो यहाँ पे गलत कर रहे हो और क्यों कर रहे हो? Then he kicked me even more.
Odisha assault survivor narrates horror, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and assaulted by cops. And with Israel intensifying operation against Hezbollah, situation escalates in the Middle East. Viewers, we'll have a breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju has now made a statement and praised the extensive consultation process of the Waqf Amendment Bill, which has been sent to the Joint Parliamentary Committee, highlighting that over 1 crore representation has been received. Rijiju has commended the JPC for its thorough hearings, noting that this level of engagement is unprecedented in the Indian parliamentary history. Big update coming in right now on Republic TV, viewers, where Kiren Rijiju has praised the extensive consultation process for the Waqf Amendment Bill, which has been sent to the Joint Parliamentary Committee. Let's go ahead and play out the statement.
वक्फ अमेंडमेंट बिल तो आप लोग को पता है पेश किया है, अब जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी के पास गए हैं और हम चाहते हैं कि ये विंटर सेशन आते आते जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी अपना काम पूरा करे। और जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी के बारे में मुझे जो खबर मिला है बहुत ही पॉजिटिव है। 1 करोड़ से भी ज़्यादा रिप्रेजेंटेशंस ऑलरेडी जेपीसी के पास आ चुके हैं और जेपीसी बहुत ही व्यापक रूप से सबका सुनवाई कर रहे हैं। सरकारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हो या सामाजिक संगठन हो, सबसे अपने बातें कहने का मौका दे रहे हैं जेपीसी। मैं जेपीसी के अध्यक्ष और जेपीसी में जितना मेंबर्स हैं उनको बधाई देता हूं। इतना एक्सटेंसिव जेपीसी हियरिंग शायद पहले इतिहास में नहीं हुआ।
Reacting to the row, BJP's Nishikant Dubey has now expressed concern over the massive number of 1.25 crore submissions received by the Parliamentary Committee on Waqf Amendment Bill. While hailing the government move, he has questioned the source and urged committee's chairperson to ask the MHA to probe into the matter. So that's a big update coming in right now on Republic TV. I want to go across to Harsha joining us. Harsha, I want to go across to you right now because, the Parliament panel has received 1.2 crore responses and these are the top updates we're getting for our viewers. If we could take our viewers to the latest coming in on this new development.
So, Shivangi, to tell you precisely, till now, the JPC, which was formed on the Waqf Amendment Bill, the Parliamentary Committee has till now received 1.25 crore submissions, and Nishikant Dubey has raised the concerns by stating that this is worth concerning, that the motive and the sources and the question should be raised in front of the JPC, that how come so many submissions are coming in front of the JPC, and Jagdambika Pal, who's the chairman, should send it for MHA for probe. And today, to Kiren Rijiju, when we asked the same question, that how come the submissions and the number of stakeholders who have given their responses are 1.25 crore. At that time, Union Minority Affairs Minister clearly stated that when the JPC report will be concluded, at that time the report will be shared with the Minority Affairs Ministry. Then we will be going into the detail of it exactly how come so many submissions have arrived and whether they are genuine, they are not genuine, they are fake or they are true, and then we will segregate it. And it is inevitable. Such a long exercise and the extensive exercise has taken place. So we have to cross-check also that all the submissions are true, none of them are false, and therefore it can't be ignored that such extensive submissions have come out. So Kiren Rijiju has clearly stated that till the time JPC report is not in the ministry's hand, he will not take any action. But yes, he will wait for the time when the JPC report will come, and after that further cross-checking will be done. But yes, he applauded how this time, first time, the Waqf Amendment Bill for the JPC, which was formed, at that time such extensive exercise has taken place all over the country. Several questions and several argument and representation from the different state Waqf boards have taken place. Not only the presentation in the JPC, but also now there's an extensive tour also which will tour also, which will commence from 26th of September, that is tomorrow, and will go on till 1st of October. So we can clearly say is that slowly and gradually the JPC Waqf Amendment Bill is reaching towards the consensus, and he's very sure that in the winter session of the Parliament, in the end of the first week, the report will be submitted in the Parliament, therefore ready to get a applaud from the Lok Sabha. Back to you.
All right, thank you for joining us there, Harsha, with all those details. I'll be coming back to you as we keep tracking this big story coming in. Parliamentary panel has received 1.2 crore responses. Let's move ahead right now to the other story we're tracking. We move ahead to Gujarat, where 7 people have lost their lives and 1 was critically injured when a speeding car collided with a trailer truck near Himmatnagar in Gujarat. Now, this happened today morning. Listen into this report to understand the latest development.
7 people lost their lives after a speeding car rammed into a truck in Gujarat's Sabarkant.
गुजरात के साबरकांठा डिस्ट्रिक्ट में शामराजी से हिम्मतनगर हाईवे पे आज सुबह एक अकस्मात हुआ है, जिसमें इनोवा कार में जो सवार थे वो 7 व्यक्ति की मौत हो चुकी है और एक जो सवार था उसको इंजरी हुई है, उसको हॉस्पिटल में ले जाया गया है। ये सभी अहमदाबाद के रहने वाले थे और शामराजी से अहमदाबाद तरफ जा रहे थे।
The car was en route Ahmedabad from Shamali. The impact of the accident was so grim that people had to be taken out by cutting the car with a cutter. One of the occupants was critically injured in the crash and rushed to the hospital. An investigation has now been launched into the horrific incident.
Public glare put her in a rice sack, assaulted mercilessly in Bengal's Purva Midnapur. Shah chairs की Mahayuti meeting as stage is set for Maharashtra poll Shinde, Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar present. Araf options in Ramaiya now appeals to the division bench of High Court. Meanwhile, hearing in special court today.
But once we deal with the disengagement, there is the larger issue, which is both of us have brought very large number of troops up to the border. So there is what we call the de-escalation issue.
External Affairs Minister Jaishankar makes a big statement, says China violated disengagement agreements. After 2 assassination attempts, US intel warns Trump of real assassination threat from Iran. All right, viewers, getting some big breaking updates coming in Dhaka. Large majority group marched in Bangladesh to halt Durga Puja celebrations. Demonstrations reflect rising tensions and unrest against minority communities in Bangladesh. Big update coming in, protests against Hindus in Bangladesh. That is what we are learning of right now on Republic TV, that a large majority group marched in Bangladesh to halt Durga Puja celebration. Those are the pictures of a protest to stop Durga Puja in Bangladesh. These visuals are coming in from Dhaka. In the backdrop of the unrest we have also seen in the past how the minorities in Bangladesh have been targeted post the fall of the Sheikh Hasina government. We have seen a lot of instances of Hindus being attacked, Hindu villages being attacked in Bangladesh, temples being attacked, and this happened just days after we saw the fall of the Sheikh Hasina government. But these pictures are coming in right now. Kishalai will help us understand. Kishalai, earlier when we saw those pictures of Hindus being attacked in Bangladesh, there was assurance given that the situation will be under control. But in these pictures, we are seeing that there's a huge group marching to halt Durga Puja celebrations. These pictures are the latest coming in after we see the interim government has been already formed in Bangladesh. Go ahead, Kishalai.
Well, I'll give you a background of these visuals that we are showing right now. There was a Durga Puja that used to be held at Sector 11. Now the local community, the local Bangladeshis who did not want that puja to happen, the majority community of Bangladesh, they stopped that Durga Puja. They said at Sector 11 you cannot do it. The Durga Puja was then taken away by the Hindus. They shifted that Durga Puja, the Hindus shifted that to Sector 13, 2 sectors away in a field. Now we see these rallies are against that Durga Puja in Sector 13, and the local majority community of Bangladesh are protesting and rallying on the streets and chanting slogans that Durga Puja will not be allowed in Bangladesh. That is the level of atrocity, that is the level of radicalism that is happening, and this is how the situation of Hindus in Bangladesh is right now. At one hand, atrocities are happening in 3 levels. On 3 levels, 3 different ways atrocities are happening. In the first level, the government is posing restrictions on Durga Pujas. The government authority have already circulated a notice that during namaz and during azan, there cannot be any kind of music or chanting of mantras in Durga Puja pandals. That is the atrocity on the level of government. In the second level, we see these rallies on the streets by the majority community of Bangladesh against Hindus and against Durga Puja, who are chanting slogans that we won't allow Durga Puja to happen in Bangladesh. And on the third level, which is not visible on camera much, actual atrocities are happening where Bangladeshi minorities, Hindus, Buddhists are killed. They are raped, murdered, their houses are being burnt, and that is the condition of Bangladesh right now, Shivangi, where the government is causing atrocities on Hindus, where these radicals are on the streets causing atrocities. They are rallying and chanting slogans on the streets openly. And on the third level, there are atrocities where people are killed by miscreants, Hindus are massacred, and they are asking for help, even the Buddhists and Christians and other communities as well. And now we see that they are chanting slogans. These majority community radicals are chanting slogans that they won't allow Durga Puja to happen in Bangladesh. These are the latest visuals from Bangladesh, from social media sources. Shivangi.
All right, thank you for joining us there with all those details. Kishan, I will be coming back to you as we get more updates on the story. Move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking in our next segment, Bharat in 5 minutes. Union Minister of Finance Nirmala Raman met with the Minister of Investments of the Republic of Uzbekistan ahead of the annual meeting of Board of Governors of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. And both ministers discussed issues of mutual interest related to bilateral trade, especially in the areas of renewable energy, fertilizers and pharma sector. Former US Ambassador to India Kenneth Juster stated that the Prime Minister's visit to India is very positive. His comments come after demonstrators highlighted the depth and the breadth of US-India relations with continued new initiatives. Following the meeting, India also decided to open new consulates in Boston and Los Angeles.
I thought it was a very positive visit. The statement that came out afterwards demonstrates the depth and breadth of the U.S.-India relationship with continued new initiatives, especially in areas such as critical and emerging technologies, clean energy, healthcare, defense. And so this is just another very important step in the building of the strength of the U.S.-India relationship.
7 people lost their lives and 1 was critically injured when a speeding car collided with a truck near Himmatnagar in Gujarat. Today morning, the car en route to Ahmedabad struck the trailer from behind on our national highway. Superintendent of Police Vijay Patel stated that all 7 passengers in the car were killed in the crash.
गुजरात के साबरकांठा डिस्ट्रिक्ट में शामराजी से हिम्मतनगर हाईवे पे आज सुबह एक अकस्मात हुआ है जिसमें इनोवा कार में जो सवार थे वो 7 व्यक्ति की मौत हो चुकी है और एक जो सवार था उसको इंजरी हुई है, उसको हॉस्पिटल में ले जाया गया है। ये सभी अहमदाबाद के रहने वाले थे और शामराजी से अहमदाबाद तरफ जा रहे थे।
Special Court for Public Representatives is set to hear the Muda scam today, with the petition filed by the Sneha Krishna scheduled to be presented. Sneha Krishna's lawyers will submit the High Court's order dismissing Chief Minister Siddaramaia's writ petition. Meanwhile, CM Siddaramaia's legal team is preparing to challenge the Karnataka High Court's single bench order by filing an appeal with the division bench today.
While respecting the judiciary, we are not happy about the judgment, because when there is no involvement directly by the Honorable Chief Minister, there is no order done by the Chief Minister, there is no signature on any documentation.
Smoke caused panic on a flight from Chennai to Dubai with 320 passengers on board. The smoke dissipated within approximately 10 minutes. Officials say fire tenders were dispatched to the scene as a precautionary measure. The incident occurred due to the overfilling of the engine. Animal smuggler Niaz, alias Motu, a resident of Khanka police station in Bilariaganj, was injured in an encounter with the police. He was shot in his right leg. One of the animal smuggler's associates has been arrested. A pistol cartridge and a motorcycle were recovered from them.
अपराधियों के खिलाफ चलाए जा रहे अभियान के अंतर्गत थाना कंदरापुर की पुलिस द्वारा 24 सितंबर की प्रातःकाल में एक अभियुक्त नियाजुद्दीन उर्फ मोटू को प्रतिबंधित जानवरों का मांस बेचने के आरोप में गिरफ्तार करने का प्रयास किया गया, तो नियाजुद्दीन उर्फ मोटू अभियुक्त ने पुलिस पर फायरिंग की। जवाब में पुलिस द्वारा आत्मरक्षार्थ फायरिंग की गई, जिसमें अपराधी को पैर में गोली लगने से घायल हुआ।
And viewers, the 8th edition of exercise of joint military exercise drills between India and Kazakhstan have started. They will be held on September 30th to October 13th at the Surya Foreign Training Node in Uttarakhand, aimed at enhancing a lot of interoperability between the Indian Army and the Kazakhstan Army. The exercise focuses on conducting sub-conventional operations under the UN mandate. This annual event fosters stronger military cooperation and deepens the long-standing friendship between the two nations. Here's a Nation First report.
Director, the taste of success.
breaking, and we get to the top business story now. The Securities and Exchange Board of India has released some concerning statistics regarding retail traders in the futures and options market. Now, SEBI says that over 93% of these traders have faced losses over the past 3 years, which has resulted in a total loss of close to 2 trillion rupees. Republic Business examines the reasons behind these losses, the risks associated with F&O trading, and the surprising persistence of traders despite consecutive setbacks. Take a look.
The Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI, has just revealed some concerning numbers about retail traders, specifically those involved in futures and options market. Over a span of 3 years, from FY22 to FY24, an alarming 93% of these traders faced losses. To put it into perspective, the total losses amounted to a staggering rupees 1.8 trillion. That's nearly rupees 2 lakh per trader on average. You might ask, why are so many people losing money? Well, F&O trading is all about predicting the future prices of stocks without actually buying them right away. Think of futures like making a deal today to buy or sell a stock at a set price on a future date. If the stock price moves in your favor, you make a profit, but if it doesn't, you could lose money. And options give you the right to buy or sell a stock at a specific price, but you are not forced to do it. You only exercise it if that is profitable for you. So in simple terms, F&O trading is a way to bet on stock prices. It's riskier than regular stock trading. It requires in-depth knowledge and constant monitoring of the markets. Yet, despite facing consecutive losses, a surprising 75% of traders kept coming back to trade, hoping for a turnaround. But the odds were not in their favor. This surge in trading activity has raised questions. Why are retail investors so eager to participate? And what is SEBI planning to do? In response to these growing losses, SEBI is looking at 7 major measures to limit retail participation and curb speculation in these high-risk markets. But it's not just about the traders who lost money. A small group of foreign portfolio investors and algorithmic traders made huge profits of rupees 28,000 crore and rupees 33,000 crore respectively, mostly thanks to advanced technologies that most retail investors don't have access to. So while the majority lost money, these sophisticated traders benefited the most. And there is more to this concern. Over 75% of these loss-making traders had declared an annual income of less than rupees 5 lakh. This indicates that people who might not have enough financial backing are risking their savings in these markets. The report also shows that more young people are joining the F&O space, with traders under 30 years of age growing from 31% to 43% in just 1 year. These numbers point to the need for better investor education and more robust safeguards to protect retail traders from the high risks involved in this trading. So in the last few months, government and SEBI have been saying that the middle class should not invest in F&O, and for the SEBI's new proposals are expected soon. So we will see and track every movement and how they are planning to address this growing concern right here on Republic Business.
And getting a top election news, viewers, speculation is over rift rises as Omar targets Congress, asks why Rahul has not campaigned in Jammu. And with less than a week to go, Prime Minister to lead the BJP charge mega rally in Sonipat today. Stay tuned. And viewers, getting you some top updates from the world of sports. Virat Kohli has been added to Delhi's probable squad for the Ranji Trophy for the first time since 2018-2019. Rishabh Pant, Navdeep Saini have also been included, while Ishant Sharma missed out. With the government officials sounding the warning, less than half the capacity of balcony C stand will be up for sale. While the stand capacity is around 4,800, only 1,700 tickets will be sold. And viewers, we are live and breaking. Odisha assault survivor narrates horror, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and assaulted by the cops. And with Israel intensifying operations against Hezbollah, situation escalates in the Middle East. Stay tuned.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon. We are live and breaking. I am Shivangi Shukla, and it's 24% voter turnout in the Jammu and Kashmir polls, historic polls. Second phase of polling underway. It started at 7 a.m. today, and we have a team of reporters on the ground getting us all the latest. But as usual, the headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Phase 2 of Jammu and Kashmir elections gets underway. 24.10% voting recorded till 11 a.m.
What the Congress does in Kashmir is not that important. What the Congress does in Jammu is important. And unfortunately, Congress hasn't done as much in the plains of Jammu as we would expect them to do.
Speculation over rift rises as Omar targets Congress, asks why Rahul has not campaigned in Jammu.
वोट पड़े हैं तो इसका मतलब क्या है कि जानबूझ के कहीं ना कहीं डेलिबरेटरी मशीनों की सेटिंग ऐसे की गई है कि पोलिंग कम हो।
गुंडागर्दी नहीं चलेगी, गुंडागर्दी नहीं।
Polling day controversy at Naushera booth. National Conference alleges slow voting by EC officials. With less than a week to go, Prime Minister to lead the BJP charge. Mega rally in Sonipat today.
Thumping and just kicking my chest. And thereafter I was then just begging again, sir, what have I even done? Just please leave me. आप लोग हो जो यहाँ पे गलत कर रहे हो और क्यों कर रहे हो? Then he kicked me even more.
Odisha assault survivor narrates horror, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and assaulted by the cops. And with Israel intensifying operations against Hezbollah, situation escalates in the Middle East.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
All right, viewers, we have breaking news coming in from the Bombay High Court. A scathing scathing remarks by the Bombay High Court on the Badlapur encounter. Coming in, the court has said that why wasn't the accused overpowered when he pulled the first trigger? So questions being raised on the police here, on the encounter theory. High Court clearly questioning the encounter theory of the police and asking why, how can a weak man, that a weak man cannot load a pistol, and that why was this accused, Akshay Shinde, not controlled, not overpowered when he was pulling the trigger? That is the big update we have right now. Bombay High Court questioning the reliability of the encounter theory of the police. Remember that bullets have been recovered in the police van, and what the government says, government of Maharashtra says, is that this was done in self-defense, that police took this step only to protect itself, that Akshay Shinde, the rape accused, had snatched the pistol from the police officers, from the policemen, and shot the API, Nitesh More, was also in hospital. But this, remember, this became a matter of investigation. The opposition raked this up, questioning the reliability, and now the Bombay High Court, the matter has reached the court. The court now questions the encounter theory, the reliability of the encounter theory. That's the big update we have right now on this story, viewers. Badlapur police now being questioned in the High Court, in the Bombay High Court. My colleague Sandeep is joining us live on the broadcast. Sandeep, clearly these are some scathing remarks being made by the court, and the question is being raised on the encounter theory, the entire story that has been narrated by the police.
See, definitely, when you go through with the arguments that took place in the courthouse, as far as the petitioner is concerned, the petitioner is the father of the accused who was in fact killed in this very encounter. The petitioner lawyer says, in fact, he cites that how the government and the political leaders are celebrating and putting up posters and banners after the death of Akshay Shinde. Now, meanwhile, in this very matter, the court has asked whether the checks and probes were done when this incident happened. Where did this incident happen? The court also went on to ask whether it is an isolated place where this encounter took place. Court also says that it is very hard to believe that four police officers who were with one single person sitting in the police van cannot control the accused and who got in fact killed. Now, court also says whether the proper, hand wash was taken. Now, if you go through with this term hand wash, when a particular person dies or whenever there is any kind of crime, a hand wash is done, a proper hand wash is done, and in fact that is being sent to forensics to make sure to check whether there is any kind of evidences, whether there are any chemical evidences that could prove that there was something wrong or there is something suspicious. So ultimately the court is in fact pointing out the fact that it is not as easy to unlock the gun. In fact, one of the judge out there, he points out and mentions that it is very difficult, and he has used the gun 100 times. So it is not as easy to use or unlock the gun. How can a normal person who is not trained in such a manner can use a gun, and who can unlock the pistol in such a scuffle between police officers, that to 4 police officers and 1 accused in this very matter? So ultimately the court says that there needs to be a probe, that there needs to be case registered, an independent agency in fact should investigate the whole matter. The API who is also injured in this matter, he needs to be even his testimony is important. Everyone's statement would be very important, and an independent agency needs to in fact probe in this matter. So ultimately court has taken on the Thane police and the Thane crime branch and in fact had raised a lot of questions in this very encounter. Rakshita.
Absolutely, viewers. It's a big update we have right now coming in on the High Court questioning the police. If you can I can just once again tell you about what the police has said. The scathing remarks that have been made by Bombay High Court in Badlapur encounter. Sandeep, of course, tell us once again about, just tell our viewers the political face-off that had unfolded, what the government of Maharashtra has said, and the questions that have been raised by the opposition.
See, as far as this case is concerned, remember the politics have already started. We saw how the political parties in the state, ruling in the state, celebrated the encounter that took place. And apart from this, if you go through with the statements given by the opposition leaders like Jitendra Awad, Supriya Sule, they all have raised question that how a common man, in fact, can shoot someone or can open up fire in the police van having, such security. So basically, at this point in time, the court has also questioned the prosecution in the same line, and in fact have also questioned, Rakshita, whether the person who shot API Nilesh More, the accused Akshay Shinde who shot API Nilesh More, and the API got injured, was he trained in such a manner? What was he going through when this incident happened? And in fact, if you go through with the arguments that were made by the counsel of Akshay Shinde, father of Akshay Shinde, he says that he was in fact seeking 500 rupees for canteen expenses that he had to spend in the jail. So ultimately, they were emphasizing on the fact that Akshay Shinde was not someone who would take such kind of action, but they believe it to be a fake encounter. That is what is being said in the courthouse, and ultimately an argument is still underway. The bench observes that there needs to be a fair investigation in this very case, and for the same reason they have pulled up Thane police as well and the investigating agencies in this very case.
Absolutely, Sandeep. Thank you so much for joining us for those updates coming in on that story. We'll keep a close eye. In fact, you stay with us. We will come back to you once again. Before that, it's another breaking development that is coming in, viewers. This is a breaking news coming in from West Bengal. All right, we're getting in an update from the Badlapur encounter. This is Akshay Shinde now, according to reports, had opened fire on police personnel, resulting into injuries. Now, exclusive images are revealing that Moore had sustained a bullet wound to the thigh, with the bullet entering from the front and exiting from the rear. That left 2 distinct marks on his thigh. You can see those images that have been, of course, blurred because the blood is quite visible there. It's an injury. And that is the visual of the police officer's injury, viewers. Akshay Shinde opening fire on the police personnel that had injured API Nilesh More, and he has been hospitalized. Exclusive images revealing sustaining a bullet wound to the thigh, with the bullet entering from the front and exiting the rear. And questions, remember, have been raised Now, in fact, even Special Public Prosecutor Ujjwal Nikam had said that the fact that the police also was injured, that makes us understand that there was a face-off, as many have questioned the encounter theory. And viewers, I'll go back to my colleague Sandeep, who is closely tracking these developments. We will go back to him for more details on that. But this is the visual of API, Nilesh More, who had suffered the injury. Images are showing. You can see that mark of the bullet piercing through his leg. He's hospitalized right now. He's in JJ hospital, and he's in a hospital, not some other hospital, in fact. And the visuals on your screens, remember we saw yesterday some leaders also meeting him in the hospital. We'll keep a track of those updates coming in from Badlapur viewers. Now we switch our focus to other stories. We have updates coming in from the Patashpur now. A woman in Patashpur, Bengal was allegedly stripped and thrashed by villagers in a kangaroo style court. Villagers in a kangaroo court style punishment and being accused of theft. The victim, now critically injured and under treatment, has denied the allegations, claiming police involvement in the assault. Authorities are investigating the incident. So, viewers, another case of a crime against a woman emerging from West Bengal. Woman in this video says that she was stripped and thrashed by villagers in a kangaroo-style punishment after being accused of theft. And viewers, this is not the first time that we are learning about this kangaroo-style punishment in Bengal. Such cases have emerged in the past as well from several areas of West Bengal. And now the victim is critically injured. You can see the injury marks in that video. She is undergoing treatment right now. And she has, and now, of course, police has now denied the allegations. Authorities are investigating the incident. That's the big update we are getting right now. Let's take a listen, viewers, to the victim.
বাড়িতে ঘুমিয়েছিলাম তখন যাদের বাড়িতে চুরি হয়েছে ওদের বাড়িতে আমার মেয়ে টিউশন পড়তে যায় তখন ওরা ও কাকু এসে বলছে তুমি আমাদের বাড়িতে গিয়েছিলে আমি বলছি না আমি এক্ষুনি ঘুম থেকে উঠে চান করে শুয়ে গিয়েছিলাম বলে বলতে চলে গেছে বাড়ি একজন বাড়ির পাশে জ্যাঠা এসে বলছে তুমি এক্ষুনি গেছিলে ওদের বাড়িতে গিয়ে ওদের বাড়িতে একজন দিদা হয় ওকে মেরে তুমি ওদের গয়না নিয়ে চলে এসছো বলতে আমি আমার শাশুড়ি মাকে নিয়ে ওদের বাড়িতে যাই ওদের বাড়িতে যেতেই আমার শাশুড়ি মাকে বের করে দিয়ে মারধর শুরু করে পুরো 4টা থেকে 6টা পর্যন্ত ওরা মারতে শুরু করে ওরা এমনকি পঞ্চায়েত এবং সিভিক পুলিশ থেকে আমাকে মারতে শুরু করে ওরা প্রথম আমাকে জিজ্ঞাসাবাদ করে আমি না বলায় ওরা বলছে তোমাদের পাবলিককে বলছে তোমাদের যা করো তোমরা করো ওকে মেরে বস্তায় ভরে ওকে খালে ভাসিয়ে দাও পুলিশ আসে ওরা আমাকে প্রথম বলেছিল যে পুলিশ আসবে কিন্তু আমি বলছি যে আমি তো চুরি করি ঠিক আছে তুমি পুলিশ প্রশাসন সবাইকে ডাকো কিন্তু ওরা বলছে যে পুলিশ আমরা ডেকেছি কিন্তু ওরা পুলিশকে খবর দেয়নি আমি আমার বাবাকে প্রথমে যখন এগুলো খুলে ফোন করে বলি তখন ওরাই পুলিশ নিয়ে 6:30 7টা নাগাদ আসে তখন আমাকে উদ্ধার করে আমার বাপের বাড়ির লোক এসে এবং পুলিশ এসে
এটা আমরা ভেরিফাই করব, এখনই পর্যন্ত এরকম কিছু নেই। আর যদি এরকম भी কিছু থাকবে তো আমরা তো আইন যে হিসাবে আইন কাজ করে সেভাবে আইন কাজ করবে না, এটা আমরাকে ভেরিফাই করতে হবে। এখনই পর্যন্ত আমরা তো অভিযোগ পেয়েছি, অভিযোগ হিসাবে আমরা আইন মোতাবেক ব্যবস্থা নেব। আমার কাছে যে অভিযোগপত্র আছে ওই এখনই পর্যন্ত এরকম কিছু নেই, যদি এরকম কিছু থাকবে আমরা নিশ্চয়ই আইন মোতাবেক ব্যবস্থা নেব। যে যার মধ্যে গন্ডগোল হয়েছে ওনারা প্রতিবেশী, দে আর নেবার্স। তো কি নিয়ে সমস্যা হয়েছিল, কি নিয়ে গন্ডগোল হয়েছে, কি নিয়ে ওর মধ্যে মারপিট হয়েছে সেটা আমাকে তদন্তে এসে সেটা তদন্ত মধ্যে জানা যাবে। ওনার কাছে হার যে আছে, হাফকে একটা টুকরা পাওয়া গেছে, সেই হিসাবে আমরা তদন্তকে আগে बढ़ाচ্ছি।
एक कारखाने यहाँ लगने वाले हैं। साथियों, मेक इन इंडिया के 10 सालों ने भी इसमें बड़ी भूमिका निभाई है। हम मोबाइल फोन से लेकर लड़ाकू विमान और विमान वाहक पोत तक अब भारत में बना रहे हैं। बीते 3 साल में ही मैन्युफैक्चरिंग से जुड़े सेक्टर में लाखों नए रोजगार बने हैं। आज भारत में बनी चीजें हम उन देशों को भी बेच रहे हैं जहां से पहले हम मंगाया करते थे। अब आप देखिए, भारत में बनी सुजुकी गाड़ियां, मूलतः वो कंपनी जापान की है। सुजुकी कंपनी गाड़ी अब यहां बनाती है और जापान वाले भारत से वो गाड़ी मंगवा करते खरीदते हैं। और ये कमाल कहां होता है मालूम है? ये कमाल कहां होता है मालूम है? ये कमाल मेरी हरियाणा की धरती से होता है। हरियाणा की धरती से बने उत्पाद आज दुनिया के बाजारों में पहुंच रहे हैं। यही है नए भारत की ताकत। साथियों, अब जब दुनिया भर से लोग भारत में फैक्ट्री लगाना चाहते हैं, नई कंपनियां खोलने आना चाहते हैं, तो आप खुद सोचिए हरियाणा में यहां कैसी सरकार होनी चाहिए। हरियाणा में उद्योगों को बढ़ावा देने वाली भाजपा सरकार जरूरी है। हरियाणा में नौकरियों को बढ़ावा देने वाली भाजपा सरकार जरूरी है, क्योंकि आप भी जानते हैं जहां भी केंद्र सरकार आई और कांग्रेस को मौका मिला, जहां जहां कांग्रेस ने पैर रखा, एक काम पक्का, करप्शन, 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 भ्रष्टाचार, 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 भाई भतीजावाद, भाई भतीजावाद, भाई भतीजावाद। भारत के सरकारी सिस्टम में भ्रष्टाचार को पैदा करने वाली, पालना पोसने वाली हमारे देश में भ्रष्टाचार की कोई जन्मदात्री है तो कांग्रेस पार्टी है। कांग्रेस का शाही परिवार देश का सबसे भ्रष्ट परिवार है। और जब हाई कमांड भ्रष्टाचारी है तो नीचे फिर लूट का खुला लाइसेंस मिल ही जाता है। याद कीजिए, 10 साल पहले जब यहां कांग्रेस की सरकार थी तब क्या होता था। आज जो नए वोटर है ना, 18 साल 20 साल के, उन्हें तो पता तक नहीं होगा कि 10 साल पहले हरियाणा को कैसे लूटा गया था। तब हरियाणा में किसानों की जमीन को जम करके लूटा गया। कांग्रेस ने हरियाणा को दलालों और दामादों के हवाले कर दिया था। दलालों और दामादों से बचना है तो कमल ही बचाएगा। किस किस कांग्रेस नेता पर आरोप लगे हैं ये आप अच्छे से जानते हैं। हरियाणा में एक भी नौकरी ऐसी नहीं थी, ये 10 साल पहले की कथा है, एक भी नौकरी ऐसी नहीं थी जिसमें खर्ची और पर्ची न चलती हो। सरकारी ठेकों में जमकर भ्रष्टाचार होता था। हरियाणा को लूट कर खाने वाली ऐसी करप्ट कांग्रेस को हरियाणा की सरकार से मीलों मीलों दूर रखना है, तब जाके हरियाणा बचेगा। और आपका तो मुझ पर हक है, मुझे भी तो हरियाणा का कर्ज चुकाना है। और मुझे खुशी है कि हरियाणा के लोग इतने समझदार हैं कि वो राज्य और केंद्र की ताकत क्या होती है ये जितना हरियाणा के लोग समझते हैं ना, हिंदुस्तान में और कोई उतना नहीं समझता है जितना हरियाणा वाले समझते हैं। और इसलिए हरियाणा हमेशा राज्य में वही सरकार बनाता है जिसकी दिल्ली में सरकार होती है। हरियाणा के लोगों की इसकी बराबर समझ है। साथियों, जैसी स्थिति यहां कांग्रेस ने उस समय बनाई थी, आज कर्नाटका में उनकी सरकार है। जरा देखिए, अभी तो 2 साल हुए हैं, क्या हाल करके रखा है। वहां कांग्रेस के मुख्यमंत्री, उन पर जमीन घोटाले के आरोप लगे हैं। जब इसकी जांच शुरू हुई तो कर्नाटका के मुख्यमंत्री हाईकोर्ट चले गए। हाईकोर्ट ने भी उनको एक और डंडा मारा। उन्होंने कहा कोई मदद नहीं होगी। और कल ही हाईकोर्ट ने साफ साफ कहा कि जांच के आदेश सही है और जांच होनी चाहिए। अब देखिए, 2 साल मुश्किल से हुए हैं, आदत जाती नहीं है। क्या हरियाणा में इनको ये पाप करने का ठेका दे सकते हैं क्या? हरियाणा में इनको घुसने दे सकते हैं क्या? आप ये गलती मत करना। 10 साल बाहर रहे तो सुधर गए होंगे, ये सुधर सकते ही नहीं जी, ये कभी नहीं सुधर सकते।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
ভিডিও মারছে হেল্লা ভিডিও মারে আমাকে বলেছে তো কি
The murder mystery of a Nepali woman named as Mahalakshmi has sent shockwaves through the city. Since her mother and elder sister saw her maggot-infested body, which was chopped into 50 pieces and was stuffed inside a refrigerator in her own house. This reminds us of Shraddha Walkar case in Delhi. Shraddha Walkar was a 28-year-old girl who was murdered by her own boyfriend, whose name was Aftab, and her body was cut into 35 pieces. Here, the lady named as Mahalakshmi, it is said that a person who was in friendship with her was murdered her, but the police have not concluded anything. Her estranged husband, named as Hemant Das, suspects the involvement of a barber.
A very good afternoon. You're watching Republic TV and I'm Rakhta Mishra with you. It's phase 2 of polling in Jammu and Kashmir, and the voter turnout is turning out to be very encouraging. Once again, we'll get you the latest from ground zero, but first up, the headlines this hour. Phase 2 of the Jammu and Kashmir elections gets underway. 24.110% voting recorded till 11 a.m.
does in Kashmir is not that important. What the Congress does in Jammu is important. And unfortunately, Congress hasn't done as much in the plains of Jammu as we would expect them to do.
Speculation over rift rise as Omar Abdullah targets the Congress, asks why Rahul Gandhi has not campaigned in Jammu.
2 घंटे अगर 54 वोट पड़े हैं तो इसका मतलब क्या है कि जानबूझ के कहीं ना कहीं डेलिबरेटरी मशीनों की सेटिंग ऐसे की गई है कि पोलिंग कम हो।
गुंडागर्दी नहीं चलेगी, गुंडागर्दी नहीं चलेगी, बीजेपी हाय हाय, बीजेपी हाय हाय।
Polling day controversy erupts in Nowshera booth. National Conference alleges slow voting by the Election Commission officials. With less than a week to go, the Prime Minister is all set to lead the BJP's charge. He is holding a mega rally in Haryana right now in Sonipat as we speak.
Just kicking my chest, and thereafter I was then just begging again, sir, what have I even done? Just please leave me. आप लोग हो जो यहाँ पे गलत कर रहे हो और क्यों कर रहे हो? Then he kicked me even more.
Odisha assault survivor narrates the horror, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and assaulted by cops. And with Israel intensifying operations against Hezbollah, situation escalates in West Asia. Viewers, we're getting news from the RG Kaur medical case. Now, the CBI is currently investigating the messages that have been recovered from Sandeep Ghosh's phone as part of the ongoing investigation. According to sources, several deleted messages have been now retrieved. That includes the one where Sandeep allegedly claimed that the girl is exaggerating about an issue. Explosive texts have been recovered from Sandeep Ghosh's phone. It's a big lead, viewers. Coming in. In fact, Kishore is joining us live on the broadcast for more. Now, Kishore, tell us more about who was Sandeep Ghosh sending these messages to, and who did he consult to when he says punishing Abhaya?
Well, Rakshita, the exact translation of what he sent, according to sources, is the girl is crossing her limits. Rather than the girl is exaggerating, we should say that he actually used words like meta badabadi korche in Bengali, which means the girl is crossing her limits. So Sandeep Ghosh was angry. In fact, he was angry on a girl. Whether it's Abhaya or not is yet to be seen after the investigation, but most probably so. Now he's saying that the girl is exaggerating or the girl is crossing her limits. Now what the girl is exactly crossing is a question, because we know that there has been large-scale allegations of financial corruptions at Arjikor, and at the helm of all this is Sandeep Ghosh himself. Allegedly. Now, CBI and ED, both of these agencies are investigating the role of Sandeep Ghosh in these matters of corruption. But what is very clear, if these messages are true, is that Sandeep Ghosh was very angry on a particular girl who was kind of crossing her limits, and probably in a way came to know about all these financial irregularities carried out by Sandeep Ghosh, and therefore the consequence we see, Abhaya was killed, raped and murdered. She was murdered and raped, raped and murdered. So whether it was Abhaya who came to know about all the details about the irregularities at Arjikor, with Sandeep Ghosh leading the whole corruption, that is the reason why she was punished in this heinous way, rape and murder. So that is the question CBI is looking into. These messages, whether Sandeep Ghosh, who deleted these messages, are being recovered right now, and who he sent these messages to is a question till now. We have to know about that later. But these messages coming from the phone of Sandeep Ghosh clearly opens up new explosive avenues in this investigation, Rakshita.
That's a big revelation, in fact, that has been made here amidst the investigation that is going on. Kishore, in fact, stay with us, because viewers, now we need to tell you that how this case was, what we had understood was just the tip of the iceberg. Abhaya, in fact, had discovered Sandeep Ghosh's corrupt practices, his involvement in multiple corrupt practices, and she had initially complained about poor quality medicines to Sandeep, but she received no response from him. And after she escalated the complaint to the high authorities, Sandeep allegedly began threatening Abhaya. And thereafter, she was assigned 36 consecutive hours of duty. Kishore, again, another shocking revelation. If it's true, this is a big revelation that is coming in, that because Abhaya knew of many of the malpractices, and that those are being investigated by the CBI also. There's the second case where he's embroiled in, he's accused. Abhaya was assigned 36 consecutive hours of duty because she took on the authorities, because she took on the principal, and later on she was also said that she will be met with some worse kind of treatment.
Well, we got to know from many of our sources at Arjikor. In fact, there were people, staff, ex-staff members, even the ex-super Akhtar Ali himself, who spoke out on camera. He came to Republic Network as well, speaking multiple times about how there were specific evidences of medicines being, actual medicines, original medicines being taken out of Arjikor hospital in an illegal manner, and then fake medicines being brought in and replaced. So that is a very serious allegation that came up. Now after that, it is known, according to sources, Abhaya came to know about the low quality medicines that were being used on patients. She was not accepting what was happening in the hospital. And according to sources, the investigation is revealing that Abhaya had complained about this whole matter to Sandeep Ghosh, to other authorities, but to no fruit. So after Abhaya even multiple complaints, Abhaya could not get any results. She was now planning to take it even higher and expose it. Now, whether the consequences were exactly for that reason or not is what the investigation will say. But the text messages in Sandeep Ghosh's phone saying that the girl is crossing her limit and we need to take care of that reveals everything.
Absolutely, Kishore. And no doubt what we can understand is that why the administration, the Bengal administration, Bengal police had been, literally somehow making frantic efforts to cover up this entire case, which is about a woman being raped and murdered so brutally. But the fight for justice continues. Thank you so much, Kishore, for joining us with those details. Republic TV, of course, along with Republic Bangla, will keep a close eye on the latest from that story, all the breaking leads from that investigation that is underway as the fight for justice continues, viewers. And a quick look at the headlines now. Woman stripped in full public glare, put her in rice sack and assaulted mercilessly in Bengal's Purba Mednipur. Shah chairs key Mahayuti meeting as stage is set for Maharashtra polls. Shinde, Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar present. Out of options, Siddaramaiah now appeals to division bench of High Court. Meanwhile, hearing in special court today.
But once we deal with the disengagement, there is the larger issue, which is both of us have brought very large number of troops up to the border. So there is what we call the de-escalation issue.
External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar makes a big statement, says China violated disengagement agreements. And after 2 assassination attempts, US intel warns Trump of real assassination threat from Iran. We have a breaking news coming in right now, viewers. This with regards to the Badlapur hearing. Now, Justice Mohit Dere has emphasized the need for an impartial investigation into the case, regardless of the police involvement. And Justice Chavan echoed this sentiment, stressing that the only goal is to uncover the truth. And we have now learned that the court has directed the registration of FIR against the police officers now. That's the big update we have right now. The court has directed the registration of FIR against police officers. Remember, the High Court has questioned the encounter theory of the police after the Badlapur accused was killed in the firing. And an API, Nilesh More, was also injured, remember. But the Bombay High Court has said that the truth must come out. And my colleague Sandeep is joining us live from the crime branch now. Sandeep, tell us the latest. It's a scathing observation being made, and now even the complaint will be registered against the police officers.
Yes, as far as the arguments are concerned, Rakshita, the father's counsels, in fact, argued with the fact that the father had went on to the police station and tried to file the complaint against the police officer over this alleged encounter case, but the complaint was not registered. So after this was in fact put up before the court has in fact ordered to register the FIR from both the sides. Not only that, the court has adjourned this matter till Thursday. So this is the breaking news that is coming. The court has adjourned the order till Thursday. The court will in fact wait for the probe. They want a fair and impartial probe in this very matter. Not only that, the court has also directed the investigating agencies to preserve the CDR records. So call data records would be in fact preserved, and that would be needed to be in fact produced before the court. The court has also asked to preserve the CCTV footage of the time when Akshay Shinde was in fact brought to the hospital, and also the CCTV footages of the court premises when he was in fact produced in the court in Thane district. So ultimately there are multiple things that court has also pointed out, that how a common man, how a single person was in fact not controlled by the 4 officers who was in fact sitting with him in the police van. Not only that, how can someone who is not trained can fire a bullet? So ultimately a lot of questions are being raised by the court right now, but the order has not come up so far, the investigating agencies have been ordered to carry a fair probe in this very matter. The matter will be again heard on next Thursday. Back to you, Rakshita.
Right, Sandeep. Thank you so much for joining us with the details coming in, viewers. That's a breaking development. We'll keep a close eye on that investigation and the court proceedings on that story, viewers. Right now, we shift our focus to some more news coming in from across the country. This is Bharat in 5 minutes. Union Minister of Finance Nirmala Sitharaman met with the Minister of Investments of the Republic of Uzbekistan ahead of the annual meeting of the Board of Governors of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank in Samarkand, Uzbekistan. Both ministers discussed the issues of mutual interest related to bilateral trade, especially in the areas of renewable energy, fertilizers and the pharmaceutical sector. Former U.S. Ambassador to India, Kenneth Juster, said that the Prime Minister's visit to U.S. is very positive. His comments come after demonstrators highlighted the depth and breadth of U.S.-India relations with continued new initiatives. Following the meeting, India also decided to open new consulates in Boston and Los Angeles.
I thought it was a very positive visit. The statement that came out afterwards demonstrates the depth and breadth of the U.S.-India relationship with continued new initiatives, especially in areas such as critical and emerging technologies, clean energy, healthcare, defense. And so this is just another very important step in the building of the strength of the U.S.-India relationship.
7 people lost their lives and one was critically injured when a speeding car collided with a trailer truck near Himmatnagar in Gujarat's Sabarkantha district today morning. The car en route from Shamlaji to Ahmedabad struck the trailer from behind on a national highway. Now, Superintendent of Police Vijay Patel says that all 7 passengers in the car were killed in the crash.
गुजरात के साबरकांठा डिस्ट्रिक्ट में शामलाजी से हिम्मतनगर हाईवे पे आज सुबह एक अकस्मात हुआ है जिसमें इनोवा कार में जो सवार थे वो 7 व्यक्ति की मौत हो चुकी है और
Special Court for Public Representatives is all set to hear the Muda scam case today with a petition filed by Sneha Moy Krishna scheduled to be presented. Now, Sneha Moy Krishna's lawyers will submit the High Court's order dismissing Chief Minister Siddaramaya's writ petition. Meanwhile, Chief Minister Siddaramaya's legal team is preparing to challenge the High Court's single bench order by filing an appeal with the division bench.
While respecting the judiciary, we are not happy about the judgment, because when there is no involvement directly by the Honorable Chief Minister, there is no order done by the Chief Minister, there is no signature on any documentation.
Smoke caused panic on a flight from Chennai to Dubai with 320 passengers on board. The smoke dissipated within approximately 10 minutes, officials say. Fire tenders were dispatched to the scene as a precautionary measure. Incident occurred due to the overfilling of the engine. The animal smuggler Niaz alias Motu in Uttar Pradesh, a resident of Kanka police station in Bilariganj, was injured in an encounter with police near Farenda village in Kandharpur police station area. He was shot in his right leg. All right, viewers, we have breaking news coming in from Himachal Pradesh. Now, after Yogi government's order for all eateries to display the names of the owner and several other instructions that have been issued now, the Congress minister, that is from Himachal government, Vikramaditya Singh, says that Himachal will also follow the eateries order, just like the Yogi model. So, Himachal Pradesh is going to emulate Yogi Adityanath's order on eateries, set to implement new regulations for monitoring eateries that includes restaurants and fast food outlets. And in the recent urban development and municipal corporation meeting, it's decided that an owner ID will be installed in all establishments to ensure accountability and address the customer's concern. In fact, Vikramaditya Singh who is a Himachal minister, he has tagged Chief Minister Yogi's post confirming the move. Remember that Yogi Adityanath was very clear, ordering investigation and verification of all hotels, dhabas, restaurants, eateries in the state, saying that the names of the owner have to be displayed, installed CCTV, staff should be wearing masks. That spitting, the cases of spitting and mixing of urine and eatables is deplorable. And in wake of such instance, this order was issued by the Yogi government. My colleague Lalit is joining us live from on the broadcast. Now he's joining us live from Chandigarh. Lalit, tell us more details about this. It seems that Himachal Pradesh wants to emulate Yogi Adityanath's model on the eateries order.
If you talk about now, after the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath have asked for the IDs, now the Cabinet Minister of Himachal Pradesh, Vikram Aditya Singh, have also supported Yogi Adityanath's this idea. And the way today he has written a post on social media, on Facebook, in which he has displayed the photograph of the CM of UP, Mr. Yogi Adityanath, and he has said that in the coming days, Himachal government would be formulating a policy in which the hawkers have to display the IDs in the food shops, as in the past some weeks in Himachal Pradesh, the way the controversy has erupted and protests have seen all across Himachal over the illegal building structures. Now, yesterday there was a meeting in Shimla in which Vikram Aditya Singh has posted that very soon policy would be found for the hawkers, and as illegal vendors could be seen sitting in Himachal Pradesh, in which the law and order situation has disrupted. So a policy has to be made. But the way in UP, Yogi Adityanath had said that in the shops of the food stalls, the owner have to show the IDs. Now, this idea has somehow fascinated Mr. Vikram Aditya Singh, who is the Cabinet Minister of Himachal Pradesh, and he has supported Yogi Adityanath.
It's interesting, how many of the India Alliance partners and even the Congress party had, in fact, Lalit, reacted during that Kanwar Yatra order for displaying the name of the eateries. The opposition has not really received this UP order in the latest, also very well, calling it overriding Supreme Court order. But it's interesting that a Congress minister now is wanting to emulate that. Thank you so much, Lalit, for joining us. Viewers, now we shift our focus to Jammu and Kashmir, where the second phase of polling is right now underway. And senior diplomats from various countries are visiting Jammu and Kashmir. These are delegates from US, Norway and Singapore. They are visiting Kashmir to observe this assembly election. And let's take a look at the reactions from them.
A delegation of senior-level foreign diplomats from across 15 countries arrived in Jammu and Kashmir to observe the polling process.
The organization is very similar to Singapore, where you use government buildings to make it accessible for people. So we are very grateful to MEA for organizing this trip for us to come and witness the polling in progress.
This marks the first time in a decade that such a high-level delegation has witnessed the voting process.
It's very beautiful. It's wonderful to be amongst the people who are actually here to cast their votes. I see the really vibrant enthusiasm, and this is really democracy working, So congratulations, for well-organized polling station.
Their visit highlights the democratic transition unfolding in the Union Territory.
And now, viewers, news coming in from East Delhi's Shakapura, where a young woman living alone was targeted by invasive surveillance after discovering hidden cameras in her bathroom and even in her bedroom. Now, the victim, who is preparing for competitive exams, alerted the police after noticing some suspicious activity on her WhatsApp and finding spy cameras in her apartment. In fact, her landlord's son, who often had her access to her house keys, show that The victim, who was preparing for a competitive exam, had alerted the police. His landlord's son often had access to her house keys, admitted to installing the cameras while she was away and secretly retrieving recorded footage. Now, police recovered one camera and two laptops storing the videos, and further investigation is now underway in this matter. Viewers, take a look at this report filed by my colleague Akhil Jamil.
A shocking incident has come to light from East Delhi Ganesh Nagar extension area. Here you can see behind me the house where that incident took place. So what has happened that a day ago, when a young woman living alone in this flat was targeted by the owner's son. The son has been identified as Mr. Karan. So what Karan has done, that he put a spy cam in washroom. Apart from that, he put a spy cam in bedroom as well of the rentee. And after that, what happened, that the rentee complained regarding this police when she found out that on her laptop there was a connection malfunction which was showing that your device is now connected with another device. And when she realized that her device was connected, then she started to seeing her flat, and then she realized that there was a spy cam which was placed in that room. And then after that, she got scared, and then she called the police. And after that, when the police team arrived over here, they found out that there were two spy cams inside that apartment. And then after that, a complaint has been registered in this regard at Shakarpur Police Thana. And then after that, what we have been seeing, that the police team has arrested the main accused in connection with the case, and then the further investigation is going on. But the bigger question remains that if you see this area, this Ganesh Nagar entire locality, here a lot of PGs are functional. So students are really concerned about this, that whether they should trust their flat's owner or not, because the complainant has claimed that whenever she used to go to her native place in UP, at that point in time she used to give her keys to the owner. And what had happened, that again she trusted the owner of the house, and when she came back, such incident happened, and she still don't know that for how long that owner's son was recording her. But the police is still investigating the entire matter, and in this connection, the main accused, Karan, has been arrested by the East Delhi police.
Well, polling has kick-started for phase 2 of polls in J&K. A lot of key candidates are in the fray, which includes former J&K Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, who's contesting on 2 seats, and J&K BJP Chief Ravinder Raina as well. Stay tuned to Republic, as at 8 AM we'll get you all election updates from J&K after this very short break.
Director, the taste of success.
Now, it seems that all is not well in the Congress-NC alliance, as National Conference leader Omar Abdullah has criticised ally Congress for insufficient campaigning in Jammu, claiming that Rahul Gandhi focused only on Kashmir. Meanwhile, the BJP has hit back at India alliance. Here's a report.
Phase 2 of Jammu and Kashmir elections witnessed a mega political face-off, with NC leader Omar Abdullah taking on ally Congress.
After Rahul is done campaigning in 1 or 2 seats in Kashmir, he focuses in Jammu. Ultimately, what the Congress does in Kashmir is not that important. What the Congress does in Jammu is important. And unfortunately, Congress hasn't done as much in the plains of Jammu as we would expect them to do.
And the BJP hitting back with Pakistan and Patharbazi attack.
गठबंधन में निकाह से पहले ही 3 तलाक शुरू हो चुका है और ये इसलिए हो रहा है क्योंकि ये दोनों पार्टी पीपीपी के प्रिंसिपल पर चलती है, पाकिस्तान परस्ती, पत्थरबाजी और परिवारवाद.
The latest war of words comes as the fate of 239 candidates is set to be sealed.
Well, polling has kick-started for Phase 2 of polls in J&K. A lot of key candidates are in the fray, which includes former J&K Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, who's contesting on 2 seats, and J&K BJP Chief Ravinder Raina as well. Stay tuned to Republic, as at 8 a.m. we'll get you all election updates from J&K after this very short break.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Can't wait. Pado, kuch pano.
Phase 2 of Jammu and Kashmir elections gets underway. 36.93% voting recorded till 1 p.m.
What the Congress does in Kashmir is not that important. What the Congress does in Jammu is important. And unfortunately, Congress hasn't done as much in the plains of Jammu as we would expect them to do.
Speculation over rift rises as Omar targets Congress, asks why Rahul has not campaigned in Jammu.
2 घंटे अगर 54 वोट पड़े हैं तो इसका मतलब क्या है? फिर जानबूझ के कहीं ना कहीं डेलिबरेटरी मशीनों की सेटिंग ऐसे की गई है कि पोलिंग कम हो.
गुंडागर्दी नहीं चलेगी, गुंडागर्दी नहीं चलेगी. बीजेपी हाय हाय, बीजेपी हाय हाय.
Polling day controversy at Naushera Booth National Conference alleges slow voting by EC officials. Prime Minister Narendra Modi leads the BJP's poll campaign in Haryana ahead of the state elections.
He started thumping and just kicking my chest. And thereafter I was then just begging again, sir, what have I even done? Just please leave me. आप लोग हो जो यहाँ पे गलत कर रहे हो और क्यों कर रहे हो. Then he kicked me even more.
Odisha assault survivor narrates horror, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and assaulted by cops. And with Israel intensifying operations against Hezbollah, situation escalates in the Middle East.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado, kuch pano.
Well, it's 2 p.m. and you're watching Republic TV, viewers, and let's start this bulletin with the breaking news coming in. As far as the Muda scam is concerned, the Special Court for People's Representatives, presided by Judge Santosh Gajanana Bhatt, has ordered the Karnataka Mysore Lokayukta to file an FIR and conduct an investigation into the Muda land denotification case involving the Chief Minister. The court's decision, viewers, follows a Karnataka High Court verdict and acknowledges allegations surrounding land possession, compensation and also subsequent denotification. The Lokayukta is now tasked with the investigation and also the submission of a detailed report. The Muda scam heat continues to mount on the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. We have Niranjan also joining us on the phone lines. A very good afternoon, Niranjan. The special People's Representative Court has now passed an order ordering Lokayukta to file an FIR and also start the investigations. What does this mean for Siddaramaiah?
Well, this is a big worry that we expected, Deepak, because given what happened yesterday when the Chief Minister was found, wanting, and the order against the Chief Minister was scathing. We went through the detailed order, and even the court has raised several questions against the Chief Minister. And now the court hearing that resumed as a Sessions Court, counsel for the complainant had informed the court about the orders that the investigation can be conducted, which was the verdict of the High Court in Karnataka. And the court has gone ahead and said that the FIRs to be filed by competent authorities and an investigation should be conducted in the Muda land scam case. Karnataka Mysuru Lokayukta will be conducting the investigation and submitting the report. So it's not good news for the Chief Minister, because if you go through the order, there are at least 20 to 30 pages that speak adversely about the role that he or his family played, in which the court, time and again mentions about how 5 lakh rupees that was paid or less than that becomes over 50 crore rupees in just a matter of time. So this is a huge setback to the Chief Minister, I would say, because the fact that the court rejected and then an FIR will be filed against him, there is going to be an investigation against him. This is a prima facie, case made out against him where, the rules were bent. There were several illegalities. There's a conflict of interest. There is impropriety. So it's going to be bad news for Siddaramaiah in the days and weeks to come.
Also, Niranjan, now to ensure a free and fair probe, the BJP is now demanding the resignation of the Chief Minister. But Siddaramaiah, on the other hand, has questioned why he should resign and has also, drawn parallels with H.D. Kumaraswamy, who is out on bail, as per his statement.
That's completely invalid, because we look at, what the Chief Minister has been through. And the Chief Minister stated crystal clear, he is facing investigation. He's digging in his heels because in the state of Karnataka, the Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is a public different state with his own party or with different people. And Siddaramaiah is not a Congress, national congressman per se, because he was a JDS. And for him, it's a tougher battle because, he has enemies within the Congress party and then also with the JDS. And, irrespective of what he says about the opposition, the fact is, in recent past has got an adverse, a court verdict against them. So it's going to be difficult for him to wriggle out of this one, Deepak.
That's right, Niranjan. Many thanks for joining us with those details. That was our executive editor, Niranjan Narayanaswamy, giving us insights about what this order means and what's ahead for Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Let's now move on, viewers. In a fiery speech at a rally in Haryana, the Prime Minister launched a sharp attack on Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, calling out his involvement in the Mysuru Urban Development Authority land scam. Listen in.
जैसी स्थिति यहां कांग्रेस ने उस समय बनाई थी, आज कर्नाटका में उनकी सरकार है। जरा देखिए, अभी तो 2 साल हुए हैं, क्या हाल करके रखा है। वहां कांग्रेस के मुख्यमंत्री उन पर जमीन घोटाले के आरोप लगे हैं। जब इसकी जांच शुरू हुई तो कर्नाटका के मुख्यमंत्री हाईकोर्ट चले गए। हाईकोर्ट ने भी उनको एक और डंडा मारा। उन्होंने कहा कोई मदद नहीं होगी, और कल ही हाईकोर्ट ने साफ साफ कहा कि जांच के आदेश सही है और जांच होनी चाहिए। अब देखिए, 2 साल मुश्किल से हुए हैं, आदत जाती नहीं है। क्या हरियाणा में इनको ये पाप करने का ठेका दे सकते हैं क्या? हरियाणा में इनको घुसने दे सकते हैं क्या? आप ये गलती मत करना। 10 साल बाहर रहे तो सुधर गए होंगे, ये सुधर सकते ही नहीं जी, ये कभी नहीं सुधर सकते। और भाइयों बहनों, कर्नाटका में सिर्फ जमीन घोटाले का ही मामला नहीं है, वहां मेरे दलित भाई बहन ये समझिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी के अध्यक्ष भी कर्नाटका से आते हैं, दलित समाज से हैं। कर्नाटका में दलितों के लिए जो फंड था, उसमें भी कांग्रेस ने घोटाला किया। ये वहां की कांग्रेस सरकार ने, वहां के सीएम ने विधानसभा में खुद इस बात को स्वीकार किया है। अब बताइए, जहां भ्रष्टाचार होगा, वहां दुनिया का कोई देश, कोई भी निवेश करने वाला, कोई भी कारखाना लगाने वाला हरियाणा की धरती पर आएगा क्या? तो हरियाणा का नुकसान होगा कि नहीं होगा?
Well, viewers, that was the Prime Minister's attack against Siddaramaiah, and the biggest question that everybody is asking is, will he resign? That's the big question that Siddaramaiah will have to answer, and the probe, if at all, has to be fair and impartial. Then that's the solution, because many chief ministers in opposition ruled states have all stepped down to ensure that the probe is fair and impartial. But will Siddaramaiah resign or not? That's the big question. Let's now take a quick look at the other top stories we are tracking. Woman stripped in full public glare, put her in rice sack, assaulted her mercilessly in Bengal's Purva Medinipur. Indian Home Minister Amit Shah chairs key Mahayuti meeting as stage is set for the Maharashtra poll. Shinde, Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar were in attendance. Siddaramaiah completely out of options as Special Court now orders Lokayukta to investigate the Muda case.
But once we deal with the disengagement, there is the larger issue, which is both of us have brought very large number of troops up to the border. So there is what we call the de-escalation issue.
External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar makes a big statement, says China violated disengagement agreements. After 2 assassination attempts, US intel warns Trump of real assassination threat from Iran. Moving on, viewers, with voting underway for the second phase in Jammu and Kashmir, we bring you this exclusive report from the ECI office control room in the national capital, where officials are closely monitoring the poll situation in the valley. Take a look.
The second phase of polling is underway in Jammu Kashmir as the 26 constituencies in 6 districts are polling today for the second phase. In the first phase, the recorded polling was 61.13%, but right now we are in the control room of Election Commission of India. These are all the officials which are monitoring how the situation at polling booths is right now all across Jammu and Kashmir, where the polling is taking place today in 26 constituencies in 6 districts, 3 in Jammu and 3 in Kashmir. Right now, I'll ask my camera person Hitesh to also show you the live monitoring, how the live monitoring is taking place here. Each and every booth is being monitored here, that how the polling is taking place, and also this is the first time assembly poll is happening in the restive region after the scrapping of the statehood and the special status in Jammu and Kashmir.
Well, that was from the Election Commission's control room in the national capital. Let's now get your reactions from Ground Zero in Jammu and Kashmir, which is voting in the phase 2 of the assembly elections.
We've been waiting for 10 years. First phase went well. Inshallah, we expect a good turnout from the second phase also, regardless of which party. Enthusiasm in political rallies has been heartening. Now we hope that enthusiasm translates into voter turnout also.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जनता का जबरदस्त समर्थन मिला है। जम्मू कश्मीर में दूसरे चरण के मतदान में लंबी लंबी कतारों में सुबह से ही मतदाता निकले हैं। मुझे विश्वास है कि जम्मू कश्मीर की जनता दिल खोलकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में मतदान करेगी, मोदी साहब के पक्ष में मतदान होगा और जम्मू कश्मीर के साथ साथ नौशहरा में भी कमल का फूल खिलेगा।
बहुत अरसे के बाद एक जो पॉलिटिकल डिस्कोर्स यहाँ ख़त्म हुआ था 2019 के बाद, जब आर्टिकल 370 और 35 से हटा था, एक चुप्पी थी यहाँ के लोगों को, कोई रिप्रेजेंटेशन यहाँ पे थी नहीं, तो उसके बाद एक मौका मिला इलेक्शन में कि यहाँ के वोट करने का। लोग इंतज़ार कर रहे थे। आज समझ आई है यहाँ के अवकदल के लोगों को कि वोट का सही इस्तेमाल करना है। वो एक लोकल रिप्रेजेंटेशन यहाँ पे चाहते हैं।
देखिए, इस इलेक्शन की काफ़ी सिग्निफिकेंस है आज के दौर में। हालांकि जम्मू कश्मीर असेंबली का रोल काफ़ी कट साइज किया गया, मगर ये एक वाहिद ऑप्शन है, वाहिद टेबल है जहां हम अपनी पॉलिटिकल ग्रीवेंस को रिप्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं। देखिए, यहाँ तो कोई मुकाबला है नहीं, क्योंकि मेरा इंतखाब यहाँ के लोगों ने किया है, मुझे यहाँ के लोगों ने चुना है। जो एतमाद यहाँ के लोगों ने मेरे कंधों पर डाला है, जो भरोसा मुझे यहाँ के लोगों ने दिया है, मुझे नहीं लगता वो भरोसा किसी बाहर वाले टूरिस्ट को दिया जाएगा, किसी इन्फिल्ट्रेटर को दिया जाएगा।
ये तो बड़ी खुशी की बात है कि यहाँ के आवाम को 10 साल के बाद अपना जमहूरी हक मिल रहा है और वो अपनी मनपसंद हुकूमत बनाएंगे। जैसा कि सबको मालूम है कि पिछले 10 साल से यहाँ के आवाम बड़ी मुश्किलात का सामना कर रहे हैं, बड़ी परेशानियों का सामना कर रहे हैं। इंशाल्लाह अब अच्छे दिन आ रहे हैं उनके लिए।
Now, viewers, shifting our focus to what happened in Gujarat. 7 people lost their lives and 1 was critically injured when a speeding car collided with a trailer truck near Himtanagar in Gujarat's Sabarkantha district today morning. Here's a report.
Seven people lost their lives after a speeding car rammed into a truck in Gujarat's Sabarkant.
गुजरात के साबरकांठा डिस्ट्रिक्ट में शामराजी से हिम्मतनगर हाईवे पे आज सुबह एक अकस्मात हुआ है, जिसमें इनोवा कार में जो सवार थे वो 7 व्यक्ति की मौत हो चुकी है और एक जो सवार था उसको इंजरी हुई है, उसको हॉस्पिटल में ले जाया गया है। ये सभी अहमदाबाद के रहने वाले थे और शामराजी से अहमदाबाद तरफ जा रहे थे।
The car was en route Ahmedabad from Shamali. The impact of the accident was so grim that people had to be taken out by cutting the car with a cutter. One of the occupants was critically injured in the crash and rushed to the hospital. An investigation has now been launched into the horrific incident.
It's time to take a look at the other top stories that we're tracking from across the nation. In 5 minutes, Shiv Sena workers celebrated at the railway station after the recent death of sexual assault accused Akshay Shinde. He was shot by police during a retaliatory firing incident. Workers displayed posters and distributed sweets to mark the occasion. 5 wagons of an empty goods train derailed in West Bengal's Alipurdwar, New Mayanaguri station early this morning around 6:20 a.m. There were no casualties reported. However, senior officials are on site and the restoration work was carried out. Trains have been diverted, but overall movement has not been affected. The US-India Strategic Partnership Forum said that the success of India's Chandrayaan-3 mission has opened doors for greater cooperation between NASA and ISRO. Both organizations plan to conduct scientific research aboard the International Space Station in 2025.
The Jammu and Kashmir, 6 districts of the Kashmir Valley are going for the polling today. We have seen from yesterday that all the security arrangements are in place. Republic will get you all the details from various locations of the Jammu and Kashmir. Keep watching the Republic TV.
Welcome back, viewers. India's men's chess team didn't just checkmate their opponents, but they checkmated the entire world, because fresh off scripting history with their maiden gold in the 45th Chess Olympiad, the team is in full celebration mode. In an exclusive interview, viewers, with your channel Republic TV, coach Srinath Narayanan reveals that they were so confident of the clinching victory that they had planned the party even before the tournament. Listen it.
India has scripted history in chess by clinching gold. Not just 1 gold, but 2 gold, both by the men's team and the women's. And we have right now the captain of our Indian chess team, Mr. Srinath. He's joining us on the broadcast. Thank you so much, Mr. Srinath, and congratulations to your team. We see mostly teams like the cricket team or maybe the Olympians coming in and having, received such a big, rousing welcome. But today we saw that, Pragnanda and also Gukesh and many other champions from the team received in a grand fashion at the Chennai airport. How does this really feel as India script history in chess?
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me here. It feels great. It's a very, very proud moment, and with more and more time, it's feeling even better and better. Initially, when we won, it hadn't yet sunk in yesterday, but after we all had a little bit of rest, it feels even better. It feels like being part of history.
Of course, being part of history, and you are quite young yourself, and you have a young team to lead. And we saw the kind of we've seen the moves on the chessboard, but we also saw the dance moves. That celebration has gone viral, and everybody now wants to know about these young champions. And you are a young coach yourself, but what really went in this team has some magic, both the women and the men's team.
I think they're just all world beaters. They have grown up to be fearless. They have grown up with an attitude that they can beat anyone in the world. And we are kind of seeing that across sports, I think. Even in cricket, we are dominating in the last few World Cups. We have these players like Virat, Rohit, Bumrah, who are like the absolute best in the world. And in chess also, we have something similar. These are young players. They are going to be there for many more years. They have grown up beating all of us and showing incredible potential. And now they're showing the world as well. Right. And did you expect this to happen? I mean, you've also made India proud so many times. You've been a grandmaster, and in a very short span you switched to coaching the team, captaining the team. But what really went behind? Did you really expect this sort of victory, this feat to be achieved in Budapest? So we all knew that we were capable of winning the gold. We had an idea. We didn't expect a domination of this kind. We didn't expect that we would win by a 4-match point margin. But we were pretty confident of having a good chance of winning the gold. We even spoke a little bit about plans for celebrations after winning the gold, even before the tournament.
So there's a lot of talk about the strategy behind that, and of course it's been your brain behind it, the way you move.
ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಗಳ ನ್ಯಾಯಾಲಯ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ನವರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ತೀರ್ಪಾದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಇವರು ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ದೂರುದಾರರು ಜನಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಗಳ ನೀವೇನ್ರಿ ನೀವು ಗಲಾಟೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ನಿಲ್ಸ್ರಿ ನೀವು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಜನಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಗಳ ನ್ಯಾಯಾಲಯ
The Special People's Representatives Court yesterday,
ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ನವರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆದೇಶದ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ
in the backdrop of the High Court order which was delivered yesterday, has ordered today,
ಪ್ರತಿ ನನಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ
and I haven't received the copy of the order yet.
ಓದಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ರಿಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅದರ ಮೇಲೆ.
I will react to it after I read the order completely. First, I need to understand what the order means.
ನಾನು ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅದು ಸಿಗ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಈಗ ಕೇಳಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅದರಿಂದ 6 ಗಂಟೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕದು.
After 6 p.m. this evening, I will be receiving the court's order.
ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
And yesterday as well, I told you that
ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಎದುರಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ತಯಾರಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
That we are ready.
ತನಿಖೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಯಾವುದಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಎದುರಲ್ಲ.
We don't fear the investigation.
ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ತಯಾರಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
We are ready to fight as per the law.
ನಿನ್ನೆ ಈ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
This is the same thing that I said yesterday as well, and today as well I'm telling you the same thing.
ಈಗ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ರೆಫರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತಕ್ಕೆ.
As far as I know, they have referred it to the Lokayukta. They have referred it to the Lokayukta in Mysuru. Since the complainant is a resident of Mysore, so the court has now referred it to the Mysore Lokayukta. And it's nothing new. The Karnataka High Court has yesterday ordered investigation. And today is a continuation of the case being referred to the Lokayukta in Mysuru. I will speak after I get the entire order, the complete order. Once I receive it, I will consult my lawyers and then take a decision.
ಅದು ಮೂಡಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟರೆ ಮುಂದುವರಿಯುತ್ತದೆ. ಕಮಿಷನ್ ತಡೆ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋದು.
I haven't seen the order yet.
ನಾನು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ರಿಯೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ
If you want
ಆದೇಶ ಓದಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೊಡೋದು.
a concrete reaction from me, then let me read the court's order copy. There is no parallel inquiry. The Lokayukta will have to. The Lokayukta is the only investigating authority in this case. Once I read the entire order, tomorrow morning I will react. There you see the Chief Minister once again repeating what he said yesterday. Yesterday as well, he hadn't read the Karnataka High Court order. Today he hasn't read the court order of the Special People's Representative Court. He claims that he is ready to fight this case legally after consulting with his legal experts and also his cabinet colleagues. That's what the Chief Minister said yesterday, and today as well he is repeating his statement saying that he will react once he gets the order.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Round 2 of Jammu and Kashmir elections, polling underway.
What the Congress does in Kashmir is not that important. What the Congress does in Jammu is important. and unfortunately, Congress hasn't done as much in the plains of Jammu as we would expect them to do.
Speculation over rift rise as Omar Abdullah targets the Congress party, asks why Rahul Gandhi has not campaigned in Jammu.
दो घंटे अगर 54 वोट पड़े हैं तो इसका मतलब क्या है कि जानबूझ के कहीं ना कहीं डेलिब्रेटरी मशीनों की सेटिंग ऐसे की गई है कि पोलिंग कम हो।
Polling day controversy at Nowshera booth. National Conference alleges slow voting by the Election Commission officials. Prime Minister Narendra Modi leads the BJP's poll campaign in Haryana ahead of the state elections.
And just kicking my chest, and thereafter I was then just begging again, sir, what have I even done, just please leave me. आप लोग हो जो यहाँ पे गलत कर रहे हो और क्यों कर रहे हो. Then he kicked me even more.
Odisha sole survivor narrates the horror, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and assaulted by cops. And with Israel intensifying operations against Hezbollah, the situation escalates in West Asia. And ladies and gentlemen, voting for 26 Assembly constituencies is currently underway in Jammu and Kashmir. And in this high-octane battle, several top names such as Ravinder Raina and Omar Abdullah are in the poll fray. And Republic, with its army of reporters on ground zero, brings you the latest from some of these seats. And the latest overall turnout numbers are 36.93% polling until 1 p.m. So that's the update we have right now. 26 seats going to polls today. And the voter turnout till 1 p.m. is 39.93. All right, we're talking about various places at the bottom of your screens, viewers. The heavyweights are in the fray. 26 seats and 239 candidates go to polls. And Omar Abdullah, who is in fact contesting from 2 seats, Ganderbal and Budgam, also in the fray. And while voting remains underway, the clashes have also been reported from Nowshera, where the National Conference trains its guns at the BJP, alleging pre-poll violence. Take a listen into the reactions from Ground Zero.
I'm joined by Surinder Chaudhary. Mr. Chaudhary,
आज जिलन के क्या नाम है, देखना नाम क्या है इसका, है विकास दमन है, ये ऐसा ही है। और इनकी जो एसएसबी का काम थोड़ा है कि यहाँ पे आई कार्ड चेक करना, आई कार्ड तो हमसे चेक करना। वो पहली बात है, अगर लोगों के पास आई कार्ड नहीं है तो ये कसूर किसका है? बीएलओ का है, आपके उसका स्टाफ का है, आरओ की गलती है। लोगों को इन्फॉर्म करना चाहिए था, आपने अवेयर क्यों नहीं किया लोगों को? ये इतनी लगे, लेडीज खड़ी हैं, जेंट्स खड़े हैं, लाइनों में खड़े हैं, गर्मी में खड़े हैं, ना तो टेंट लगाया इनके लिए। टेंट किसने लगाया? इलेक्शन कमीशन लगाया। इतना पैसा आता है, किस लिए आता है? ना कोई टेंट लगाया, ना कुछ लगाया। और यहाँ पे आप लोगों को कह रहे हो जी आई कार्ड देखो, वहाँ से मशीनें स्लो हैं। ये तो धांधली, शरेआम धांधली है।
तो आप स्लो पोलिंग की बात कह रहे हैं?
मैं वही तो कह रहा हूँ कि देखिए हर जगह लोगों अंदर लोगों को नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा है, जान के डिले किया जा रहा है। उसके साथ साथ वहाँ पे पोलिंग जो है वो मशीनें जो स्लो की हुई हैं ताकि लोग कम पोलिंग हो। तो ये तो मजाक बन गया।
आपने इलेक्शन कमीशन से बात की?
मैं अभी करता हूँ, लेकिन ये यहाँ पे देखिए ना, ये मेरा खुद का पोलिंग जहाँ मेरा
रिटर्निंग ऑफिसर से आपकी बात?
हाँ, आरओ से मेरी बात हुई है। आरओ को मैंने बोला है, मैंने कहा ये क्या हो रहा है, मजाक बन रहा हुआ है, ये क्यों यहाँ पे लोगों को तंग। और आरओ ने खुद कहा कि कोई आई कार्ड की प्रूफ की जरूरत नहीं है, वहाँ फोटो लगे हुए। आपने फोटो किस लिए लगाए हुए वोटिंग लिस्ट पे? वोटिंग को मैच करिए, उसके बाद आप आई कार्ड की जरूरत ही नहीं है।
इलेक्शंस की बात करें, सेकंड कैंडिडेट जो है आपके अगेंस्ट, वो बीजेपी स्टेट चीफ हैं, कितने होपफुल हैं?
सर बीजेपी अगर वो जीतने वाला होता तो ये हथकंडे ना अपनाते ना। इसका मतलब बीजेपी हारी हुई है नौशहरा के अंदर। अब वो अपने हारे हुए कैंडिडेट को जिताना चाहते हैं। जिस कैंडिडेट ने 10 साल यहाँ शक्ल नहीं दिखाई, लोग उसके खिलाफ हैं। और यहाँ ये एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन पूरी मिलकर, सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस मिलकर उसको जिताना चाहते हैं। ये कौन सी डेमोक्रेसी है? ये कौन से इलेक्शनों की आप बात कर रहे हो?
My colleague Gursimran Singh joins us from Nowshera and Arawat joins us from Dal Lake in Srinagar. Now, I'll go across to you first, Gursimran, because violence has been reported from Nowshera, not just on the polling day. Even before that, BJP had also claimed that there is a violence and there was the blame game that had erupted even a day before. There was a war of words between National Conference and the BJP. But what are you picking up as a fact of matter from ground zero?
See, if you speak of the present situation, the situation has been calm. There has not been any development when it comes to the poll-linked violence that has taken place. Time and again, we have seen how both the sides, they were up in ante against each other, and we have seen the movement that all the candidates, they were moving from one polling station to the other polling station. What these they were saying that there needs to be a law and order situation that needs to prevail here, and I'll request Sir Jeevan to keep showing you the visuals that there are thin lines that are prevailing here, and though there are not long queues that are being witnessed, but the polling percentage that the region has witnessed, it's close to 50% when it comes to the Rajouri, Poonch and the Riyasi district. Adequate security arrangements have also been put in place so as if there is any untoward incident or any law and order situation that can be tackled, because the threat is not only that both the candidates are the heavyweight candidates, and since this is a high-stake battle for the BJP as their state president is also in fray, they want to ensure the administration do not want any kind of escalation, and that's why heavy deployment of forces has been done. Apart from this, one more thing is that very important is that this is very close to the line of control, that is the Indo-Pakistan line of control, where already and always lies a threat that the Pakistan will try to foment some trouble, they will try to do some mischief so that there can be disruptions in the poll process, because right ahead of the polling we have seen multiple attempts of the Pakistan that have been foiled by the security forces, be it the infiltration bids being foiled, the terror plots being busted, and also the encounters that are taking place with the terrorists that are still into the hinterland. And keeping all that in view, the heightened security arrangements have been put in place. Now coming to the polling percentage, the overall polling percentage though is 36% in the first 6 hours, which roughly goes to 6% or is the voting, average voting that is taking place across the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Even if we go by that only, it is expected that the voting will surpass the 61.13 mark that the voting achieved in the first phase of the elections that was held on the 18th of September in the 7 districts of Jammu and Kashmir. And now these 6 districts that are going to the polls for the 26 assembly constituencies in the second phase, they are likely to surpass that. In the Jammu region, the voting has roughly 47-48% it has already reached, because if we speak of the Riyasi district, it has surpassed the 50% mark. If we speak of the Rajouri district, it has surpassed the 45% mark, and the same is the case with the Poonch district, wherein 47-48% is the average voting percentage that has come out of all 3 seats, which shows that the people are turning out in the large numbers to cast their vote. And this is very important because these are the far-flung areas. If you speak of the Gulabgarh, that has already surpassed, which is one of the remotest areas, that has surpassed the 50% mark of the voting. If we speak of the upper reaches of the Thana Mandi or of the Sorankot, that has also surpassed. Even if you see that the people, they are coming with the family members, the elders, those are unable to walk, they are being brought here by their family members so that they can cast their vote. This shows that the faith in the democracy of the people is increasing with each passing day, and they want to do their bit. They want their contribution in the election of their candidate, and that is why they are coming out in the large numbers.
Absolutely. In fact, Arawat is also live from Srinagar. Now, what is the trend been in Srinagar? It was not very encouraging in the early trends, at least what we know. Arawat, but tell us the latest that you're picking up on the voter turnout in Srinagar and the areas that were of utmost importance.
As we have seen that the people from the very hardcore belts, and we have seen that there's a change in completely that we have seen after the abrogation of Article 370, there is change which is visible now. Earlier we have seen the various developmental projects in the various areas of the Kashmir Valley, but this time we have seen that the youngsters who were used to be the part of the violence, but now this time they have choose the ballot box instead of the stones and the weapons. In fact, if my BJ Firdaus is taking you from this place, you can see here in the visuals we are inside the Dal, and Republic is the only channel which is here right now live, and you can see here in the visuals the US delegation will arrive here inside the Dal in some time. In fact, you can see here in the visuals all the arrangements are being done to finalize their visit here inside the Dal, and you can see here in the visuals This is the Dal area where you can see the delegations will arrive here, and we have seen here the unique polling station inside the Dal Lake, which is totally different from other polling stations. Earlier we have shown you the different polling stations across the Srinagar city, but this is the unique Dal Lake. In fact, my VJ can pan camera to this side. These are the residential areas inside the Dal Lake, which Republic is showing you in the visuals, and also US delegations will arrive here after some time, and Republic is completely covering from the Dal Lake to access all the situation. As we have earlier seen, Dal Lake people used to boycott the election campaigns, but we have seen, but this time they are taking part in the election process, and you can see here in the visuals, the delegates will arrive here in some time, and you can see here in the visuals, all the arrangements are being made for their visit to Dal Lake. Yeah, Rakshita.
Yes, Arawat. In fact, Gursimran, I want to come to you on Omar Abdullah is also contesting from 2 seats, that is Budgam and Ganderbal. Now, he suffered a setback in the Lok Sabha election. Now, this time, the fact that he is chosen to, run from 2 seats, that clearly shows sort of a underconfidence in the National Conference leader, that he has chosen these 2 seats. There's a very strong opponent from the PDP also, if we talk about. Tell us more updates, and what do we expect from the National Conference versus PDP, these regional parties, and their, they're reckoning their chances in this election?
See, if we speak of both the seats where the Omar Abdullah is contesting, one seat, Ganderbal is considered as one of the strongholds, and also when the Omar Abdullah came out with this head down for the people, that appeal was something which the NC feels that it is one of the rarest moments, and it will get them the seat. Second seat of the Budgam, there also, see, what is this? That is, it is in the central Kashmir, where the NC claims to have their hold, and that is why it was decided that the NC will be pitching its vice president from both the seats. Yes, you have rightly mentioned, because in 2014 also, one seat Omar won, other seat Omar lost. So Omar has a history of contesting the 2 seats, and when he is not sure about the winning the both. That probably will the reason, because this has given the oppositions also a chance, especially the BJP, to take a dig. That same Omar Abdullah, who was once saying that he will not be contesting elections in the Union Territory, is now contesting from the 2 seats. The BJP even came up with the posters of Mr. Confused in the Jammu, wherein they are saying that Omar Abdullah is totally confused. First he says that he do not want to contest the election, and then to contesting from the 2 seats. That is a complete overhaul that he has gone. Now coming to the ground situation is that the National Conference claims that they want to form the government, and they say that they are in a position where they can form the coalition. But on the other hand, on the contrary, is the Congress party, because the expectations that the Congress had, and also the alliance partners had from the Congress, that are not being fulfilled, and that is why the statement of Omar Abdullah came today, that the Congress is not doing as it was expected from them. And that is very clear, because poor candidate selection, the candidate, those who were actually winnability was ignored. That is the reason that the Congress is going to suffer, what it seems for now. Yes.
Of course, so, elections happening after Article 370, it itself makes it a very uphill task for both the parties, all the regional parties who have opposed the revocation. It's a high-stake battle for them indeed, and we will be tracking all the developments. Thank you so much, Arawat and Gursimran, for joining us. Viewers, let's take a listen into the reaction that have come in as Jammu Kashmir goes to polls in the second phase.
We've been waiting for 10 years. First phase went well. Inshallah, we expect a good turnout from the second phase also. Regardless of which party, enthusiasm in political rallies has been heartening. Now we hope that enthusiasm translates into voter turnout also.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जनता का जबरदस्त समर्थन मिला है। जम्मू कश्मीर में दूसरे चरण के मतदान में लंबी कतारों में सुबह से ही मतदाता निकले हैं। मुझे विश्वास है कि जम्मू कश्मीर की जनता दिल खोलकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में मतदान करेगी। मोदी साहब के पक्ष में मतदान होगा, और जम्मू कश्मीर के साथ साथ नौशहरा में भी कमल का फूल खिलेगा।
बहुत अरसे के बाद एक जो पॉलिटिकल डिस्कोर्स यहाँ ख़त्म हुआ था 2019 के बाद, जब आर्टिकल 370 और 35 से हटा था, एक चुप्पी थी यहाँ के लोगों को, कोई रिप्रेजेंटेशन यहाँ पे थी नहीं।
तो उसके बाद एक मौका मिला इलेक्शन में कि यहाँ के वोट करने का। लोग इंतज़ार कर रहे थे। आज समझ आई है यहाँ के हवकदल के लोगों को कि वोट का सही इस्तेमाल करना है। वो एक लोकल रिप्रेजेंटेशन यहाँ पे चाहते हैं।
देखिए, इस इलेक्शन की काफ़ी सिग्निफिकेंस है आज के दौर में। हालांकि जम्मू कश्मीर असेंबली का रोल काफ़ी कट साइज किया गया, मगर ये एक वाहिद ऑप्शन है, वाहिद टेबल है जहां हम अपनी पॉलिटिकल ग्रीवेंस को रिप्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं। देखिए, यहाँ तो कोई मुकाबला है नहीं, क्योंकि मेरा इंतखाब यहाँ के लोगों ने किया है, मुझे यहाँ के लोगों ने चुना है। जो एतमाद यहाँ के लोगों ने मेरे कंधों पर डाला है, जो भरोसा मुझे यहाँ के लोगों ने दिया है, मुझे नहीं लगता वो भरोसा किसी बाहर वाले टूरिस्ट को दिया जाएगा, किसी इन्फिल्ट्रेटर को दिया जाएगा।
ये तो बड़ी खुशी की बात है कि यहाँ के आवाम को 10 साल के बाद अपना जमहूरी हक मिल रहा है और वो अपनी मनपसंद हुकूमत बनाएंगे। जैसा कि सबको मालूम है कि पिछले 10 साल से यहाँ के आवाम बड़ी मुश्किलात का सामना कर रहे हैं, बड़ी परेशानियों का सामना कर रहे हैं। इंशाअल्लाह अब अच्छे दिन आ रहे हैं उनके लिए।
Polling has just begun in the parts of the Jammu and Kashmir. 6 districts of the Kashmir Valley are going for the polling today. We have seen from yesterday that all the security arrangements are in place. Republic will get you all the details from various locations of the Jammu and Kashmir. Keep watching the Republic TV.
Director, the taste of success.
Video ಮಾಡ್ತಿ ಎಲ್ಲ video ಮಾಡ ಅಮ್ಮ ಯಾಕೆ ಪೂರ ಸೇರ್ತಾ ಕ್ಯೂ ಯಾಯ್
The murder mystery of a Nepali woman named as Mahalakshmi has sent shockwaves through the city. Since her mother and elder sister saw her maggot-infested body, which was chopped into 50 pieces and was stuffed inside a refrigerator in her own house. This reminds us of Shraddha Walkar case in Delhi. Shraddha Walkar was a 28-year-old girl who was murdered by her own boyfriend, whose name was Aftab, and her body was cut into 35 pieces. Here, the lady named as Mahalakshmi, it is said that a person who was in friendship with her was murdered her, but the police have not concluded anything.
All right, viewers, we have a breaking news coming in. The special investigation team has recorded the arrest of actor and former General Secretary of the Association of Malayalam Movie Artists, Edavala Babu, in the sexual assault case against him. Now, the Ernakulam Principal Sessions Court has already granted bail to him, so he will be allowed to go after completing the procedure. SIT has questioned him and recorded statement of actor Edavala Babu. So, Me Too. In Mollywood, Edawala's statement recorded. He is one of the accused in this case. And in fact, my colleague Ashwin is joining us live on the broadcast for more. Ashwin, now Edawala Babu's statement has been recorded. What's the important part of this development that you can share with us?
Well, in fact, after the formation of the SIT to probe into the matters that has been raised after the Hema Commission report came to light, it has been almost a month, but even though there is a criticism of a slow procedure, it seems like the SIT has now marked the third arrest in this regard. In fact, earlier CPM leader Mukesh, who's also an actor, as well as Siddiq has been marked arrested. And now Edavala Babu, who's the former secretary of Association for Malayalam Movie Artists, has also been marked arrested. In fact, he was called in for questioning today at around 10 a.m. and almost for 3 hours the SIT had interrogated him, and after that he has been marked arrested. Earlier, Edavala Babu had sought anticipatory bail from the Sessions Court in Kochi, and therefore only the medical examination will be done, and as we speak, the medical examination is being done, and then he will be allowed to leave, but with the condition that he will have to cooperate with the investigation.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, also it's important to state that Siddiq, who's also also been missing, who's another accused, has been missing for the last 24 hours as well.
Absolutely. In fact, the case still continues, and there are multiple cases, multiple allegations that have come in. Take us through some more, because you just mentioned that there has been a very slow procedure that is being followed, Ashwin, because there are many women who have come out and made some scathing allegations against the biggest of the names in across industries. It's not just the Malayalam film industry, but what's really happening on ground zero? What is the action and what has not been done yet?
Well, in fact, the FIR was registered more than 3 weeks ago, and the police had all the reasons to ensure that they could have made this arrest and all these procedures what we witnessed today much earlier. In fact, the victims, the survivor themselves, have come forward to state that there has been a slow process, and this has given leverage to these accused to delete some of the crucial digital evidences, including the Facebook chats and all those details. So certainly this is a criticism that has been leveled none other than by the survivors in this case, multiple survivors in this case. At the same time, the SIT, which was formed about almost a month before, has in fact, even after the FIR has been filed, has not in fact went ahead with the arrest or marking our even interrogation. Calling for interrogation was not done immediately. So certainly that criticism is there on the ground. Nonetheless, an important HEMA Commission's report is expected to bring in a much needed revival in the Malayalam film industry, and that is what has been expected by a large number of women artists, stating that this will bring about a big change and allow them to work safely in the film industry in Kerala.
Absolutely. So the Me Too allegations hitting Bollywood in the latest. Idavelu has been now arrested. A statement has been recorded and he will be undergoing the medical test. Thank you so much for joining us, Ashwin, on those updates coming in from Kerala.
Srinagar has finally ended a decade-long hiatus in assembly polls as the voting here began at around 7 a.m. It's a direct fight of National Conference, the traditional party of Jammu and Kashmir, with PDP, and also now Apni party that was created post-abrogation of Article 370. Today, the big leaders are in fray, from National Conference Vice President Omar Abdullah to Altaf Bukhari and to Congress Chief Tariq Hamid Karra. More on the story, keep watching Republic TV.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
The largest resort in Hawaii witnessed protests held by union workers demanding to address their concerns. Take a listen into this report to know more.
About 2,000 workers staged a strike at Hawaii's largest resort, joining thousands more at hotels across the US.
We're here for strike to the Hilton Hawaiian Village. We're fighting for our wages and our shirt staffing. For our guests, we're fighting for our guests.
They marched and chanted slogans reflecting the struggle of needing multiple jobs to be able to afford a living. Listen in to the demands of the protesters.
It's hard to clean for a room that we don't have to clean daily. It's more harder for us, and it takes longer to clean the room, and it's more dirty. So we need a daily housekeeping and no hold-back rooms.
More than 10,000 hotel workers went on strike over Labor Day weekend. However, popular hotel representatives are yet to respond to inquiries regarding the strike.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Afternoon, it's 3 p.m. It's a packed lineup. The AIMIM chief has now waded in the Tirupati controversy. We'll get you that statement of the AIMIM chief. Let's begin first up with the headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Court orders Karnataka Lokayukta to probe against Siddaramaiah in the Muda scam case.
के मुख्यमंत्री उन पर जमीन घोटाले के आरोप लगे हैं। हाईकोर्ट ने भी उनको एक और डंडा मारा और कल ही हाईकोर्ट ने साफ साफ कहा कि जांच के आदेश सही है।
Prime Minister Modi hits out at Siddaramaiah, says do not want a rerun of Muda scam in Haryana. Jammu and Kashmir votes in second phase today. 36.93% turnout recorded till 1 p.m. in 26 seats.
What the Congress does in Kashmir is not that important. What the Congress does in Jammu is important. And unfortunately, Congress hasn't done as much in the plains of Jammu as we would expect them to do.
Speculation over rift rise as Omar Abdullah targets Congress, asks why the Gandhi sign has not campaigned in Jammu yet.
प्रसाद में आप बोल रहे कि एनिमल फैट आ गया तो गलत है, बोल हम भी मानते गलत है, नहीं आना चाहिए। मगर यहाँ पर हमारे धर्म में ये तो वक्फ बोर्ड तो मुस्लिम धर्म का हिस्सा है।
AIMIM chief Owaisi throws out bizarre analogy, compares Waqf Amendment Bill to adulterated laddu at the Tirupati temple.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
And we begin first up with that statement that's coming from the AIMIM chief who's drawn a bizarre analogy comparing the Waqf Amendment Bill to the Tirupati Laddu controversy. In fact, he says that if the Hindu sentiments can be hurt due to the Waqf Amendment Bill, then if there is adulterated laddu served to devotees, then even the sentiments of Muslims have been hurt. He has urged the government's interference violates Article 26, which guarantees religious freedom and management of religious affairs. So Owaisi says that if Hindu sentiments can be hurt, so can the Muslim sentiments. And with this, he's drawn that bizarre analogy, comparing that Waqf Amendment Bill to the Tirupati Laddu controversy. Listen into that statement.
प्रसाद में आप बोल रहे कि एनिमल फैट आ गया तो गलत है, बोल हम भी मानते गलत है, नहीं आना चाहिए, उनकी आस्था है। मगर यहाँ पर हमारी आस्था, हमारे धर्म में ये तो वक्फ बोर्ड तो मुस्लिम धर्म का हिस्सा है, तो इसलिए ये जो बिल मोदी लाए हैं, उनकी सरकार लाई है, वो वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को छीनना चाह रहे। प्रसाद में आप बोल रहे कि एनिमल फैट आ गया तो गलत है, बोल हम भी मानते गलत है, नहीं आना चाहिए, उनकी आस्था है। मगर यहाँ पर हमारी आस्था, हमारे धर्म में ये तो वक्फ बोर्ड तो मुस्लिम धर्म का हिस्सा है, तो इसलिए ये जो बिल मोदी लाए हैं, उनकी सरकार लाई है, वो वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को छीनना चाह रहे।
All right, and more related news break that's coming in on the Tirupati Laddu controversy. It's the Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam that has filed a complaint with the East Police Station in Tirupati against AR Dairy Food Private Limited for supplying adulterated ghee. The complaint seeks criminal action against the culprits, registration of an FIR and a thorough investigation to uncover the truth behind the ghee adulteration. So the TDT seeking action against AR Dairy Food Private Limited. Let's go across to Aneri, who's joining us with the details. Aneri, this is a complaint that's been filed by the TDT seeking action against AR Dairy for supplying substandard ghee to the temple. Take us through the details of this complaint.
Well, that's right, Samiksha. What we have been seeing is that now the TTD has filed a complaint to the police station in Tirupati, where we see East Police Station in Tirupati, where we see that they have requested that the police officials to file a criminal case against AR Dairies. They have given a written complaint saying that how they have supplied adulterated ghee to the Tirumala temple, and also at the same time they continue to mention that there should be action taken against the culprits, and also at the same time they continue to mention that there should be an action against these, and further investigation should be taken up as to what went wrong and why, and the culprits who are behind this has to be punished. A strict action should be taken is what the TTD board has given a written complaint to the police station. And also at the same time we have been seeing that there will be an SIT team which will be investigating into this matter, and also further we have been seeing that how on the other hand YSRCP has also moved to Supreme Court filing a PIL over this, asking that there should be a sitting judge investigation to be taking place into this matter. So we'll have to wait and watch next as to where this is going to lead to, because now on one side TTD has filed a police complaint at the against AR Dairies, and on the other side YSRCP goes to Supreme Court filing a PIL.
All right, Aneri, thank you for the moment. In fact, we also spoke with spiritual leader Ram Bhadracharya. Listen in to what he has to say on the Tirupati Laddu controversy.
देखिए, तिरुपति में जो कुछ हुआ वो बहुत अभद्र हुआ, जबकि तिरुपति सबसे श्रेष्ठ संस्था है और अब हम सब हिंदू एकजुट होंगे और इस अपमान का दंड देंगे। कुछ भी हो जाए, हमारी 1857 जैसी परिस्थिति बन गई। मंगल पांडे इसी पर तो आक्रोशित हुए थे, उनको कारतूस मुख से छूनी पड़ती थी, उसमें गाय की चर्बी लगी थी। वही हमारे प्रसाद में हुआ। अब हम सब इकट्ठे होंगे और इस अपमान का कठोरता से दंड देंगे। मैं कह रहा हूँ यही, हम दंड की व्यवस्था कर रहे हैं। क्रांति होगी, अब याचना नहीं, अब रण होगा, संग्राम महाभीषण होगा। अब हिंदुओं को इकट्ठा होना पड़ेगा। सब समस्याओं का समाधान है हिंदुओं का इकट्ठा होना। और मैंने लड़कियों के लिए भी कहा है कि लव जिहाद के चक्कर मत पड़ो, अंतर जाति अंतर धर्मी विवाह मत करो, ऐसे संबंध कभी सफल होते नहीं हैं। अपनी वर्ण व्यवस्था में रहो, सब कुछ मंगल होगा।
And let's move on to international news break that's coming in. A statement that's come in from Zelensky, who says that he's invited India for the second Global Peace Summit. In fact, note this comes in the backdrop of that bilateral meet that was held between the two leaders on the sidelines of the UNGA. And with that, Zelensky now saying that he's invited Prime Minister Modi for the second Peace Summit.
To end the war altogether, and I invite all of you, all principled nations, to join us in this process, all who truly respect the UN Charter. We invite China, we invite Brazil, I have already invited India, we are working with African nations, with all of Latin America, Middle East, Central Asia, Europe, the Pacific region, North America, all are equally important for peace.
All right, let's go across to a senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, also joining us. Abhishek, both Ukraine and Russia have rather called on India to end this conflict. What role can India play, given that the West has essentially failed in helping in bringing this conflict to an end?
Let's put it this way, Shamiksha, that there is already something in the works. Remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi happens to be the only leader of that stature who has met both President Zelensky and President Putin, who has visited both Kiev and Moscow, and who knows both the sides. So if you look at the West, the entire leadership is fully backing Ukraine, and they have taken a moral judgment that they have to stand by Zelensky and Kiev and Ukraine and not listen at all to the perspective coming in from the Moscow side. On the other hand, you have China. They are fully backing the Russians. They are not interested in what President Zelensky and Ukraine have to say. India is very novel in its position that we don't want war. The war should stop. And for that, both sides should be listened to. So, for example, when the first peace summit happened in Switzerland, India's position was that you cannot have this kind of peace process unless both sides sit across the table and both sides are participating in it. So while it's good that President Zelensky, who's very upbeat now about India's role after a visit of Prime Minister Modi to Kiev, and then of course just 3 days back he also met Prime Minister again in New York on the sidelines of the UNGA. The fact of the matter is that, in fact, Prime Minister now has met Zelensky more than President Putin, though, of course, he would be meeting President Putin again in the month of November on the sidelines of the BRICS summit and when Prime Minister travels again to Russia. What is important is this position, that both sides have to be part of a peace process for it to succeed, is something which should be appreciated. So while Zelensky has invited India, and which is good, unless he also agrees that he has to ultimately sit across and negotiate with the other side. it's going to be a non-starter. Having said that, there is already something in the works. There is a lot of back and forth and to and fro diplomacy, back-channel diplomacy, of which India is part of. We know some of it already happening by way of those visible optics. Prime Minister meeting Zelensky, both in Kiev and New York. And then, of course, Prime Minister having met President Putin. And then, of course, again, having had a couple of more phone conversations, follow-up phone conversations between both the sides. I think we have to wait and see how it pans out. But definitely, if in near future we see, and possibly it would happen only after US elections, because even the Russians would be sort of calibrating to see who comes to power in Washington, D.C. and what role United States subsequently is going to play in Europe. And if that peace plans really works out on the ground, you would have known by then definitely that India had some role in it.
Right, Abhishek, stay with us. In fact, let's once again listen into that statement that came in from the Ukrainian president.
To end the war altogether, and I invite all of you, all principled nations, to join us in this process, all who truly respect the UN Charter. We invite China, we invite Brazil, I have already invited India, we are working with African nations, with all of Latin America, Middle East, Central Asia, Europe, the Pacific region, North America, all. All are equally important for peace.
All right, let's now switch focus to the situation in Middle East. The tensions have only been escalating following those back-to-back blasts that have been carried out in Lebanon. In fact, note in the latest airstrikes that were carried out by the Israeli forces, more than 500 people have lost their lives and at least 1,600 others injured. Take a look at this ground report that's been filed from Beirut. In fact, from the front lines, the epicenter of this war between Israeli forces and the Hezbollah group.
On Monday, the 23rd of September, Israel began its latest chapter in its ongoing aggression against Lebanon. Its intensive air raid campaign has killed over 550 Lebanese civilians and injured over 1,500, according to the latest tally.
The streets of Beirut, known for their busy nature during the night as well as the day, have been emptied of its usual visitors. The reason? The new escalation in Israeli aggression against the people of the south and the people of Beirut. Despite most of the Israeli attacks being focused on the south of Lebanon, during 1 week, Israel managed to attack Beirut 5 times. Once during the pager attack, once during the walkie-talkie telecommunication attack, once on Friday, once on Monday, and now on Tuesday. The AUBMC, the American University Beirut Medical Center, was one of the main hospitals that received a large number of civilians and injured people during the pager attack, an attack that was called one of the largest war crimes that targeted civilians in the history of modern technological warfare. Nevertheless, now as we can see, the AUB has been almost emptied of any visitor as people await the unfolding of the new chapter in the combats.
The street behind me, usually bustling with life, is now mostly empty, with most of the shops closed and the people generally nowhere to be found. This radical change in Beirut is the result of the latest Israeli aggression, which has shocked this nation with its savagery and the toll of the victims that it has left behind. Yet now, as the combats rage between the militant group Hezbollah defending not only Lebanon, but what it says is the dignity and the future of Palestine and Gaza in the midst of a genocide, will this aggression be able to continue, or will it simply be a chapter marking the history of a nation in turmoil such as Lebanon? Ali Hamouche, Republic TV, Beirut.
And in other international stories that we are tracking, a joint military exercise is all set to be conducted between India and Kazakhstan starting 30th of September till 13th of October in Uttarakhand. Take a look at this report. quick check of the top headlines. A woman stripped in full public glare was put in rice sack, assaulted mercilessly in Bengal's Purba Medinipur. Amit Shah chairs key Mahayuti meeting as stage is set for Maharashtra polls. Shinde, Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar present in the meet.
दो घंटे अगर 54 वोट पड़े हैं तो इसका मतलब क्या है कि जानबूझ के कहीं ना कहीं डेलिबरेटरी मशीनों की सेटिंग ऐसे की गई है कि पोलिंग कम हो।
गुंडागर्दी नहीं चलेगी, गुंडागर्दी नहीं चलेगी, बीजेपी हाय हाय, बीजेपी हाय हाय।
Polling day controversy at Naushera booth. National Conference alleges slow voting by the EC officials.
But once we deal with the disengagement, there is the larger issue, which is both of us have brought very large number of troops up to the border. So there is what we call the de-escalation issue.
External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Shankar makes a big statement, says China violated disengagement agreements. After 2 assassination attempts, US intel warns Trump of real assassination threat from Iran. And we're now getting a big lead in the Odisha assault case. The crime branch of Odisha has now got the approval to conduct a polygraph test on the former police official who's been named by the victim in this case. So a polygraph test that will be conducted on former Bharatpur police station official in wake of those charges that have been made against the police official by the army officer and his fiancée. So note, this is in wake of those charges that have been made against the Bharatpur police station officials by the army officer and his fiancée. The fiancée had alleged, rather she's come out in the open and spoken about how she was tortured to no end by the Bharatpur police officials. Riyanka, we heard the harrowing tale of the torture that the fiancé had to go through in the police station. Take us through how exactly will this polygraph test help that will be conducted on the police officials who've been named by the victim, by the army officer and his fiancé.
See, since yesterday, the crime branch who is investigating this very case of the assault in the Bharatpur police station, the crime branch has been mulling over conducting a polygraph test of both the victim as well as the accused. Today in the morning, the crime branch along with the victim had visited the Bharatpur police station and they had conducted an entire survey of the area and they recreated the entire crime scene. Soon after that, the Bharatpur police, the crime branch had gone ahead and filed an appeal in the court to conduct a polygraph test of the suspended IIC Dinokrishna Mishra to conduct a polygraph test, lie detection and brain mapping. To that, there were development that followed that the suspended IIC of Bharatpur police station, Mr. Mishra, had given his consent and the court order was awaited. And now, as per the latest breaking development, the court has in fact given a nod for the brain mapping, for the lie detector test of Officer Dinokrishna Mishra in this very case. Now, this lie detection test will be carried on in Gujarat. The suspended IIC as well as the crime branch officials have already made preparations to travel to Gujarat by air today itself, and then followed by this, the polygraph test will be conducted. It is very important at this juncture that this lie detector test is conducted, giving the victim had also sought that they are ready. They are ready if there is a lie detector test being conducted on them as well. From both the sides, the accused and the victim both have given nod. But for now, the development says just only one police officials. Remember, there were 5 of them who were suspended, but only one, the main IIC, Dinokrishna Mishra of Bharatpur police station, he will be undergoing the polygraph test as of now. The investigation is currently underway, and as well as a judicial probe that has been ordered by Chief Minister Mohan Majhi will be submitting its report in the next next 60 days.
Right, Riyanka, stay with us. In fact, let's listen into that harrowing testimony of the victim, in which she's narrated how she was undressed, she was kicked on her chest and assaulted and dragged by the police officials. Listen in.
My fiance and I just got into the vehicle looking at the time that we had the window, and we drove away from there. From this place of incidents, my home is not very far, maybe 10 to 15 minutes. However, my fiance suggested that we should go ahead to Bharatpur police station, which is not very far away from my place, another 400 meters I believe. So to write this FIR, because my road ahead to my home is very dark and secluded. So we were threatened, because that was anyway very threatening and of to dismay that what just happened. So we, with that intention and motive only, entered the police station and just to simply write an FIR. On entering over there was one male officer, constable I believe, sitting at the reception, and when he was told about whatever was the incident and we want to write FIR, he ignored and he said that you please wait and sit. We sat, we waited at the reception. Then a lady officer came in her nightie, so I asked her if she was the person on duty. She said yes, she was. Then I said, ma'am, can you please take an FIR, because we've already mentioned it to him and he's not, so aap please likh lijiye. Since she was a lady, I was having a talk with her. She was also not really listening or paying any attention or even giving any interest. That is when I did take out my camera and started to record her, because I did need evidence. If later I wanted to put in a complaint or whatsoever, that did not take action, even though I was there at an odd hour. And my requirement of going to the police station at an odd hour has to be viable. It has to be with a reason. So obviously I was there just to write a complaint. Thereafter, when I did take out my phone, I could make out she was irritated and enraged with me. So she didn't. She said, "Aap wo bade sahab aayenge, likhenge." After about 30 to 40 minutes, the vehicle did come, and more female officers and male officers did get down off that vehicle and they entered the police station. By then, my fiance was the one who was explaining and started doing the talking, because there were enough males then he was talking to them that हमारे साथ ऐसा हुआ है, हम
All right, and moving on in news from the world of sports. In fact, this is an exclusive interview with our Sport Fit, where former Indian player Maninder Singh has decoded the problems that have led to Virat Kohli's struggles in spin bowling. Listen into that exclusive conversation.
Kohli has recently struggled against spin. Any specific reason for that? And what would your suggestion be to Virat Kohli?
I'm a little surprised, the batsman of his caliber has been missing out some trick in the trade, because it's not only left-arm spinners, he's struggled against the leg spin bowlers as well, he's struggled against the off spinners as well, and that surprises me, because he's such a great batter. I thought that he would have, figured out what was wrong and why wasn't he doing too well against spin bowling, because he's such a brilliant player against fast bowling. So I think he needs to really go and play on scuffed up pitches, rough pitches, like what Sachin Tendulkar did. I think it was 1998 against Australia. He was in Chennai before the test match. He was there 5 days before the test match. He was making, he had L. Shiva Ramakrishnan. He made a rough outside the leg stump, bowling him around the wicket. And he mastered it. And then the way he mastered batting against Shane Warne in that test match and won us the test match, scoring that century in the second innings. I think Virat Kohli needs to do something like that when he's got off time. I mean, he works on his fitness a lot. This is some area, I feel, that if he starts batting on scuffed up pitches, he would really know what to do against spinners. Because seeing such a great batter struggling against spinners, it doesn't augur too well, and I'm a great fan of Virat Kohli, so I would really like him to start doing things like that, start practicing batting against spinners on bad tracks when he's practicing, so that when he gets those kind of tracks in the matches, he doesn't struggle.
Okay, one final question. Jadeja, Ashwin or Kuldeep? If you had to just field one spinner in your playing 11 for the BGT, who would that be?
See, as of now, I think, Indians, when they go abroad, they're looking for a spinner who could give them some runs as well. So it would be between Ashwin and Jadeja. It will be one of them. I don't think they're going to consider anybody else, but I would, to be very honest, knowing Gautam Gambhir, you could see Kuldeep Yadav playing there because he's a different breed. The Australians haven't played that kind of a bowler for quite some time now, and you don't get a lot of them in world cricket. So they could struggle, and on Australian pitches, the way Kuldeep Yadav bowls, he's going to get a lot of bounce because he started putting his body behind the ball. You never know. It might not be Ashwin, it might not be Jadeja, it could be Kuldeep Yadav. And as far as I know, Gautam Gambhir, the coach, when he was the captain also, he believed in having 5 bowlers. So it could be 3 seamers and 2 spinners. And one of the spinners could be Kuldeep Yadav along with either R. Ashwin or Jadeja.
Smooth polling is going on in all 6 districts of Jammu and Kashmir. Republic will get you all the details. Keep watching the Republic TV.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Smooth polling is going on in all 6 districts of Jammu and Kashmir. Republic will get you all the details. Keep watching the Republic TV.
Director, the taste of success.
second phase of polling is underway in Jammu and Kashmir, a high-stakes battle that we are covering closely here at Republic. More stories after the headlines. Court orders Karnataka Lokayukta to probe against Siddaramaiah in Muda scam case.
कि मुख्यमंत्री उन पर जमीन घोटाले के आरोप लगे हैं। हाईकोर्ट ने भी उनको एक और डंडा मारा और कल ही हाईकोर्ट ने साफ साफ कहा कि जांच के आदेश सही है।
Prime Minister Modi hits out at Siddaramaiah, says don't want a rerun of Muda scam in Haryana. Jammu and Kashmir votes in second phase today. 36.93% turnout recorded till 1 p.m. in 26 seats. Speculation over rift rise as Omar targets Congress, asks why Rahul has not campaigned in Jammu.
As we would expect, what the Congress does in Kashmir is not that important. What the Congress does in Jammu is important. And unfortunately, Congress hasn't done as much in the plains of Jammu as we would expect them to do.
Big Republic newsbreak impact. TTD files a complaint against AR Dairy Food Private Limited for supplying adulterated ghee. At United Nations Security Council, Ukrainian President Zelensky invites India for the second peace summit. Ladies and gentlemen, voting for 26 Assembly constituencies is currently underway in Jammu and Kashmir. In this high-stakes battle, several top names such as Ravinder Raina and Omar Abdullah are in the poll fray. Republic, with its army of reporters on ground zero, brings you the latest from some of these seats. The latest overall turnout numbers are at over 26% as of 1 p.m.
एक त्यौहार के रूप में पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर में मनाया जा रहा है और जिस तरीके से लोगों का भरोसा आज डेमोक्रेटिक सेटअप में आ गया है, मैं मानता हूँ ये बहुत ही अच्छी एक पहल है। और आज जब लोग जाएंगे और वोट करेंगे, मुझे उम्मीद है इस बार डेवलपमेंट को वोट देंगे, ना कि किसी सेंटिमेंट को, क्योंकि लोगों को यहाँ डेवलपमेंट चाहिए। इन सेंटिमेंट की वजह से यहाँ इतने हालात ख़राब हुए और आज जिस तरीके से वोटिंग।
All right, so these are the second phase of polling underway in Jammu and Kashmir. I'm being joined by my colleagues Gursimran and Zeenat. All right, I'll go across to Zeenat first. Zeenat, what is the atmosphere like? What is the atmosphere on the ground like where you're reporting from?
See, I'm reporting from Srinagar, and as of now, as the Election Commission's website has also updated that it's 37% till 1 p.m. and the polling is still continuing. It will go up to 6 p.m. in the evening, and the people are coming still to the polling booths to cast their vote and to choose their favorite leader. We've been seeing the atmosphere in the Srinagar is peaceful, and also there has not been any untoward incident on ground. You see the visuals that have been coming are from one of the polling stations here in Srinagar, where the polling at present is taking place. This voting began at around 7 in the morning and proceeded peacefully amid tight security. Official data showed polling picked up pace quickly, with the nearly around 1/4 of the eligible electorate excised their franchisee in the first 4 hours. Voters like men, women, elderly and the youth proudly displayed their inked fingers after excising their franchisee, as the polls are still taking place, and the women are even being accompanied by the young boys, though they are not the voters, but they are also getting the feel of democracy on ground. Then simultaneously, apart from the poll stop, you see the security arrangements that have been made by the Jammu and Kashmir administration, the security agencies. We see the people coming from the forces, Jammu and Kashmir police, then SSB, and all other who have been chipped in to give the voter a peaceful atmosphere. This is the 37% of the vote at around 1 p.m. The voting percentage will go up because still you have around 3 hours left. But as of now, no untoward incident was reported as of now from the Kashmir division, though some reports have come in and surfaced from the other parts of the Union territory, from the Jammu region. But here it turned complete peaceful. We have been seeing in this second phase of the polls that Omar Abdullah is trying his luck from the 2 seats, one from Ganderbal, his bastion, and another from the Budgam. Similarly, the Congress chief is also trying the luck from the recently the new constituency, which is called Central Shalating, and then one of the richest candidates from the Jammu and Kashmir, and also his party, which has taken a birth some couple of years back, a new baby in the market, that is Apni Party. His chief is also contesting his fate and also trying his luck from the Chanapura constituency, where he is in direct fight with the political advisor to former Chief Minister Farooq Abdullah. Altaf Mushtaq Guru is contesting. Then as of now, if you see the entire poll process in the Kashmir Valley, it is more that the National Conference bastions, the National Conference pockets are testing the luck. And as we know all that the National Conference is a traditional party, and also it has a vote bank, and how much division the independent candidates or the other parties will create in the bastion of the National Conference, that only the time will tell. But as of now, we're picking the reports that in Ganderbal, also in Kangan, where you have the ST seat is being there, where you see the good percentage of polls, the highest in the Kashmir Valley. And similarly, then you come to the downtown of the Srinagar, the pockets like Eidgah. Earlier it was having the low percentage of polls, but now there also it has picked up. Then the Zadipal constituency, then again the Khaniar, or you talk about the other constituencies that are where the candidates are trying the luck. Then if you see the Char Sharif, which is a part of Budgam, Char Sharif and Chadora, they have a neck and neck competition between the PDP and the National Conference. The edge in those constituencies is towards the National Conference. Will APDP be able to take the seat in their kitty? That again will be decided once the voting is over by 6 p.m. That is the time. But the Election Commission of India has already said that if the voters are still in the campus, and then the time can be extended. But as of now in the Kashmir Valley, we have not seen any verbal brawl or any report where it suggests that there has been a trouble on the ground. Security forces maintaining the atmosphere on the ground to provide free and fair elections and to provide a secure election. And this is the election where you don't see the boycott or the separatist call on the ground.
Right, Zeenat, thank you for that rather positive update coming in from Srinagar. Please continue to stay with us while I go across to our colleague Gursimran, who is reporting live from Naushera, from where the Jammu and Kashmir BJP president is contesting. Gursimran, what is the situation on ground there?
See, if we speak of the three districts of the Jammu region that are going to polls today, that is the Riyasi, Rajouri and the Poonch, the voting turnout is massive. If we speak of this time, it is 3:30 already, and you will see that there are queues. There are people, 5 to 10 people lined up outside the polling stations. If we speak of the polling percentage in the Rajouri district right now, where we are reporting from, the polling percentage is somewhere close to 59%. If we speak of the Poonch district, the polling percentage is 61.5%, and Riyasi has already surpassed the 63%. It is close to 64%, which shows that the people are coming out in the large numbers, though the numbers are not that high as it was in the Inderwal constituency, where we saw 80% being surpassed. But yes, the numbers are really, really good, though the Kashmir is not voting as per the numbers that the Jammu is achieving. But yes, the numbers in the Kashmir Valley too are high as compared to what the Kashmir has seen in the past 30 years. Here, if we speak of, this is a high-stake battle for the Bharatiya Janata Party, because it is there almost everything is on the stake. It is their state president Ravinder Raina who is contesting from this seat. Ravinder Raina won this seat in 2014 by a margin of 10,000 votes over Surinder Chaudhary. Surinder Chaudhary was then in the People's Democratic Party. He then switched the party, joined the BJP, then left the BJP, joined the National Conference, and this time he's a National Conference candidate. So this time he's also giving a tough fight to Ravinder Raina. What more seems in Jammu and Kashmir, at least for this seat, is it is BJP versus Surinder Chaudhary. It's not the acceptability of the NC is not that much acceptable in this very region, but in this very constituency. But yes, Surinder Chaudhary has hold. That is why he is posing a major threat and a challenge to Ravinder Raina, who somewhere has lost the ground in comparison to what he has done in 2014.
Right, Gursimran. Arawat is also joining us from Dal Lake, from the valley in Kashmir. Arawat, is joining us from Dal Lake, from Srinagar. Arawat, what is the situation there? Have you spoken to the people? Could you speak to them? What is the atmosphere like?
Yeah, absolutely. We are inside the Dal Lake, Srinagar, and you can see here in the visuals, my Vijay is showing you the visuals from inside the Dal Lake, and this is the Kande Mohalla Mir Bahari Bull Dal, and you can see here in the visuals the long queues from the morning are here, and you can see in the visuals, my Vijay Firdos is showing you the visuals from the 360 degree that the long queues are here, and we have seen from the morning. Earlier we have used the Kashmir Valley as the main role for the election boycotts, but the trend have been changed in the Kashmir Valley. Now the people, including the women and the youngsters, are taking part in the voting process. Earlier, these youngsters were used to be the main part of the violence, but now they have changed their shift, and now they want to development for the Kashmir Valley. And you can see here the women's long queue at inside the Dal Lake. Also, if we'll talk about this very location, as we have seen the foreign delegation will arrive at this location via water routes, and we have also seen that all the arrangements are in place from the yesterday night. We have seen that all the security arrangements are on place, as we have seen from the yesterday night, that including the Jammu and Kashmir police and other civil administration are on ground to monitor all the situation. If we'll talk about these kind of polling stations, which are the unique inside Dal Lake, and we can see here there are two internet facility and electricity, including the special arrangement for the specially able persons are here, and this is the female voters room, where you can see here which was the women standing here to cast their vote from the morning. We have seen in the first phase that the good voter turnout have come, and now today the second phase of polling is underway in the parts of the Jammu and Kashmir. So far voting is going peacefully in all the 6 districts, especially in the Kashmir Valley, and we have not seen any law and order situation in the Kashmir region. Yes.
Right, thanks Arawat, Zeenat and Gursimran for those updates. We will keep following up with you. Moving on to another story from the national capital, with voting underway. For Jammu and Kashmir, the second phase in Jammu and Kashmir, we bring you this exclusive report from the ECI office control room in the national capital, where officials are monitoring the poll situation in the valley. Take a look at this report filed by my colleague Harsha.
The second phase of polling is underway in Jammu Kashmir as the 26 constituencies in 6 districts are polling today for the second phase. In the first phase, the recorded polling was 61.13%, but right now we are in the control room of Election Commission of India. These are all the officials which are monitoring how the situation at polling booths is right now all across Jammu and Kashmir, where the polling is taking place today in 26 constituencies in 6 districts, 3 in Jammu and 3 in Kashmir. Right now, I'll ask my camera person Hitesh to also show you the live monitoring, how the live monitoring is taking place here. Each and every booth is being monitored here, that how the polling is taking place, and also this is the first time assembly poll is happening in the restive region after the scrapping of the statehood and the special status in Jammu and Kashmir.
Woman stripped in full public glare, put her in rice sack, assaulted her mercilessly in Bengal's Purba Medinipur. Shah chairs key Mahayuti meeting as stage is set for Maharashtra elections. Shinde, Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar present.
2 घंटे अगर 54 वोट पड़े हैं तो इसका मतलब क्या है? फिर जानबूझ के कहीं ना कहीं डेलिबरेटरी मशीनों की सेटिंग ऐसे की गई है कि पोलिंग कम हो.
गुंडागर्दी नहीं चलेगी, गुंडागर्दी नहीं चलेगी. बीजेपी हाय हाय, बीजेपी हाय हाय.
Polling day controversy unfolded earlier today at Naushera booth. National Conference alleges slow voting by EC officials. Situation back in control now.
But once we deal with the disengagement, there is the larger issue, which is both of us have brought very large number of troops up to the border. So there is what we call the de-escalation issue.
External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar makes a big statement, says China violated disengagement agreements. After 2 assassination attempts, US intel warns Trump of real assassination threat from Iran. Karnataka BJP Chief Vijayendra has demanded Chief Minister Siddaramaya's resignation following the Karnataka High Court's dismissal of Siddaramaya's plea against Governor Thawarchand Gehlot's approval for an investigation into the alleged Mysuru Urban Development Authority scam. He also said that the BJP will protest in Vidhan Sauda tomorrow. This is the latest development in the Muda land scam case, where the BJP has said that it will protest at the Vidhan Sauda tomorrow.
हमारा पादयात्रा का परिणाम आज राज्य के उच्च न्यायालय और आज स्पेशल कोर्ट जो विशेष कोर्ट है, दोनों कोर्ट का जो ऑर्डर निकल चुका है, दोनों चीफ मिनिस्टर सिद्धरामैया के खिलाफ है. इन्वेस्टिगेशन करना है, ये आदेश निकल चुका है आज. सो इसलिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी और जेडीएस दोनों मिलकर कल भी हम प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे.
सर, मेरा आखिरी सवाल तो अब
हमारा पादयात्रा का परिणाम आज राज्य के उच्च न्यायालय और आज स्पेशल कोर्ट जो विशेष कोर्ट है, दोनों कोर्ट का जो ऑर्डर निकल चुका है, दोनों चीफ मिनिस्टर सिद्धरामैया के खिलाफ है. इन्वेस्टिगेशन करना है, ये आदेश निकल चुका है आज. सो इसलिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी और जेडीएस दोनों मिलकर कल भी हम प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे.
सर, मेरा आखिरी सवाल तो अब
So the Congress government in Karnataka on the back foot there. Clearly the BJP is going all out to corner the Siddaramaiah-led Congress government in Karnataka over the Muda land scam case. I will be joined by my colleague Niranjan from the Republic newsroom. So this comes after the Karnataka High Court dismissed Siddaramaiah's plea against Karnataka Governor Thawarchand Gehlot, who had approved an investigation into the Muda scam. And now the BJP has said that they will protest in the Karnataka Assembly tomorrow. We have a reaction that is coming in from DK Shivakumar, the Deputy CM of Karnataka, DK Shivakumar.
See, investigation has been ordered by the court. Let investigation take up. There are charge sheet against various ministers, MLAs of BJP government also in the entire country. Why they are not demanding the resignation of them? See, investigation has been ordered by the court. Let investigation take up. There are charge sheet against various ministers, MLAs of BJP government also in the entire country. Why they are not demanding the resignation of them?
All right, we have another breaking coming in from Maharashtra, where Maratha reservation activist Manoj Jarange ended his 9-day hunger strike after concerns that after demanding that the Maratha community be granted reservation below the other backward classes. The starvation strike aimed to stress the Maharashtra government to take quick movement on the reservation problem. So there was a strike that was being staged by Maratha activist Manoj Jarange, demanding that the reservation issue be addressed and resolved. I am being joined by my colleague Sandeep. Sandeep, please take us through this update and take us through the background of this story.
See, as far as Manoj Jarange's hunger strike is concerned, he was sitting on hunger strike since last 8 days, and today was the 9th day in fact, and his health was in fact deteriorating. There were multiple meetings that also took place between the delegation of Maratha community as well as between the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Not only that, there were also meetings within the state cabinet regarding the issue raised by the Maratha activist Manoj Jarange Patil, but ultimately, being at the 9th day, his health was deteriorating and was falling down. Hence, he has in fact have stopped his hunger strike right now, although there are high chances that he may in fact continue this kind of a hunger strike in upcoming days, but ultimately he has taken back the hunger strike right now as of now.
All right, Sandeep, thank you for that information. Moving on to some top stories from across the country now. This was an update from Maharashtra over the Maratha reservation. Let's take a look at the top stories from across the country. Prime Minister Modi has returned to Delhi after a 3-day trip to the US, where he participated in the Quad Leaders Summit and the Summit of the Future at the United Nations, as well as engaged in important bilateral meetings. At a rally in Sonipat, PM Modi called Haryana the medal factory of India. He pointed out how the state significantly contributed to India's Olympics and Paralympics success. Union Minister of Commerce and Industry Piyush Goyal highlighted the government's commitment to Atmanirbhar Bharat, aiming to reduce reliance on imports for specific products to boost domestic manufacturing. He stated that international trade is crucial since every nation has its own competitive advantages.
Prime Minister Modi had focused on Atmanirbhar Bharat, and we have focused on those products where our import dependency was high, to promote the manufacturing and domestic availability of those products. We believe that international trade is important, very often necessary, because every country has their own competitive and comparative advantages. So imports per se is not bad. We are looking at larger engagement with the world, both in import and export.
Karnataka BJP chief B.Y. Vijayendra asserted that CM Siddaramaya's claim of innocence is incorrect following the High Court ruling. He stated that the court clearly indicated towards the corruption and that unseen forces benefited Siddaramaya's family pertaining to the Muda scam.
The High Court verdict, the claim of Siddaramaya ji that is innocent, has not done anything wrong, it's not correct. High Court has clearly mentioned that corruption has taken place and unseen forces has worked behind the screen to benefit Siddaramaya's family. And Siddaramaya cannot claim innocence in this particular case. So High Court has clearly has made these observations, and I am confident he will be forced to resign in a day or two.
AIMIM leader Asaduddin Owaisi criticized the government, saying that the administration is not introducing the Waqf bill to safeguard or enhance Waqf properties. He insisted that it aims to dismantle the Waqf board. He further called it a quote-unquote false propaganda by the BJP and RSS.
ये जो नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार है वो वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को बचाने के लिए, वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को डेवलप करने के लिए, वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज में एफिशिएंसी लाने के लिए ये बिल नहीं लाई है। ये बिल इसलिए लाया गया है ताकि हमेशा के लिए वक्फ बोर्ड को खत्म कर दिया जाए।
The territory of Jammu and Kashmir is inching towards the halfway mark in the poll percentage as the second phase of the assembly polls are in progress, wherein high-stake battles are between the top contenders, including the BJP chief, Apni Party chief, and also the NC vice president. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಮಾಡ ಅಮ್ಮ ಯಾಕೆ ಪೂರ ಸೇರ್ತ ಕ್ಯೂ
The murder mystery of a Nepali woman named as Mahalakshmi has sent shockwaves through the city. Since her mother and elder sister saw her maggot-infested body, which was chopped into 50 pieces and was stuffed inside a refrigerator in her own house. This reminds us of Shraddha Walkar case in Delhi. Shraddha Walkar was a 28-year-old girl who was murdered by her own boyfriend.
The Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir is inching towards the halfway mark in the poll percentage as the second phase of the assembly polls are in progress, wherein high-stake battles are between the top contenders, including the BJP chief, Apni Party chief, and also the NC vice president. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Orders Karnataka Lokayukta to probe against Siddaramaiah in the Muda scam case.
उन पर जमीन घोटाले के आरोप लगे हैं। हाईकोर्ट ने भी उनको एक और डंडा मारा और कल ही हाईकोर्ट ने साफ साफ कहा कि जांच के आदेश सही है।
Prime Minister Modi hits out at Siddaramaiah, says don't want a rerun of Muda scam in Haryana. Jammu and Kashmir votes in second phase today. 36.93% turnout recorded till 1 p.m. in 26 seats. Speculation over rift rises as Omar targets Congress, asks why Rahul has not campaigned in Jammu.
Congress hasn't done what the Congress does in Kashmir is not that important. What the Congress does in Jammu is important. And unfortunately, Congress hasn't done as much in the plains of Jammu as we would expect them to do.
Big Republic news break. Impact TTD files a complaint against AR Dairy Food Private Limited for supplying adulterated ghee.
To end the war altogether, and I invite all of you, all principled nations, to join us in this process, all who truly respect the UN Charter. We invite China, we invite Brazil, I have already invited India.
Nation Security Council, Ukrainian President Zelensky invites India for the second peace summit. Yes.
Getting in some breaking news now from Indore of smoke billowing from a train. These are breaking news details we're picking up in the newsroom. Smoke seen billowing from a moving train in Indore as we try and gather more details. Now, this is the latest video that's coming from Madhya Pradesh. Satyavijay is with us live from Madhya Pradesh, joining us with the details. Satyavijay, what do you know about the details? हमें बताइए क्या हुआ यहाँ पे?
जी हाँ, देखिए इंदौर के अंबेडकर नगर में वैष्णो देवी जाने वाली जो ट्रेन थी, मालवा एक्सप्रेस ये ट्रेन थी, जिसके की ब्रेक जाम होने की वजह से अचानक धुआं निकलने लगा। जो जानकारी हमारे पास है उसके मुताबिक जो मालवा एक्सप्रेस ट्रेन थी, इसमें से अचानक धुआं निकला था। राउत स्टेशन के पास स्टेशन मास्टर ने इसको देखा और देखने के बाद सूचना दी, तो ब्रेक जो होते हैं ट्रेन के वो ब्लॉक हुए, जिसकी वजह से धुआं निकला और इसी के चलते इसको आगे रोका गया और जो अग्निशामक यंत्र होते हैं, जो आग बुझाने वाले यंत्र होते हैं, उससे इसका धुआं बुझाया गया। आग जैसी चिंगारी जो निकलनी थी उसको बुझाया गया और इसके बाद ट्रेन को आगे रवाना किया गया। अच्छी बात यह कि इसमें किसी तरह की कोई घटना नहीं हुई, किसी तरह की कोई कैजुअल्टी या बाकी चीज़ें नहीं हुई। सिर्फ ब्रेक ब्लॉक होने की वजह से, या ऐसे देसी कहा जाए सामान्य भाषा में तो ब्रेक जाम होने की वजह से पटरी से चिंगारी निकलना शुरू हुई ट्रेन के पास से, जिसके बाद अचानक से वहाँ पर इस ट्रेन को रोका गया। समय रहते वहाँ पर अग्निशामक यंत्र पहुँचे और उसकी मदद से इस आग को काबू में पाया गया और जिसके बाद इस ट्रेन को आगे रवाना किया गया है।
Thank you for joining us with those details. First pictures coming in of smoke billowing from a train in Indore, Madhya Pradesh, as we track the details. Satya Vijay with those details. Let's move on now and get you some more news from the second phase of elections in Jammu and Kashmir as polling is underway. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, while addressing a public rally, while making a reference to the people of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, he referred to POK refugees with Kashmiri pundits on a day when Jammu and Kashmir goes to polls. Listen in.
POK से रेफ्यूजीज आए, उनसे मनमोहन सिंह जी ने वायदा किया था, वो वायदा पूरा किया जाएगा. सॉरी, कश्मीरी पंडित से जो मनमोहन सिंह जी ने वायदा किया था, वो वायदा पूरा किया जाएगा. पीओके से रेफ्यूजीज आए, उनसे मनमोहन सिंह जी ने वायदा किया था, वो वायदा पूरा किया जाएगा. सॉरी, कश्मीरी पंडित से जो मनमोहन सिंह जी ने वायदा किया था, वो वायदा पूरा किया जाएगा.
Well, are Kashmiri Pandits POK refugees? I mean, you have to be really, mentally somewhere else to make that kind of a comment, to refer to Kashmiri Pandits as POK refugees. Zeenat, what kind of responses are you getting to this?
See, this is Niranjan. This is the statement that has come from the Rahul Gandhi in Sopore, North Kashmir, where he was addressing the young crowd there. Though it's a slip of a tongue, or he had been somewhere else thinking something else, and then he is trying to correct his version by referring about the Kashmiri Pandits. The package that was given at the time when the former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh was heading the country. That time the rehabilitation package had come to Kashmiri Pandits in the form of job packages. So it seems that the Rahul Gandhi is mentioning that, but it also talks about the absent-mindedness of Rahul Gandhi, that while addressing the crowd, he was somewhere else when he mentioned about the POK.
Yeah, but there have been several comments, not just one, in this election season, Zeenat, of Rahul Gandhi and political statements coming in from the Congress, in Kashmir. I mean, calling the people of India as outsiders in Kashmir, for example, right? There have been several comments. For votes, it appears, and anybody watching this across the country will ask that question. I mean, to get votes, will you say anything and everything?
While he was addressing the crowd, that was one of the comments that the Rahul Gandhi made while he was campaigning for the Congress chief in Jammu and Kashmir, Tariq Hamid Karra, when he had come to address the crowd at the Central Shalting, which is the new seat that has come up after the Delimitation Commission's exercise, the Reorganization Act of 2022. There he has been training his guns towards the LG Manoj Sinha. When he called him that he's an outsider, he behaves like a viceroy, he's a Raja, and the Kashmiris are being ruled by the outsider, though he's not the only one who has been targeting the central government, or for that matter the Raj Bhavan and the LG Manoj Sinha. We have heard such statements coming from the Farooq Abdullah to Omar Abdullah. Everybody has been targeting, but ultimately whosoever forms the government in Jammu and Kashmir next month, they all have to work under the LG, because it is still UT and the statehood has not been restored yet.
All right, thank you for joining us with those inputs. Zeenat, getting in some more pictures right now on your screens of the exercise of different diplomats from different countries visiting Jammu and Kashmir on a day when the second phase of elections are being conducted. A delegation visited polling stations in Budgam, followed by stops at Amira Kadal, SP College, Chinar Bagh within the Lal Chowk constituency. And at SP College, delegates had the chance to visit a special pink polling station managed entirely by women. Several polling stations had witnessed very low turnout during the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. And these are pictures coming in of diplomats from different countries witnessing how a real election is conducted. Zeenat, you know, even in America, I mean, the irony today is that even American diplomats are there in Jammu and Kashmir, along with several other countries, witnessing how elections take place in Jammu and Kashmir. Even in America, there is a huge debate. I mean, the Republicans questioning the Democrats on how elections are being conducted. But today, what is happening in Jammu and Kashmir is a fantastic example of how democracy functions.
Absolutely, democracy, we all know that it's people's rule, and how the people rule flush on the ground, and that is what these delegates have come to witness, though they are thanking the MEA in the Kashmir Valley for organizing the tour. Meanwhile, we are also seeing the Omar Abdullah training the guns towards the New Delhi for terming this as a guided tour, because when Omar was asked about it today in the morning, he said that the journalists who have applied to cover Kashmir elections, they were denied. But meanwhile, the government is facilitating the tours like this of these delegates. But delegates, while speaking to the press, he has said they are here to see the kind of democracy that is flourishing, and they have reserved their comments when they were asked that what is their comment on the elections that are taking place almost a decade, though they reserved their comments. But we have also seen that the foreign delegation coming from the different parts of the world are able to move freely, and there is a security in the environment that earlier such kinds of scenes were not possible, because whenever there would be an election, either the law and order would erupt, or the boycott calls or the separatist call would have been in place, or they would call it as a black day, when earlier in 2014 or the previous to that the elections were held. But this time the people were enjoying the holiday, but are also making beeline towards the polling station. That tells you that how the situation had completely turned on the ground, and also the foreign delegates without the threat have been moving around the central Kashmir.
All right, thank you for joining us with those pictures, live pictures from Dal Lake in Srinagar, where different diplomats from different countries witnessing democracy at play as they witness the elections that are underway in Jammu and Kashmir. And these are pictures coming in from different parts of Kashmir through the day. A high-level delegation of senior diplomats from different countries traveling to Kashmir to witness the ongoing assembly elections. Diplomats from Mexico, USA, Guyana, South Korea, Somalia, Panama, Singapore, Nigeria, Spain, South Africa, Norway, Tanzania, Rwanda, Algeria, Philippines. And these are embassies represented by different diplomats. Others are represented by political officers and minister councillor ranks. These are some details that we have with us right now. And let's get you some more news now from across the country. Getting in a story from the national capital in East Delhi's Shakarpur area, a young woman living alone was targeted by invasive surveillance after discovering hidden cameras in her bathroom and bedroom. The victim, who's preparing for comparative examinations, alerted the police after noticing suspicious activity on her WhatsApp and finding spy cameras in her apartment. The landlord's son in the national capital, who often had access to her house keys, admitted to installing cameras while she was away and secretly retrieving recorded footage. Police recovered one camera, 2 laptops, storing the videos, and further investigation is now underway.
Has come to light from East Delhi Ganesh Nagar extension area. Here you can see behind me the house where that incident took place. So what has happened that a day ago, when a young woman living alone in this flat was targeted by the owner's son. The son has been identified as Mr. Karan. So what Karan has done, that he put a spy cam in washroom. Apart from that, he put a spy cam in bedroom as well of the rentee. And after that, what happened, that the rentee complained regarding this police when she found out that on her laptop there was a connection malfunction which was showing that your device is now connected with another device. And and when she realized that her device was connected, then she started to seeing her flat, and then she realized that there was a spy cam which was placed in that room. And then after that she got scared, and then she called the police. And after that, when the police team arrived over here, they found out that there were 2 spy cams inside that apartment. And then after that, a complaint has been registered in this regard at Shakarpur Police Thana. And then after that, what we have been seeing that the police team has arrested the main accused in connection with the case, and then the further investigation is going on. But the bigger question remains that if you see this area, this Ganesh Nagar entire locality, here a lot of PGs are functional, so students are really concerned about this, that whether they should trust their flat's owner or not, because the complainant has claimed that whenever she used to go to her native place in UP, at that point in time she used to give her keys to the owner, and what had happened that again she trusted the owner of the house, and when she came back such incident happened, and she still don't know that for how long that owner's son was recording her. But the police is still investigating the entire matter, and in this connection the main accused Karan has been arrested by the East Delhi police.
सर मुझे ये जो है मैंने सैटरडे को ये बिल्कुल कंफर्म किया कि इसमें कैमरा है। मैंने चेक किया रूम में, वॉशरूम में, तो वहाँ कैमरा था। फिर मैंने रूम में चेक किया, फिर मैंने अपनी मम्मी को बुलाया और फिर मैंने इनकी FIR की।
वॉशरूम के सीलिंग पे लगा हुआ था या होल्डर में लगा हुआ था?
से वो गीज़र की एक फिटिंग है, उसमें गीज़र तो है नहीं, उसने होल्डर कनेक्ट कर रखा था, होल्डर में लगा हुआ था। सारे कैमरास होल्डर में थे।
तो आपने ये पुलिस को जानकारी कब दी?
ये मैंने जानकारी दी है मंडे।
उसका आपके घर आना जाना था क्या? मकान मालिक का बेटा आपके रूम पे आता था?
वो जो है यहाँ जितने ये सब कुछ वही देखता है, सबके रूम में जाता है, जितना बिजली इलेक्ट्रिशियन का काम होता है सब वही करता है, ठीक है। तो और मेरे रूम की लोकेशन भी ऐसी है, यदि वो गेट पे भी खड़ा है कोई भी तो पूरा रूम दिखाई देता है, क्योंकि टॉयलेट बाथरूम अंदर ही है और मैं ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे रहती हूँ। तो वो बाहर से भी खड़ा होकर भी दरवाजे में कोई देख सकता है वॉशरूम का दरवाज़ा खुला है क्या नहीं है।
आप जो है वो सिविल सर्विसेज की तैयारी कर रही हैं, पढ़ी लिखी महिला है। आप अगर दिल्ली में तैयारी करने किसी गाँव से आती हैं, यहाँ पर आप खुद को सुरक्षित महसूस नहीं करती हैं, किस तरीके से महसूस होता है? इस तरह की दुर्घटनाएं किस तरीके से झंझोड़ती हैं आपको?
मैं पिछले 3 महीने से अपने घर भी नहीं गई, क्योंकि नेक्स्ट मंथ मेरा एग्ज़ाम है। अब इस टाइम मेरा माइंड कुछ काम ही नहीं कर रहा। 3 महीने घर ना जाने का मतलब आप समझते हैं मैं अपने पेपर की कैसे तैयारी कर रही होंगी। अब मुझे ये कैमरे मिल गए तो अब मेरी कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा मैं क्या करूँ।
आपने अपने परिवार से बात की, परिवार वालों ने क्या कहा?
बस जब परिवार वाले आए तो इनकी FIR कर दी, क्योंकि अभी मैंने सबको वहाँ जिस जगह से मैं हूँ मैंने वहाँ किसी को नहीं पता, इसलिए बस मैं अपने पेपर तक यहाँ रुकी हुई हूँ और फिर मैं यहाँ से चली जाऊँगी।
BNS के धारा 77 के थ्रू इसमें FIR जो है सेक्शन लगाया गया है इस FIR के अंदर। क्या आपकी और कुछ डिमांड्स हैं इसके अंदर?
उस पर IT एक्ट लगाया जाए, क्योंकि किसी का जीवन खराब कर देना और मेरे जैसी बहुत सारी लड़कियों के साथ ऐसा हो जाना, सिर्फ धारा 77 नहीं है, वो सिर्फ 1 साल का उसे सज़ा हो, ये कोई न्याय नहीं है। कम से कम IT एक्ट लगे, उसे पता चले ना। और बहुत संस्कारी बनता था, मैं तो उसे भाई बोलती थी।
आप उसे भाई कहते थे, फिर भी उसने उतनी घिनौनी हरकत की कि आपके मास्टर बेडरूम के साथ साथ वॉशरूम में भी स्पाई कैम्स लगाया। इस घटना के बाद, क्योंकि आप इस अपार्टमेंट के अंदर बहुत दिनों से रह रही हैं, क्या आप मकान मालिक से जाकर मिलती हैं? उनका क्या रिएक्शन है इस बात पे, पूरी घटना पे?
वो तो उनसे मेरी रात भी बात हुई थी, वो अपने बेटे के सपोर्ट में है, ठीक है।
क्या वो आपसे कह रहे हैं कि इस मकान को खाली करके जाइए?
खाली करने को नहीं कहा, क्योंकि ये सिक्योरिटी पे रूम है, मैंने इन लोगों को पैसे दे रखे हैं, है ना। तो कह दिया है, मेरे रिलेटिव्स रहते हैं दिल्ली में, मैंने उन्हें बुला रखा है, उन्होंने भी बात की है। तो फिर जो है मैंने उनसे कहा भी है, वो कह रहे हैं हम तो जब मेरा एग्ज़ाम हो जाएगा यहाँ से मैं तब जाऊँगी, मैं इतना सामान लेके कहाँ जाऊँ एकदम।
अच्छा सर, आप अगर वो मोमेंट अगर हमें बता पाएँ, क्योंकि आपका जो लैपटॉप था वो भी कहीं कनेक्टेड था, आपके व्हाट्सएप का जो है वो लॉगिन उसके पास था, कैसे आपको लगा कि कोई आपको स्पाई कर रहा है?
मैंने जो वॉशरूम से कैमरा मिला था वो मैंने जो है शॉप पे चेक कराया था, तो मैंने वो वीडियो अपने रिलेटिव्स को भेजी थी, तो वो वीडियो डिलीट हो गई। तो मुझे उन्होंने पूछा क्यों डिलीट कर दी, मैंने कहा मैंने नहीं की। फिर मैंने लिंक डिवाइस चेक किया तो फिर पता चला कि वो मेरा मोबाइल भी हैक कर रखा है, व्हाट्सअप।
आपका फ़ोन कब से हैक था?
मुझे पता ही नहीं, फ़ोन तो मैं कम यूज़ करती हूँ। कभी फ़ोन ले जाता था तो वो नीचे ही उसका ऑफिस है, कभी फ़ोन के बहाने, कभी पेपर के बहाने, कभी प्रिंटर के बहाने, वो कुछ ना कुछ उसे चाहिए होता था।
देखिए बहुत सारी बच्चियां दिल्ली आती हैं तैयारी करने के लिए, यूपीएससी की जो तैयारी करती हैं, बहुत सारी बच्चियां आती हैं, उनका फ्यूचर एक स्टेक पे होता है। मुझे ये बताइए कि जब आप मकान मालिक पे हम भरोसा करते हैं, जहाँ पर रहते हैं, वो अगर आपसे कहता है कि मुझे इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का कुछ काम करवाना है, मेंटेनेंस का कुछ काम करवाना है, तो आप उसे अलाउ करते हैं। कितने दिन पहले आपने अलाउ किया था? जब वो रूम में आया तभी तो उसने इंस्टॉल किया होगा, उसको वक्त मिला होगा इंस्टॉल करने के लिए।
मैं 3 महीने पहले घर गई थी, तो मैं इन्हें की दे के गई थी। मैं जाते हैं सबसे ही ले लेते हैं कि मुझसे ही नहीं, तो मैं 3 महीने से फिर घर ही नहीं गई, क्योंकि नेक्स्ट मंथ एग्ज़ाम है। तो उसे ये कैमराज उतारने का या चिप निकालने का होल्डर में से टाइम ही नहीं मिला। मैंने उसे रूम में ही आने नहीं दिया। जब मैं रूम से कहीं जाती ही नहीं तो उसे ये मौका नहीं मिल पाया। उससे पहले मैंने चेक कर लिया, फिर मैंने पुलिस में कंप्लेंट कर दी।
Okay, getting in some breaking news now from Badlapur in Maharashtra, where the rape accused had shot at the police and was later shot dead. A team of CID officials have arrived at Thane's Jupiter Hospital. The CID team will now question the officers involved in the encounter of Akshay Shinde. That's the breaking news update coming in. Sandeep is joining us with the details. Sandeep, what more do we know about the investigation?
See, as far as this investigation is concerned, remember, this case was transferred to CID for investigate the whole scene of encounters. And remember, since the incident happened and since Akshay Shinde, was encountered, the forensic teams have in fact taken up all the evidences and has been sent for chemical analysis report as well. Not only that, the post-mortem has also been done at the JJ hospital yesterday. But ultimately, the team of 4 to 5 CID officials have landed out here at the Thane's Jupiter Hospital, and they will be in fact questioning API Nilesh More. Now remember, Nilesh More is the same officer whose pistol was in fact used by Akshay Shinde. In fact, Akshay Shinde snatched the pistol of API Nilesh More. And apart from that, Sanjay Shinde, PI Sanjay Shinde, who shot him from his service pistol, he is also in fact admitted out here at the Thane's Jupiter Hospital. Definitely their statement would be crucial. After Bombay High Court slams, the prosecution as well as the Thane police regarding the whole incident, the Bombay High Court, in fact, Niranjan said that this whole incident does not look as an encounter primarily. Hence, there needs to be a fair probe. So that case has been in fact adjourned till next Thursday, but ultimately the CID has come into action and the investigation is underway right now.
Thank you for joining us with those updates. Let's quickly take you through the top stories from across the country this evening. Amid the controversy of the Tirupati laddus being adulterated, Odisha government has decided to conduct a quality check of the ghee used in the Puri Jagannath temple. Puri District Collector Siddharth Shankar stated that the administration will test the quality of the ghee being used for the preparation of the bhog. He further noted that the state-run Odisha Milk Federation is the only supplier of ghee for the temple. BJP leaders marched from the KK guest house to Karnataka Chief Minister's residence, demanding resignation over the mood as camp police detained BJP workers involved in the march. This came after Siddaramaiah stated that he had no plans to step down. One of the complainants, Niyamai Krishna's lawyers, will submit the High Court's order dismissing Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's writ petition. The complainants have also filed a caveat in the High Court. Justice M.S. Ramachandra Rao took oath as Chief Justice of the Jharkhand High Court, administered by the Jharkhand Governor at Raj Bhavan. Chief Minister Hemant Soren, his cabinet colleagues, several other judges attended the ceremony. Justice Rao, who previously headed the Himachal Pradesh High Court, has now assumed his role as Chief Justice of Jharkhand. Former Chief Minister of Delhi wrote a letter to RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat Kejriwal, posing questions ranging from Modi's retirement to the misuse of investigative agencies, raising 5 questions to the leadership of the RSS. On the occasion of 10 years of Make in India, Prime Minister Modi praised the decade-long success of the initiative, committed to making India's system a powerhouse of manufacturing and innovation. Meanwhile, Minister Piyush Goyal highlighted that since the launch of the initiative, imports of mobiles have declined by around 85%. Climate and Health Solutions India Conclave began today. This two-day event is organized by the Ministry of Health, Family Welfare in partnership with the Asian Development Bank, focusing on policy evolution and ecosystem development to create a sustainable, climate-resilient health sector.
Smooth polling is going on in all 6 districts of Jammu and Kashmir. Republic will get you all the details. Keep watching the Republic TV.
Director, the taste of success.
The Muda scam heat on Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah continues to mount a day after Karnataka High Court has upheld the governor's decision to sanction a prosecution against him. Today, a special court has also ordered the Mysuru Lokayukta to file an FIR. We'll get you all the details at 6 p.m. on Across the Republic. Do stay with us.
Good evening and welcome, friends. It's bumper voting happening again in phase 2 of Jammu and Kashmir elections. 26 constituencies across 6 districts voting today, including for leaders like Omar Abdullah, Congress's State President Hamid Karra, and Altaf Bukhari, among others. But what is interesting is that in an initiative which showcases to the world how strong India's democracy is at the roots, at the grassroots, including in Jammu and Kashmir, the Ministry of External Affairs has taken a delegation of 16 diplomats, top diplomats from as many nations, who are seeing for themselves how free and fair elections are being held in India's union territory of Jammu and Kashmir. We'll focus on that. Let's begin with the headlines. Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Padho kuch bano. With second phase of polling in Jammu and Kashmir, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi calls Kashmiri Pandits as POK refugees. Jammu and Kashmir votes in second phase today. 46+% voter turnout recorded till 3 p.m.
प्रसाद में आप बोल रहे कि एनिमल फैट आ गया तो गलत है, बोल हम भी मानते गलत है, नहीं आना चाहिए, मगर यहाँ पर हमारे धर्म में ये तो वक्फ बोर्ड तो मुस्लिम धर्म का हिस्सा है.
AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi throws out bizarre analogy, compares Waqf amendment bill to adulterated laddu. Court orders Karnataka Lokayuk to probe against Siddaramaiah in Muda scam case. Big Republic news break impact. TTD files a complaint against AR Dairy Food Private Limited for supplying adulterated ghee.
To end the war altogether, and I invite all of you, all principled nations, to join us in this process, all who truly respect the UN Charter. We invite China, we invite Brazil, I have already invited India.
And at the United Nations Security Council, Ukraine President Zelensky invites India for the second peace summit. Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Padho kuch bano. Welcome back, friends. Ladies and gentlemen, voting for 26 assembly constituencies is currently underway in Jammu and Kashmir. In this high-stakes battle, several top names, including Ravinder Raina and Omar Abdullah, are in the poll fray today. Republic, with its army of reporters and video journalists on the ground zero, brings you the latest from some of these seats. In fact, the latest overall turnout number has crossed 46%. That's till 3 p.m., which gives you an idea of the kind of huge voter turnout we are seeing. Number of people participating in this franchise, this festival of democracy, this election in Jammu and Kashmir, which is happening after a gap of 10 years, because after abrogation of Article 370, in fact, before that, the Assembly was in suspension, and post the abrogation of Article 370, the government waited till the time that peace prevails and the situation is conducive to conduct elections in the state. I am told Zeenat Zishan Fazil, our Srinagar Bureau Chief, is joining us live, obviously from Srinagar. And let's cut to her and ask some questions. Zeenat, 46% voter turnout. Historically, is this a good number for Srinagar belt, the central Kashmir region as it is called? And this foreign diplomats delegation, which is visiting Srinagar, have they gone around many polling booths? And if you have interacted with them, are they happy and satisfied that free and fair polling is happening in Jammu and Kashmir?
So, Abhishek, as far as the polling percentage is concerned, definitely in some of the pockets, if we compare with the previous elections, definitely it has gone up. But if you see the downtown Srinagar, where from I am reporting, it is the traditional vote belt of the National Conference, and largely the numbers are the same what it used to be in the past. So whatever the vote that has polled, it seems that it is a traditional and the cadre vote that has been polled once again. But you see, in as far as the central Kashmir is, whether it is Budgam, Chari Sharif or Chadora, the number has definitely gone up, because till now it has gone up to the 40%. The bigger aim for the government this time is that to break the previous records, to tell to the world that the peace has prevailed in the Kashmir Valley. In Zaribal also, we have seen, which has usually remained a Shia-dominated belt, the number has increased, where the National Conference, in a direct fight with the People's Conference candidate Abid Ansari, and he's also the cousin and the uncle of Imran Ansari, who has been seen as rubbing the shoulders with the BJP power corridors in the Delhi. As far as the Omar Abdullah is concerned, he's trying the luck from both seats, from Budgam as well as the Ganderbal, where the polling percentage has been somewhere around 38% to 42-45%. But again, in those belts, as far as the central Kashmir's Ganderbal is concerned, Omar has many challenges than having a challenge in the Budgam, where definitely the Omar may sail through, because the competition and the people who fray are less prominent on ground compared to what we are seeing from the Ganderbal, where you have the strong candidate from the PDP, Bashir Mir. As far as the other belts like Chadura and Chari Sharif is concerned, from Chari Sharif we see a very veteran leader of the National Conference, Abdul Rahim Rathore, who has been the 3-time MLA also there. Then from the Chadura, we see that the People's Democratic Party candidates has been there ruling for a long time. As far as the downtown Khaniar constituency is concerned, which has usually been the belt of traditionally the National Conference and the 3-time MLA Ali Mahmud Sagar, who has also been the law minister in Omar Abdullah's time, and he has worked with the Sheikh Abdullah. He is obviously getting the percentage similar what it used to be earlier. So we don't see that much change in the downtown Srinagar as far as the voting pattern is concerned, but definitely a change has come as far as the ST seat in Kangan is concerned, where from the Meher Ali, Mia Meher Ali, who is the son of the parliamentarian from the South Kashmir, Mia Altaf, and he is one of the wealthiest, youngest candidate coming from the ST Kangan. When we talk about the delegation that has reached here in the Srinagar, first they visited Central Kashmir's Budgam, and from there they also went around in Srinagar city, moving to the SP College, going to the Chenarbagh, and later also going around the peripheries of the Dal Lake. This tells you that the government of India is quite keen and concerned to show to the world that a democracy has returned, the peace has prevailed, because ultimately the definition of democracy in any book is people's rule. Though the government is trying hard to tell to the world that it is people's rule, and people are exercising their ballot not under the barrel of gun, or there is no shade of the boycott or the militant or terrorist threat at present. So they want to show to the entire world that how the democracy has flourished post abrogation of Article 370, because BJP from the day one has been saying that whatever has happened in the last more than 3 decades in Jammu and Kashmir, for which the Article 370 has been responsible, and by abrogating that, the Kashmir has got some peace and a sense of belonging the Kashmiris have received from the Delhi. But meanwhile, we have also been seeing the Omar Abdullah going and training all guns towards the Delhi, saying that it is more like a guided tour, what kind of tour at present, and why the delegation in this hour is here, when the elections are the internal matter of the India, and with the foreign journalists who have applied to cover elections in Jammu and Kashmir, they were denied the permission. But as of now, if you see the bigger, apart from the politics that is being played by the political parties, but the peace has prevailed to an extent that no untoward incident was reported from the Kashmir Valley, because whenever we have seen in the past the elections in Kashmir, either a grenade was heard, the militant threat was there, a shade of Hartal call from the Hurriyat conference, that has completely died down on ground. The people looking for a kind of restoration of democracy, the restoration of their rights, and they want the development on the ground. But now the question is, will they vote for the Modi's Naya Kashmir, for which the BJP is banking the developmental slogan, or they will prefer going to the old age parties, the traditional parties who have been ruling, when the Modi government wants that the people should vote out these dynasty politics, and the dynasty politicians say that they will not allow the BJP to be part of Jammu and Kashmir.
Well, yes, crib or not, the fact is that this is huge participation happening by the people of Jammu and Kashmir, and it's commendable, and that's essentially at the roots of democracy, the voter participation, which nourishes and strengthens democracy. Let's go to Arawat Miraj. He's joining us live again from Srinagar, but from a different location. In fact, I believe, Arawat, from where you are reporting, the foreign diplomats are visiting or have just visited. Okay, he's from Dal Lake, joining us from Dal Lake. And Arawat, are those delegates there from where you are reporting? And if you interacted with them, what's the impression you got about their opinion of this festival of democracy in Kashmir?
Yeah, Abhishek, right now we are standing here inside the Dal Lake, and you can see here in the visuals, these are the exclusive visuals that Republic is showing you from inside the Dal Lake, and you can see here in the visuals that the foreign delegation has arrived at Kashmir this morning. In fact, right now they are interacting with the locals. In fact, they are exchanging the thoughts with each other, and you can see here in the visuals, the festival of democracy is underway inside the Dal Lake, and these are the first visuals that you are watching on the Republic TV. The Republic is the only channel who is reporting inside the Dal Lake, and you can see here in the visuals these foreign delegations have met the people here, and in fact we will also try to speak with them also in some time, but they are quite busy now speaking to the locals. In fact, you can see here in the visuals also, and we have seen from the morning that they have visited multiple locations across the various locations in the Kashmir, and we have seen that they are very impressed with the pink polling station, which is especially for the women to cast their vote. Earlier we have seen that Kashmir has used to be the hub of the violence, but the things have changed on the ground. Now you can see, if my VG can pan camera to from this side, also he can show you the visuals from the 360 degree that the youngsters are taking part in the ballot box. Now earlier these youngsters who used to be the part of the violence, now the things have changed on the ground and now they believe in the ballot box. Earlier these youngsters used to be the main part of the violence in the Kashmir Valley, but the things have changed. Now the youth of Kashmir wants to development and other jobs related things, and you can see here in the visuals, my VJ Firdos is showing you the visuals from the inside the Dal Lake, and in fact we will try to speak with them also that what's the going on. Hi, what's your name and where from you are?
My name is Lim. I'm from South Korea.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please tell us about this visit that you came here this morning to Kashmir.
Yeah, I'm part of the delegation that's organized by the Minister of External Affairs, and I arrived this morning, and we've been going around different polling stations, and I must say I'm very impressed. I'm very, very much impressed of how democracy is really at work on the grassroots. And I'm from Korea, and Korea is like India. We're the model democracies of Asia, So as I see what's going on here, I'm really happy to note that India and Korea were like beacons of democracy, and especially here in the middle of the lake. This is amazing, Like you setting up all the equipment here, and the people are lining up to cast their votes. It's incredible. This is really how democracy works, huh?
What you have heard about the Kashmir before the abrogation of Article 370 about the Kashmir, there used to be the hub of the violence and the terror activities, but things have changed on ground. What do you have to say about it?
No, I just, as I said, this is the first time here in this part of India. It's the first time that I set foot here, and I must say I'm very impressed how well organized everything here. The polls and the people, they're really here to make their voices heard by voting, and this is how democracy works. So I'm very impressed, and the care that you've given to make everybody heard, all vote matters, all vote matters, and there's no vote is left behind. You're reaching into even these hamlets. This is impressive. Yeah, this is impressive.
There is a special polling booth for the females, also pink polling station.
Yes. I went to the Gulabi polling station. Yeah, it's pink. The walls are painted, and that was also very impressive. Yes, you have very creative ideas to get people out, huh? This is very important. So,
what's your message for all of the world across that you are watching on the Republic TV?
For the world. Well, let's just say that, Korea being one of the model democracies of Asia and the world, I'm very happy to say that, India here is to show to the world how democracy works. And Korea and India, we're, both partners in promoting this how democracy works.
Okay, thank you very much for speaking to us. Back to you, studio.
Right, thank you so much, Arawat, with that fantastic interaction with one of those diplomats. This one, I believe, from South Korea, as he mentioned. And now I go to the Jammu side, where Gursimran is reporting live from. I believe he's in Naushera. Gursimran, Ravinder Raina of the BJP contesting from there. Naushera also is one district or one place which could be made a district as per BJP manifesto and promise for the elections. Is that getting reflected in terms of excitement on the ground of the electorate from where you are reporting, Gursimran?
See, that is going to have the impact, at least for this Naushera constituency, from where the BJP state chief Ravinder Raina is contesting the polls. This is a high-stake battle for the BJP because BJP has won this seat in 2014. Once considered as the bastion of the Congress party, this was shifted to the Bharatiya Janata Party when Ravinder Raina, a young, fierce leader, was placed from this constituency in 2014. It was the Ravinder Raina and also the Modi magic that worked in 2014, and BJP won this seat by a thumping margin of 10,000 votes. This time the contest is too close because that time the arch rival was Surinder Chaudhary from the PDP. This time it is also Surinder Chaudhary, but from the National Conference and the Congress Alliance. The vote of the alliance, that is the core vote, plus the Surinder Chaudhary's own vote that comes from the Jat community, that is going to have the impact, and that is why it is considered as one of the close contests. If we speak of the present vote percentage in the Rajouri district, the voting percentage has already surpassed this 62% mark. Overall, if we speak of the Jammu and Kashmir, it has already surpassed 50% polling by 4 p.m. That is what we are picking up. The next bulletin by the Election Commission of India will be released by 5:35. That is what the Election Commission is saying, and they are hopeful that by then, except the Srinagar districts, all the districts will be somewhere close to 50 to 60%. The overall percentage is also expected to rise up from the first phase of polling, that is 61.13%, that was recorded on 18th of September, when Jammu and Kashmir has gone for the polls in the 24 assembly constituencies, 16 in the Kashmir Valley and 8 in the Jammu region. In the Jammu region, if we speak of the Poonch, Riasi and Rajouri, the overall percentage of the voting is somewhere 62 to 63%, which is considered as good, but the officials say that they expect it to cross the 70% mark. Abhishek.
All right, Gursimran, good participation in the Jammu side, in Naushera also, and while we stay with the story, but come out of Jammu and Kashmir and to national capital, where while voting is underway on the ground there in the Union Territory, the Election Commission of India is monitoring the situation closely from a control room here in New Delhi at its headquarters. Earlier, our correspondent Harsha Chandwani got an access to the control room and have a look through her on how exactly that festival of democracy in Jammu and Kashmir is being closely watched for being free and fair at the Election Commission headquarters in New Delhi.
The second phase of polling is underway in Jammu Kashmir as the 26 constituencies in 6 districts are polling today for the second phase. In the first phase, the recorded polling was 61.13%, but right now we are in the control room of Election Commission of India. These are all the officials which are monitoring how the situation at polling booths is right now all across Jammu and Kashmir, where the polling is taking place today in 26 constituencies in 6 districts, 3 in Jammu and 3 in Kashmir. Right now, I'll ask my camera person Hitesh to also show you the live monitoring, how the live monitoring is taking place here. Each and every booth is being monitored here, that how the polling is taking place, and also this is the first time assembly poll is happening in the restive region after the scrapping of the statehood and the special status in Jammu and Kashmir.
All right, moving out of that, but still staying with Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah, while campaigning, has launched a critique against the Congress, claiming, interestingly, that the party has failed to deliver on its promises for Jammu. In terms of campaigning, at least, Abdullah argues that the Congress has not made the expected progress in the region. Let's listen into exactly what he said, because Congress happens to be an ally of the National Conference in the Union Territory. Listen in.
Good. I hope that after Rahul is done campaigning in 1 or 2 seats in Kashmir, he focuses in Jammu. Ultimately, what the Congress does in Kashmir is not that important. What the Congress does in Jammu is important. And unfortunately, Congress hasn't done as much in the plains of Jammu as we would expect them to do. The lion's share of the seats that the alliance gave in Jammu was to the Congress party. Yet the Congress's campaign in Jammu is yet to begin, and there are only 5 days of campaigning. So I hope that after Rahul is done campaigning on this 1 seat in the valley, the Congress focuses all its attention in the plains of Jammu.
Quick headlines. A woman stripped in full public glare, put her in rice sack, assaulted her mercilessly in Bengal's Purba Medinipur. Shah chairs key Mahayuti meeting as the stage is set for Maharashtra polls. Shinde, Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar present.
दो घंटे अगर 54 वोट पड़े हैं तो इसका मतलब क्या है कि जानबूझ के कहीं ना कहीं डेलिबरेटरी मशीनों की सेटिंग ऐसे की गई है कि पोलिंग कम हो।
गुंडागर्दी नहीं चलेगी, गुंडागर्दी नहीं चलेगी, बीजेपी हाय हाय, बीजेपी हाय हाय।
Polling day controversy at Naushera booth. National Conference alleges slow voting by EC officials.
But once we deal with the disengagement, there is the larger issue, which is both of us have brought very large number of troops up to the border. So there is what we call the de-escalation issue.
External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar makes a big statement, says China violated disengagement agreements. After 2 assassination attempts, US intel warns Trump of real assassination threat from Iran. Right, moving on now. A woman in Patashpur, Bengal was allegedly stripped and thrashed by villagers in a kangaroo court-style punishment after being accused of theft. The victim, now critically injured and under treatment, has denied the allegations, claiming police involvement in the assault. Authorities are investigating the incident. Here's a report.
Stripped, put in a rice sack and assaulted mercilessly. These are the visuals from Patashpur in Bengal.
বাড়ির পাশে ব্যাটা এসে বলছে তুমি এক্ষুনি গেছিলে ওদের বাড়িতে গিয়ে ওদের বাড়িতে একজন দিদা হয় ওকে মেরে তুমি ওদের গয়না নিয়ে চলে এসছো বলতে আমি আমার শাশুড়ি মাকে নিয়ে ওদের বাড়িতে যাই ওদের বাড়িতে যেতেই আমার শাশুড়ি মাকে বের করে দিয়ে মারধর শুরু করে পুরো 4টা থেকে 6টা পর্যন্ত ওরা মারতে শুরু করে।
A woman suspected of theft was allegedly thrashed by villagers in a kangaroo court-style punishment.
এটা আমরা ভেরিফাই করব এখনো পর্যন্ত এরকম কিছু নেই আর যদি এরকম কিছু থাকবে তো আমরা তো আইন যে হিসাবে আইন কাজ করে সেভাবে আইন কাজ করব না এটা আমাকে ভেরিফাই করতে হবে এখনো পর্যন্ত আমরা তো অভিযোগ পেয়েছি অভিযোগ হিসাবে আমরা আইন মোতাবেক ব্যবস্থা নেব আমার কাছে যে অভিযোগপত্র আছে ওই এখনো পর্যন্ত এরকম কিছু নেই যদি এরকম কিছু থাকবে আমরা নিশ্চয়ই আইন মোতাবেক ব্যবস্থা নেব যে যার মধ্যে গন্ডগোল হয়েছে ওনারা প্রতিবেশী দে আর নেবার্স তো কি নিয়ে সমস্যা হয়েছিল কি নিয়ে গন্ডগোল হয়েছে কি নিয়ে ওর মধ্যে মারপিট হয়েছে সেটা আমাকে তদন্তে এসে সেটা তদন্তের মধ্যে জানা যাবে ওনার কাছে হার যে আছে হাফকে একটা টুকরা পাওয়া গেছে সেই হিসাবে আমরা তদন্তকে আগে বাড়াচ্ছি
But this is not the first time. From Cooch Behar to Uttar Dinajpur and now Patashpur. the law and order apparatus under Mamta's rule remains in a sorry state.
Well, even as second phase of polling continues in some parts of Jammu and Kashmir, Rahul Gandhi was campaigning today, and there he has said, or he has failed to differentiate between Kashmiri Pandit refugees and those from the Pak-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Kashmir, in fact, is going to be our focus in prime-time debate. Continue watching. Short break.
पीओके से रेफ्यूजीज आए, सॉरी कश्मीरी पंडित्स के से जो मनमोहन सिंह जी ने वायदा किया था वो वायदा पूरा किया जाएगा.
The Muda scam heat on Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah continues to mount a day after Karnataka High Court has upheld the governor's decision to sanction a prosecution against him. Today, a special court has also ordered the Mysuru Lokayukta to file an FIR. We'll get you all the details at 6 p.m. on Across the Republic. Do stay with us.
Video master, ಎಲ್ಲ video ಮಾಡ. के पूरे शहर तक क्यों
The murder mystery of a Nepali woman named as Mahalakshmi has sent shockwaves through the city. Since her mother and elder sister saw her maggot-infested body, which was chopped into 50 pieces and was stuffed inside a refrigerator in her own house. This reminds us of Shraddha Walkar case in Delhi. Shraddha Walkar was a 28-year-old girl who was murdered by her own boyfriend, whose name was Aftab, and her body was cut into 35 pieces. Here, the lady named as Mahalakshmi, it is said that a person who was in friendship with her was murdered her. But the police have not concluded anything. Her estranged husband named as Hemant Das suspects the involvement of a barber who is from Uttarakhand who used to work in Nelamangala. It is said that he suspects that the barber was in an affair with Mahalakshmi. The husband, estranged husband, says, I got to know that she was in an affair with a man who is from Uttarakhand and working in a saloon in Nelamangala. And this Hemant Das...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back. Kashmir shows what harvest of democracy looks like with the bumper voting. That's being reported in the second phase of polling 26 assembly constituencies in 6 districts, even as the world gets to have a look at it through their diplomats. who have travelled all the way to Srinagar to have a grassroots understanding of Indian democracy. All that and more. Let's begin with the headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado, kuch bano.
पीओके से रेफ्यूजीज आए, सॉरी कश्मीरी पंडित्स के से जो मनमोहन सिंह जी ने वायदा किया था वो वायदा पूरा किया जाएगा.
Amid the second phase of polling in Jammu and Kashmir, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi calls Kashmiri Pandits as POK refugees in a slip of tongue. Jammu and Kashmir votes in second phase, 46% plus for a turnout recorded till 3 p.m.
प्रसाद में आप बोल रहे कि एनिमल फैट आ गया तो गलत है, बोल हम भी मानते गलत है, नहीं आना चाहिए, मगर यहाँ पर हमारे धर्म में ये तो वक्फ बोर्ड तो मुस्लिम धर्म का हिस्सा है.
AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi throws out bizarre analogy, compares Waqf amendment bill to adulterated laddu. Court orders Karnataka Lokayuk to probe against Siddaramaiah in the Mudai scam case. A big Republic news break impact. TTD files a complaint against AR Dairy Food Private Limited for supplying adulterated ghee.
To end the war altogether, and I invite all of you, all principled nations, to join us in this process, all who truly respect the UN Charter. We invite China, we invite Brazil, I have already invited India.
And at the United Nations Security Council, Ukraine President Zelensky invites India for second peace summit.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado, kuch bano.
All right, let's begin. Leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi has been campaigning in Jammu and Kashmir, in fact in Jammu today, as 26 assembly segments of 6 districts are voting. In fact, while addressing a rally in Jammu, Rahul Gandhi referred to Kashmiri Pandits as POK refugees. Of course, it was a slip of tongue. Rahul later corrected himself. But then the BJP has picked up on that and taken a dig at Rahul, saying that FOPA shows his involvement or understanding of Jammu and Kashmir politics. Listen in.
पीओके से रेफ्यूजीज आए, उनसे मनमोहन सिंह जी ने वायदा किया था वो वायदा पूरा किया जाएगा. सॉरी कश्मीरी पंडित्स से जो मनमोहन सिंह जी ने वायदा किया था वो वायदा पूरा किया जाएगा. पीओके से रेफ्यूजीज आए, उनसे मनमोहन सिंह जी ने वायदा किया था वो वायदा पूरा किया जाएगा. सॉरी कश्मीरी पंडित से जो मनमोहन सिंह जी ने वायदा किया था वो वायदा पूरा किया जाएगा.
All right, Zishan Fazil joins us live from Srinagar. Zeenat, interesting that on the day when Rahul Gandhi is campaigning in Jammu, and of course he made that slip up, Omar Abdullah sort of panned the Congress ally for focusing more on the Kashmir side and then the Jammu side, where they have more seats as part of the seat sharing arrangement. Why you think Omar Abdullah made that comment? Is he frustrated at the way the Congress has carried out its campaign in Jammu?
Absolutely. See, there's been despite that their alliance is intact, but it seems that they are started targeting each other, because in the first phase of the polls in Jammu and Kashmir, it seems that the National Conference leader have reposed that Congress could not do well in Jammu. That is why we see that the National Conference now coming openly, the Vice President saying that they should focus more in Jammu plains now, because it's only the 5 days that are left for the last phase of polls. Although Rahul Gandhi has addressed 3 rallies rallies in the Kashmir Valley, starting from Anantnag and then coming to central Shalding. And today he was addressing the crowd and the youngsters in the Sopore. But for National Conference to have government, alliance government in Jammu and Kashmir, they need seats from the Jammu, where the National Conference have a little presence. So they've been banking on the seats from the Congress party. Then only this alliance partner will be able to do some calculations to form the government, or they may have to get more independent support. But BJP was able to form the government with the PDP in 2014 just only because of the Jammu mandate. So this time the BJP is saying that they will get they will do much better than the previous 2014, and they will be able to form the government. Though this time the BJP has gone all solo in Jammu and Kashmir for these elections. Whether this will be the BJP's government or these alliance partners, National Conference and the Congress, have to take the help from the parties like PDP if they have to form the government, and to avoid Jammu and Kashmir to have the hung assembly, as these leaders have been claiming that the center is pushing hard to have the hung assembly. That is why more independent candidates have been put in fray, and to create the vote division, Supreme Court has granted interim bail to the engineer Rashid only to divide the vote. But National Conference has made it quite clear that unless and until the alliance partner wouldn't get the more seats from the Jammu, and then they should more concentrate, because in Kashmir also, then you read the lines between the Omar statement, that where he has said that directly to the Congress, that don't move around in the Kashmir because you don't have a stronghold in Kashmir. Leave Kashmir to National Conference to take care and work in Jammu Plains, so to get the seats and to help the alliance partners to form the government in Jammu and Kashmir.
Okay, Zeenat, and since you already explained that bit of Omar Abdullah's comment where he has said that an attempt is being made to have a government which would approve abrogation of Article 370 in the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly, you think that sentiment of Omar Abdullah is getting any traction on the ground? Like, is he saying this because he believes that people are going to listen to him on this and it can become a campaign issue?
See, Abhishek, it's not about Omar Abdullah or Farooq Abdullah. We need to understand that the National Conference has a cadre vote, and whether it is not that the voters want to vote for Farooq Abdullah or the Omar. These are the seats that have been shown in the land here in the Kashmir by the Sheikh Abdullah, who was the father of the Farooq Abdullah, and he is the founder of the National Conference. If you go into the interiors or the exteriors of the Srinagar particularly, or to the north and the south, the people will tell you that they are still voting for Sheikh Abdullah. They don't care whether it is Omar Abdullah or the Farooq Abdullah or the third generation of the Abdullah family. So the party has gained the attention and the attraction from the people just because of the move that has come from the Sheikh Abdullah. As far as the land to tiller is concerned, that was a big reformation movement in the politics of Jammu and Kashmir. As far as the Omar Abdullah is concerned, we have seen how the kind of debacle he faced in the Lok Sabha elections in 2024 from the Baramulla, where the people of Baramulla rejected, and that made Omar this time to remove the skull and appeal to the people of the constituencies like the Gandarbal, which has been the bastion earlier to the Sheikh Abdullah family, that protect my honor, protect my integrity, up and vote for me. The kind of emotional move that had come this time from the Omar Abdullah, it seems that he was been trying every bit to gain the attention of the voters on ground, so that this time he don't feel this kind of debacle. And then again he is going back to the traditional vote bank, that is the Budgam, because earlier in 2014, when again he was feeling the heat from the ground, from the PDP, from the Sonwar constituency, where the Ashraf Mir, who earlier was with the PDP and now with the Apni party, Omar Abdullah lost to Ashraf Mir in 2014, but right, he chose the another seat also, that was from the Birwa that time. And this time the people in Jammu and Kashmir also feels that Omar is more like a rolling stone, and that is why he's trying his luck from different constituencies every time.
All right. Thank you so much, Zeenat. In fact, Omar, while campaigning, since you mentioned about the removal of skull cap, did mispronounce topiye, as it is called in Kashmiri. Moving on, let's listen into Rahul Gandhi once again before we move on to the next story, how the slip of tongue happened.
POK से रेफ्यूजीज आए, उनसे मनमोहन सिंह जी ने वायदा किया था वो वायदा पूरा किया जाएगा। सॉरी, कश्मीरी पंडित से जो मनमोहन सिंह जी ने वायदा किया था वो वायदा पूरा किया जाएगा।
All right, moving on to some military diplomacy that Indian armed forces are carrying out in the Gulf region. Joint India-Oman military exercises, their 5th edition in fact, called Najah 5, happening in Oman. Let's have a look.
The Indo-Oman joint military exercise Al-Najah is currently underway at Rabkut TRG area, Oman, in full swing. The exercise commenced on 13 September and is all set to continue till 26 September. The Indian Army contingent, comprising 60 personnel, is being represented by a battalion of the Merchandise Infantry Regiment along with personnel from other arms and services. Classes are also being conducted on combat first aid and casualty evacuation, weapon handling of both armies' weapons and counter-drone drills to promote interoperability, keeping in mind the latest trends of the modern battlefield. Thereafter, due emphasis was laid on assault rifle, sniper, pistols and LMG firing with an aim to stimulate their application in actual operations by inculcating reflex fire and close quarter battle. Valuable combat experiences are being shared by both the contingents through extensive case studies.
All right, another political story. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju has praised the extensive consultation process for the Waqf Amendment Bill, which has been sent to the Joint Parliamentary Committee after it was introduced in the last session of Parliament. Highlighting that over 1 crore representations have been received, Rijiju commended the JPC for its thorough hearings, noting that this level of engagement is unprecedented in Indian parliamentary history. Listen in.
वक्फ अमेंडमेंट बिल तो आप लोग को पता है पेश किया है, अब जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी के पास गए हैं और हम चाहते हैं कि ये विंटर सेशन आते आते जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी अपना काम पूरा करे। और जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी के बारे में मुझे जो खबर मिला है बहुत ही पॉजिटिव है। 1 करोड़ से भी ज़्यादा रिप्रेजेंटेशंस ऑलरेडी जेपीसी के पास आ चुके हैं और जेपीसी बहुत ही व्यापक रूप से सबका सुनवाई कर रहे हैं। सरकारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हो या सामाजिक संगठन हो, सबसे अपने बातें कहने का मौका दे रहे हैं जेपीसी। मैं जेपीसी के अध्यक्ष और जेपीसी में जितना मेंबर्स हैं उनको बधाई देता हूं। इतना एक्सटेंसिव जेपीसी हियरिंग शायद पहले इतिहास में नहीं हुआ है।
All right, while on the Waqf, Asaduddin Owaisi, AIMIM chief, has gotten in suggesting that there is an analogy of the laddu. There is an analogy between the adulterated laddu of Tirupati and the Waqf Amendment Bill, because in both cases it's the sentiments of the community involved and that the government shouldn't be interfering in them. Listen in.
प्रसाद में आप बोल रहे कि एनिमल फैट आ गया तो गलत है, बोल हम भी मानते गलत है, नहीं आना चाहिए, उनकी आस्था है। मगर यहां पर हमारी आस्था, हमारे धर्म में ये तो वक्फ बोर्ड तो मुस्लिम धर्म का हिस्सा है, तो इसलिए ये जो बिल मोदी लाए हैं, उनकी सरकार लाई है, वो वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को छीनना चाह रहे। प्रसाद में आप बोल रहे कि एनिमल फैट आ गया तो गलत है, बोल हम भी मानते गलत है, नहीं आना चाहिए, उनकी आस्था है। मगर यहां पर हमारी आस्था, हमारे धर्म में ये तो वक्फ बोर्ड तो मुस्लिम धर्म का हिस्सा है, तो इसलिए ये जो बिल मोदी लाए हैं, उनकी सरकार लाई है, वो वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को छीनना चाह रहे।
All right, our political correspondent Harsha Chandwani joins us live. Harsha, why you think Asaduddin Owaisi is shooting from the shoulders of the Tirupati Devasthanam Trust? Is he doing this because ultimately he can claim that all communities should have their separate laws and the sentiments should be respected?
Abhishek, there's a very bizarre analogy and the comparison which Asaduddin Owaisi has drawn between the Tirupati and the Waqf Amendment JPC which is going on right now. Earlier also today, Kiran Rijiju clearly stated that this is the unprecedented thing which has happened first time in the country, where 1.25 crore submissions have come regarding the Waqf Amendment bill, and the first time the extensive exercise has taken place. Now, speaking about the Tirupati and drawing a comparison by speaking about the Waqf, he clearly wants to play politics here, because right now what we've understood so far is that the very successful JPC meetings for the Waqf have taken place, and also we have got to know that slowly and gradually all the opposition parties are reaching to a consensus regarding the amendments in the Waqf Act 1995. Now, Asaduddin Owaisi states that government wants to dismantle the Waqf Act 1995, which states Waqf by the user. So there clearly is a politics of the religion which Asaduddin Owaisi wants to draw here, comparison which he wants to draw here to the Tirupati Laddu. But clearly, Kiran Rijiju has clearly stated that how extensively the exercise has been followed, and soon we could see in the first winter session of the Parliament at the end of the week the report of the JPC on the Waqf Amendment reaching on the table, where it will be set to pass in the Lok Sabha. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Harsha, with that perspective. But we are staying with the Tirumala Tirupati story, and which is that the Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam Trust has filed a complaint with the East Police Station in Tirupati itself against AR Dairy Foods Private Limited, Dindigul, for supplying adulterated ghee. The complaint seeks criminal action against the culprits, registration of an FIR, and a thorough investigation to uncover the truth behind the adulteration. Have a look.
देखिए, तिरुपति में जो कुछ हुआ वो बहुत अभद्र हुआ, जबकि तिरुपति सबसे श्रेष्ठ संस्था है, और अब हम सब हिंदू एकजुट होंगे और इस अपमान का दंड देंगे। कुछ भी हो जाए, हमारी 1857 जैसी परिस्थिति बन गई। मंगल पांडे इसी पर तो आक्रोशित हुए थे, उनको कारतूस मुख से छूनी पड़ती थी, उसमें गाय की चर्बी लगी थी, वही हमारे प्रसाद में हुआ। अब हम सब इकट्ठे होंगे और इस अपमान का कठोरता से दंड देंगे। मैं कह रहा हूँ यही।
All right, Aneri, in fact, joins us live on this story, on this complaint that the TTD has lodged with the police. Aneri, how soon are we going to see this converted into an FIR, given the fact that the government is backing a probe? And is the police probe going to be different than the investigation already being carried out by the government department itself?
Well, Abhishek, what we are seeing is that the TTD officials have now filed a complaint against the AR dairies which were supplying the ghee to the Tirumala temple back then during Jagan Mohan Reddy's government. And the SIT which is being formed, which will be investigating into the whole of this controversy of the laddu, of the Tirumala laddu, where we see that there was an adulterated ghee which was supplied. But now the this complaint to the police officials is regarding the AR dairies specifically. So on one side there will be a thorough investigation which will be done by the SIT team, and also the police officials will be investigating the AR dairies angle. So we'll have to see, as the TTD officials have already filed a complaint against the AR dairies. There will be an FIR which would be registered, and further investigation will be taken up by the police officials as well. And also on the other hand, the SIT team will also be investigating into whole of this matter as to where did it all start, and what was the purpose, what was the need for the Jagan government or the TTD board back then to change the conditions, the tender conditions, and also at the same time how did the adulterated ghee reach Tirumala? All of these things will be probed by the SIT as well.
Right, multiple investigations there now panning out in the Tirupati Laddu Rao. Thank you so much, Aneri, for joining us. Moving on, getting in some raw footage of coming in from Uttar Pradesh, where in Bahraich's Kaisarganj district, Tehsil, a bulldozer action was taken in Sarai Jagna village. Following a High Court order to demolish shops and houses built on government land. The administration has begun demolishing construction using bulldozers and had brought down 23 shops and houses today. Let's have a look at that raw footage. All right, some bulldozer justice still continues despite the Supreme Court asking not to do it. Moving on to some sports news. In an exclusive interview with our Sportfit, former India player Maninder Singh decoded the problems that have led to Virat Kohli's struggles against spin bowling. Here's that super exclusive interview with Rakshita. Listen in.
Kohli has recently struggled against spin. Any specific reason for that? And what would your suggestion be to Virat Kohli?
I'm a little surprised, the batsman of his caliber has been missing out some trick in the trade. Because it's not only left-arm spinners, he's struggled against the leg spin bowlers as well. He's struggled against the off spinners as well. And that surprises me because he's such a great batter. I thought that he would have, figured out what was wrong and why wasn't he doing too well against spin bowling, because he's such a brilliant player against fast bowling. So I think he needs to really go and play on scuffed up pitches, rough pitches, like what Sachin Tendulkar did. I think it was 1998 against Australia. He was in Chennai before the test match. He was there 5 days before the test match. He was making... he had L. Shiva Ramakrishnan. He made a rough outside the leg stump, bowling him around the wicket, and he mastered it. And then the way he mastered batting against Shane Warne in that test match and won us the test match, scoring that century in the second innings. I think Virat Kohli needs to do something like that when he's got off time. I mean, he works on his fitness a lot. This is some area, I feel, that if he starts batting on scuffed up pitches, he would really know what to do against spinners. Because seeing such a great batter struggling against spinners, it doesn't augur too well. And I'm a great fan of Virat Kohli, so I would really like him to, start doing things like that. Start practicing batting against spinners on bad tracks when he's practicing, so that when he gets those kind of tracks in the matches, he doesn't struggle.
Okay, one final question. Jadeja, Ashwin or Kuldeep? If you had to just field one spinner in your playing 11 for the BGT, who would that be?
See, as of now, I think, Indians, when they go abroad, they're looking for a spinner who could give them some runs as well. So it would be between Ashwin and Jadeja. It will be one of them. I don't think they're going to consider anybody else. But I would, to be very honest, knowing Gautam Gambhir, you could see Kuldeep Yadav playing there because he's a different breed. The Australians haven't played that kind of a bowler for quite some time now. And you don't get a lot of them in world cricket. So they could struggle. And on Australian pitches, the way Kuldeep Yadav bowls, he's going to get a lot of bounce because he started putting his body behind the ball. You never know. It might not be Ashwin. It might not be Jadeja. It could be Kuldeep Yadav. And as far as I know, Gautam Gambhir, the coach, when he was the captain also, he believed in having 5 bowlers. So it could be 3 seamers and 2 spinners. And one of the spinners could be Kuldeep Yadav along with either R. Ashwin or Jadeja.
to remind you that following this atrocious attack by Hamas, our cabinet said very clearly that we want to degrade completely the military capabilities of Hamas. We want to bring back our hostages.
How is 2024 any different than 2006?
So if you remember correctly, we did a limited military operation, but it ended with the UN Security Council Resolution 1701.
Correct.
We just made a strike.
So you've eliminated them?
We eliminated their elite force. We are not interfering in the politics of Lebanon. We just want peace on our border. We deserve that. The UN, an organization that is completely rigged by countries that are interested in their own interests but not in peace and stability, and they are willing to support all kinds of distorted resolutions that delegitimize the state of Israel.
Unmissable interview on This Is exclusive at 7 p.m.
Director, The Taste of Success.
Some more military diplomacy. The 8th edition of exercise Kaz in 2024, a joint military drill between India and Kazakhstan, will be held from September 30th to October 13 at the Surya Foreign Training Node in Uttarakhand. Aimed at enhancing interoperability between the Indian Army and the Kazakh forces, the exercise focuses on conducting sub-conventional operations under the UN mandate. This annual event fosters stronger military cooperation and deepens the long-standing friendship between the two nations. Here's a Nation Fast report.
Remind you that following this atrocious attack by Hamas, our cabinet said very clearly that we want to degrade completely the military capabilities of Hamas. We want to bring back our hostages.
How is 2024 any different than 2006?
So if you remember correctly, we did a limited military operation, but it ended with the UN Security Council Resolution 1701.
Correct.
We just made a strike.
So you've eliminated them?
We eliminated their elite force. We are not interfering in the politics of Lebanon. We just want peace on our border. We deserve that. The UN, an organization that is completely rigged by countries that are interested in their own interests but not in peace and stability, and they are willing to support all kinds of distorted resolutions that delegitimize the state of Israel.
Unmissable interview on This Is exclusive at 7 p.m.
पीओके से रेफ्यूजीज आए, सॉरी कश्मीरी पंडित्स के से जो मनमोहन सिंह जी ने वायदा किया था वो वायदा पूरा किया जाएगा.
Amid second phase of polling in Jammu and Kashmir, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi calls Kashmiri pundits as POK refugees in a slip-up. Jammu and Kashmir votes in second phase today. 46% voter turnout recorded till 3 p.m.
प्रसाद में आप बोल रहे कि एनिमल फैट आ गया तो गलत है, पर हम भी मानते गलत है, नहीं आना चाहिए. मगर यहाँ पर हमारे धर्म में ये तो वक्फ बोर्ड तो मुस्लिम धर्म का हिस्सा है.
AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi throws out bizarre analogy, compares Waqf amendment bill to adulterated laddu. Court orders Karnataka Lokayuk to probe against Siddaramaiah in Mudai scam case. Big Republic news break impact. TTD files a complaint against AR Dairy Foods Private Limited for supplying adulterated ghee. At United Nations Security Council, Ukraine President Zelensky invites India for second peace summit.
To end the war altogether, and I invite all of you, all principled nations, to join us in this process, all who truly respect the UN Charter. We invite China, we invite Brazil, I have already invited India.
All right, let's begin this bulletin with a breaking news development. Rahul Gandhi has slammed BJP MP Kangana Ranaut over farm loss. Rahul has said that Congress will not allow any conspiracy against farmers. He further said that this is BJP MP. And is PM Modi behind the Kisan policy? That's the question Rahul Gandhi has asked. Listen in.
ये आइडियाज को टेस्ट करते रहते हैं. ये किसी से कहते हैं कि आप ये आइडिया पब्लिक में रखिए और फिर रिएक्शन देखते हैं. यही हुआ है. उनके एक सांसद ने किसान कानून, जो काले कानून थे, उनको रिवाइव करने की बात की है. मोदी जी, आप क्लैरिफाई कीजिए, आप इसके खिलाफ हैं या आप फिर से बदमाशी कर रहे हैं? क्या वो किसान के कानून रिवाइव करेंगे या नहीं? और अगर करेंगे तो फिर मैं आपको गारंटी दे रहा हूं कि इंडिया गठबंधन पूरा इनके खिलाफ खड़ा हो जाएगा. 700 लोग शहीद हुए हैं, उनकी याद करनी है, उनकी रिस्पेक्ट करनी है. मोदी जी ने 2 मिनट मौन नहीं रखने दिया था. हम ये कभी नहीं भूलेंगे। ये बीजेपी के जो लोग होते हैं ये आइडियाज को टेस्ट करते रहते हैं। ये किसी से कहते हैं कि आप ये आइडिया पब्लिक में रखिए और फिर रिएक्शन देखते हैं। यही हुआ है। उनके एक सांसद ने किसान कानून, जो काले कानून थे, उनको रिवाइव करने की बात की है। मोदी जी, आप क्लैरिफाई कीजिए, आप इसके खिलाफ हैं या आप फिर से बदमाशी कर रहे हैं? क्या वो किसान के कानून रिवाइव करेंगे या नहीं? और अगर करेंगे तो फिर मैं आपको गारंटी दे रहा हूं कि इंडिया गठबंधन पूरा इनके खिलाफ खड़ा हो जाएगा। 700 लोग शहीद हुए हैं, उनकी याद करनी है, उनकी रिस्पेक्ट करनी है। मोदी जी ने 2 मिनट मौन नहीं रखने दिया था, हम ये कभी नहीं भूलेंगे।
Right, Rahul Gandhi shooting from the shoulders of Kangana Ranaut this time, the BJP MP from Mandi. Harsha joins us live. Harsha, Kangana Ranaut has already clarified that those are her personal views. The BJP has done a press conference suggesting the same, but Rahul Gandhi is still getting in, wading in. You think that he's doing this because in Punjab, what Kangana said, is still not being accepted as her personal views?
Abhishek, this is all driven by your politics, because as we very well know, there's elections in Haryana, and Rahul Gandhi factfully has stated in his statement that how Kangana is trying to, the Mandi MP, BJP MP Kangana is trying to strike a controversy by speaking against the farm laws which were repealed by the government, and then the government is planning to revive it. We very well know that Kangana Ranaut has already issued an apology and clearly stated that these were the remarks made by her in the personal reference. It has nothing to do with the BJP party. It's her personal opinion. Gaurav Bharti also stated about it. But we very well know that this is the politics which is being played by the opposition party, and especially the LOP, Rahul Gandhi, because they very well know what impact the farmers will be having, the vote bank will be having in Haryana election. And we know that how many farmers from Haryana also sat while they were protesting for the farmer laws. So this entire thing will have implication in the Haryana election, and it is the well-planned statement which Rahul Gandhi now has given, even after Kangana Ranaut has stated apology and given a public apology and stated that this is personal opinion and not the party's view. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Harsha. And we move on to the Jammu and Kashmir story. Ladies and gentlemen, 26 assembly segments voting. In fact, 54% voter turnout has been recorded till 5 p.m. and that's a breaking news development coming in. Remember, it had crossed 45% till 3 p.m. and 54% now. 9% voting happening in the last 2 hours. That gives you an idea of the kind of enthusiasm that's there amongst the electorate in Jammu and Kashmir to stand up and be counted. This election, which is happening after a gap of 10 years. In fact, we earlier had pictures of foreign diplomats in a tour of Srinagar to many polling stations, and they are seeing for themselves how free and fair exercise of franchise is happening in Jammu and Kashmir. Of course, they have only traveled to Kashmir because of logistical reasons. And this is a breaking news development coming in. 54% voter turnout recorded in J&K till 5 p.m. We'll go to our reporters on the ground and try to understand whether this is closer to historical numbers. And Arawat is joining us live from Dal Lake. Arawat, you earlier spoke to the foreign diplomats who are visiting, but now the important story is that 54% mark has been reached in terms of voting in Jammu and Kashmir by 5 p.m. From where you are reporting in the valley, is more polling going to happen? And by the time everything ends, you think this can cross the 60% mark? In which case, you think is it going to be more than the general elections which were held up a few months back?
Yeah, Abhishek, absolutely. We are here at the Zadibal constituency, and we have seen that the people are still coming out from their homes. So it may expect that nearly 60% voting may be recorded. But as of now, we have seen that 54% have been recorded so far. In fact, my Vijay is showing you the visuals from the Zadibal constituency, and here you can see here the visuals, all the security arrangements that we are watching from the morning, that everything is being monitored continuously. But we have seen that the people who earlier used to be the part of the violence now changed, have the mindsets, and now they are taking part in the ballot box. Earlier we have seen, before the abrogation of Article 370, there used to be the various kind of disturbance in the Kashmir Valley, but things have changed on ground now. The youth of Kashmir want development, and they want big and mega projects like rest of the India. And we have also spoke to the various people for completely whole day from the Srinagar to other outskirt areas, but all the people want the development of the Kashmir Valley, as we have also met the foreign delegations, and they have told us that they are highly impressed with the pink polling stations, which are especially for the women polling stations in the Srinagar Valley. As well as we have seen right now, here we are standing here in the Zadibal area. You can see here the everything is being monitored by the CCTV surveillance. As you can see here, the security persons are guarding outside the polling station, and this is the last hour of the polling, and the polling which started this morning at the 7 a.m. and which is still going on in the various parts of the, and we have seen the reports are coming to us that the various queues in the outskirts of the Srinagar are still, if we'll talk about the Gandarbal and the other areas in the Chardura or Badgam, there are long queues as of now. As we have seen, it indicates that the polling percentage may cross 60% or it may go to nearly 58%. Yeah, Abhishek.
All right, so secular voting taking place in terms of the high voter turnout. Let's get a sense from the Jammu side. Also, Gursimran joins us. Gursimran, I believe you are in Nowshera. And can we say that like in the valley, so in the Jammu region, the voter enthusiasm is high? And what's the update like of the last 2 hours?
See, Abhishek, if we speak of the last 2 hours, the polling percentage has come from, it was 36% in the initial 6 hours, that is starting from the 7 in the morning to 1, it was 36. It has picked up in the Jammu region by double percentage in the last 4 hours, 4 hours, the digits have surpassed the 72% in the Jammu region, because all 3 districts have surpassed the 75% mark, the mark of the voting, that is the poll percentage. Maximum voting has been recorded in the Gulabgarh, where it has already surpassed the 77% voting, while in the Poonch, Surankot has been the one that is leading with over 75%. In the Nowshera constituency, it is close to 69%. In the Shri Mata Vaishno Devi constituency, it has also surpassed 75%. So in Jammu, it is somewhere close to 70%. It has reached by 5 in the evening. There is 1 hour left. It is expected that it will rise by 2 or 3%, but on the overall, the rise is expected on the similar lines like it was in the first phase, that from 58.5% it went on to 61%. So a 3% difference is expected, that is from 54 to 57, 58 is what the Election Commission is expecting, that it will be somewhere here. It will not break the record of the first phase of the polling, but this time the constituencies that have gone to polling, they have recorded meager polling last time when the assembly polls were held, because in 2014, if we speak of the poll percentage of the Rajouri, it did not surpass the 70% mark. This time it has already surpassed the 75%. Same is the case with the Poonch district, where it was 65, now it has crossed the 75% mark. Katra has been doing well in the last elections as well. They were somewhere close to 75% polling, and this time also they have surpassed the 75% mark. Abhishek.
All right, Gursimran, one more question. Omar Abdullah has panned Rahul Gandhi for focusing more on Kashmir side rather than Jammu side, where more seats of the Congress are there to contest. You think the Congress campaign on the ground did not pick up, and Omar is suspecting or apprehending rather that the Congress might not do well in the Jammu region?
Abhishek, if we go by the ground reports, probably that was the sole reason for the statement that has come from the Omar Abdullah also, because Congress is missing the kind of campaign they actually needed on ground. Reason being that the Congress star campaigners were missing from the ground. The Congress had an opportunity to use the anti-incumbency against the BJP because it was more in the Jammu region. The Congress could have used it there, but they failed to, and that is why the BJP's graph has taken a next level. Because see, none of the Congress leaders has been doing more than a couple of rallies a day, and if you go to the BJP, their campaign is managed in such a manner that their leaders are doing 5 to 7 rallies a day. Tomorrow it is Yogi Adityanath and Amit Shah doing 8 rallies in Jammu, only in the Jammu region. That is for the rest of the seats in the Jammu, Kathua, Samba and Udhampur that are going to polls. In the third phase, they are doing 8 rallies tomorrow. So this shows that the BJP has picked up its pace in the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly elections, but the Congress failed to do so. There has not been any of the major name, even Priyanka Gandhi, who was supposed to do a couple of rallies, she is yet to enter the political arena in the Jammu region. So this has been actually felt by the workers on ground and also by the Alliance Partner National Conference. Abhishek.
All right, let's go back to Arawat. In fact, in the valley, he's reporting from outside around the Dal Lake. And Arawat, coming back to you, the campaign was vibrant, and for the first time perhaps the people in Jammu and Kashmir, particularly in the case of the valley, have more choices than they ever had in the history of the former state and now union territories elections. You think that is going to have a bearing on the results? Is it impacting the voter choice and the voting that's happening today, Arawat?
Yeah, absolutely, Abhishek. In fact, we have interacted with the many voters today. In fact, they have told that earlier we have seen that the National Conference, PDP and the Congress only here in the Kashmir Valley, but the things have changed on the ground now. Independent candidates and other national parties are taking part in the elections. It indicates that the youngsters have changed their mindset. Now they are all set to make successful to some other candidates also in the Kashmir Valley. And we have seen earlier they were having the dynasty politics here in the Kashmir Valley, Muftis and Abdullahs. Now the youth of Kashmir have told us that they have changed their mindsets because of the earlier they used to do boycotts, and there were very limited political parties and non-local candidates from Kashmir were not taking part in the ballot process because of the election boycott. At the same time, I will also try to mention that how things have changed in the Kashmir Valley. We have earlier seen that there was a hartal call on the day of the election. But if my vision can pan camera to this side, you can see how the traffic is going absolutely very well. Everything is being done properly. And you can see earlier there is no curfew, no hartal call by any separatist group. In fact, Jamaat-e-Islamiyah and Hurriyat separatists are also taking part in the various locations from the Kashmir Valley. And you can see openly everything is normal in the Kashmir Valley. There is no hartal. It indicates that after the abrogation of Article 370, peace process has begun in the Kashmir Valley. And we have seen in the first place that the good voter turnout has taken place, and we have expect that once again in the second phase, same good number of voter turnout will take place. Back to you, Abhishek.
Thank you so much, Arawat, with that perspective. But staying with the story, friends, Omar Abdullah earlier in the day speaking in North Kashmir, where campaigning is still going on, mentioned how the Congress party and Rahul Gandhi were not focusing on the Jammu region where they have more seats to contest and hoped that the Congress picks up its campaign. Let's listen in. Is there a rift between the allies? Let's listen in to Omar Abdullah.
बड़ी अच्छी बात है ना, good. I hope that after Rahul is done campaigning in 1 or 2 seats in Kashmir, he focuses in Jammu. Ultimately, what the Congress does in Kashmir is not that important. What the Congress does in Jammu is important. And unfortunately, Congress hasn't done as much in the plains of Jammu as we would expect them to do. The lion's share of the seats that the alliance gave in Jammu was to the Congress party. Yet the Congress's campaign in Jammu is yet to begin, and there are only 5 days of campaigning. So I hope that after Rahul is done campaigning on this one seat in the valley, the Congress focuses all its attention in the plains of Jammu. Badi achhi baat hai na, good. I hope that after Rahul is done campaigning in 1 or 2 seats in Kashmir, he focuses in Jammu. Ultimately, what the Congress does in Kashmir is not that important. What the Congress does in Jammu is important. And unfortunately, Congress hasn't done as much in the plains of Jammu as we would expect them to do. The lion's share of the seats that the alliance gave in Jammu was to the Congress party. Yet the Congress's campaign in Jammu is yet to begin, and there are only 5 days of campaigning. So I hope that after Rahul is done campaigning on this one seat in the valley, the Congress focuses all its attention in the plains of Jammu.
All right, getting some breaking news development coming in. Russia has backed India's UNSC seat bid. The United Nations Security Council is up for expansion, and Russia becomes the latest country now to be backing India's membership of the UNSC. Permanent seat, obviously, because there is momentum going now. We had the United States and its Secretary of State Antony Blinken earlier speaking of the same at the UNGA, and now Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has said the same. Listen in to him.
We always support India and Brazil's legitimate aspirations to enter the Security Council. At the same time, African aspirations must be satisfied too. Africa has collective positions that we respect, but we need to set a limit for additional seats. We always support India and Brazil's legitimate aspirations to enter the Security Council. At the same time, African aspirations must be satisfied too. Africa has collective positions that we respect, but we need to set a limit for additional seats.
To remind you that following this atrocious attack by Hamas, our cabinet said very clearly that we want to degrade completely the military capabilities of Hamas. We want to bring back our hostages.
How is 2024 any different than 2006?
So if you remember correctly, we did a limited military operation, but it ended with the UN Security Council Resolution 1701.
Correct.
We just made a strike.
So you've eliminated them?
We eliminated their elite force. We are not interfering in the politics of Lebanon. We just want peace on our border. We deserve that. The UN, an organization that is completely rigged by countries that are interested in their own interests, but not in peace and stability. And they are willing to support all kinds of distorted resolutions that delegitimize the state of Israel.
Unmissable interview on This Is exclusive at 7 p.m.
Amid the row of Tirupati Laddu, the Odisha government has decided to conduct a quality check of the ghee used in the Puri Jagannath temple. Puri's district collector Siddharth Shankar stated that the administration will test the quality of the ghee being used for the preparation of the Kotha Bhog. He further noted that the state-run Odisha Milk Federation is the only supplier of ghee for the temple. BJP leaders marched from the KK guest house to Karnataka's chief minister's residence, demanding his resignation over the Mudai scam. Police detained the BJP workers. This comes after Siddaramaiah stated that he has no plans to step down. Snehamayi Krishna's lawyers will submit High Court's order dismissing Chief Minister's writ petition. Justice M.S. Ramachandra Rao took oath as Chief Justice of the Jharkhand High Court, administered by the Jharkhand Governor at Raj Bhavan. Chief Minister Hemant Soren, his cabinet colleagues and several other judges attended the ceremony. Justice Rao, who previously headed the Himachal Pradesh High Court, has now assumed his role as Chief Justice of Jharkhand. Former Chief Minister of Delhi wrote a letter to RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat posing questions ranging from Modi's retirement to the misuse of investigative agencies. Kejriwal raised 5 probing questions to the leaders. On the occasion of 10 years of Make in India, Prime Minister Narendra Modi praised the decade-long success of the initiative and committed to making India a powerhouse of manufacturing and innovation. Meanwhile, Piyush Goyal highlighted that since the launch of the initiative, imports of mobiles have declined by around 85%. The Climate and Health Solutions India Conclave begins today. This two-day event is organized by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare in partnership with the Asian Development Bank, focusing on policy evolution and ecosystem development to create a sustainable, climate-resilient health sector. Well, more reports from Jammu and Kashmir elections. Ruckus happened at the Nowshera polling station as National Conference alleged that their candidate was being denied permission to photograph the EVM, which had ink on the BJP symbol. Additionally, the INC claimed slow polling in the Nowshera constituency, leading to high voltage drama as the NC raised objections to the ECI's conduct. Let's have a look at this report.
As the second phase of elections in Jammu and Kashmir got underway, Nowshera was in the headlines. First, the National Conference alleged slow polling and raised objection against the EC officials.
ये देखिए यहाँ पे सिक्योरिटी जो लगी है इनका इंचार्ज है मिस्टर विकास ढिलन के क्या नाम है देखना नाम क्या है इसका है विकास दमन है ये ऐसा ही है और इनकी जो एसएसपी का काम थोड़ा है कि यहाँ पे आई कार्ड चेक करना आई कार्ड तो हमने चेक करना वो पहली बात है अगर लोगों के पास आई कार्ड नहीं है तो ये कसूर किसका है बीएलओ का आपके उसका स्टाफ का आरओ की गलती है लोगों को इन्फॉर्म करना चाहिए था आपने अवेयर क्यों नहीं किया लोगों को ये इतनी लगे देखो लेडीज खड़ी हैं जेंट्स खड़े हैं लाइनों में खड़े हैं गर्मी में खड़े हैं ना तो टेंट लगाया इनके लिए टेंट किसने लगाया इलेक्शन कमीशन लगाया इतना पैसा आता है किस लिए आता है ना कोई टेंट लगाया ना कुछ लगाया और यहाँ पे आप लोगों को कह रहे हो जी आई कार्ड देखो वहाँ से मशीनें स्लो हैं ये तो धांधली शरेआम धांधली है
A few hours later, a scuffle broke out between the polling agents of National Conference and the BJP.
People have queued up in the large numbers. What NC is saying that there has been delay in the polling that has led to these long queues as only 50 votes have been casted in the first 2 hours. But the people have lined up in the large numbers that you see, what shows that the people are turning out in the large numbers to cast their vote. This is going to be a high-profile seat because on the one hand is Ravinder Raina, the BJP state chief, who won from this constituency with a margin of 10,000 votes in 2014. On the other hand, it is NC Congress candidate, the Alliance candidate Surendra Chaudhary. Yes.
As the temperatures rise in battleground Jammu and Kashmir, it's clearly a high-stakes battle.
I want to remind you that following this atrocious attack by Hamas, our cabinet said very clearly that we want to degrade completely the military capabilities of Hamas. We want to bring back our hostages.
How is 2024 any different than 2006?
So if you remember correctly, we did a limited military operation, but it ended with the UN Security Council Resolution 1701.
Correct.
We just made a strike.
So you've eliminated them?
We eliminated their elite force. We are not interfering in the politics of Lebanon. We just want peace on our border. We deserve that. UN, an organization that is completely rigged by countries that are interested in their own interests, but not in peace and stability. And they are willing to support all kinds of distorted resolutions that delegitimize the state of Israel.
Unmissable interview on This Is exclusive at 7 p.m.
A very good evening, viewers. It's 6 p.m. and this is your one-stop destination for all the stories from the length and breadth of the nation, where we get you the top stories. And the focus is also on Jammu and Kashmir, where the voter turnout has breached the 54% mark till 5 p.m. Along with this, we'll also tell you about the Waqf Amendment Bill face-off. Kiran Rijiju has hailed the JPC for its thorough hearings, and he has also said that the hearings will conclude before the winter session. We'll get you all the latest updates on that. And how can we forget the Muda scam? Today as well, after the Karnataka High Court, today a special court has also ordered the Mysuru Lokayukta police to file an FIR in the Muda scam case and carry out the investigation. And finally, Sandeep Ghosh's deleted WhatsApp chats have now been recovered by the CBI. One particular chat that is under the scanner, which directly links him to the murder. We'll get you all those updates as well. But first, a quick look at the headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Jammu and Kashmir votes in second phase today. 54% recorded till 5 p.m.
प्रसाद में आप बोल रहे कि एनिमल फैट आ गया, तो गलत है बोल, हम भी मानते गलत है, नहीं आना चाहिए। मगर यहाँ पर हमारे धर्म में ये तो वक्फ बोर्ड तो मुस्लिम धर्म का हिस्सा है।
Owaisi draws a bizarre analogy, compares Waqf Amendment Bill to adulterated Tirupati Laddu. Another blow to Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Lokayukta has been ordered to probe the Muda case. FIR will be filed by the Mysuru Lokayukta police. Ex-Ajikar principal Sandeep Ghosh, his WhatsApp chats have now been recovered by the CBI, lens on his links to the murder. Court gives nod to probe team to conduct a brain mapping and polygraph test on accused police officer Deena Krishna Mishra. The polygraph test will be conducted in Gujarat.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
First up, viewers, polling for phase 2 of the high-stakes Jammu and Kashmir Assembly elections is currently underway across 26 constituencies across 6 districts, with overall turnout recorded at 54% till about 5 p.m. Long queues were witnessed outside polling booths in the ongoing second phase of polling, which will seal the fates of 230 high-profile candidates, including the former Chief Minister Omar Abdullah and Mohammad Altaf Bukhari, among the others. Meanwhile, a high-level delegation of the foreign diplomats also arrived in Srinagar to take a first-hand experience of the polling in the valley for the first time since the abrogation of Article 370, and they're quite impressed on what they saw on Ground Zero. Here's the report.
Brisk polling was underway in phase 2 of the ongoing Jammu and Kashmir Assembly election in 26 constituencies spread across 6 districts. Long queues were spotted outside most polling booths as voters gathered to exercise their franchisee. The ongoing phase 2 of polling in the valley will seal the fates of 239 candidates, including former Chief Minister Omar Abdullah and Jammu and Kashmir APNA Dal Chief Mohammad Altaf Bukhari.
The large number of women voters, they have also come up to cast their votes, and also the male voters, they have also turned up in the large numbers. We'll try to speak to some of the women also that what are their issues. Madam, क्या issues हैं जिनको लेकर वोट करेंगे, मतलब क्या issues?
हाँ, जैसे देखो ना आजकल अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट कितना है, ठीक है, किस तरह से है, और हम ये रोड के रिलेटेड इश्यूज हैं हमारे कितने बने हुए हैं, तो जॉब के रिलेटेड तो आजकल इतना लोग एजुकेटेड हैं, बच्चे यूथ एजुकेटेड है, लेकिन उनको जॉब के प्रोवाइड ही नहीं है, ठीक है, और भी बहुत सारे इश्यूज हैं जो हम मतलब वोट कास्ट करके आपने.
So you see that the employment remains to be the key issue. They are saying that it is one of those issues, and also the daily facilities that they need, that are the issues.
मुबारकबादी जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों को ये उनकी अनथक कोशिश का नतीजा है कि आज एक बार फिर वो जमहूरियत का सूरज देखने निकले हैं.
Even as the polling was underway, a high-level delegation of foreign diplomats arrived in Srinagar to get a right-side experience of the Festival of Democracy in the Valley for the first time since the revocation of Article 370. The diplomats, belonging to 16 foreign missions including the US, European Union and Australia, visited several booths where they were pictured interacting with the voters and even clicking selfies with them. However, their visit drew censure from Omar, who questioned why the centre was hosting the same people in the valley whom they accuse of meddling in the country's internal affairs when they speak up on J&K. Calling it a guided tour aimed at winning global praise, the former CM also questioned why independent foreign journalists weren't brought instead.
डेलीगेशन के हवाले से समझ में नहीं आता, यही लोग जब जम्मू कश्मीर के बारे में कमेंट करते हैं तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की तरफ से बयान आता है कि जम्मू कश्मीर जो है वो हमारा अंदरूनी मामला है, इस पे दूसरों की दखल नहीं होनी चाहिए. अगर दखल नहीं होनी चाहिए, अगर इनके कमेंट्स आपको नहीं चाहिए, तो इनको यहाँ लाया क्यों जा रहा है?
Even as polling proceeded peacefully, the returning officer at the booth in Budgam claimed that his vote had already been cast. However, the official said that the claim was false, as the person concerned did not have a voter slip on his person. He was allowed to vote later after he produced his voter's slip.
क्या हुआ था, ये जब वोट डालने आया है तो आई डोंट नो ये क्यों कह रहा है कि मेरा वोट पहले से डाला हुआ है. इसको किसी ने नहीं कहा आपका वोट डाला हुआ है। मैंने खुद इलेक्टोरल जो हमारी मार्क और गाफी होती है वो खुद चेक की। इसके पास वोटर स्लिप नहीं थी, कुछ नहीं थी। ऑब्वियसली पीओ विल आस्क।
Meanwhile, Chief Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar came out in praise of the turnout in the second phase, saying that the areas that never voted before were witnessing long queues outside the polling booths.
ये बहुत दूर तक जाएगी इसकी आवाज़। अभी काफ़ी समय तक ये सुना जाएगा कि देखा जाएगा। ये इबारत लिखेगा अपनी खुद से। और आज बस इतना ही जहाँ दिखाने के लिए आप लोगों को बुलाया था। We are very, very happy that the voting is taking place in entire valley and in Jammu with extreme fervor and enthusiasm.
Even amidst controversies, the poll pulse on the ground zero remains high.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जनता का जबरदस्त समर्थन मिला है। जम्मू कश्मीर में दूसरे चरण के मतदान में लंबी लंबी कतारों में सुबह से ही मतदाता निकले हैं। मुझे विश्वास है कि जम्मू कश्मीर की जनता दिल खोलकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में मतदान करेगी। मोदी साहब के पक्ष में मतदान होगा और जम्मू कश्मीर के साथ साथ नौशहरा में भी कमल का फूल खिलेगा।
With the polling peaceful and robust, the big question now is, will the people's vote choose change over status quo?
Moving on, viewers, a woman in Patashpur of Bengal was allegedly beaten, assaulted and also stripped and paraded by villagers in a kangaroo court style after she was accused of theft. Now, the victim is critically injured and is currently undergoing treatment and has also denied allegations of theft, claiming that the police involvement in the assault. And she also said that this is a very shocking state of affairs in West Bengal. Listen in.
Stripped, put in a rice sack and assaulted mercilessly. These are the visuals from Patashpur in Bengal.
বাড়ি পাশে ব্যাটা এসে বলছে তুমি এক্ষুনি গেছিলে ওদের বাড়িতে গিয়ে ওদের বাড়িতে একজন দিদা হয় ওকে মেরে তুমি ওদের গয়না নিয়ে চলে এসছো বলতে আমি আমার শাশুড়ি মাকে নিয়ে ওদের বাড়িতে যাই ওদের বাড়িতে যেতেই আমার শাশুড়ি মাকে বের করে দিয়ে মারধর শুরু করে পুরো 4টা থেকে 6টা পর্যন্ত ওরা মারতে শুরু করে।
A woman suspected of theft was allegedly thrashed by villagers in a kangaroo court style punishment.
এটা আমরা ভেরিফাই করব এখনো পর্যন্ত এরকম কিছু নাই আর যদি এরকম भी কিছু থাকবে তো আমরা তো আইন যে হিসাবে আইন কাজ করে সেভাবে আইন কাজ করব না এটা আমরাকে ভেরিফাই করতে হবে এখনো পর্যন্ত আমরা তো অভিযোগ পেয়েছি অভিযোগ হিসাবে আমরা আইন মোতাবেক ব্যবস্থা নেব আমার কাছে যে অভিযোগপত্র আছে ওই এখনো পর্যন্ত এরকম কিছু নেই যদি এরকম কিছু থাকবে আমরা নিশ্চয়ই আইন মোতাবেক ব্যবস্থা নেব যে যার মধ্যে গন্ডগোল হয়েছে ওনারা প্রতিবেশী দে আর নেবার্স তো কি নিয়ে সমস্যা হয়েছিল কি নিয়ে গন্ডগোল হয়েছে কি নিয়ে ওর মধ্যে মারপিট হয়েছে সেটা আমাকে তদন্তে এসে সেটা তদন্ত মধ্যে জানা যাবে ওনার কাছে হাফ হার যে আছে হাফকে একটা টুকরা পাওয়া গেছে সেই হিসাবে আমরা তদন্তকে আগে বাড়াচ্ছি
Minor allegedly assaulted by lab technician in Howrah. On duty nurse allegedly assaulted at Swasthya Kendra. Minor assaulted by TMC linked man. Minor allegedly raped in Krishnaganj Bhajanghat area. Minor allegedly assaulted in Holdibari block. And none of these are mere isolated incidents. To Uttar Dinajpur and now Patashpur, the law and order apparatus under Mamata rule remains in a sorry state.
Meanwhile, trouble continues to mount for former Arjikar principal Sandeep Ghosh after the CBI retrieved several deleted messages from his phone. And according to top sources who are privy to the ongoing CBI probe, one of the recovered messages had decidedly threatening tone as it read, and I quote, "The girl is going too far." While it hasn't been determined yet if the girl in the message was Abhaya or not, questions are being raised if it was a broad hint of what befell the junior doctor at Arjikar on August 9th. Here's the story.
The news tightened further around arrested former Arjikar principal Sandeep Ghosh after the CBI retrieved messages that he deleted from his mobile phone. According to top sources privy to the ongoing CBI probe, one of the messages had a distinctly threatening tone, chillingly bearing a broad hint of what befell here on August 9th. The message in Bangla read, "Meta khub badabari korche," loosely translated to, "The girl is going too far." According to sources, the CBI suspect that Ghosh may have learnt that Abhaya knew all about the glaring irregularities and misdeeds at the hospital during his tenure as the Arjikar principal and was scared. Sources said that the central probe team had gone through the messages and there are questions if a brutal rape and murder was a punishment for digging into Ghosh's misdeeds at Arjikar.
What information do you have about what was going on in the Arjikar hospital and what has led to this particular crime?
He is a criminal. He is not doctor. He is a criminal and he is running. He used to run a mafia raj in Arjikar Medical College and Hospital. He malpracticed by illegal trafficking of biomedical waste, like use syringe, use needle, use rubber gloves, use saline bottle, like this. And not this is, he also runs a mafia raj because he used to spoil some of the student. And he targeted some student could not complete his internship completion certificate because Sandeep Ghosh targeted those students as Sandeep Ghosh wants to be a more powerful, and for the sake of money he did a lot of irregularities, including donating of dead bodies for workshop. And he used to sell dead body also. I filed a PIL against him in 2024. I exposed him and made complaint before the Anti-Corruption Bureau as Vigilance Commission, but no action was taken against him.
Further, according to the sources, Abhaya had complained to the former Arjikar principal about quality of medicines at the hospital. She later took it up with the authorities concerned after getting no response from Ghosh on her complaint. Further, according to top sources, Ghosh threatened Abhaya after she lodged a complaint with him over the substandard medicines. She was put on a punishing shift for 36 hours straight and threatened that she would be failed in her exam. Amid the lens on Ghosh, corruption charges have now come to the fore against TMC MLA Sudipta Roy. A close acquaintance of Sandeep Ghosh, Roy is the president of the West Bengal Medical Council, while also holding charge of the Patients' Welfare Committees at Arjikar and the Calcutta National Medical College. Meanwhile, Ghosh's name continued to be featured prominently on the official website of the West Bengal Medical Council, raising fresh questions on the state's continuing patronage of the arrested Arjikar rape and murder accused. As the fresh revelations jolt the former Arjikar principal, the key question is the CBI close to establishing a motive for the cover-up?
Viewers, the political heat is rising as Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has found himself in the hot waters over the Muda land scam, with a special court now ordering a Lokayukta probe, and the Mysuru police are all set to submit their findings within 3 months. The pressure continues to mount on Siddaramaiah from all sides. The BJP has demanded his resignation, But Siddaramaya's deputy has defended him. Here's a detailed report.
With every passing day, the news continues to tighten on Chief Minister Siddaramaya regarding the Muda land scam. Reacting to a special court ordering a Lokayuta police station investigation into the Muda land scam, CM Siddaramaya said that he is ready to face the probe.
BJP is trying to dislodge our government through money power and also through Operation Kamala, but they could not succeed. ಯಾಕೆ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಡಿ? ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರಾ? ಬೇಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ? ಅಲ್ಲ ಬೇಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾರಪ್ಪ, ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳಿ, ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳ್ರಿ. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿರೋದು ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ನಲ್ಲೇ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ನೀನು ಕೇಳೋದು. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು, ಬಿಡು. ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ, ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಫೇಸ್ ದೆಮ್ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲಿ.
The Mysuru District Police of the Lokayuta has been tasked with probing the Muda scam and are ready to submit a report within 3 months. The Prime Minister, while campaigning in Haryana, also took a dig at the Congress's South Indian bastion's Supremo Siddaramaya.
कांग्रेस के मुख्यमंत्री उन पर जमीन घोटाले के आरोप लगे हैं। हाईकोर्ट ने भी उनको एक और डंडा मारा और कल ही हाईकोर्ट ने साफ साफ कहा कि जांच के आदेश सही है।
Reacting to Prime Minister Modi's remarks, Karnataka Home Minister G. Parameshwara hit out at the BJP.
While respecting the judiciary, we are not happy about the judgment, because when there is no involvement directly by the Honorable Chief Minister, there is no order done by the Chief Minister, there is no signature on any documentation.
There seems to be no end to the political tussle unfolding over the Muda scam. The BJP has been stern in demanding Siddaramaya's resignation, while they are all set to stage protests tomorrow.
हमारा पादयात्रा का परिणाम आज राज्य के उच्च न्यायालय और आज स्पेशल कोर्ट, जो विशेष कोर्ट है, दोनों कोर्ट का जो ऑर्डर निकल चुका है, दोनों चीफ मिनिस्टर सिद्धरामैया के खिलाफ है। इन्वेस्टिगेशन करना है, ये आदेश निकल चुका है आज। सो इसलिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी और जेडीएस दोनों मिलकर कल भी हम प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे।
Soon after, Karnataka Deputy CM D.K. Shivakumar alleged double standards being displayed by the Bharatiya Janata Party.
See, investigation has been ordered by the court. Let investigation take up. There are charge sheet against various ministers, MLAs of BJP government also in the entire country. Why they are not demanding the resignation of them?
As the political tussle continues to mount in the wake of the Muda scam, all eyes on the Lokayuta police station investigation that is all set to deep dig.
Viewers, the Union Minister Kiran Rijiju has hailed the JPC for its thorough deliberations in the Waqf bill face-off, and in the meanwhile, the face-off has reached a new flashpoint wherein the AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi has drawn parallels with the Tirupati Laddu Rao. Here's what we're talking about.
The bitter political slugfest over the Waqf reform bill was back in focus after AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi unleashed a fiery verbal assault on the BJP and RSS. Addressing a press briefing, Owaisi accused the BJP and RSS of falsely claiming that the Waqf properties belonged to the government and were not privately owned. Drawing a direct parallel between the Waqf board and the Tirupati Tirumala Devasthanam, the AIMIM questioned why the former should allow outsiders when the TTD does not. He also claimed that a propaganda is being peddled that the Waqf holds 9,40,000 acres of land across the country, adding that it was merely the custodian of donated properties.
ये जो नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार है, वो वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को बचाने के लिए, वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज़ को डेवलप करने के लिए, वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज़ में एफिशिएंसी लाने के लिए ये बिल नहीं लाई है। ये बिल इसलिए लाया गया है ताकि हमेशा के लिए वक्फ बोर्ड को ख़त्म कर दिया जाए।
Meanwhile, Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju said the JPC, which is currently deliberating on the Waqf bill, has so far received over 1 crore representations on the draft piece of legislation. The Union Minister added that most of the representations received were positive.
वक्फ अमेंडमेंट बिल तो आप लोग को पता है पेश किया है, अब जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी के पास गए हैं और हम चाहते हैं कि ये विंटर सेशन आते आते
Visuals coming in from 7 LKM where the Prime Minister is interacting with the World Chess Olympiads. There you see, viewers, these are the 4 winners from the Chess Olympiad. D. Gukesh, he helped the men's team win gold along with Arjun Erigaisi, who is another skilled chess player who was part of the men's team that helped win the double gold. And it's not just the men, but even the girls as well have done well in the Chess Olympiad. Harika Dronavalli and Divya Deshmukh have also scripted history by winning a historic double gold for India on the global platform. There you see the Prime Minister there sharing some light moments with the delegation, the chess team that went for the World Chess Olympiad. And these are the visuals of a quick chess game with the Prime Minister along with the Chess Olympiad Grandmasters. Well, viewers, that's all we could pack for you in this edition of Across the Republic. Stay tuned for more live and breaking news updates on the other side.
वीडियो मारते ಎಲ್ಲ वीडियो मारे अम्मा यहाँ के पूरे शहर तक क्यों
The murder mystery of a Nepali woman named as Mahalakshmi has sent shockwaves through the city. Since her mother and elder sister saw her maggot-infested body, which was chopped into 50 pieces and was stuffed inside a refrigerator in her own house. This reminds us of Shraddha Walkar case in Delhi. Shraddha Walkar was a 28-year-old girl who was murdered by her own boyfriend, whose name was Aftab, and her body was cut into 35 pieces. Here, the lady named as Mahalakshmi, it is said that a person who was in friendship with her was murdered her, but the police have not concluded anything. Her estranged husband named as Hemant Das suspects the involvement of a barber who is from Uttarakhand who used to work in Nelamangala. It is said that he suspects that the barber was in an affair with Mahalakshmi. The husband, estranged husband, says, I got to know that she was in an affair with a man who is from Uttarakhand and working in a saloon in Nelamangala. And this Hemant Das also says that he came to know about this affair in April-May. And after that, Hemant Das, who owns a mobile accessory shop, has also lodged a complaint against Mahalakshmi, and he starts staying away from Mahalakshmi. And he also says that Mahalakshmi used to frequently harass him for money, and many incidents of domestic violence has also happened between them. And he also says that Mahalakshmi used to visit him once in a month to see her daughter. Their 4-year-old daughter used to live with Hemant Das. And Mahalakshmi used to live separately from Hemant Das in Vayali Kaval. Hemant Das used to live in Nelamangala. And later on, he suspects that a guy named as Ashraf, who was from Uttarakhand, who is a barber, who was in an affair with Mahalakshmi, has involved in the murder. And the incident came to limelight when Mahalakshmi's mother and her elder sister was informed by the building owner saying that bad odor is coming out of her apartment. And later on, when mother and sister opened the door of the house, they found that Mahalakshmi's body was chopped into pieces and was stuffed inside the refrigerator. But there was no blood stains found in the house. Police suspect that
This is Republic Kuchina Studio, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates. I am Shivangi Shukla. Let's get started.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
पीओके से रेफ्यूजीज आए, सॉरी कश्मीरी पंडित्स के से जो मनमोहन सिंह जी ने वायदा किया था वो वायदा पूरा किया जाएगा.
Amid the second phase of elections in Jammu and Kashmir, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi refers to Kashmiri Pandits as POK refugees and then corrects himself. Jammu and Kashmir votes in the second phase to date. 54% voter turnout recorded till 5 p.m.
प्रसाद में आप बोल रहे कि एनिमल फैट आ गया तो गलत है, पर हम भी मानते गलत है, नहीं आना चाहिए. मगर यहाँ पर हमारे धर्म में ये तो वक्फ बोर्ड तो मुस्लिम धर्म का हिस्सा है.
AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi throws a bizarre analogy, compares the Waqf amendment bill to adulterated laddus at Tirupati. Court orders Karnataka Lokayukta investigation against Sidramaya in the Muda land scam case. It's a big Republic Newsbreak impact. Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam Trust files a complaint against AR Dairy Food Private Limited for supplying adulterated ghee that included pork fat, beef tallow in it.
To end the war altogether, and I invite all of you, all principled nations, to join us in this process, all who truly respect the UN Charter. We invite China, we invite Brazil, I have already invited India.
At the UN Security Council, Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky invites India for the second peace summit.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Getting some breaking news right now. After the Tirupati Laddu controversy, ladies and gentlemen, measures taken by different states, different chief ministers. Yogi Adityanath earlier condemned the mixing of human waste in food, ordered a thorough investigation of all food establishments in Uttar Pradesh. Vice President of India, Jagdeep Dhankar, has now lauded the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath's action, saying that UP has transformed into Uttam Pradesh due to the synergy between the Prime Minister Modi's vision and the Chief Minister of UP, Yogi Adityanath's execution. Jagdeep Dhankar was in UP today. He was at the Noida Expo, where he spoke earlier today. Listen in to that response that came in.
Friends, the synergy between Prime Minister of India, his vision, coupled with the Honorable Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi's execution, sharp execution which has no accommodation for corruption, no tolerance for inefficiency. This has transformed Uttar Pradesh into Uttam Pradesh. And the sustained efforts of Yogi ji are leading to another milestone development and achievement, soothing to the entire nation. Uttar Pradesh is fast becoming Uttam Pradesh of the country.
All right, getting in this soundbite that came in from Rahul Gandhi earlier today in poll-bound Jammu and Kashmir. Second phase of elections on in Jammu and Kashmir, which has once again recorded a very healthy turnout of +50%. And while addressing a public rally in Jammu, Rahul Gandhi referred to Kashmiri Pandits as POK refugees. He made that comment and later corrected himself immediately. The BJP taking a dig at Rahul Gandhi, saying that this faux pas shows his involvement in Jammu and Kashmir politics or the lack thereof.
रेफ्यूजीज आए, उनसे मनमोहन सिंह जी ने वायदा किया था, वो वायदा पूरा किया जाएगा. सॉरी, कश्मीरी पंडित से जो मनमोहन सिंह जी ने वायदा किया था, वो वायदा पूरा किया जाएगा. पीओके से रेफ्यूजीज आए, उनसे मनमोहन सिंह जी ने वायदा किया था, वो वायदा पूरा किया जाएगा. सॉरी, कश्मीरी पंडित से जो मनमोहन सिंह जी ने वायदा किया था, वो वायदा पूरा किया जाएगा.
And getting in details of the Jammu and Kashmir polling that's now underway. Ladies and gentlemen, in the second phase of elections in Jammu and Kashmir, 26 assembly constituencies went to polls, and in this high-stakes battle between Congress and National Conference versus the PDP versus the BJP versus the independents, big names like the BJP's Ravinder Raina, National Conference's Omar Abdullah in the fray today. Republic, with its battery of reporters on the ground, brings you the latest from the seats. Over 54% voter turnout recorded until 5 p.m. in Jammu and Kashmir. Let me go across to my colleague Aravat joining us. Aravat, 54% so far, that's the latest we have. How does that compare to the previous polling that we have seen?
Yeah, absolutely, Niranjan. This is a very healthy figure that we have seen earlier. We have seen in the Kashmir before the abrogation of Article 373 used to be the election boycott campaigns in the Kashmir Valley, and the number of the percentage has remained to 20 to 25%. But this time we have seen there the nearly 60% final percentage will come in some time. But we have been told that the 58% around final percentage may come, as it indicates that the things have changed in the Kashmir Valley. Earlier we have seen also in the Kashmir Valley there used to be the various kind of the things, the violence in the Kashmir Valley, but we have seen that the youngsters have changed their mindset for the development of the Naya Kashmir. It indicates that the youth, in fact, we were on the ground for the complete day and we spoke with the youth, and they want to change his mindset that earlier they used to be the vote for the dynastic politics, including the PDP's Mahbub Mufti, for the Jammu and Kashmir's PDP National Conference and others, but the things on ground have changed completely. Now the youth of Kashmir is ready to cast their vote for the Naya Kashmir, as we have seen today that the huge and the very large queues are still underway in the various parts of the Kashmir Valley, but the voting has just finished and the final percentage will come out in the sometime. Yes, Niranjan.
Well, any controversy that we saw during the day today, Aravat? I mean, the first phase saw several allegations go back and forth between the BJP, PDP, National Conference. Have you seen any of that today?
Yeah, as far as we will talk about the Kashmir, there has not been any single violence or any type of the law and order situation. But if we'll talk about the Jammu region, there have been a minor scuffle between the parties, but everything is normal at the last stage. But in fact, if we'll talk about the Kashmir, earlier we have seen the multiple reports and that the polling stations have been attacked and the various student pelting incidents. But this time we have seen after the abrogation of Article 370, there is no student pelting anywhere in the Kashmir Valley, nor in the Jammu Valley. It indicates that the things have completely changed, and the youth of Kashmir is supporting and they believe in the democratic setup. And we have seen that there is no violence anywhere in the Kashmir Valley, but somehow there was a minor scuffle between two parties in the Jammu region. But at the last, everything has concluded with the peaceful. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for joining us with those details. Gursimran also joining us. Gursimran, what's the update? How does this number compare to the previous elections we have seen in Jammu and Kashmir? How is Jammu voted?
See, Abhishek, if we speak of the poll percentage that is coming out, it's 54% till 5 that has been recorded, and it is expected that there will be a change of 2 to 3%, at max a 4% change that is expected, and it will be somewhere 56 to 58%. That is what the Election Commission is saying, that it will be close to that. But what we have seen is the sea change, because in the Kashmir Valley, where the percentage of the voting used to be somewhere close to 10 to 12% to be a deciding factor, they have surpassed the 50% mark. While in the Jammu regions, Rajouri and the Poonch, yes, there has been a rise in the voting percentage, because the Rajouri and Poonch, which used to cross somewhere close to 65 to the 70% voting, that has now recorded 76% voting as per the trends that are emerging as per the voting till 6, because there are some of the digits that are yet to come to the district election officer that will be sent to the ECI, and it is expected that in the evening ECI will be revealing the details by expectedly by around 11. All the details will be out. Apart from that, some of the BJP strongholds, be it the Pahadi voters, they have come out. NC claims that their strongholds, the people have voted in the large numbers, though the PDP does not seems to be in any of the major stakeholder in these 11 seats that have gone to polls in the Jammu region. But yes, it is direct contest between NC Congress, it's NC Congress Alliance versus BJP, and somewhere the independents are also playing a role, be it the Surankot constituency, where the Chaudhry Akram, who left the National Conference to contest as an independent, he is getting the support, while if we speak of the Katra constituency, that is Shri Mata Vaishno Devi constituency, there the Jugal Kishore, who was earlier with Ghulam Nabi Azad, after leaving the Congress party. He contested as an independent and he's getting good support. In the Gulabgarh also, the independents are getting a good support, Abhishek.
Okay, thank you for joining us with those details, Gursimran. I'm going to move on. He was live, Gursimran was live from Nowshera. There was ruckus reported at Nowshera, where National Conference alleged that their candidate was being denied permission to photograph the EVM which had ink on the BJP symbol. That was an allegation made. Here's how that controversy unfolded on polling day.
As the second phase of elections in Jammu and Kashmir got underway, Nowshera was in the headlines. First, the National Conference alleged slow polling and raised objection against the EC officials.
ये देखिए यहाँ पे सिक्योरिटी जो लगी है इनका इंचार्ज है मिस्टर विकास ढिलन के क्या नाम है देखना नाम क्या है इनका है विकास दमन है ये ऐसा ही है और इनकी जो एसएसपी का काम थोड़ा है कि यहाँ पे आई कार्ड चेक करना आई कार्ड तो हमने चेक करना वो पहली बात है अगर लोगों के पास आई कार्ड नहीं है तो ये कसूर किसका है बीएलओ का है आपके उसका स्टाफ का है आरओ की गलती है लोगों को इन्फॉर्म करना चाहिए था आपने अवेयर क्यों नहीं किया लोगों को ये इतनी लगे थे लेडीज खड़ी हैं जेंट्स खड़े हैं लाइनों में खड़े हैं गर्मी में खड़े हैं ना तो टेंट लगाया इनके लिए टेंट किसने लगाया इलेक्शन कमीशन लगाया इतना पैसा आता है किस लिए आता है ना कोई टेंट लगाया ना कुछ लगाया और यहाँ पे आप लोगों को कह रहे हो जी आई कार्ड देखो वहाँ से मशीनें स्लो हैं ये तो धांधली शरेआम धांधली है
A few hours later, a scuffle broke out between the polling agents of National Conference and the BJP.
People have queued up in the large numbers. What NC is saying that there has been delay in the polling that has led to these long queues as only 50 votes have been casted in the first 2 hours. But the people have lined up in the large numbers that you see, what shows that the people are turning out in the large numbers to cast their vote. This is going to be a high-profile seat because on the one hand is Ravinder Raina, the BJP state chief, who won from this constituency with a margin of 10,000 votes in 2014. On the other hand, it is NC Congress candidate, the alliance candidate Surendra Chaudhary. Yes.
As the temperatures rise in battleground Jammu and Kashmir, it's clearly a high-stakes battle.
Amid the controversy over Tirupati Laddus, Odisha government has decided to conduct a quality check of the ghee used in the Puri Jagannath temple. Puri's district collector has stated that the administration will test the quality of ghee being used for the preparation. And he further added that the state-run Odisha Milk Federation was the only supplier of ghee for the temple as of now. BJP leaders marched from the KK guest house to Karnataka Chief Minister's residence demanding resignation over the Muda scam. Police detained BJP workers involved in the march came after Siddaramaiah stated that he had no plans to step down. Complainant Sneha Krishna's lawyers also submitted the High Court's order dismissing Chief Minister's writ petition. Justice Ramchandra Rao took oath as Chief Justice of the Jharkhand High Court, administered by the Jharkhand Governor at Rajbhavan. Chief Minister Hemant Soren, his cabinet colleagues, several other judges attended the ceremony. Justice Rao, who previously headed the Himachal Pradesh High Court, has now assumed his role as Chief Justice of Jharkhand. Former Chief Minister of Delhi wrote a letter to RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat posing questions ranging from Modi's retirement to the misuse of investigative agencies. Kejriwal raised 5 questions to the RSS leadership. On the occasion of 10 years of Make in India, Prime Minister Modi praised the decade-long success of the initiative and committed to making India a powerhouse in manufacturing and innovation. Meanwhile, Piyush Goyal highlighted that since the launch of the initiative, imports of mobile phones have declined by around 85%. Climate Health Solutions India Conclave began today. This 2-day event organized by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare in partnership with the Asian Development Bank, focusing on policy evolution, ecosystem development to create a sustainable, climate-resilient health sector. Well, the war of words continues between the BJP and the AIMIM over the Waqf reform bill. Here's the latest political face-off today.
The bitter political slugfest over the Waqf reform bill was back in focus after AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi unleashed a fiery verbal assault on the BJP and RSS. Addressing a press briefing, Owaisi accused the BJP and RSS of falsely claiming that the Waqf properties belonged to the government and were not privately owned. Drawing a direct parallel between the Waqf board and the Tirupati-Tirumala Devasthanam, the AIMIM questioned why the former should allow outsiders when the TTD does not. He also claimed that a propaganda is being peddled that the Waqf holds 9,40,000 acres of land across the country, adding that it was merely the custodian of donated properties.
ये जो नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार है वो वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को बचाने के लिए, वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को डेवलप करने के लिए, वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज में एफिशिएंसी लाने के लिए ये बिल नहीं लाई है। ये बिल इसलिए लाया गया है ताकि हमेशा के लिए वक्फ बोर्ड को खत्म कर दिया जाए।
Meanwhile, Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju said the JPC, which is currently deliberating on the Waqf bill, has so far received over 1 crore representations on the draft piece of legislation. The Union Minister added that most of the representations received were positive.
वक्फ अमेंडमेंट बिल तो आप लोग को पता है पेश किया है, अब जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी के पास गए हैं और हम चाहते हैं कि ये विंटर सेशन आते आते जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी अपना काम पूरा करे।
However, his Lok Sabha colleague and fellow BJP leader Nishikant Dubey sounded a less effusive tone as he questioned the sheer volume of representations over the Waqf reform bill. In a post on his social media handle, Dubey sought a probe by the Ministry of Home Affairs into the source and motivation behind these representations. Amid a fresh upward in the political saber-rattling over the Waqf bill, the big question is, can the JPC arrive at a consensus on the proposed reforms?
We have been able to degrade substantially the capabilities of Hamas. UN Security Council Resolution 1701 that states very clearly that Hezbollah forces cannot be positioned on our border. They have to withdraw. There cannot be a realistic solution with creating a terror state. We have to create a solid coalition for pragmatism and peace, and then we can re-engage in negotiations. We have proposed that many times in the past. We were rejected. We are grateful for the position of the Indian government, their support for our right of self-defense. We also appreciate the positive role of India in the international arena in general.
Israeli envoy speaks on it all. Ruven Azar on This Is Exclusive at 7 p.m.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Today, based on precise intelligence, we conducted extensive strikes against Hezbollah terror targets in Lebanon that posed an imminent threat. The IDF struck 1,300 targets until now, including long-range cruise missiles, heavyweight rocket with 1,000 kilo warhead. This is the same type of rocket that was used in the Majd al-Shams attack that killed 12 innocent children. We also
degrade substantially the capabilities of Hamas. UN Security Council Resolution 1701 that states very clearly that Hezbollah forces cannot be positioned on our border. They have to withdraw. There cannot be a realistic solution with creating a terror state. We have to create a solid coalition for pragmatism and peace, and then we can re-engage in negotiations. We have proposed that many times in the past. We were rejected. We are grateful for the position of the Indian government, their support for our right of self-defense. We also appreciate the positive role of India in the international arena in general.
Israeli envoy speaks on it all. Reuven Azar on This Is Exclusive at 7 p.m.
Director, The Taste of Success.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
I don't welcome you watching a special episode with me, Shavan Sen. Ladies and gentlemen, it's almost a year into the war that began in Gaza. Of course, this comes in the backdrop of the dastardly attack that was carried out by Hamas. Is the world really prepared for another war that has now begun on the other front? Joining us today is the new Israeli ambassador to India, Reuven Nazar. Ambassador, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. Let me straight away begin by asking you, we are a year into it, almost a year. When it began, Israel said that there were limited objectives that they wanted to complete. Do you believe that you've met all the objectives of the war that began almost a year back?
Well, thank you, Shavan, for this opportunity. We have achieved some of the objectives. We are not yet achieved all the objectives. I want to remind you that following this atrocious attack by Hamas, our cabinet said very clearly that we want to degrade completely the military capabilities of Hamas. We want to bring back our hostages, and we want to make sure that Hamas won't be able to launch such an attack again in the future. So we have been able to degrade substantially the capabilities of Hamas because we have destroyed multiple factories and stockpiles of missiles. These missiles are no longer a threat towards Israel. We've been able to dismantle regiments and battalions of Hamas terrorists. We have neutralized hundreds of kilometers of tunnels, and we brought back about 150 out of the 250 hostages that were taken by Hamas. So we are now in a tough point in which Hamas refuses to a deal that was offered by the United States and was approved by the UN Security Council, that was confirmed by the spokesperson of the White House. And they are refusing because they want to have the cake and eat it too. They want to keep the hostages. They want to remain in power in the Gaza Strip and be able to attack Israel. Again, we won't allow it. So we have to be persistent on our goals. Now, regarding the north, as you probably know, there was an unprovoked attack against Israel from Hezbollah on the 8th of October. And frankly, you know, our army wasn't big enough to deal with both threats simultaneously. And that's why we had to sustain our position in the north with limited retaliation until we had the energy and the capability to put an effort, a serious effort that we are doing right now, not only to hurt the capabilities of Hezbollah to attack us, but mainly to implement UN Security Council Resolution 1701 that states very clearly that Hezbollah forces cannot be positioned on our border. They have to withdraw at least to the Litani River, which is a few kilometers to the north. So Hezbollah has been cheating throughout the years. They have been building this tremendous capability that has been supplied by the theocratic radical regime of Iran. And we are making it very clear that we want to bring our citizens back home to the north. We have evacuated about 70,000 people. They deserve to go back to their homes, and we are not going to allow them to go back unless Hezbollah is out of the border.
Ambassador, does Israel essentially believe that they have been able to neutralize Hamas, perhaps in a way that they would not be in a position to carry out any attacks, similar to what we saw on 7th of October?
Well, right now, this is indeed the situation. But, Shavan, what we have to make sure is that Hamas cannot regroup and rearm again. And that's why we have to maintain our presence in the Philadelphia corridor. That's the border between Gaza and the Sinai. So contraband of weapons cannot renew. We have to make sure that Hamas won't be able to rebuild all these weapons factories and get all these supplies that they used to get in the past. So, yes, we have done, I think, a very good job, but this is not the end of the story. We have to have our hostages back home.
There's been a great deal of criticism that Israel has also faced, particularly from your Western allies. Prime Minister here has also spoken about the fact that a resolution is only possible through dialogue and not on the battlefield. Ambassador, how do you really look at the end game vis-a-vis Gaza?
Well, you know, Shavan, throughout the last few decades, we have not only initiated dialogue, we have presented multiple peace proposals to our Palestinian neighbors. Not only that, we have completely withdrawn from the Gaza Strip in 2005. And these radical Islamists took over the Gaza Strip in 2007. They threw out, they massacred their own people, the Fatah leaders and the Palestinian Authority people. They deported them from the Gaza Strip. And they have been attacking us since then. And we've been trying through multiple efforts to create a situation. And we thought that we will succeed in creating a situation in which Gaza decides to stay concentrated on their stability and prosperity. But unfortunately, what Hamas did is they hijacked the entire population, the entire international assistance, only to direct an attack against Israel because they want to destroy the state of Israel. And that is very important to understand. Right. So you can have dialogue with people that want to talk to you, but people that want only to destroy you, you have to destroy them. Because this is the only way in which you will be able to generate a leadership that is more pragmatic, that is more sensible, that is more realistic, and that can actually engage in a serious effort to make peace with the state of Israel.
But Ambassador, if I am to ask you, with regards to the vision that Israel has in terms of bringing peace in the region, what would that be? Because I believe militarily you all have tackled the situation. Politically, how do you take this forward? Because somewhere down the line, you too would want some sort of a solution, resolution to this entire problem. The fight, the war cannot go on.
Exactly. So, look, a prerequisite for political stability is security stability. You cannot have a situation in which you are constantly attacked and simultaneously achieve political stability. It's not going to happen. So we are having, not only in the Palestinian context, but in the general sense, in the region that we live in, we have a lack of political stability because there are radical forces that are working to destroy the state system and the stability in the region. That is coming from mainly from Iran, that is sponsoring all these proxies in the region. They are proliferating very dangerous weapons of mass destruction and the technology to produce them to rogue elements like the Houthis in Yemen, like the militias in Iraq, like militias in Syria, like Hezbollah, Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and more. So unless there is an